Oh my God, what the hell? Wang Yi rubbed his eyes, which were slightly blurry from the hangover, and suspected that he had not woken up yet. Didn't he drink and eat skewers with the animals in the same dormitory last night? How did I wake up and lie on a piece of sand? Could it be that the animals got drunk and just left it on the side of the road? That's not right. There doesn't seem to be such a sand in Sanyang City. As Wang Yi woke up, it seemed as if he had broken some kind of boundary. The rolling heat wave hit him, and he felt like he was in a furnace in an instant. Wang Yi widened his eyes and looked at the endless yellow sand around him, a little panicked. This is not right. He is obviously in a large desert now. There is no such environment within 1,000 miles of Sanyang City. Was he kidnapped? A prank? Or a time travel? For a while, Wang Yi was full of wild thoughts. Wang Yi calmed down and decided to determine his location first. He habitually took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket, but it was empty. In panic, he searched all the pockets of his body, and a dim round bead fell out of his shirt pocket. Thief! Wang Yi sat on the sand in a daze, raised his finger to the sky, and before he could curse, he jumped up in shock at the sudden prompt sound and the movement on the ground. It is detected that the Sand Realm bead has reached the maximum standby time. The trialer has not selected the deployment position. The Sand Realm bead will automatically deploy at the current position. The Sand Realm bead on the ground quickly melted. The sand fluctuated and leveled, and within a few seconds, a 10-square-meter flat ground appeared under Wang Yi's feet. The transparent shield rose and fell from the boundary until it reached 5 meters above the ground and underground, and then quickly closed to form a 100 cubic meter space. The barrier is constructed and the novice gift pack is distributed. Welcome to the world of the Sea of Sand. Wang Yi stared at the changes in the surrounding environment in amazement. The temperature that rose sharply due to the rising sun also dropped with the formation of the shield. A golden treasure chest was slowly falling from the air to the sand after the prompt sound. Hey, system, are you still there? Please explore on your own. Can you take me back? Please explore on your own. A golden treasure sent? Please explore on your own. Seeing that this cold system could not get any information, Wang Yi stopped wasting words and began to think about his situation. Looking at this sand world that he would probably live in from now on, it was really poor and empty. There was nothing except some sand that hurt his feet. The only advantage was that it could block the scorching sun. Can a person survive in the desert without food or water? Answer: no. I don't know how long I have been lying in the desert. I didn't feel it in the panic just now, but now I am very thirsty and my lips are cracked. People can survive for 7 days without food, but it is difficult to survive for 3 days without water, and this time will be shorter in the desert. So the key to breaking the deadlock is there. Wang Yi stared at the novice treasure chest that fell in the center of the sand world and pounced on it like a hungry tiger. After opening the treasure chest, there was indeed water. Wang Yi directly took out a 500 milliliter bottle of 3 no-mineral water and drank it in big gulps, and drank most of it in one breath. Although he was still a little thirsty, he controlled his desire to continue drinking water and tightened the bottle cap on the water bottle with about 100 milliliters left. Now everything is unclear, and in the desert, water is the most precious resource. Save it if you can, so that you can live longer. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi began to count the supplies in the novice treasure box. In addition to the bottle of 3 no-mineral water he took out at the beginning, Wang Yi took out 4 500 milliliter bottles of mineral water from the box one after another. There were more than 2 liters of water. Fortunately, Wang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If he used it sparingly, it would last at least a week if he didn't go out. Then, large white bread was taken out one by one, a total of 5 portions, each 500 grams, and there was food. Then, a 50-centimeter long short sword appeared in Wang Yi's hand. Wang Yi tried to swing it, and it was quite handy. After that, there seemed to be nothing in the novice treasure box. Wang Yi fished for a while before he fished out a piece of paper, and then the treasure box suddenly decomposed into sand. That's it? That's all? System, you're just good-looking, but useless. Wang Yi couldn't help but complain. The half-meter-long luxury novice treasure box only had these few things: Please explore on your own. Wang Yi was too lazy to waste his breath with the rigid system. The amount of drinking water and food was not bad, which was fine for a short time, but to live for a long time, there must be a new source. Then you need to go to the vast sea of sand to find it. This sand world that is cleaner than a dog's can't grow by itself. Going out means risk. Wang Yi doesn't think the sea of sand is as calm as it is now. Otherwise, the system would not have put weapons in the novice treasure box. There must be dangerous beasts hiding in the sand, waiting for him to deliver them to his door. Wang Yi took the last piece of paper taken out of the box and read it. The clown is actually me. Drinking makes things go wrong. Wang Yi put on the mask of pain, concentrated his mind, and the paper turned into knowledge and passed into his mind. This is the world of the Sea of Sand. Welcome all trialists. The world of Sand Sea is full of dangers and opportunities, but the trialists need a stable base camp to survive for a long time. Concentrate on the selected location and give the order to deploy to the Sand World bead, and the Sand World belonging to the trialists will be formed. Attention! The Sand World bead has only 2 hours of standby time. After the standby time, it will automatically deploy. Please find a place to place it as soon as possible. Attention! The Sand World can block wind, rain, and sun, but it cannot block malicious enemies. Warning! Every 7 days, the world of Sand Sea will have large-scale displacement changes. Please stay in the Sand World during this period to avoid accidents. Yes, this piece of paper is the novice guide given by the system of the world of Sand Sea. Unfortunately, someone didn't receive it during a hangover and turned into a famous detective, fighting wits and courage with the air. Fortunately, the system kindly put another copy of the novice guide in the novice treasure box. What a bad start! Wang Yi called out his attribute panel according to the knowledge in the novice guide. Wang Yi, age 21, race, human, level status normal, supplies on 2100 milliliters of water, 5 breads, 1 dagger. Evaluation, that's right, you are the weakling in battle. There are 4 subsections under the personal panel: World Channel, Regional Channel, Exchange, and Forging. Opening the World Channel, it was very lively and lines of dialogue flashed by quickly. Wang Yi paid attention to it for a while and then retracted his flashing eyes. Most of them were looking for relatives, then complaining, asking for help, and trash-talking. There was basically no useful information, but Wang Yi still learned from these speeches that all the human beings on Earth had been moved to this Sand Sea world. The most painful thing in the world is not death, but separation in life. Fortunately, he doesn't have to endure this pain now. It's not that he doesn't have parents, but it's no different from not having them. After his parents divorced and formed their own families, he basically lived alone. The only contact was the living expenses he received every month. After he turned 18, this only contact was also cut off. He couldn't remember what his parents looked like. The World Channel restricted speech. Each person could only speak once a day, and there was a word limit. Wang Yi also tried to edit a message to inquire about the situation of several animals sleeping in the same bed, but unfortunately there was no response. Opening the regional channel, Wang Yi's area was the 66666th area, a very auspicious number. Unlike the World Channel, the regional channel had no speech restrictions and also had an affiliated forum, which made it more convenient for trial participants to communicate. The regional channel was still very lively. People were group animals. In this strange world, they always wanted to find someone like them to talk to. Compared with the cloud chat in the channel, the forum was much clearer and more concise. The most common posts were still looking for relatives, followed by recruitment posts and posts for purchasing supplies. Wang Yi naturally ignored the search for relatives. He didn't have enough survival supplies, so he naturally wouldn't sell them. He tried to click on a few recruitment posts to learn about other people's situations. The Iron Blood Alliance is recruiting people. The leader is a rare talent. Join the Iron Blood Alliance and you will be able to soar. Wang Yi looked around and found that the recruitment posts were similar. Many people were ready to join forces for warmth. Among them, the posts of members with talents and abilities in the Alliance were the most popular and were sought after by many people. Although he had a bad start and no talent, Wang Yi still had no intention of joining the alliance to join in the fun. People like him would definitely be the kind of people who would make sacrifices first when joining the alliance. He didn't know if he would live to see the moment of reward. It was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. Wang Yi opened the only post in the forum that was considered a strategy and read it carefully. The wild is full of dangers. Be vigilant at all times to avoid losing your life. Danger definitely exists. When Wang Yi opened the regional channel, he noticed that the number of people in the region was 998,401,000. More than 100 people had lost their lives in the past 2 hours. But it is also full of opportunities. There are countless resources scattered and buried in the desert, which can make you live longer, live more comfortably, and build a wider and safer sand world. All monsters will devour our flesh and blood, but they are also the food for us to become stronger. Find it, defeat it, and you will become stronger. The words of a charlatan, in his opinion, isn't it just to kill monsters to upgrade and get treasure chests to open equipment? Is it necessary to say it so high-soundingly? Remember to mark when exploring. Be careful not to find the way home. Get lost in the desert, and the god of death is waving at you. The Sand World Shield is not omnipotent, but it can give you a warning so that you will not die quietly. The post owner spoke in a very elegant manner, and the plain language of the comments below looked much more comfortable. Wang Yi had a basic understanding of this Sand Sea World, which made up for the golden 2 hours he missed. The exchange is a place where trial participants trade with each other, and there is also an auction house for precious items. Wang Yi found that everyone's trading enthusiasm was not high. After watching for more than 10 minutes, there were only a few successful transactions. Maybe everyone has enough food and water at present, and there is no pressure, so most of the things are kept for their own use. The forging page is where the system helps to make various simple living utensils. After the trial participants collect all the resources, they can synthesize them, which is very convenient. Wang Yi reviewed the information for a while and then picked up the dagger and swung it. Sitting and waiting for death is not his style. To survive, he must go out first. Before going out, he must sharpen his knife and become proficient in his weapon. After practicing for a quarter of an hour, Wang Yi felt that he could use the dagger more skillfully. At least he didn't have to worry about cutting himself. He rested for a while and waited for his physical strength to recover before walking out of the Sand World. The rolling heat wave came over. It was almost noon. Without the protection of the Sand World shield, Wang Yi was sweating profusely, but he couldn't retreat. Although the night was cool, the extremely poor vision could take his life at any time. Wang Yi moved step by step to the east under the scorching sun, and soon he had a harvest. Wood +1. The sharp-eyed Wang Yi found a piece of wood that was only exposed in one corner, and he dug it out of the sand and put it in his backpack. The backpack was built in, with a total of 24 slots, which could store a lot of things without him having to carry them back and forth. Iron +1. Wood +1. Good luck continued to favor Wang Yi, and he gained something every time he walked a certain distance. He stopped moving forward and searched on both sides when he was about 100 meters away from the sand boundary. The sand dunes were undulating, and the hot wind rolled up the fine sand to cover the footprints. If you are not careful in the desert, you will get lost. Wang Yi dared not go far. It took almost half an hour for Wang Yi to roughly search the 100-meter area in the east of the sand boundary and gained a lot. He gained 6 wood, 3 stones, 1 iron, 2 vines, and 1 flint. Wang Yi wiped the sweat from his face and continued to search to the back. This time, his good luck seemed to have run out, and he gained very little, only 2 wood. It had been almost an hour since he left the sand boundary, and Wang Yi could no longer bear it. If he stayed in the sun, he would be dehydrated, so he had to return to the sand boundary. The moment he entered the sand world, it was as if he had entered an air-conditioned room in June. All the pores on Wang Yi's body opened up, expelling the accumulated heat in his body, and then quickly closed to lock in more water loss. Opening the forging column, Wang Yi quickly selected the chair. Wood 6 units, clicked OK, and a wooden chair appeared on the sand. Wang Yi sat down on it to rest. Taking out bread and mineral water from his backpack, Wang Yi began to eat today's lunch. With a big bite of bread and a small sip of water, Wang Yi ate today's lunch slowly. Wang Yi found that he had been a little optimistic before. Food could be saved a little, but water consumption was far more than expected unless he stayed in the sand world during the day and did not go out. Taking advantage of the rest, Wang Yi browsed the regional channel again. It's so hot. I hate the desert. Sand, sand, sand everywhere. Not even a bit of green can be seen. No way, no way. There are really fools who go out to explore the desert in the hot sun for most of the day. Brother, do you have water? I'm so thirsty. Give me some. Go away, you dead demon. Get away. I have hundreds of milliliters of mysterious liquid. It's still warm. Do you want it, lady? Pervert! It was still all kinds of awkward chats, and there was basically no useful information. Wang Yi browsed the forum and found many posts about challenging monsters, but most of the posters never replied. However, there were still a few people who succeeded in the challenge and took photos holding treasure chests and stepping on monsters to show off. Li Wei, Warwolf is so powerful, indeed a gifted man. Killing monsters is like killing dogs. Boss, you need a pendant. So cute. Watching the boss unboxing in the front row. Long live the leader. The Iron Blood Alliance sincerely recruits people with lofty ideals from all walks of life. What's more, I want to join the Alliance. Boss, please protect me. The hero effect is powerful, and the Iron Blood Alliance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Other alliances followed suit, sending strong people to challenge monsters to attract members to join the Alliance. And the forum was full of flowers. Wang Yi naturally had no intention of joining, but he might as well join in the fun. While joking, he learned about the weaknesses and coping methods of several monsters. There were a lot more supplies on the shelves in the exchange. It seems that many people have walked out of their own sand world this morning and started to explore the outside world. The demand for water has increased sharply, but no one is selling it. No one is a fool. In the desert, the more water, the better. Wang Yi took a quick look. The items on the shelves were basically wood and stone, which were easy to find when you go out. There were good things, but they all needed water to be exchanged. Wang Yi could only watch. After a short rest, it was already past 3 in the afternoon in the Sand Sea world. Wang Yi sorted out the supplies and walked out of the sand world again. Even after the hottest time in the afternoon, the Sand Sea was still like a steamer. The scorching sand and the scorching sun wanted to roast all the travelers walking outside. Wang Yi walked on the sand with difficulty. Even through the shoes, the soles of his feet were still burned red by the sand. Sweat was pouring down, but it couldn't cover his bright eyes. As long as there were any clues of supplies, they would be quickly locked by Wang Yi's eyes, and then he would take a few quick steps to dig them out and put them in his backpack. Wood +1. Wood +3, vine +2, wood +1, glass +1, stone 3. In more than half an hour, Wang Yi collected all the supplies in the western 100 meters. Taking advantage of his good luck, Wang Yi immediately turned to the remaining north and began to search carefully. Wood +1, vine +3, old wooden box +1. As expected, the goddess of luck favored Wang Yi. After searching for a while in the north, he had a lot of gains. He was lucky enough to find a half-buried resource box. Wang Yi was delighted. His pale and dry lips cracked again because of his smile. The bloody smell poured into his throat, making Wang Yi's half-smile look particularly weird. More than half an hour passed. Wang Yi bent over, leaning on his sword and moving step by step on the sand. His eyes were not as bright as at the beginning, but he still persisted and gritted his teeth to complete the exploration of the last part of the north. Wood +1, iron +1. Finally, after the exploration, Wang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, straightened his waist, and hammered his sore back. The sun was setting, and it was as hot as before. Before I knew it, it was about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, but the Sand Sea was still scorching hot. Even after dark, it would take a while for the heat to dissipate. Now was not the time to rest. Wang Yi paused for a while and then clenched his dagger and moved towards his own sand world. He was in a very bad state now. In the evening, desert creatures began to become active, so it was very dangerous to stay outside. What a close call! When walking down a sand slope, the sand in front suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, he quickly inserted the dagger into the sand to stabilize his body so he did not fall into the sand pit and be buried by the quicksand. Wang Yi walked away from the sand pit that was still swallowing sand and sat on the sand. As he sat down, the dagger also inserted into the sand next to him, but after more than 10 centimeters, it encountered an obstacle, which made his right hand slightly numb. There is something. Wang Yi raised his butt and poked it a few times with the dagger again. It doesn't look like a living thing, it seems to be metal. Feeling the feedback of the touch on his hands, Wang Yi determined that there were buried supplies instead of hidden monsters, and he immediately started digging. A blessing in disguise. Ha ha! Hiss! After digging more than 10 centimeters down in the sand, a corner of an iron box appeared. Wang Yi laughed excitedly and his lips cracked again, and he took him painful and happy. Wang Yi dug the iron box out of the sand and put it in his backpack in no time. Exquisite iron box +1. Wang Yi trotted towards his own sand world with a cheerful pace and couldn't wait to go home and open the box. The moment he entered the sand world, the heat in his body went away, but Wang Yi felt even thirstier. He moved his eyes away from the water bottle on the side with difficulty. Wang Yi sat on a wooden chair with his legs crossed to count the supplies he had harvested today. 15 units of wood, 9 units of stone, 3 units of iron, 10 units of vines, 1 unit of copper, 1 unit of glass, 1 unit of flint, 1 old wooden box, 1 exquisite iron box. The good stuff should be left for last. Wang Yi first took out the old wooden box and opened it. Wood +10 stone, +5 mineral water, +3 bread, +3 water is out. Wonderful! Wang Yi excitedly took the 3 bottles of mineral water into his arms. With this batch of water, he can last a few more days. After taking out the things in the old wooden box, they did not turn into sand like the novice treasure box, but there was an additional option to decompose. Wang Yi chose to decompose because he had a better choice. Wood. The next step was the highlight. Wang Yi rubbed his hands excitedly. Even he, who had never believed in gods and Buddhas, couldn't help but pray. Wood +30, stone +10 iron, +5 copper, +1 simple water purifier blueprint, +1 solar glass making machine blueprint +1. That's it. Wang Yi's face darkened. He felt that the things in the wooden box were not as good as what he got. At present, the most scarce food and water were not available, and the 2 blueprints were hard to describe. Simple water purifier, 4 units of wood, 4 units of sand, 1 unit of stone, 1 unit of rope. Description: effectively purify water, 1 liter per day. Wang Yi can easily make several with his current supplies, but what's the use? Is it a water purifier that he lacks? No, he lacks water. Solar glass making machine, 6 units of iron, 3 units of copper, 10 units of sand. Description: purely solar powered, can make glass. 3 units of sand are required for every 1 unit of glass. This thing is not bad, he only needs 1 unit of copper to make it. If the glass sells well, this vast sea of sand will be his wealth. Sand is inexhaustible. Wang Yi has not decomposed the iron box for the time being, and uses it to store water and food. After the excitement, the hunger and thirst became stronger. Wang Yi did not hold on any longer. He took out a piece of bread and half a bottle of water left over from lunch and ate and drank. The sun set, and the sky gradually darkened. Fools, watch out! Night is the best time to go out and explore. During the day, it's just grilling dried fish. A self-important trialist started to look at the map cannon in the regional channel and set up a night exploration post in the forum. The cover was a back figure holding a torch and walking out of the sand world. Eat melon, eat melon. The front row sells melon seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. Give me a bench. Wood +1. Another stone. Oh my, look what I found, a supply box. The front row is watching the host open the treasure chest. Wang Yi ate dinner while watching the night exploration post of the trialist named Yu Yang. Soon the post attracted a lot of people to watch. Seeing Yu Yang's continuous harvest, many people were eager to try. It's made. 20 pieces of wood, 15 pieces of stone, 4 bottles of mineral water, and 4 pieces of bread. Brother, please give me a sip of water. The kid hasn't had any water for a day. The person above is a liar. I've identified him. Do you sell water? I'll exchange it for iron. I can't help it. I want to go out and explore too. As Yu Yang's harvest continued, the audience envied and jealous, but also couldn't help but get restless and prepared to go out in person. Hey, what is that? What did you find? Post a picture. Ah, no. Hey, are you still here? What happened? Don't scare me. I finally mustered up the courage to walk out of the sand world. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. You are in trouble. A slide can feed the monster. In the last picture uploaded by the host, most of Yu Yang's body was swallowed by a huge lizard-like monster that jumped up. His eyes were wide open and the blood foam at the corners of his mouth looked particularly hideous. Mom, wanna go home? Oh my God, I was scared. It's too real. It's like a monster is jumping at me. That's right, the host used his life to perform a wonderful moment. I'm back. I'm back. It's too dangerous outside at night. I'd better sweat more during the day. Yu Yang's failure in the night exploration scared the imitators, and they quickly slipped back to their own sand world, as if there was a monster chasing them from behind. But is it really safe to stay in the sand world at night? Wang Yi didn't think so. Otherwise, the system would have specifically reminded him that the sand realm couldn't stop the malicious enemy. After eating the remaining bread in his hand, Wang Yi began to prepare for tonight's defense. He directly opened the forging page and began to make tools. Wooden spear, 1 unit of wood. Wang Yi made 10 directly, and in an instant a bundle of sharpened wooden spears as thick as a baby's arm appeared on the sand. Iron spear, 2 units of wood, 1 unit of iron. This is the main weapon chosen by Wang Yi. The attack range of the novice's short sword is too short, which is not suitable for novices to fight against beasts. Simple rattan armor, 5 units of tree vines. In the absence of medical care and medicine, Wang Yi must try to avoid injury, so protective gear is indispensable. Film, 1 unit of plastic, one of the materials needed for the sandpit trap. The plastic is obtained by Wang Yi from decomposing 2 mineral water bottles. After preparing the materials, Wang Yi began to prepare the trap. He dug a large pit on the east, south, and north sides, inserted a sharpened wooden spear at the bottom of the pit, erected a wooden bracket on the fulcrum, pulled rattan on the pit, covered it with film, and then spread a thin layer of floating sand. 3 sand pit traps were ready, waiting for the prey to come. This preparation consumed 15 units of wood, 8 units of vines, 1 unit of iron, and 1 unit of plastic. Wang Yi did not plan to set up traps on the west side, but built a stone wall. After all 24 units of stone were used up, a 3-meter wide, 8-meter high, and 30-centimeter thick stone wall appeared on the west side. 5 meters of it were underground, and only 3 meters were above ground. The underground part was the foundation and the basement in the future. A small house was also planned to be built on the above-ground part. At present, the 3-meter wall on the ground was enough for him to rely on and not be gouged. Brothers, my sand world shield has been warned. It seems something is attacking. What should I do? Pictures speak louder than words. I risked my life to take pictures of the monsters that attacked my sand world at night. Sandwolf level 1, skills none, talents none, description. The most common beast in the sand sea, a perfect match for you, a weakling. Don't care about life and death, just fight if you don't agree. Brothers, I'm going to charge. Hey, is the host still here? How strong is the Sandwolf? No, it's coming in. No, don't come over. Go away, go, take my stick. Ha, I won, stupid dog. Wang Yi sat on a wooden chair in the center of the sand world, looking at the various aspects of life in the regional channel and forum. Some people disappeared while chatting. Since nightfall, the number of people in the regional channel has been decreasing. Now there are only 953 through 1,000. In less than a day, nearly 500 people have died. From a small perspective, tens of millions of people died worldwide that day. This is a terrifying number. How ruthless is the mastermind behind the VAR scenes? Who is he? Wang Yi didn't want to think too much at this moment. It was difficult to even ensure his survival. Thinking about these things was just worrying. Until late at night, Wang Yi didn't wait for the expected monster to come. Could it be that he was lucky today and there were no monsters around? Closing his eyes and resting, Wang Yi fell asleep in a daze. At some point, a burst of urgent alarms came into his mind. Oh no, I accidentally fell asleep. Have the monsters started to attack my sand world? Although Wang Yi was shocked, he was not panicked. He pretended that he was not awakened by the alarm and squinted his eyes to look at the situation outside the sand world. At this time, the alarm of the sand world had stopped. It was a cunning guy. After a few tentative attacks on the sand world, he immediately retreated into the dark corner. Wang Yi and the monster outside the sand world competed in patience. If the enemy didn't move, I wouldn't move. After half an hour, when Wang Yi was almost falling asleep again, the monster finally couldn't bear it anymore. As the monster approached, Wang Yi finally saw what his enemy was. It was a sand wolf with shiny fur, the most common monster encountered by the trialists tonight. Sand Wolf Elite Level 1 Skill Crazy Bite. Talent, none. Description: be careful, this is a cunning mad dog. Elite monster, a bit difficult to deal with. Wang Yi felt bitter, hoping that his trap could play a role. The Sand Wolf Elite once again tentatively hit the sand shield with its claws, and the alarm sounded again in Wang Yi's mind. But Wang Yi still pretended to be asleep and remained unmoved. Seeing that the prey was sleeping like a dead pig, the Sand Wolf Elite did not hesitate and directly launched the skill Crazy Bite to instantly break the sand shield, and then flew towards Wang Yi. Die! Wang Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide, shot out like a dragon, and shot the Sand Wolf Elite when it could not change direction in the air. The terrified sand wolf turned its head in a hurry, and the long spear pierced into its body along its neck and shoulder. Wang Yi did not relax after the iron spear pierced the Sand Wolf Elite. He picked up the short sword and rushed forward to cut off half of its neck, then quickly retreated with the sword in hand. Ah! The Sand Wolf Elite howled and launched the skill of Crazy Biting again. The wolf head bit out a residual image directly, and the wooden pole of the iron spear was directly shattered. Then a huge wolf head also flew out after the Crazy Biting. It's a close call. This skill is really damn dangerous. Looking at the wolf head flying out due to the broken neck, Wang Yi took a deep breath. Not to mention, the moment when the Sand Wolf Elite's Crazy Biting broke the shield in an instant really scared Wang Yi into a cold sweat. The Sand Wolf Elite flew over and perfectly avoided the trap. Fortunately, he was on the third floor. He pretended to sleep and interrupted its flying pounce with a surprise attack, and then took advantage of the gap after it launched the skill to break half of its neck. Experience plus 50. As expected of an elite monster, the experience is rich. He learned from the forum that an ordinary sand wolf only has 10 experience points. Wang Ming called out his own panel. Wang Ming Level 1. Experience 50, 100. Skills, none. Talent, none. Description: a scumbag who has seen blood. It is much easier to deal with the spoils. The system obviously knows that these poor guys are short of everything, so it directly provides the option of decomposition. Wang Yi didn't have the time to deal with the elite Sandwolf, so he directly chose to decompose. Sandwolf Meat Elite plus 8. Fishy and astringent meat, slightly improves physical fitness. Sandwolf Blood plus 2L. The fishy blood can save your life when you are hungry and thirsty. Sandwolf Skin Elite and Good. Material for making blankets and leather armor. Smooth and oily. Old Iron Key plus 1. I am a screw. Where is the nut? 0 level Sand Core plus 5. A necessity for expanding the sand world, which can expand the sand world by 1 square meter. The loot given by the Sandwolf Elite is pretty good. Each of the 8 pieces of meat weighs 2 kilograms. It also has the property of improving physical fitness compared to ordinary sandwolf meat, but I heard from others that it is super unpalatable. Wolf blood is also a good thing. No matter how smelly it is better than dying of thirst without a drink. 2 liters is enough to save lives. Wang Yi put it and the wolf meat in a backpack that can keep it fresh to prevent it from spoiling. The wolf skin is directly processed and can be used as a quilt directly. The forging page can only forge some simple tools and there is no leather armor option. Wang Yi plans to wait until there are drawings in the future. Sand cores are items that monsters must drop. Unlike ordinary sand wolves that only give 1 0-level sand core, the Sandwolf Elite gave 5 at once. Wang Yi used it directly, and the sand world instantly became much larger, and the border was almost 4 meters wide. The treasure chest key is not an item that is necessarily dropped. It depends on whether there is a treasure chest in the monster's lair. Many people on the forum show treasure chest keys, but they are all wooden keys. There are broken, rough, old, and exquisite locked treasure chests with corresponding prefixes. Different prefixes will result in different quality and output of the treasure chests. The exquisite iron box that Wang Yi dug today is already of a very high level. It directly produced 2 blueprints, but the blueprints were a bit biased. It is not enough to have a key alone. If you can't find the treasure chest, you have nothing. Fortunately, these keys are not one-to-one and can open treasure chests of the same quality with the same prefix, so they will not become waste. Picking up the gun head that fell on the ground after the Sandwolf Elite was decomposed, Wang Yi spent 2 units of wood to repair the iron gun again. Wang Yi cleaned up the traces of the battle on the ground, sat on the wooden chair again with his back against the west wall, and dozed off. A night passed in a half-asleep and half-awake state, and the Sandwolf did not fool him again. Congratulations to the trialists for passing this trial. The next trial will start after the Sand Sea changes. The trial level is 2. Please improve your strength as soon as possible. Monsters act randomly during the non-trial period. The Sand World may be attacked by multiple monsters. Please pay attention to prevention. At 8 o'clock the next morning, 2 system notifications woke Wang Yi up. Fuck! Are you going to let me live? How can I play if I don't drop any equipment when I kill monsters? System, are you there? I don't want to play anymore. Send me home. The Iron Blood Alliance sincerely recruits all kinds of trialists to join. There are survival experts in the Alliance to guide us. With the 2 system notifications, the already lively regional channels exploded. Wang Yi ate breakfast quietly and found that the current number of people in the 6666 area was 91/50,000. Hundreds of people lost their lives in the second half of the night due to carelessness. However, there should not be a large reduction in the number of people in the short term after this time. After seeing the blood, many people's mentality has changed. Taking advantage of the fact that the temperature in the desert has not risen after the sun rises, Wang Yi sorted out his equipment and prepared to do a big job in this relatively cool morning. He put on rattan armor, put a short sword on his waist, and carried a newly made shovel on his back, 2 units of wood and 1 unit of iron. Then he picked up the iron gun and cleared the Sand World. The direction chosen was the east, where the elite Sandwolves attacked. Today, he planned to explore further. With the experience of yesterday's black iron treasure chest, Wang Yi completely used the iron spear as a walking stick and would thrust it down with every step he took. It's true that there were a lot of things hidden under the sand. Wang Yi had only walked a dozen steps when the iron spear found something hard. Putting the iron spear aside, Wang Yi took off the shovel behind him and started digging. In a moment, a large piece of wood was dug out. Wood +2. Putting the wood into his backpack, Wang Yi sorted out his equipment and continued to move forward. Wood +1, iron block plus stone +2. When he reached the border of yesterday's exploration, he had already gained a lot. This was still a small area in the east. There seemed to be a lot of goods in the sand. However, Wang Yi had no intention of turning back to explore. He spent 2 units of wood to make a signpost and inserted it on a high slope, and then continued to move forward. In this unexplored area, various supplies were scattered on the sand. Wang Yi turned into a little girl picking mushrooms, going east and west, collecting all the supplies that fell outside. Wood +2 stone, +1, wood 1, iron +1, glass 2, broken wooden box +1. Various system information about obtaining supplies continued. Wang Yi explored for about 2 hours and chose to return when the sun rose high. At this time, he was nearly 100 meters away from the last signpost and 300 meters away from his own sand world. The exploration was also very fruitful. Apart from the 2 grids for storing wolf meat and wolf blood, the backpack grids contained 66 wood, 15 stones, 12 iron blocks, 15 vines, 5 copper blocks, 4 glass, 2 flints, 3 cloths, 4 plastics, 3 broken wooden boxes, and 2 old wooden boxes. Unfortunately, he did not find the nest of the Sandwolf Elite, and he did not know whether he could get the old iron box in the end. Wang Yi chose to return the same way. He was very tired now and did not want to encounter any twists and turns. He put the 2 signposts back into his backpack. The terrain of the Sand Sea changed very quickly. Wang Yi did not think that the signposts could be found after being left outside for a long time. After taking a short break on the wooden chair, it was time to unpack. You opened the damaged wooden box. You got 6 wood, 2 stones, 2 breads. Alas, no water, failed unpacking. You opened the damaged wooden box. You got 5 wood, 5 stones, 3 mineral waters. Nice, water is out, oh. You opened the old wooden box. You got 10 wood, 10 stones, 3 iron blocks. You opened the old wooden box. You got 15 wood, 10 breads. Not bad, not bad. There are more and more supplies. If you work hard, you can live in a safe stone house tonight. Looking at the supplies in the backpack, Wang Yi thought happily and drank the half bottle of water left in the morning in one breath. He was so arrogant. Near noon, Wang Yi rested well and did not go out. He studied the problem of how to eat wolf meat. He had always been thinking about the effect of wolf meat on physical fitness. Wolf meat is definitely not good to eat raw. It tastes bad to begin with, and it tastes even worse when eaten raw. Soon Wang Yi found a solution in the forging column. Stone pond bonfire, 5 units of stone, 2 units of flint, and any wood. Wang Yi did not choose to build it immediately, but dismantled the sand pit trap on the east side, then dug the sand and spent 15 units of stone to build another 5-meter-high and 3-meter-wide stone wall under the sand. Then he spent 9 units of stone to build a stone floor on the sand, connecting the stone walls on the east and west sides. Without the sand that hurt his feet, Wang Yi felt much more comfortable instantly, and immediately built a stone pond bonfire in the center of the ground. Adding 1 unit of wood into it, a bonfire instantly ignited in the stone pond. Adding another unit, the fire became bigger, enough for Wang Yi to use for grilling meat. Spending another unit of wood and 1 unit of iron, Wang Yi built a grill on the fire pit, took out a portion of sand wolf meat, cut it into thick slices and grilled it on the grill. The fat in the wolf meat was released by the flames, dripping into the fire pit and emitting sparks. Simple cooking does not make unpalatable ingredients taste good, so Wang Yi began to search for seasonings in the exchange. There was no chili powder or cumin powder, which are barbecue companions. Wang Yi searched for a long time before finding a young lady selling salt. Seeing 50 grams salt in exchange for 5 bread or 1 mineral water, Wang Yi's face darkened. This young lady was too mean. Wang Yi tried to have a private chat with the young lady named Liu Ruyan. The question of whether to exchange or not made him lose his temper. He had to exchange for sure. Sweating in the desert was serious. In addition to being easily dehydrated, the body also lost salt. If it was not replenished in time, the problem would be serious. Before there was a fixed source of mineral water, the more the better. Wang Yi was reluctant to trade it, and there were many substitutes for bread. There was also a lot of sand wolf meat in his backpack. Wang Yi exchanged 10 pieces of bread for 100 grams of salt. He carefully grabbed a pinch of salt and sprinkled it evenly on the sizzling steak, which was quickly absorbed. "Oh my God, it's too disgusting!" Wang Yi took a piece of barbecue and tried to take a bite. It smelled delicious, but it tasted hard to describe. With tears in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the pieces of meat into his stomach. He ignored the churning in his stomach and forced himself not to spit it out. After swallowing a piece of meat, Wang Yi leaned on the wooden chair and didn't move. It took a while for him to recover. The sand wolf meat decomposed quickly in the stomach, turning into a stream of warm currents that spread throughout the body. Wang Yi felt that he was not so tired. When the warm currents stopped, Wang Yi felt that his physique seemed to be a little stronger. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He picked up another piece of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't find it so difficult to swallow. Just like women's clothing is divided into the first time and the countless times, breaking through that barrier is like a flood that can no longer be stopped. Wang Yi ate half of this 2-kilogram sand wolf meat before he felt full. The main reason was that it was digested too quickly. It was not until the body reached its current limit that it changed from fast absorption to slow absorption. After eating and drinking, Wang Yi lay on a wooden chair waiting to become stronger. The sun outside, the sand world was scorching, just right for a lunch break at home. He opened the panel and skipped the world channel full of trash talk and the regional channel full of awkward chats. He browsed the forum and found that there was no information he needed. He opened the exchange page by page and took out the goods. 50 pieces of wood for 1 piece of mineral water, 30 pieces of stone for 1 piece of mineral water, 3 pieces of bread for 1 piece of mineral water, 20 pieces of wood for 1 piece of animal sinew, 15 pieces of stone for 2 pieces of glass, 15 pieces of vine for 2 pieces of iron, 3 pieces of iron for 1 piece of copper. The most common exchange conditions are still to exchange various materials for mineral water, with prices ranging from high to low, but Wang Yi has not yet found a deal. If he encounters a suitable material to exchange for materials that he does not need at the moment, Wang Yi will not let it go, and will exchange 4 units of glass for 30 units of stone. There is no shortage of good things in the exchange, such as powerful weapons such as the light bow and the armor-breaking crossbow, and there are also many blueprints, but the prices are too high, either high-quality items or large amounts of water, which Wang Yi cannot afford. Just when Wang Yi was about to close the panel and focus on construction, a purchase information on the forum attracted his attention. Wang Wanli, looking for water purification devices or blueprints, urgently needed, please PM me if you want them. The price is guaranteed to satisfy you. Did Mr. Wang find a water source? I envy you. I'll book the water in the front row. I want it. Where did you find the water? Can you give me a guide? Wang, haha, no problem, no problem. I guarantee the price is fair. Wang Wanli was staring at the water in the wooden barrel anxiously, not knowing where in the sand sea. Turbid sewage, polluted water. If you don't want to get sick, it's best to purify it with a water purification device. Why haven't you got it yet? Wang Wanli looked at a bunch of irrelevant words in the private message and muttered to himself angrily. I got it, I must get it. It's best to get the blueprint. Looking at the oasis pool under the sand dunes, Wang Wanli stretched out his hand and clenched it, as if he had grasped the future. What can you use in exchange? The person who sent the message to Wang Wanli was naturally Wang Yi, who had the blueprint of the simple water purifier. After sending the information about the water purifier to Wang Wanli, Wang Yi began to ask about the trading materials he could provide. Wang Yi, how about I give you 100 milliliters of water every day for every simple water purifier you provide? Not so good. It seems to be a good condition, equivalent to having a stable water source, but Wang Wanli's practice of getting something for nothing makes Wang Yi very dissatisfied. Not to mention Wang Wanli's personal credibility. In this unconstrained world, it is difficult to guarantee that he will fulfill his contract. But even if he does fulfill his contract, what does it matter? In this world where life is uncertain, Wang Yi believes that only what he has in his hands is his. Wang Yi, how about exchanging 5 bottles of mineral water for a simple water purifier? Not enough! If Wang Yi was in urgent need of water, this condition would definitely be more than enough. But now it is a seller's market, and the price is set by him. You are so greedy. Don't think you will have a good time when you beg me in the future. Wang Wanli roared angrily and kicked over the bucket next to him, and the water was quickly absorbed by the sand. It seems that there is no way to avoid bleeding. There is gain only when there is sacrifice. As long as the water source is controlled, there is nothing you can't get. Wang Wanli reluctantly took out a drawing from his backpack and gritted his teeth to send the message to Wang Yi. How do you think of this? Drawing for making firebomb 1 time, 3 fire crystals, 6 charcoal, 2 iron, 1 copper, and 5 powerful firebombs can be made. The thing is good, but it is a one-time drawing, and what is fire crystal? Isn't gunpowder 1 nitrate, 2 sulfurs, and 3 charcoals? The world of the Sea of Sand obviously doesn't talk to him about science. After changing, Wang Yi instantly made up his mind. As long as he made the firebomb, it would be a big killer that could be used as a trump card at this stage, but it couldn't be too cheap for Wang Wanli. Add the water from before and change it. Okay, you go to the exchange to put it on the shelf. Wang Wanli almost gritted his teeth and remembered the name Wang Yi. Wang Yi took out the drawing of the simple water purifier and used it. The forging page immediately added the option of simple water purifier. Take out one vine to synthesize one rope. There are wood and stone in the backpack. There is more sand than he can use. He has dug traps and corners in the past 2 days. There are already hundreds of units of sand stored in his backpack. Click to make, and it will be completed in a few seconds. A simple water purifier more than 1 meter high is completed. The simple water purifier is like 2 large hourglasses falling together. Below the water inlet are gravel layers, coarse sand layers, fine sand layers, and finer sand layers. After filtering each layer, it is filtered again in the large funnel below. No wonder the purification efficiency is so low. Only 1 liter of water is purified a day. The simple water purifier is very solid. Wang Yi tried to lift it, and it seemed that he couldn't lift it. Fortunately, it can be easily collected with a backpack. Drag the simple water purifier to the exchange, set the agreed trading items, and it was instantly replaced by Wang Wanli after it was put on the shelf, as if he was afraid that he would regret it. Wang Yi, you wait for me. You will be in trouble in the future. I finally got it! Ha! Wang Wanli put the simple water purifier he traded on the sand in the sand world, picked up a bucket of sewage he had just returned and put it in. After waiting for a long time, water finally flowed out of the outlet. Looking at the words in the description that the water was clean and could be drunk directly, he couldn't help laughing wildly. I just saw the owner of the trading platform trading a simple water purifier. Boss Wang, did you buy it? Please come out and solve my doubts. Girl, please help me. I'm going to reserve water in the front row. Can you give me a discount? Wanli, it is true that I spent a lot of money to buy the water purifier, and it has already started production. If the water purifier is sold at a lower price, I can guarantee the water supply in this area. Unfortunately, someone is raising the price. I only have 1 water purifier, and the daily output is limited. I can't provide cheap water. Boss Wang, who is this? So wicked. Name him. I'll go and blow him up. Count me in. Let's go together. Let's go together. Beep. Wang Yi was digging sand in his own sand world, preparing to build the north and south walls of the basement. A burst of private messages kept ringing in his mind, and Wang Yi immediately turned on the mute. Oh, moral kidnapping. Wang Yi roughly glanced at the private messages and understood what happened. Wang Wanli really did something weird. Inciting others to blow himself up? Didn't you know that even the alien world system is now advanced enough to have a blacklist function? Just search by keywords and the world will be quiet in an instant. However, Wang Yi still felt unsatisfied. In an orderly world, there is win-win cooperation, but in this unconstrained world, personal desires will be infinitely magnified, and many seemingly feasible plans are just ideal plans. Don't you see why those who have obtained the blueprints of weapons, such as armor-piercing crossbows, did not come out to share them? If everyone contributed materials and each person had an armor-piercing crossbow, so many people would have died last night? Only a fool would believe what Wang Wanli said. At least he directly kidnapped himself morally. Wang Yi didn't believe that he was a good person at all. But who made Wang Yi kind-hearted? No matter if they were really fools or just watching the fun, Wang Yi decided to help them. Wang Yi directly opened the regional channel forum and posted, "After deep reflection, I realized my mistakes, but I was suffering from not having enough materials. Now I decided to build a simple water purifier for everyone free of charge, as long as everyone provided materials. The materials are as follows: wood 15, stone 15, vine 15. What if I give you the materials, but you don't give me the water purifier? Don't worry, I'll be honest with you. I'll pay you and get you the goods. I have a simple water purifier here. Just go to the trading house. Are the materials too much? Come or not, only 1 hour." Wang Yi didn't reply much. He just went fishing and made a simple water purifier and hung it in the trading house. While everyone was hesitating, Wang Wanli exchanged the simple water purifier from the exchange in seconds and posted a message following the rhythm. "I didn't expect that brother Wang Yi was so righteous. I also promise here, 70% of the daily output of the water purifier will be returned to the owner, and I will keep 30% to earn hard-earned money." Wang Wanli's face in the sand world was almost frozen with laughter. He didn't expect that he would get such a reward for his casual, disgusting Wang Yi's hand. He should take advantage of everyone's hot heads to fool more people. If he controls the water, he controls the fate of countless people. There are always some people who want to try it, even if their reason tells them that it is impossible. Soon, Wang Yi received a lot of orders. If you have money but don't make it, you're a fool. Wang Yi chose to trade directly. Seeing that many people did it, the onlookers began to doubt and follow suit. What they thought was absurd now seemed to make sense. Alliance leader, the forum is full of hype. The members of the alliance asked me to ask if we should follow up. Warwolf, it's just a clown trying to attract attention. It's better to believe in the sword in your hand than to believe in them. With strength, there is water and food everywhere in the sea of sand. Warwolf chopped off the head of the sand wolf with a knife, enjoying the overall improvement of his body. He was already upgraded to level 2. He took out a roughly locked wooden box from the nest and opened it with the key obtained by decomposing the sand wolf. Mineral water and bread immediately appeared. I understand. I will make the members of the Alliance calm down and be more rational. Why are there always so many people in this world who don't believe in evil and always like to spend money to buy lessons? In less than half an hour, Wang Yi completed another 50 transactions. If someone couldn't stand it and said that Wang Wanli couldn't take care of so many water purifiers. Moreover, Wang Wanli felt that the water purifiers piled outside the sand boundary were enough, and the number might be even greater. In this way, after a farce, Wang Yi made a lot of money. Others would see whether Yun Jingshui could succeed in the future, whether Wang Wanli would take it all, or whether it would be mutually beneficial and win-win. Looking at the backpack. 641 wood, 731 stones, 713 vines, 14 iron blocks, 5 copper blocks, 3 cloths, 4 plastics, 1 sandwolf skin, 1 old iron sandwolf, blood, 7 sandwolf meat, 7 breads, 7 mineral waters, 2 signposts, solar glass manufacturing machine drawings, firebomb production drawings, disposable. Wang Yi's eyes were all smiling. It was really a good thing that he could get a lot of money while sitting at home. It just so happened that when making a simple water purifier, the sand in his own sand boundary was basically hollowed out, so Wang Yi started to build his own residence very conveniently. Spend 24 units of stone to build a stone wall 8 meters high and 3 meters wide on the north and south sides, still 5 meters underground and 3 meters above ground, just aligned with the west wall. In this way, a basement with a roof and 4 sides is completed. Wang Yi spends 9 units of stone again to lay a thick stone floor for the basement to prevent monsters from attacking from underground. Then spend 9 units of wood to lay a wooden floor for the basement, and spend 10 units of wood to build a wooden bed on the west side. Spend 15 units of wood to build a cabinet on the east side. Spend 5 units of wood to build a wooden table, 2 units of wood to build a wooden chair on the south side. Spend 5 units of wood to build a wooden ladder in the southeast corner, and then spend 5 units of iron to build a thick manhole cover-style exit door that can only be opened outward. Pull out the iron rod that locks the manhole cover door. Wang Yi pushes the iron door open with force and goes to the upper floor of the basement through the wooden ladder. Anyway, there are sufficient resources. Wang Yi continues to start the construction mode, spend 9 units of stone to fill the east wall, and then another 9 units of stone to fill the roof. The light in the room dimmed immediately, and Wang Yi was locked in a pitch-black room. However, this did not bother him. He still built a wooden ladder to the roof, this time in the northwest corner, and used the system's decomposition function to open a large hole in the roof. Because the basement was the safe house, a wooden door was installed on the roof this time, and no iron was wasted. Standing on the roof of the small building, Wang Yi began to use the system's convenience to dig a light hole, and then dug a ventilation hole on the top of the side wall. Wang Yi was going to fill the light hole with glass with good light transmittance, but now he didn't have any glass, but he had a tool to produce glass. Taking out the solar glass making machine blueprint from his backpack, Wang Yi directly chose to use it, and the solar glass making machine option was immediately added to the forging column. Wang Yi clicked on manufacturing, and the corresponding materials in the backpack were automatically deducted. A sci-fi machine appeared in the backpack a few seconds later. Solar glass making machine. No energy is required. As long as there is sunlight, glass can be produced continuously. Production capacity 3 units of sand can produce glass units, and 3 units of glass day on non-rainy days. Taking advantage of the sunlight, Wang Yi directly put the solar glass making machine on the roof to let it work. Wang Yi looked around and felt that something was missing, so he spent another 6 units of stone to build half-meter-high walls on all sides of the roof. Then he made 4 detachable wooden ladders and hung them on the 4 walls for easy access, and Wang Yi completed his first house in the world. Looking at the 2-story building under his feet, Wang Yi felt a sense of accomplishment. Back in the cabin, with the light holes and ventilation holes, the first floor interior did not seem dark and dull at all. Wang Yi arranged it again, with beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs. But after opening the iron door of the basement and going down, it didn't feel good. It was pitch black inside, and the air became turbid after a while. Wang Yi had to follow the same method and first drill some air holes in hidden places to improve the air. He would find a way to solve the problem of lighting when there was glass in the future. After all the hard work, Wang Yi didn't feel tired, but he had consumed a lot of resources. He opened his backpack and found 540 pieces of wood, 650 pieces of stone, 713 pieces of vine, 3 pieces of iron, 2 pieces of copper, 3 pieces of cloth, 4 pieces of plastic, 1 piece of sand wolf skin, 1 piece of old iron key, 21 pieces of sand wolf blood, 7 pieces of sand wolf meat, 7 pieces of bread, 7 pieces of mineral water, 2 signs, and a drawing for making fire bombs 1 time. He had used more than 100 pieces of wood, more than 80 pieces of stone, and the more scarce materials such as iron and copper were basically exhausted. In return, he had a stable place to stay. Compared with the last night when he had to sleep with his eyes half open, he had made a qualitative leap. Compared with those trialists who only had wooden sheds or even no wooden sheds, he felt full of happiness. A stable shelter is only the first step to survive in the sea of sand. Wang Yi would not be complacent and stop moving forward. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Although the sun began to shift, the sand sea was still incredibly hot, scorching and evaporating every bit of moisture between heaven and earth. Wang Yi put on his equipment and chose to explore eastward. He was still obsessed with the treasure chest left by the Sand Wolf elite. Unlike the morning, Wang Yi, who was extremely rich in ordinary supplies, quickly walked 100 meters away, inserted the signpost and continued to explore. There were still a lot of scattered supplies in this unexplored sand. Even if Wang Yi had just made a fortune, he would not give up the resources that were at his fingertips. Stone +1, plastic +1. Hey, good luck! As soon as he climbed up a sand slope, Wang Yi saw a box with a corner of it falling out of the open space under the sand slope, waving to him in a gorgeous way. Wang Yi walked down the sand slope quickly, walked a few steps to the box, took out the shovel behind him, and prepared to dig. Wang Yi was shocked as soon as he went down and shoveled. This was a locked treasure chest. He quickly jumped sideways and rolled away from the treasure chest. A hideous mouthpart rushed out from where Wang Yi had just stood. The ring-shaped mouthpart, full of sharp teeth, bit the air, making a clanging sound, and then quickly retracted into the sand, and the traces were buried by the flowing sand. However, in this brief moment, Wang Yi still captured the information of this terrifying monster similar to the desert worm. Sand Devourer 1, skills none, talents none. Description: Senior Voldemort, not invincible but can be killed. Looking at the sand without any traces, Wang Yi analyzed the situation and whispered to himself. Unknown enemies are terrifying. The Sand Devourer exposed its own foundation after the first attack failed. This is a monster that likes to passively ambush, using a treasure chest with a corner exposed to attract prey. It is indeed a little clever, but after being discovered, it is a tool that Wang Yi can use. The Sand Devourer obviously senses the dynamics of the prey through vibration, just like a spider weaving a web and waiting for prey to hit it. Many people on Earth have done the childhood fun of deliberately throwing things like scraps of paper on spider webs to cause vibrations and attract spiders. Now Wang Yi is going to regain his childhood fun. To do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. Wang Yi used the remaining 3 units of iron blocks to make 3 iron spears, plus 10 wooden spears removed from the trap for backup. He took out some gravel and threw it at the exposed treasure chest, always paying attention to the movement on the sand. Now! After several consecutive pieces of gravel hit the treasure chest, the sand finally moved. At the moment the sand broke, Wang Yi had completed the back step to accumulate power, then threw the iron spear in his hand with all his strength, and then took out the iron spear from his backpack and threw it again. When the sand-eating worm rushed to the highest point and naturally fell back, the first iron spear thrown by Wang Yi was unstoppable and pierced through the sand-eating worm's ring mouthparts more than a meter below and remained in its body. The nearly 2-meter-long spear stretched across the sand, preventing the sand-eating worm from quickly retreating into the sand. The subsequent iron spears hit the worm one after another, and dim mucus gushed out from the breach, and the corroded iron spears sizzled and smoked. The severely injured sand-eating worm went crazy, ignoring its instinct to retreat into the sand in fear of the sun, and rushed out of the sand to pounce on Wang Yi. Wang Yi retreated quickly while throwing wooden spears at the sand-eating worm's ring-shaped giant mouth to prevent it from getting close to him. The sand-eating worm fell on its way forward due to the rapid loss of body fluids from the serious injury. Killing a level 1 sand-eating worm, experience plus 10. Wang Yi didn't let down his guard until the system message sounded. How many hunters died under the dying blow of their prey, and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Successfully decomposed the sand-eating worm, obtained 1 0-level sand core, 1 rough wooden key, and 3 of sand-eating worm's body fluids. Wang Yi chose to decompose the 4 or 5 meter long sand-eating worm corpse on the ground, which was as thick as a bucket. However, the harvest was inversely proportional to its size. The sand-eating worm corpse disappeared after decomposition, and the iron spears and wooden spears that Wang Yi had thrown before fell to the ground. The wooden spears were either chopped into pieces by the sharp teeth or corroded beyond recognition. The iron spears that had been penetrated earlier, the spearheads were fine, but the surface was very mottled, and the spearheads in the sand-eating worm body had all become scrap iron. In less than a quarter of an hour, Wang Yi had a deep understanding of the corrosiveness of the sand-eating worm body fluids, which would become a sharp weapon in his hands. After putting the treasure chest that was pushed out of the sand by the sand-eating worm into his backpack, Wang Yi saw that the sun had begun to set, and he was a little tired, so he packed up his things and returned in the direction marked by the signpost. Back at the Sand World hut, Wang Yi took a sip of the mineral water left over from lunch and analyzed the gains and losses of the afternoon battle. 10 wooden spears and 3 iron spears were lost, and the only remaining iron spear shrunk after repair. But there were not many spoils. Wang Yi chose to use the sand core directly, and his own sand world expanded a little bit, with an area of 16 square meters. The sand-eating insect body fluids are temporarily kept in the backpack. I will see whether to make venom traps or venom bombs later. I believe it will bring me surprises. Wang Yi took out the rough locked wooden box and the rough wooden key from the backpack and chose to open it casually. Wang Yi did not have too high expectations for the wooden box. It was impossible to have a big explosion. There was a special summary post on the forum about the production of various treasure chests. The most common materials in the wooden box are wood, stone, and vines. It is possible to open a small amount of food, water, iron, copper, and other scarce resources. Different prefixes can open different total resources. The worst damage level is 1 to 15 units, the rough level is 5 to 20, the old level is 10 to 30, and the exquisite level is 40 to 100. There is no record of higher levels for the time being. The upper and lower limits of each grade may deviate, but most of them are within this range. As for the production of iron boxes, there is a lack of samples, and the thread owner did not make statistics. Another point is that locked treasure chests generally have higher output than unlocked treasure chests, and the probability of scarce resources is also higher. You use the key to open the locked rough wooden box. You get 10 wood, 3 bread, 3 mineral water. You decompose the rough wooden box and get 5 wood. Profit. Wang Yi grinned. The total resource volume is 16, which is higher than the average level. What is rare is that a lot of precious food and water were opened. At sunset, Wang Yi took out 2 units of wood and lit the fire pit again. While heating the barbecue left over from lunch, he counted the supplies. Wood 550, stone 6v5, vine 720, copper block 2, cloth 5, plastic 6, sand wolf skin 1, old iron, key 1, sand wolf blood 2L, sandworm body fluid 3L, sand wolf meat 7, bread 10, mineral water 10, signpost 2, firebomb production drawings 1 time. After eating the barbecue, Wang Yi lay on the wooden bed waiting for the energy in the sandwolf meat to strengthen his body and opened the forum to look through it. The cloud water purification project at noon was still quite popular, and participants occasionally came out to talk, but the focus had been absorbed by other things. Wang Yi opened a post titled Celebrating the Iron Blood Alliance leader, Wolf Warrior, who was promoted to level 2. This powerful alliance, which was established the earliest in the region, is still strong. The post included some screenshots of Wolf Warrior killing monsters and opening treasure chests, as well as a personal panel that was promoted to level 2, but the skill and talent columns were blocked. At the end of the post was still the deputy leader's favorite recruitment slogan. This post was not posted for a long time, but it was very popular, with countless people leaving comments. Some people asked about the strategy of killing Wolf Warrior, some asked about the current recruitment conditions of the Iron Blood Alliance, and some envious and jealous trash talk and some incomprehensible self-talk. After exiting the post, Wang Yi found several similar posts, all of which were major alliances, showing off their muscles and the strength of their gangs to compete and attract high-quality individual players who have not yet joined. At this stage, those who can reach level 2 are definitely gifted people. Wang Yi estimates that there are no more than 10 people, including those who have not been made public. The road to upgrading is definitely difficult. Wang Yi is lucky to kill an elite monster, but now it is only 6100. The difficulty can be seen from the fact that the system has set the standard for the next trial at level 2, and given the trial participants a week to prepare. The urgent alarm scared Wang Yi so much that he sat up from the bed and quickly packed up his equipment and climbed up the wooden ladder to the roof. He bent over and touched the low wall on the roof to check the enemy situation. At this time, he was surrounded by enemies. There were 3 or 2 sand wolves attacking the sand shield on all sides. After a few attacks, the shield lost its weak ability to defend against enemies. Sand wolves with a shoulder height of 1 meter wandered around the hut. The sand shield still existed, but was useless. It perfectly blocked the wind and sand, but the sand wolves could enter and exit freely. Wang Yi crouched on the roof of the hut and waited for the opportunity. When a sand wolf wandered nearby, he immediately stood up and stabbed its back with his gun. Before he could draw out his spear and stab again, a wolf howl sounded, and the sand wolves on all sides jumped up and pounced on Wang Yi, who was exposed on the roof. Wang Yi's face changed, and he didn't care about the iron spear. He put away the solar glass making machine on the roof and jumped onto the wooden ladder to pull the wooden door on the roof and fasten it. Bangs and scratches sounded above his head, and dust flew down, but the wolves obviously couldn't do anything about the thick wooden door. You killed a level 1 sand wolf. Experience plus 10 down. The killing notification came late. It seems that the sand wolf that was stabbed by him died after all. Half an hour later, the sand wolf was still scratching the wooden door on the roof tirelessly. Through the light holes on the roof, Wang Yi found that there were many sand wolves wandering on the roof. "Good night, gentlemen sand wolves. I won't play with you anymore." Without any entertainment and feeling tired, Wang Yi decided to go to bed early. Even though the sand wolves couldn't do anything about the wooden door, for safety reasons, he chose to go to the basement to rest. This night was destined to be an uneasy night. While Wang Yi was sleeping, battles were still taking place in countless corners of the Sea of Sand. "Help! I'm surrounded by monsters. Who can save me? May the people upstairs be on their own. I'm being pinned to the ground by a monster, and it seems to be thinking about where to start." The people upstairs are real men. I was bitten by a zombie. Will I become a zombie? Oh my God, what is this? A vixen? Oh. What happened upstairs? Can you describe your feelings? There? Fortunately, I cleverly built a wooden house, and the monsters were blocked outside. Is it so miserable upstairs? Why don't any monsters come to my door? My sword has been thirsting for a long time. Don't miss the experience that comes to your door. That's right. Who knows where these monsters hide during the day? Now they come to my door to be killed. I feel like I can reach level 2 tonight? Come on. A new day has arrived quietly. In the basement, Wang Yi climbed up from the wolfskin mat, stretched himself, took out a piece of bread and tore it while climbing upstairs. But when Wang Yi came up, his face immediately turned black. The whole first floor was filled with the smell of urine, and some muddy yellow water drops kept dripping from the ceiling along the skylight holes. You didn't have to guess what it was. Wang Yi was angry. What did this group of sandwolves think of his home? But after climbing up a few steps, Wang Yi had to force himself to put away his anger. The group of sandwolves had not left yet, and many sandwolves could still be seen through the skylight holes. Going out now would be suicide. The sandwolves on the rooftop obviously heard the movement downstairs and scratched the wooden door hard again. Wang Yi observed the situation outside the house through the air vents on the surrounding walls. He saw many sandwolves lying or sitting around, and some sandwolves dragged prey back from the sandworld to enjoy together. After eating and drinking, they were happy outside Wang Yi's house as if no one was around, obviously treating Wang Ming's sandworld as a new nest. Wang Yi returned to the basement with a gloomy face, took out the bread he had put away before, and bit it hard, as if biting the flesh of the sandwolf. Impotent rage is the behavior of the weak. After finishing breakfast, Wang Yi began to think about how to kill or expel this group of sandwolves. The sandwolf that Wang Yi killed yesterday has disappeared. It is estimated that it has been eaten by other sandwolves. In addition to experience, he did not get any spoils. Now there are only 12 sandwolves left in this group of sandwolves. There is no way to win in a head-on confrontation. After losing the iron spear, Wang Yi's only weapon is the short sword from the novice treasure box. Weapons are urgently needed. Wang Yi now can't even get the materials to make the iron spear. He can't go out to explore, so he can only exchange for help from others through the regional channel. When he opened the regional channel, he found that there was a big commotion inside. Wang Yi glanced at the number of people in the area. Now there are only 7,800, 1,000. He was shocked. More than 1,000 people lost their lives last night. The casualties are even more severe than the first night. These are all the trialists who have seen blood after a round of elimination. No wonder after the first trial, the system specifically reminded them to be careful to guard against monster attacks after the trial. Unrestrained monsters may be more dangerous than the trial. Wang Yi quickly collected information and found that he was not alone in being attacked by wolves. Many people were attacked by multiple monsters or high-level monsters. A very small number of people defeated the attacking monsters and gained a lot. A group of people even got promoted to level 2, but most people died in the attack. A few people survived with safe shelters like himself, but they had to face the problem of occupying the magpie's nest. There is a very popular post in the forum, which dialectically discusses why monsters are keen to attack trialists. The culprit is the sand world. A sand world similar to an air-conditioned room in the hot desert is undoubtedly attractive to sand sea creatures. They, the trialists, are just snacks. As long as the sand world is there, it will continue to attract surrounding monsters to occupy and build nests. But can they give up the sand world and fly away? Obviously not. After losing the sand world, they will only die faster. Even without the monsters, the harsh environment will kill them. So in order to survive, they must fight against the monsters. Now most of the people who survived in their area were lucky enough not to be attacked last night. Moreover, the monsters did not retreat at dawn. There were still new trialist sand worlds being attacked. The dangerous situation led to a surge in the prices of weapons, armor, wood, and stone building materials in the exchange. Excellent equipment was conducive to killing monsters, and solid shelters gave trialists more choices. Many people took out food and drinking water to buy weapons and building materials. Buyers and sellers exchanged, and for a time, stone and wood became popular. Faced with the crisis, many people took out their treasures. Wang Yi actually saw an equipment production drawing in the exchange. Iron spear 1 to 5 materials, 3 units of iron, 2 units of copper. Description: a combat weapon, you deserve it. Adding special materials to the production has a chance to improve the quality. This is not the iron spear in the forging column without any bonus. This is real equipment. Equipment with a level. Not knowing why the trialist named UTXN didn't keep him to learn, Wang Yi looked at the terms of the deal and decided to take it. As 200 units of wood, 200 units of stone, and 200 units of vines disappeared, Wang Yi's backpack had an equipment blueprint. Wang Yi didn't hesitate and chose to learn it directly. This time it didn't appear in the forging column, but directly appeared in his character panel. Wang Yi race, human, age, 21, level 1 experience, 70, 100 skills, none, talent, none. Tiangong, iron spear 1-5. After reading the description of Tiangong in detail, Wang Yi found that it was different from the forging column. The forging column can make unlimited unlocked items as long as there are corresponding materials, but they are all non-attribute items. Tiangong makes items with levels, quality, and additional attributes, and there is an additional energy value limit. Creating Tiangong items consumes energy. When the energy value is too low, people will become listless and easily fatigued. This limit is 40 points. There is also a warning line below that. When the energy value is less than 20 points, shock and fainting will occur. In severe cases, it may endanger life. Wang Yi looked at his energy value. It is now 100 full. It takes 20 energy points to create a day. If you have a good rest for a day, you can only restore 10 energy points. Spending 50 units of stone to exchange for 5 units of iron, Wang Yi immediately chose to create. Iron and copper are necessities, and no less. There is also an optional material frame, but there is no material to add in the backpack. Unlike the forging column, which can be completed in a few seconds, Tiangong creation is quite time-consuming. The disappeared materials appeared in a mysterious furnace space. They were forged by hammering. There was a countdown on the panel. That would not be made until 1 hour later. Taking advantage of the popularity of building materials resources, a large number of trialers took out treasures for trading, and Wang Yi continued to sweep the goods at the exchange. 30 wood for 10 cotton, 20 wood for 1 mineral water, 20 wood for 5 cloth, 20 wood for 1 iron block, 30 wood for 1 copper block, 20 stone for 2 iron blocks, 15 stone for 1 copper block, 10 stone for 1 mineral water. After spending some wood and stone to exchange for items that he thought were priced appropriately, Wang Yi saw another item that made his heart beat. Demon Slayer crossbow, poor quality, level 1. Attack 100%. Addition 5% damage bonus. Double the damage bonus to monsters. The attack 100% means that the Demon Slayer crossbow can exert the damage of a full-strength attack of a trialist of that level. Equipment with a higher level than your own equipment will have a damage bonus, with a 20% bonus for each higher level, up to a maximum of 5 levels. Melee weapons with equipment lower than their own level will not have damage reduction, but the sharpness and sturdiness of the weapons will not keep up, and long-range weapons can only exert the fixed power of the equipment level. Although Wang Yi was very envious, the seller's asking price made him frown. 300 units of stone was simply a lion's mouth. You know, the price of stone is soaring now, and it is the hard currency for building a solid shelter. The reusable equipment drawings he purchased before were also at this price. Wang Yi chose to privately chat with the seller to bargain, but the seller's attitude was extremely arrogant and did not accept bargaining. He looked like he wanted to buy or not, so Wang Yi had to give up. Seeing that there were no items suitable for him in the exchange, Wang Yi began to consider how to use the existing supplies to deal with the Sandwolf pack. Without finding long-range weapons, he could only choose close combat. His overall combat power was inferior, but he could create terrain advantages. This is his sand world, and he can easily change the pattern in the house. He disassembled the wooden ladder leading to the roof and replaced it with a half-meter wide stone passage. The stone passage was 1 meter above the ground. Wang Yi built another layer of stone slabs 1 meter above the ground to create a 1 meter high space. There were dense fist-sized holes on the stone slabs. Wang Yi sat on the stone slabs and made 3 acid bags with plastic film and sand-eating insect fluid while waiting for the forging of the iron gun. When the countdown ended, Wang Ming's backpack had a shining Mi-9 shotgun. Iron gun, poor quality, level 1. Attack, 100%, additional 5% armor penetration. Wang Yi waved it a few times, and it was very smooth, but the space in the house was a bit narrow and he couldn't use it well. But it didn't matter. He didn't know any gun skills, so it didn't affect the thrust. Everything was ready. Wang Yi reached his hand through the gap deliberately left in the passage, touched the wooden door, and chose to disassemble. The obstacles blocking the inside and outside disappeared instantly, and a sand wolf that didn't react fell down the passage instantly, and another sand wolf on the roof followed in. At this time, the unlucky guy who fell down first had time to howl to warn, and several more sand wolves jumped onto the roof, but none of them jumped down, obviously knowing from their companions that there was a trap below. The fallen sand wolf was still trying to jump out of the passage, but the narrow passage and smooth stone wall made it futile. Wang Yi saw that he couldn't deceive more sand wolves, so he shot the 2 trapped sand wolves through the reserved holes. You killed a level 1 sand wolf, experience plus 10 Hana. You killed a level 1 sand wolf, experience plus 10. 2 system prompts came one after another, and Wang Yi's experience reached 9100, and he only needed 1 sand wolf to reach the 2nd level of qualitative change. The death of their companions made the sand wolves howl in anger, but no one dared to come in to die. Wang Yi had to use the same trick again and decomposed a half-meter square hole on the east wall to attract the sand wolves. But the previous passage trap obviously made the sand wolves more vigilant, and they did not fall for it and continued to patrol around. Seeing this, Wang Yi had to increase the bait and expand the hole to 1 meter square, but the sand wolves remained unmoved. 1 meter 1, 1 meter 2, 1 meter 5. After the hole expanded to 1.5 meters, the sand wolves, who saw the situation inside the house clearly, moved together instantly and pounced on Wang Yi, who had a slightly raised corner of his mouth. At the moment when the sand wolves moved, Wang Yi also took out an acid bag and threw it at the wolves. The acid bag was torn by the wolf claws and turned into acid rain to cover the sand wolves that rushed up. There was a wailing sound for a while. The sand wolves whose eyes were splashed with acid rolled on the ground in pain. The sand wolf that rushed in first was shot by Wang Yi, who was ready to go. Then he shot into its skull and ended its life. You killed a level 1 sand wolf, experience plus 10 Hu. You have been promoted to level 2, and your physical fitness has been comprehensively improved. As the system prompt sounded, Wang Yi's strength, physical fitness, and sensitivity increased significantly, reaching twice the previous level. Several sand wolves that were not injured in key parts by the acid rushed over, and Wang Yi stepped forward. Now the sand wolves moved much slower in his eyes, and he could easily deal with several of them at the same time. Other sand wolves got up from the ground one after another, but they were blind and posed little threat to Wang Yi. He controlled the battle at the opening of the wall and was attacked by at most 4 sand wolves at the same time. The blind sand wolf completely became a troublemaker. Not only did it not cause any harm to Wang Yi, but it became his shield. After killing 3 sand wolves one after another, I don't know which sand wolf started to wail first, and the other sand wolves followed suit and fled with their tails between their legs. Wang Yi took advantage of the victory and chased and killed 2 blind sand wolves. The remaining sand wolves fled without a trace. You killed a level 1 sand wolf, experience plus 5. You killed a level 1 sand wolf, experience plus 5. The system prompt sounded continuously, and Wang Yi found that the experience of killing a level 1 sand wolf was directly halved after he reached level 2. The experience bar reached 2200, which meant that he had to kill 36 level 1 monsters to upgrade. not to mention whether he could find them if he hadn't relied on the geographical advantage and used acid to destroy most of the sandwolves. Even if he upgraded to level 2, it would be uncertain who would win or lose in the wild. After winning the battle, Wang Yi began to clean up the battlefield and deal with the spoils. Obtained 6 sandwolf meat, 1 L sandwolf blood, 1 sandwolf skin, 1 zero-order sand core. Obtained 6 corrupted sandwolf meat, 2 Ella corrupted sandwolf blood, 1 corroded sandwolf skin, 1 zero-order sand core. There were not many useful things from the 8 sandwolves because 5 of them were damaged by acid. Wang Yi completely decomposed the corroded things. In the end, he got 18 sandwolf meat, each of which was still 2 kilograms, 3 sandwolf skins, 3 liters of sandwolf blood, 1 sandwolf fang ordinary, and 8 zero-order sand cores. The sand core was used directly, and Wang Yi's sand world instantly expanded by 8 square meters. He finally had a relatively spacious activity space outside the stone house. The sandwolf fang obtained by decomposition is not the kind that can be knocked out of the wolf's mouth at will. It condenses extraordinary power and is the kind of special material needed to make equipment. Although the elite sandwolf skin before was also a special material, it could not be made together because it was incompatible with the iron spear. This time, the wolf fangs were a perfect match. As the materials were sufficient, Wang Yi started to forge again, hoping to create a higher level, higher quality equipment. The stone house was a mess after being transformed by himself. Wang Yi decomposed the extra stone walls. Nothing would be left after the used materials were decomposed. After putting away the fire pit and furniture, and reinstalling the wooden ladder and wooden door, Wang Yi's house was restored to its previous appearance, except that it was a little pungent with the smell of urine and blood. He used sand to clean the roof and the ground on the first floor, and the smell in the house was obviously much better. After all this busy work, it was noon. After being besieged by the Sandwolf Pack, the backpack resources at this time were reduced a lot. Basic resources: wood 220, stone 330, vine 520, glass 2, cloth 10, cotton 10, plastic 6, signpost 2, sandwolf skin 3, sandwolf meat 18, sandwolf blood 5L, bread 9, mineral water 12. Special resources: sandwolf skin elite 1, sandwolf meat elite 7, old iron key 1, firebomb production blueprint disposable 1. Put the solar glass making machine on the roof and continue working. Wang Yi took out the 2 units of glass he harvested and filled the light hole. He didn't want to experience the muddy rain again. It didn't hurt much, but it was extremely insulting. Lunch was still roasted elite sandwolf meat. Wang Yi had experienced its effect. Although the bonus was small, it was a little bit stronger, and it would be considerable if it accumulated over time. After lunch, the iron gun made by Tiangong was completed, which gave him a big surprise this time. Iron gun excellent level 3. Attack 110%, 10% armor penetration, 5% bleeding. The quality of equipment is divided into inferior, ordinary, excellent, sophisticated, rare, and legendary, and the attack bonus is 100%, 105%, 110%, 150%, and 200% respectively. The level of equipment made by Tiangong is random, but the specific quality is related to whether special materials are added. If they are not added, it must be inferior. The higher the quality of the added materials, the higher the chance of high-quality equipment. The added Sandwolf fangs are very suitable for the iron gun. Not only the quality is excellent, but also an additional bleeding effect. The excellent quality of the equipment, coupled with the fact that it is a higher-level equipment, Wang Yi can get a 132% attack power bonus when using this iron gun, which is a huge improvement. Replacing the inferior iron gun as a backup weapon, Wang Yi began to clean up his backpack and prepare to go out. Cloth, cotton, and sandwolf skin, which were just ordinary materials, disappeared, and Wang Yi had 2 sets of quilts and 3 large leather water bags. He put the wolf blood into one of the water bags and spread the quilt on the bed, and his backpack space became much emptier. Following the direction where the blind sandwolves fled the most in the morning, Wang Yi began to look for the den of the sandwolves. A group of wolves and a tiger, if there was only one wolf pack around. The elite sandwolf that attacked him on the first night might have come from this wolf pack. Thinking of the possible iron treasure chest in the wolf's den, Wang Yi unknowingly quickened his pace, carefully contracted all the way, and released 5 signposts. Wang Yi finally found the trace of the wolf's den in a sand pit. Sure enough, whether it is a person or a monster, after being hurt, they will subconsciously want to run home. Wang Yi used a gun to pick open the cover outside the wolf's den. At this time, it was an empty nest. The messy traces on the ground showed the panic of the remaining wolves fleeing. Wang Yi dug 3 feet in the wolf's den and finally found the treasure chest hidden in a corner. Sure enough, there was the old locked iron box he had been thinking about, and another exquisite locked wooden box was an unexpected surprise. Unfortunately, the sand wolf killed by Wang Yi did not decompose the exquisite wooden key, which should be on the fleeing sand wolf. Taking out the almost rusty key, Wang Yi couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. You unlocked and opened the old iron treasure chest. Obtained soil 10, iron 10, copper 5, Sandwolf Leather Boots Blueprint 1-5, Skill Book, Crazy Bite. Nice, this wave of opening boxes finally got lucky. The number is not as much as the exquisite iron box last time, but the quality is far better. Not to mention the abundance of scarce resources such as iron and copper. Soil is obviously also a good thing. The blood in his bones always makes him want to plant something, but there is no fertile land. Crazy Bite is the skill of the Sandwolf Elite. I didn't expect it to be opened directly from the treasure chest, but Wang Yi didn't dare to learn it. He has seen the Sandwolf Elite use the skill. It bites the head and leaves an afterimage. If he uses a set, his neck will probably be broken. Sandwolf Leather Boots is an equipment blueprint, which is no worse than the 2 daily necessities opened before. Wang Ming directly chooses to use it. Sandwolf Leather Boots 1-5, 2 iron, 1 copper, 4 leather. Iron and copper are readily available, but leather is not in Wang Yi's backpack, and he doesn't know if Sandwolf skin counts. Wang Yi tried to drag the only leather in his backpack, the Sandwolf Skin Elite, into the leather column. Sure enough, it worked. The leather column lit up, and the special material edition column lit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang Yi chose to forge without thinking. As the materials entered the forging space, a feeling of fatigue came over him, and Wang Yi woke up. He almost forgot about the energy value. The energy value bar with only 4,000 left was marked yellow and issued a silent warning. In poor condition, Wang Yi didn't plan to stay outside for long. Back in his own cabin, Wang Yi made a rocking chair and lay on it to rest, leisurely watching the various aspects of life in the regional channel. It was the hottest time of the day, and even the creatures in the sand sea didn't like to stay outside for a long time. The anxious trialists could breathe a sigh of relief and have more preparation space. Those who have been attacked can only fight back with all their might. The monsters will not easily give up the air-conditioned room they have finally encountered. There are many more help posts in the forum, and enthusiastic people who are good at observation have written strategies on how to use the powerful regional transformation ability of the Sand World to resist the enemy. Inspired by this, the trapped trialists who have enough supplies have played a lot of tricks. Wang Yi looked like he had learned something and could do this. In addition to the battle, there is another popular post in the forum, which is the follow-up of Wang Wanli's cloud water purification plan. The trialists who invested did not receive the promised water today, and asked Wang Wanli to come out to explain. Wang Wanli gave a response. The water production was interrupted during the invasion of wild beasts, and he asked for support. Many people woke up and knew that they seemed to have been fooled. The reliability and safety of cloud water purification are extremely low. The loss of resources in vain made them very angry, and they kept greeting Wang Wanli's family in the post, and even Wang Yi, the evil man who helped the tyrant and sucked blood and sweat money, was implicated. Some people even thought that they were relatives because they both had the surname Wang, and they teamed up to deceive them. I can only say that they think too much. Wang Wanli and I are not really familiar with each other. He did make some ill-gotten gains, but the root cause is that they believed Wang Wanli's one-sided words and wanted to take advantage of him morally. Wang Yi blocked a few trialists who were still attacking him, and then he went to the exchange. At this time, in the sand world next to the oasis, Wang Wanli was lying on the same rocking chair and drinking water leisurely. There were water purifiers dripping water all around him. What a pity! If it weren't for these few irritable brothers messing up the situation, I could have cheated more resources. Wang Wanli sighed with regret. Someone really believed his casual explanation and privately chatted with him to hold on and sent him a lot of good things. But it's not that bad. With these treasures, there is nothing I can't exchange. I will be successful in the near future. I will conquer this world. The price of building materials in the exchange continued to rise. After thousands of people died last night, hundreds of people lost their lives this morning. Building a solid shelter has become a consensus among the survivors. After all, the Sand Realm is like a treasure house with a straw mat as a door. Everyone wants to come in and take a look. In order to increase the attraction, the trialists who have goods in their hands take out the building materials, and more treasures are released from the hands of the trialists. No matter how good the things are, they are useless without the people. Everyone is very open-minded. Wang Yi even saw the equipment drawings again, but unfortunately the price was too high. Even if Wang Yi was quite wealthy, he couldn't get it. He could only watch the Iron Blood Alliance, which was more powerful, buy it. It must be said that the Iron Blood Alliance still has something. When other alliances were frustrated and on the verge of dissolution, they were still unexpectedly united and maintained strong competitiveness. This is thanks to the alliance's behind-the-scenes military advisor. He had already anticipated this scene. When everyone was selling materials at a low price and hoarding drinking water, he decisively persuaded the alliance's top leaders to take out their reserves and quietly bought a large amount of building materials. Then, when the situation was serious, he sold them to ordinary members of the alliance at a relatively reasonable price. While gaining people's hearts, he also collected a lot of good things, and both the face and the inside were in his hands. Of course, the Iron Blood Alliance is not the only one. Faced with the situation of being too big to be removed, many alliances took the initiative to get rid of their burdens, streamline their members, and retained the backbones with advanced development, and also formed powerful small groups. There are many 5-person groups with an average strength of more than level 2, and there are also many 20-person groups. They are the essence of this area. Most of the good things are in their hands. They share what they have and grow rapidly. Wang Yi quickly browsed the transaction page, turning into a boy who spreads money. A large amount of wood and stone were traded out. Take it from the people and use it for the people. Wang Yi did not want too many of his kind to die as far as he could. It was not until the price of wood and stone both fell to 150 that Wang Yi stopped trading. This was already at his estimated line, and he also needed to keep enough building materials to deal with accidents. Counting the harvest, Wang Yi's backpack had 5 more bottles of water, 3 cans of beer, a bag of cabbage seeds, and a luxury item that he exchanged for a lot of money, a pound of apples. The transaction was completed. Wang Yi took out an apple and ate it directly, eating it clean, and another item he was interested in, Refridin key. Exchange any weapon equipment. Wang Yi still has an exquisite locked wooden box in his backpack. It is basically unrealistic to get the key from the frightened sand wolf. He just wants to find one in the exchange. After all, keys are easy to get, but treasure chests are hard to find. Many people kill monsters that come to their doorsteps, but they don't know where their nests are. If you can't find a treasure chest, the value of the key will naturally be greatly reduced. Many people choose to sell it on the exchange to recover their losses. Wang Yi has found many people selling wooden keys before, but the highest quality is only old quality. He only saw this one of the exquisite level, but the asking price is a bit high. Weapons and equipment are extremely rare now. The only one on the exchange is the demon-killing crossbow that Wang Yi saw in the morning. The asking price is still 300 stones, which is a bit high, but it also shows the preciousness of current equipment, especially weapons and equipment. Wang Yi chose to chat privately with the owner to see if he could exchange it with other things. Wang Yi, "Beauty, isn't your wooden key a bit too expensive? It's not worth the price of an equipment." Do you have equipment? Send it to me and we'll discuss the price. Wang Yi showed the level 1 iron gun that was eliminated from his backpack. It's a melee weapon. The price is definitely not as high as a ranged weapon, and the treasure chest can open better things. That's also higher than your key. What you get has nothing to do with you. The treasure chest is the key. I can wait for the key slowly. Beauty, don't change the concept. Okay, I know that the little brother is not easy to fool. Let's see how this thing is. Su Xiaomo sent an email to Wang Yi. After Wang Yi opened it, he found that it was a stack of toilet paper. He was stunned at first and then reacted. This is an interesting thing. Wang Yi thought of the discomfort of using sand on the first day. Trialists with conditions will definitely be willing to spend money on it. How is the output? What materials are needed? As long as there are enough vines, we can mass produce them. Let's trade directly. What do you think, little brother? Okay, I will provide the materials. The toilet paper produced will be 80 to 20%, and I will give you 80% to 20%. 80 to 20% is too bad, 60% to 40%. Let's give it to you, little brother. I won't do it. Then 90% to 10%. Just kidding, 70 to 30%. Everyone can make money. Okay. Xiaomo sent herself a screenshot of the synthesis of toilet paper. It takes 2 units of vines to make a stack of toilet paper. Wang Yi put 20 units of vines on the exchange, and Su Xiaomo traded 7 stacks of toilet paper. After several transactions, Wang Yi's backpack had 320 fewer units of vines and 112 more stacks of toilet paper. The iron gun was exchanged for an exquisite wooden key in the middle. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, little brother. The gun is very handy. I suspect you are driving. With the key in hand, Wang Yi naturally couldn't help opening the box. You unlocked and opened the exquisite wooden box. Get 10 wood, 10 stone, 30 soil, 20 bread, and farmland design drawing. Farmland design drawing. After learning, you can unlock the farmland in the forging column. Consume 10 units of soil to make a farmland that can be planted. Not a loss. Wang Yi felt relieved. Although there was no equipment blueprint, the farmland, such a top-quality life blueprint, was still a big profit. With it, Wang Yi can also farm in the desert. If it weren't for the poor conditions in the sand world now, insufficient space, no water source, and bad neighbors often coming to make trouble, Wang Yi would have wanted to build it now to plant. Sand wolf leather boots are built. Good news came one after another, and good news also came from the Tiangong forging space. Sand wolf leather boots, excellent, level 2. Defense, 50% addition, 10% increase in movement speed, 5% increase in dodge. Wang Yi discovered that the mechanisms of armor and weapon equipment are different. Weapons have to be used to have corresponding bonuses, and armor can be effective whether worn directly or placed in the equipment bar. The defense value provided by armor is additionally superimposed on the defense of the trialer. For example, after Wang Yi is equipped with Sand Wolf leather boots, his body defense has become 150%. The defense value provided by armor is fixed and will not change with the level of the wearer. Sand Wolf leather boots add half the defense of a standard second-level creature. Whether it is worn by a first-level trialer or a third-level trialer, it is the same value. Of course, the bonus value of the same level of armor is also related to quality. Poor quality is 10%, ordinary 20%, excellent 50%, fine 100%, rare 150%, and legendary 200%. Different types of armor are not only related to quality, but also to the base number of the equipment itself. The base number of Sand Wolf leather boots is 1, so the defense bonus of excellent quality is 50%. If the base number of a certain boot is 1.5, then the defense bonus of excellent quality is 75%, and if it is 0.8, then the defense bonus of the same excellent quality is only 40%. The equipment base number system also applies to weapons. Looking at the empty old wooden box in front of him, Wang Yi did not choose to decompose it, but put it in the basement with the old iron box. In addition to the exquisite iron box that was kept before, Wang Yi has saved 3 boxes to store things that are not urgently needed. Toilet paper is such an item, and now is not a good time to sell it. Although everyone has a demand for toilet paper, it is not a necessity and will not pay a high price for it. Wang Yi is only prepared to plunder some common resources, but the current trading market is very unhealthy. Because of the crisis, various materials have been copied at sky-high prices. It is not cost-effective to sell toilet paper at this time. Wang Yi and Su Xiaomo agreed to put it on the market together after the situation stabilizes. Except for the stack of toilet paper given by Su Xiaomo, Wang Yi kept it for backup. He took out all the other 112 stacks of toilet paper and put them into boxes, filling up the 3 boxes. After opening, the treasure chest lost its magical storage ability. It could not stack a large number of similar items without taking up space like a backpack, and it also lost the ability to keep the items fresh in time. It completely became an ordinary storage box. Monster appointment after dusk. When the sun rested and no longer scorched the sand sea, the monsters hidden in various cool corners of the sand sea became active. The trial participants issued warnings one after another, and many people had already started to fight. For countless people, tonight was another difficult night. For Wang Yi, this was a good opportunity to gain experience. He deliberately opened a can of beer, ate barbecue, and waited for the monster to come, but he was disappointed. His sand world was particularly calm tonight, and no customers came until late at night. Wang Yi didn't want to stay up late waiting for the monsters that might appear, so he got into the soft new quilt and fell asleep. I slept until I woke up naturally. In the second half of the night, there was still no warning sound from the Sand World Shield. Wang Yi quickly browsed the regional news while cleaning the inventory. After experiencing the cruelty of the night before and yesterday, the trial participants have grown a lot. There are still 7,215,000 people in the regional channel now. It can be seen that everyone's preparations yesterday are still useful. Not many people died last night. It is a good thing that the number of people in the region has stabilized. It means that everyone has recognized the reality and started to adapt to the Sea of Sand. They have their own set of survival experience. As long as there is no accident, they can slowly become stronger and persist until the next trial. Wang Yi also noticed that Wang Wanli has completely revealed his true face and openly started to sell a large amount of water on the exchange. The cloud water purification project has completely failed and has become Wang Wanli's personal asset. His mean behavior is naturally resisted by most people, and they have called for not buying his water and letting his water stink at home. At present, it has indeed played some effects. Wang Wanli's water is not selling at all, but this is based on the fact that everyone still has water. Once there is a water shortage crisis, this resistance will naturally break without attack. So Wang Wanli was not panicked at all, and he kept shouting in the forum that those who stood up to boycott him would not sell him water even if they asked him to. After breakfast, Wang Yi took out 2 units of glass from the solar glass making machine and placed them on the roof to continue working. Before the sun rose, Wang Yi took the initiative to go out to find trouble with wild monsters. Not long after leaving the sand world, Wang Yi found a trace on the sand that had not been completely buried by the wind and sand. Following the trace, Wang Yi became more and more frightened. The closer he was to the unknown creature, the wider the traces on the ground were. Now there were crawling traces on the sand as wide as a car. This was obviously a monster of super large size, and monsters of large size were generally not weak. Wang Yi was struggling whether to continue looking. Reality did not make him struggle. After climbing up the sand slope in front of him, Wang Yi saw the hill-like monster crawling away from a distance. Traveling Snail Leader Level 10 Skills. Talents. Description: I have my own house, which is very big and can be moved. Wang Yi was stunned. Is this the boss? If it attacks my sand world, can I defend it? Obviously not. Fortunately, there was no danger. Such a powerful boss passed by his house and did not come to say hello. Looking at the snail shell like a hill, Wang Yi thought that it might be that it thought its sand world was too small and looked down on it. For the first time, Wang Yi felt that the not very spacious sand world had unexpected benefits. By the leader of the traveling snail, Wang Yi had no interest in continuing to hunt, so he simply came out. The temperature was still suitable, so he searched for supplies on the sand. He casually posted a screenshot of the panel of the traveling snail in the regional forum and wrote a shocking title. Soon, a trialist who often wandered in the forum was shocked and immediately broadcast it in the regional channel. The popularity of the post soared, and soon it became a hot post. Wow, Mom, look, there's a monster. This snail must have grown up eating jinkella. I have a bold idea. It makes me cry. Sell me some baked snails. Snails are so cute. How can you be so cruel? It's like adopting a snail of the same type. Are there any people who want to go and kill this boss together? Take me. Count me in. The post is full of empty talk. Not to mention whether they will come or not. Even if they can come, will they form a group to deliver food to the traveling snail? Is the little brother still alive? He's still alive and kicking. The snail brother is just rubbing against the outside and didn't come in. This girl still has some conscience. She knows how to care about herself. I'll take her with me when I make money. Wang Yi didn't post the traveling snail on the forum just to show off. He wanted to attract attention and then use the attention to sell toilet paper. I will promote toilet paper in the post later. Please follow up. Brother, you are really good at taking advantage of opportunities. I admire you. Wang Yi searched for supplies for a while, and when he saw that the post was very popular, he immediately appeared on the forum. Catch a wild host alive. Hey, the host is still here. How many bizarre twists and turns, unspeakable stories happened in the 2 hours when the host disappeared? How did the two parties who should have fought to the death get along peacefully? Please pay attention to the best special effects of this year, the unspeakable story between me and the travel snail. The host is excellent. Please start your performance. Wang Yi, who had prepared his emotions and considered his lines, was ready to come up with a wave of unexpected advertisements. But this completely distorted post also caught him off guard, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Xiaoma, I see, brother. Don't be shy. Tell me your story. It's not me. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. He directly denied it 3 times in a row. My temple is too small to accommodate that great god. So you are the one who is small. It is not small for a young lady at all. Do you want to try? Wang Yi directly welded the car door shut, and no one could get out of the car. For a moment, both of them were silent. After all, they just reached a good deal. They were not familiar with each other, and it would be embarrassing if the car drove too far. Wang Yi, are you kidding? I have put up an advertisement and I am ready to sell it. Wang Yi chose to change the subject directly. He was too lazy to edit the advertisement words he had thought of. He changed the title of the post to Toilet Paper for Sale. That's it? This is not what I want to see. Put down the remote control and don't change the channel. You are just pretending to be a sheep, but you are selling dog meat. You are a guy with a name but no substance. How do you sell toilet paper? I don't want to use that thing anymore. The person above, you are not right. Can you tell me your story? Watching from the front row. No matter how the process was, Wang Yi's goal was finally achieved. Many people contacted him to ask about the price of toilet paper. After all, there is not even a leaf in the desert, and the feeling of using sand to clean is really hard to describe. Wang Yi positioned toilet paper as a light luxury product, and the price cannot be too high, so as not to scare the baby who lacks supplies. No matter how difficult the sand is to use, it can be used, and it is free. Of course, it will not be too low. After all, it is a unique business, and Wang Yi's target customers are those trialists who have entered a well-off life. The current market price has begun to stabilize. The price of building materials has fallen, but the decline is not fast. First, most of the building materials on the market are used by trialists, and new building materials have not yet been explored and supplemented. Second, after experiencing this crisis, everyone has a sense of crisis and will hoard some building materials for backup. The current price ratio of the 3 most basic materials in the exchange is 10-5-1. 10 units of vines are exchanged for 5 units of wood or 1 unit of stone. Because the use of vines has been developed very few times, the price is extremely cheap. The ratio between wood and stone has widened a lot compared with yesterday. This is normal. everyone yearns for a more solid stone house. The price is naturally high when the demand is large. As equipment forging becomes more well-known, the prices of the three most common forging materials, iron, copper, and leather, have soared. The current market price is 1 unit of copper for 2 units of iron or 4 units of leather, with a price ratio of 1:224. The exchange ratio of copper to stone is 1:40. Wang Yi priced a stack of toilet paper at 5 units of stone, which is a price that is neither high nor low. Most trial participants can afford it, and they will choose to take it even if they have to pay a little. After all, a stack of toilet paper can be used for a long time if it is saved. Of course, Wang Yi does not collect all materials. The 3 basic materials are all useful and can be used. Naturally, the more forging materials, such as iron, copper, and leather, the better. Wang Yi selectively purchased other relatively scarce materials, including 10 units of cloth and cotton at the price of 2 units per stack of paper. This is for Su Xiaomo to buy, and she does not have bedding yet. Glass can be produced by itself and is not needed. There is not much demand for plastic, but 30 units were exchanged for backup at the price of 3 units per stack of paper. Wang Yi was willing to buy the soil, but no one offered it in exchange. For other scarce materials, special materials, and items, there was no fixed price, and both parties negotiated with each other. However, no one was willing to take out good things for a stack of toilet paper. Basically, they exchanged wood, stone, and vines with Wang Yi. Among them, the vines with the lowest current usage were the most, and Wang Yi naturally saw it and was happy in his heart. Wang Yi was naturally willing to do this business, which was to exchange 50 units of vines for 2 units of vines to synthesize a stack of paper. They might think it was not a loss, and they would always make a lot of money. While trading with Su Xiaomo to get the goods, and trading with other trialists to sell goods, the number of materials in Wang Yi's backpack increased rapidly. It was not until noon that the heat faded. Those who were willing to buy had bought it. Other retail investors did not need Wang Yi to do it himself. They marked the remaining toilet paper with a price and put it on the exchange, allowing other people in need to exchange it themselves. After the transaction, after paying Su Xiaomo's share, Wang Yi still had 3,000 units of wood, 1,500 units of stone, and 7,000 units of vines in his backpack. The 3 basic materials were full, which made Wang Yi see the upper limit of the stacking of items in the backpack. A personal backpack can only stack up to 1,000 units of each type of items, so these 3 types of resources alone took up 12 slots of the backpack, a full half. The other 12 slots of the backpack were filled with 15 iron, 8 copper, 12 leather, 40 soil, 36 plastic, 2 glass, 16 mineral water, 28 bread, 16 sandwolf meat, 6 sandwolf meat elite, blood storage skin bag 5L, and 10 signposts. The backpack was full, and the disposable firebomb production drawings that could not be learned and used had been taken out and placed in the basement box. Beer and apples were also placed on the dining table on the first floor. Wang Yi also took out the glass, iron, copper, and leather that took up less space and stored them in the house. Finally, there was some space in the backpack. This was probably a happy trouble. Thank you, little brother. Don't forget the baby next time you have a chance to make a fortune. Of course, of course. Although they have not known each other for a long time, Su Xiaomo's character is still guaranteed, and Wang Yi is willing to cooperate with her more. Speaking of which, Wang Yi should thank her this time. He is just borrowing chickens to lay eggs and using the popularity of everyone's curiosity about the travel snail to stir up a wave of goods. The key is still Su Xiaomo, the producer. In fact, the favor owed in the last transaction of weapons and equipment was repaid after she helped him to produce a large number of toilet paper. She is the protagonist who eats meat in this huge transaction, and he can rely on the more than 100 stacks of toilet paper to eat soup. But she did not eat alone, but continued to cooperate with Wang Yi, splitting the account 50-50, which is considered to owe her a big favor. Wang Yi silently kept the favor in his heart and waited for an opportunity to repay it later. If you get a large amount of resources, it would be like walking in the night in brocade clothes if you don't spend them. Wang Yi opened the exchange and started directly from the most expensive one. Unfortunately, this batch of resources arrived a little late. If it were yesterday, he would have been able to collect a lot of good things, but today he couldn't even eat the leftovers. After the crisis, those who took out precious items, those that had already been traded were naturally gone, and those that had not been sold were naturally taken back by the owner. The demon-killing crossbow that Wang Yi had coveted but couldn't afford before had disappeared from the exchange. It was unknown which rich man had bought it. Of course, the exchange was not without good things, but they were not ordinary resources that could be exchanged. Wang Yi could only sigh with regret. Lunch was still roasted sandwolf meat with beer. Although the elite sandwolf meat had a very weak improvement on him, he still insisted on eating it continuously. In the afternoon, after the hottest period of nap, Wang Yi once again carried a gun to look for monsters hidden in the sand sea. Unfortunately, he was not an experienced hunter or biologist after all, and he didn't have eyes that could see through the sand. It was impossible to find perfectly hidden monsters in the vast sand sea. But if the east is dark, the west will be bright. Even if Wang Yi did not deliberately search for resources, he would not give up the things he encountered along the way. There were 10 units of stone, 10 signposts, 2 units of iron, 3 units of plastic, 2 broken wooden boxes, and 1 old wooden box in his backpack. He did not open the treasure box so as not to fill up his backpack and not be able to take it back. Seeing that it was almost dusk and he still had no harvest, Wang Yi had to return along the signpost. You open the broken wooden box, get 10 wood. You open the broken wooden box, get 5 stones. You open the old wooden box, get 10 stones, 5 cotton, 3 lollipops. There was nothing good. The wood was thrown into the fire to maintain the flame and the cotton was put into the box downstairs. Wang Yi was a little speechless, holding 3 palm-sized smiley-face lollipops. He was not a child anymore. "Do you eat lollipops?" He sent a message by some strange coincidence. "Really? Lollipops?" Wang Yi took a screenshot and sent it over. "Eat. All for you." After mailing the lollipop, Wang Yi happily prepared his dinner. Golden roasted meat, apples, bread, and beer. In this world of sand sea at this stage, it is already a very rich meal. Tonight, Wang Yi's sand world is still very peaceful, and there is no monster stealing the house as he expected. This is not an isolated case. From the discussion in the regional channel, it can be seen that most people have not been attacked. It is estimated that the monsters wandering nearby have been dealt with. Only when other monsters wander around the sand world will a new round of attacks come. Before going to bed, Wang Yi kept refreshing and flipping through the exchange to exchange what he liked. After spending 1,000 wood and 500 stones, Wang Yi's backpack has 20 zero-level sand cores, 5 units of iron and several wooden keys, some of which are damaged to old levels. He originally wanted to exchange some water, but when he opened the exchange, he found that Wang Wanli, the only seller of water, had removed all the water from the auction house. He also posted a message in the forum in a very arrogant manner, saying that if you want water, you can go and ask him. Wang Yi was not that short of water, and he did not want to deal with that person, so he ignored him. After being frightened by the traveling snail, Wang Yi realized the benefits of a small sand world. At present, expanding the sand world is not very useful, so he was not in a hurry to expand it. He stored the sand core and the wooden key in a delicate iron box in the basement. Wang Yi carved the last stroke of the word, positive, on the wooden board at the head of the bed. Today is the 5th day in the Sand Sea World, and there are more than 2 days left in the countdown on the personal panel. I don't know what kind of moths will happen in the sand world at that time. Anyway, as long as the system prompts it, it must be bad. He must hurry up to improve his strength. After eating breakfast in a few mouthfuls, Wang Yi sorted out his equipment and walked out of the sand world. The cold wind at night had not yet dissipated, and the wind and sand dyed the entire sky yellow. The dust and sand covered the desert, making the vision extremely poor. Wang Yi explored forward cautiously. Bang! Suddenly he felt a pain in his back and was knocked out. While still in the air, he immediately understood his situation. A monster lurking in the sand suddenly attacked him from behind after he passed by, smashed the shovel behind him, and knocked him out with the remaining force. Looking at the monster swimming towards him at high speed, Wang Yi reacted instantly. After landing, he rolled sideways and left far away. The monster's head followed and bit a mouthful of sand. Sand Snake Level 2. Skills Nullance, none. Description: another Super Voldemort. This is an ordinary second-level sand snake. Logically, its combat power is not as good as his own with 2 pieces of equipment, but the sudden attack almost killed him. If it weren't for the Goddess of Luck standing on his side and the shovel shattered to save the master from its bite, he would probably be taking an acid bath now. Voldemort always dies when exposed to light. After the surprise attack failed, the sand snake fell into a passive position and was completely stuck and beaten by Wang Yi with his speed advantage. The high attack power bonus of the 3rd level iron gun, plus the additional bleeding effect, soon caused the sand snake to be seriously injured and died. You killed a level 2 sand snake. Experience added 10. The pleasant system prompt sounded, and Wang Yi confirmed that the sand snake was dead, and then he went forward to deal with the spoils. You decomposed the sand snake and obtained 10 sand snake meat, 1 sand snake skin, 1 sand snake tendon ordinary, 1 0-level sand core. Fuck! A black light rushed out of the decomposed sand snake's body, bit Wang Yi's arm, and was then pinched to death by the angry Wang Yi. Looking at the 2 tooth holes on his arm with black blood, Wang Yi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't expect there would be this. The mother and child chain snakes, who can withstand this? You killed the baby sand snake. You decomposed the baby sand snake and obtained 1 exquisite wooden key and 1 0-order sand core. After venting his anger and decomposing the body of the little sand snake, Wang Yi began to treat the wound. He cut the wound open, and the dark, poisonous blood gushed out. Wang Yi took out mineral water to rinse the wound until the blood flowing out of the wound turned bright red. After bandaging the wound, the blood loss and mild poisoning made him feel dizzy. Fortunately, it was just an unborn baby sand snake, and the poison was not strong. Otherwise, he would have died here today. Life is full of surprises, but it can also be frightening. This battle was really full of twists and turns. After surviving 2 near-death experiences, Wang Yi dared not underestimate any battle. Even if the enemy fell, he could not be careless. Enduring the dizziness, Wang Yi made another shovel and dug in the sand. Since the baby sand snake gave the key, if the sand snake nest was nearby, there must be a treasure chest. Sure enough, Wang Yi dug up the exquisite locked wooden box 3 meters underground where the sand snake first jumped out. After putting it away, he rushed back to the sand world without stopping. Those who survived a disaster will have good fortune in the future. You unlocked and opened the exquisite wooden box. Get soil 20, leather 10, copper 5, melon seeds 1 pack, sand snake eggs 4, snake fetus bow 1 to 5 blueprint. Sand snake eggs can be dripped with blood to recognize the owner and hatch sand snakes. Snake fetus bow 1-5, iron 3, copper 2, leather 2, animal tendons 1, special materials optional. The quality of the treasure chest this time is unexpectedly high. All rare materials, seeds, pet eggs, and long-range weapon blueprints. Is this really the quality that can be opened from a wooden treasure chest? Wang Yi suspected that the iron treasure chests he opened before were all fake treasure chests. Wang Yi untied the bandaged wound, squeezed out a few drops of blood and dripped them on the sand snake eggs, and immediately established a connection with the embryo in the sand snake eggs. Life is so wonderful. One moment, you are facing life and death, and the next moment, you are at my disposal. Looking at the energy value that has been restored to 60 points, Wang Yi gritted his teeth and clicked to make the snake fetus bow. As the materials entered the crafting space, his dizzy head became even more dizzy. He fell asleep directly on the recliner. When he woke up, it was already dusk. Wang Yi was completely awakened by hunger. He took out a piece of bread to fill his stomach. Wang Yi took out a piece of Sand Wolf Elite meat and roasted it on the fire. I don't know if it's because I didn't eat lunch, but Wang Yi is particularly good at eating dinner. He didn't feel full after eating a whole portion of Sand Wolf Elite meat, so he took out another portion and roasted it. The snake fetus bow had been made when Wang Yi fell asleep and it was now lying in his backpack. Snake Fetus Bow, Ordinary Level 5. Attack 105%, addition 5% attack power bonus. It seems that I really lifted the skirt of the Goddess of Luck today and directly made the highest level Snake Fetus Bow. With the additional effect of a full 110% attack power bonus, plus the 60% attack bonus of being 3 levels higher than himself, Wang Yi can use this bow to exert 170% attack. But I have arrows? Wang Yi realized belatedly that the Snake Fetus Bow is a real bow, not a matching bow and arrow. If he wants to exert the long-range power, he has to equip himself with arrows, unless he wants to be a melee archer and fight with a bowstring. The Universal System forging column does have wooden arrow synthesis, but Wang Yi is very skeptical about its power and hit rate of such light things. After all, foam bullets in real guns are not powerful, so he needs to find some excellent arrows, and it would be best if he can get arrow drawings. After another serving of elite sand wolf meat, Wang Yi finally felt full, and his eyes were no longer blurry, his head was no longer dizzy, and his wounds were scabbed. It seems that in addition to the effect of strengthening the physique, elite sand wolf meat is also a good healing medicine. Those disappearing warm currents will repair the body's deficits. No wonder he can eat so much tonight. After wandering around the exchange for a long time, Wang Yi didn't find anyone selling arrows, so he had to post a message on the forum for help. Soon, many people chatted with him privately. But the real purpose was not to buy arrows, but to covet his bows. After all, who would spend a lot of money to buy arrows without a good bow? After waiting for a long time, Wang Yi finally waited for someone who really wanted to sell arrows. "I have fine iron arrows." Attached is the picture. "Do you want them?" "Yes." "Price?" "Do you have extra bows?" "No, I just have one." There was silence for a long time before the other side responded. "Just make friends. I will charge the cost price 10 units of iron for a pot of arrows." There are 10 arrows in a pot, and only the arrowheads are made of iron, so it is definitely not necessary to have so much iron, but who made me need it? And I was ready to be slaughtered when I posted the message. "Okay, deal." Wang Yi went directly to the exchange and exchanged 10 fine iron arrows for 10 units of iron. "Big brother, you are generous. If you have any extra bows, please leave them for me. It depends on my luck." After getting the fine iron arrow, Wang Yi tried shooting it. It was much better than the wooden arrows produced by the system. The arrow path was more stable, and the iron arrowhead could also exert most of the power of the Snake Fetus Bow. "Hey, have you exchanged for arrows? I can also provide them." "My name is not Hey. My name is Chu. I have exchanged for it. The seller gave me a friendly cost price, 1 pot of arrows for 10 iron blocks." "Xiaomomo, how about your arrows? If they are not bad, I will take some more." Wang Yi mailed a fine iron arrow to Su Xiaomo for comparison. "It doesn't matter if it's worse. I can take some as training arrows." Wang Yi felt that the girl seemed to have been hit, so he decided to ask for a lower price to take care of her business. "I'm just a little shocked by the cost, really? Friendship price. Someone is smug after being slaughtered." As if the ridicule was not enough, Su Xiaomo also sent him a screenshot of her forging page. "Fine iron arrow, 10 unit of iron." Wang Yi. I'm broken. That profiteer cheated me against his conscience. After all, there is an information gap, and I really need it, one willing to fight and the other willing to suffer. But how can he be so embarrassed to act like you owe me a favor, and finally asked me to help him keep an eye on the bow? Also, sister, are you doing this on purpose? If you had shown up earlier to help me, I wouldn't have fallen into the trap. Yi became more and more angry as he spoke. He was originally thinking about making a low-quality bow and selling it to Bao Rongxin as a friendship when he had enough energy, but he didn't expect that he had such a deep routine. There was no need to think about blocking such a thick-faced and black-hearted person. Bao Rongxin would definitely cry out for injustice if he knew Wang Yi thought this way. He didn't think so much. Seeing that Wang Yi couldn't provide a bow, he thought that his bow was bought at the exchange, which was very profitable, so he made a one-time deal. As for those words that made Wang Yi feel uncomfortable, it was just his professional habit. I just saw your post and immediately sent you a private message. I feel wronged. Haha, just kidding. I will give you all my arrows in the future. No problem. Absolutely friendly price. Which friendly price? That friendly price? I'll show you another good thing. Su Xiaomo sent Wang Yi another picture. Armor-piercing heavy arrow, iron 2, canine teeth 5. Description: the whole arrow is cast iron and the sharp canine teeth are added to make the arrowhead, which has a good armor-piercing ability. Good stuff? Is it equipment? It's not really equipment. It's still an item unlocked in the forging column, but it's relatively rare and the canine teeth needed are not the special materials for forging equipment. Canine teeth pulled out of the monster's mouth will do. That's better. At least the output is guaranteed. I just happen to have some wolf teeth. You can try them. Wang Yi found 10 previously discarded wolf teeth from the corner of the house. These wolf teeth were Wang Yi's inspiration after decomposing the sand wolf to get the sand wolf fangs ordinary. As a result, after hitting a wall in the fair Tiangong system, these useless wolf teeth were thrown away in the corner by himself, and he didn't expect that there would be a day when they would shine and heat up. Soon, Su Xiaomo mailed the finished product to him. The heavy arrow for armor piercing was as thick as a thumb, more than 1 meter long, and weighed 4 or 5 pounds. The arrowhead was the most cone-shaped for armor piercing, very good and powerful. Wang Yi tried it out and found it was smoother than the fine iron arrow. The arrow penetrated the thick wooden board that Wang Yi used as a target and embedded deeply in the stone wall behind the board. After a moment of silence, the private chat sounded again, pulling Wang Yi back from the joy of trying out the arrow. "Brother Wang, can you lend me your bow? I need it urgently." The private chat also included several screenshots. Some strange-looking big birds were circling in the air. They were about to fold their wings and dash down, then fly over the stone house and fly back into the sky. Bald Sparrow Level 2 skills, none description. One of the death-telling birds in the cruel desert. No, I'm still okay. No, you're already dead. Bald Sparrow Elite Level skills, Iron Feathers talents none. A general among the short men, Iron Feathers. Feathers like iron castings enhance defense and become deadly iron feather strikes after being activated. Description: look, meteor rain. I'm bald and you're miserable. It turns out that the girl is under siege. How can I stand by and watch her die without helping her? Wang Yi directly mailed the snake fetus bow and the armor-piercing heavy arrows he had just obtained. He did not hesitate to test her, nor did he think that she would take the bow for herself. Wang Yi still recognized Su Xiaomo's character. When others give a peach to a wood, I will repay it with a jade. Since Su Xiaomo was generous when she sold toilet paper last time, Wang Yi decided to maintain the hard-earned trust in this alien world. I was presumptuous just now. I really need this thing urgently. I will give it to you. Just as Wang Yi mailed the bow and arrow, Su Xiaomo sent a private message again. She had just said something wrong. It was really unrealistic to ask an online friend who had just met for a few days to lend her precious equipment. Xiaomo, what kind of friendship do we have? Why do we still use this? Can I stand by and watch her die without helping her? I can even give you the bow. Wang Yi pretended to be generous and mailed the things in the email back. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist and take the things away. I don't know if this girl is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. How much is a low-level bow worth? Not to mention that she hasn't even got it yet. She is so careless that she sent the treasure to me. Multiple shots 110. Quickly shoot 2 to 11 arrows to attack the enemy. The number is determined by the skill level. This is the second skill book Wang Yi has seen. The skill book he opened from the dog treasure chest is nothing compared to it. Then I won't be polite. This bow will be named Su from now on. In a stone house with cracks on the roof in the sea of sand, Su Xiaomo felt warm in her heart after receiving the bow and arrow sent by Wang Yi. She replied playfully, and for the first time she felt that this world seemed not bad. After learning the skill book returned by Wang Yi, Su Xiaomo's beautiful eyes were sharp. Next, it was time to deal with the annoying guys outside. Ah, this girl is so honest. I'm just talking. The snake fetus bow that was made and not even warm in my hands was no longer named Wang. Wang Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. Sleeping, no monsters came to vent. Wang Yi fell asleep with his head covered in depression. In Su Xiaomo's sand world, the battle was still at a stalemate. Several bald-headed finches that flew down to destroy the house recklessly were shot to death on the roof by the god of war Su, who had received a huge upgrade. Other bald-headed finches were like frightened birds, circling in the sky and never dared to land again. If the boss had not ordered them to retreat, they would have fled far away. Quack, quack, quack! A shrill cry sounded in the air, and the bald-headed finch's elite scolded his subordinates, saying that this sand world had been regarded as its own territory. It would build its love nest here, and it would be the starting point for it to become the father of the species. If all the concubines under his subordinates died, he would go to other places to hook up. Under the expulsion command of the elite boss, a group of younger brothers swarmed down and fiercely attacked the dilapidated roof. Several bald-headed finches were shot dead. Seeing that his subordinates were about to flee again, the bald-headed finches flew in front, angrily, and used a pair of iron wings to blow away the fine iron arrows shot by Su Xiaomo. The boss's bravery gave the bald-headed finches great courage, and they worked harder to dismantle the roof. After a few rounds, the roof was cleared. The bald-headed finches took the lead and swooped down, croaking and shouting that they wanted to tear the cunning little bugs below into pieces and eat them. Facing the charge of the bald-headed finches, Su Xiaomo was fearless, with bright eyes, staring at the finches' elite. Closer, closer, Su Xiaomo had already pulled the snake fetus bow to the full, but it was empty. The bald-headed finches' elite looked at the food below with a joking look. The little bug must have been scared silly by its bravery and didn't even know how to put the arrow on. At the moment when the finches' elite was about to rush into the house, the 2 armor-piercing heavy arrows in her backpack disappeared and appeared on the bowstring, and the multiple shots were launched. The bald-headed spotted bird elite looked at the arrow flying at high speed with panic and tried to fold his wings to block it, but the arrow was too fast and too sudden. Its half-folded iron wings were swung apart by the heavy arrow, and another armor-piercing heavy arrow shot in through the gap, piercing its neck and entering its chest. The bald-headed spotted bird elite was blown away by the heavy arrow, and his eyes were full of reluctance and madness. The skill iron feather was activated, and all the feathers on his wings stood up and shot towards Su Xiaomo below. He wanted to take someone with him even if he died, but his eyes were full of despair. It turned out that Su Xiaomo immediately built a new layer of stone wall above his head after shooting the armor-piercing heavy arrow. The iron feathers shot into the rocks with a clang, but they could not penetrate the stone wall and cause a fatal blow to Su Xiaomo below. This insect is too cruel. Seeing the boss glaring with anger and kicking his legs on the ground, the spotted bird brothers who followed the charge scattered, and the enemy they feared, Su Xiaomo, was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, unable to fight back. You killed a level 2 bald-headed pheasant elite. Experience added 50. Congratulations, you have gained enough experience. Upgrade to level 3. The bald-headed pheasant elite abandoned by the younger brother could not be rescued after all, and finally died after struggling for a long time. Su Xiaomo won a great victory and became the winner of tonight. The temporary roof built in the house was wiped off as if it was wiped by an eraser, revealing Su Xiaomo's dusty face. The only thing that remained unchanged was her bright eyes. After reaching level 3, her physical strength has been fully restored. It's time to come out to count the harvest and clean up the mess. The first thing Su Xiaomo did when she came out was to pry open the pheasant's beak to see if there were any teeth. Today's armor-piercing heavy arrows are the key to success or failure. Obviously, there are no teeth, but she will not give up just like that. She picked out its claw tip and tried it. Sure enough, the system defaulted that this kind of claw tip can also be used as a material for making armor-piercing heavy arrows. The synthesis of the forging column is not so rigid. There is a lot of room for improvement. I guess if the system is intelligent, it would secretly exclaim that it is very smart. Sushamo's eyes lit up, and she jumped up and down like a little girl picking mushrooms to help the spotted bird pick its nails. She counted a total of 40 nails, and got 8 more armor-piercing heavy arrows, just enough to make up a pot. Seeing that there was nothing left to loot from the spotted bird, Sushamo used decomposition on the spotted bird's body. You decomposed the body of the bald spotted bird and obtained 1 0-level sand core? What's going on? These spotted birds are so poor, really. They are so stingy, but she could guess what was going on. Everything the system decomposed was useful to them, the trialists. Based on this rule, the flesh and blood of the spotted bird, which was poisonous to them, was naturally decomposed. You decomposed the body of the bald spotted bird and obtained 1 old wooden key and 1 0-level sand core. After 2 consecutive bald spotted birds were empty, Sushamo finally got something. You decomposed the bald-headed pheasant corpse and obtained 1 sharp beak ordinary and 1 0-level sand core. You decomposed the bald-headed pheasant corpse and obtained 1 old locked wooden box and 1 0-level sand core. A total of 10 ordinary bald-headed pheasants only produced 3 items, which is the lowest delivery rate in history. The mouse drags the wooden shovel, and the big head is behind. I hope the pheasant elite can give me a surprise. You decomposed the bald-headed pheasant elite corpse and obtained 1 old iron key, 1 old locked iron box, 10 iron feathers elite, magical doll ordinary, 5 0-level sand cores. Iron feathers elite, the essence of the bald-headed pheasant elite's iron feathers, high-quality forging materials. Sushamo looked back and saw that the feathers scattered on the ground had disappeared. Magical doll ordinary, a 1-to-1 simulation doll. As long as you dare to touch it, I dare to change. What is this? Sushamo curiously used the palm-sized crystal faceless doll in her hand. Then a scene that made people blush and their hearts beat fast appeared. The magic doll broke away from her palm and it became bigger like an inflated doll and turned into a doll that looked exactly like her. They were just carved from the same mold, but she was too cool. Sushamo's heart was pounding as she removed the doll effect, but the doll only turned into a palm-sized crystal doll, still keeping her shape. Sushamo learned that once the magic doll was finalized, it would take a month to move out of its current form, so she had to hide it deep in her backpack. How could the system decompose such an unruly thing? Sushamo spat inwardly. After repairing her house, Sushamo began to deal with her harvest. 15 sand cores were used directly to expand her sand world to 50 square meters. This was all made by herself. In terms of attracting monsters, Wang Yi couldn't catch up with her. He encountered 3 sieges in just a few days. This is one of the reasons why she could reach level 3 so quickly and get so many good things. You unlocked and opened the old wooden box and got 10 soil, 4 iron and 1 copper. You unlocked and opened the old iron box and got 10 iron, 5 copper, 5 delicious seasoning, 2 healing potions poor quality, and 1 blueprint for the spotted bird feather coat 1-5. The things in the old wooden box are good, but Sushamo, who has already opened many treasure chests, has no fluctuations in her heart. However, the iron box is different. This iron box is the second one she opened. As always, it gave her surprises. Sushamo couldn't help but curl up her lips. Spotted bird feather coat 1-5, 2 iron, 2 copper, 5 leather, 5 special feathers optional. This is the first equipment blueprint Sushamo got. It is a top. Although the spotted bird looks extremely ugly, the spotted bird feather coat is unexpectedly beautiful. Sushamo directly chose to use it, opened the extra Tiangong system on the panel, and dragged the materials to forge. Seeing that the energy value had dropped a lot, Sushamo's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. No wonder there were so few equipment in the exchange. It turned out that the restrictions on forging were so great. She silently took out a recipe scroll from her backpack, feeling that the goddess of wealth favored her again. Energy potion poor quality, 3 vitality fruits, 2 sleeping mushrooms, 1 awakening grass. Description: a potion that can restore 5 points of energy value. The upper limit of taking it per day is 3. Note that without the pharmaceutical skill, there is a certain probability that the potion will fail to be prepared. This is the potion formula she opened from the first iron box. As long as she finds the corresponding medicinal materials, she can make a fortune every day. Su Xiaomo turned her attention to the other two items. Delicious seasoning, a secret seasoning prepared by a senior chef. Just a little bit can make food delicious. Good stuff. Eating dry bread all day is already uncomfortable for her as a little foodie. With delicious seasoning, the decomposed meat can also be included in her recipe. Healing potion, poor quality. Although it is just a low-quality potion made by a pharmacist apprentice, it is still a rare healing product for low-level creatures. It can't bring you back to life, but it can make you die slower. Aren't they the low-level creatures? Zero-level creatures are not considered low-level, so who else can call themselves low-level? I have one more trump card. Well, I will give a bottle to that generous little brother later. While waiting for the equipment to be made, Su Xiaomo began to study the blushing thing again. After fiddling with it for a while, she found that she might have thought it wrong. The magical doll had enlarged and put on clothes. Standing with her, they looked like a pair of twin sisters. Su Xiaomo was trying to control the doll herself at the same time. The magical doll is similar to a weakened version of the clone, which needs to be controlled by humans. This clone has no attack ability. Its greatest function is probably to lure the enemy in times of crisis and sacrifice the car to save the general. There was another scratch on the wooden board at the head of the bed. Today was Wang Yi's 6th day in the Sanxi world. He habitually opened the panel and took a look. There were still 7,009 people in the regional channel. Although it has stabilized, hundreds of people have still lost their lives in the past few days. The bottom of the panel flashed and reminded him that there were unchecked private messages. Wang Yi clicked it. Su Xiaomo, thank you for the bow given by brother Wang Yi. I like it very much. I will use it first. You can use it if you need it. I have defeated the enemies who besieged me and brought you something as a thank you. Wang Yi now just wants to cry in the toilet. Sister, you really believe it. It's my fault that I like to talk nonsense. I finally got a graduation weapon at this stage, but it was wasted like this. Wang Yi extracted the attachment to see what the girl gave him in return. You get delicious seasoning too. Well, this is good. I am tired of eating barbecue with only salt. You get sharp beak normal 1, black rock lizard tendon normal 1. It's really thoughtful. They are all forging materials that he can use. Wang Yi wishes that his energy bar would be full now and enter the crazy forging mode. But it was just a thought. He felt uncomfortable when his energy dropped to the first warning line. He didn't want to sacrifice his life. You get a healing potion, poor quality. One girl is generous. She is willing to give this healing holy product to others. If used well, it can save more lives. It can be used as a trump card at the bottom of the box. You get a spotted bird feather coat, excellent. Spotted bird feather coat, excellent, level 3. Defense 50% additional to 15%. What is simple and crude? This is it. This equipment can provide 65% defense for standard level 3 creatures. Although it is not supernatural when stacked on Wang Yi, it is difficult for monsters below level 3 to kill him. It's just that this equipment is too fancy. It didn't choose to manifest and wear it on the body like the sand, snake leather boots, but directly threw it into the equipment column to add attributes. You get a snake fetus bow ordinary, huh? Didn't you say you kept it? Why did you send it to yourself again? However, Wang Yi was embarrassed to accept the snake fetus bow again after receiving so many precious gifts from her, so he mailed it back. Anyway, I don't really need it, Wang Yi comforted himself. Su Xiaomo must have been busy until very late last night, and she probably hasn't woken up yet, so Wang Yi didn't reply to her message to disturb her rest. After a night's rest, coupled with the effect of elite sand wolf meat, the adverse effects of snake venom and lack of energy have been completely eliminated. Wang Yi is ready to explore the surrounding area before the change. The snake eggs that dripped blood yesterday are beating up and down. That is the strong heartbeat of the sand snake embryo. Wang Yi carefully checked it and found that the 4 snake eggs are well developed and should hatch in the next 2 days. After detouring and inserting more than 10 signposts, Wang Yi finally encountered a group of monsters and rushed up in ecstasy. It was a group of first and second level gerbils, surrounding an unknown monster skeleton and enjoying the leftovers left by other hunters. Facing Wang Yi's threat that might snatch food from them, the group of rats turned around. Their scarlet eyes were creepy, and they made threatening noises. I don't know which gerbil took the first step, and the rats rushed forward, wanting to treat Wang Yi, the uninvited guest, as a snack. Facing the attack of the rats, Wang Yi was not afraid, and he used his gun to pick up the first gerbil that rushed up and exploded it. But a hero cannot stand up to a pack of wolves, and Wang Yi has not systematically learned the gun method, so it is impossible to defend himself perfectly. After killing several gerbils, some gerbils finally rushed to Wang Yi with the cover of their companions. With a click, the gerbils bit Wang Yi's leg, but it was definitely not his leg that broke. The defense provided by the two pieces of equipment, the sand snake leather boots and the spotted bird feather coat, formed a solid defense film on the surface of his skin, offsetting and weakening the enemy's attack. He stabbed the gerbil that was biting on him with a gun, and in a short while, the lower half of Wang Yi's pants became rags. On the contrary, the leather boots that were attacked the most were intact. The quality of the second-level excellent quality equipment was still top-notch and could not be destroyed for a while. After fighting for a quarter of an hour and losing a lot of level 1 and level 2 gerbils, the gerbils finally realized that Wang Yi was a tough nut to crack. Not only could they not get any meat, but they would also break their teeth. Seeing that the situation was not good, the gerbils decided to run away and scattered in all directions. Wang Yi quickly decomposed the bodies on the ground in batches to catch up with the largest batch. It was not easy to find an experience pack, and naturally he could not let it go easily. You killed 15 level 1 gerbils and 6 level 2 gerbils, and gained 135 experience. You decomposed a large number of gerbil corpses and obtained 21 0-level sand cores, 1 exquisite wooden key, 15 leather, and 2 gerbil teeth ordinary. There are few things that can be obtained by decomposing gerbils, but it is easy to kill them because of the large amount. Looking at his 165-200 experience bar, Wang Yi felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The opportunity to upgrade was right in front of him. After killing 2 more gerbils, most of the gerbils disappeared without a trace, and only the target he had been paying attention to was not lost. It was an elite gerbil. He had not noticed it before because it was hiding in the swarm of rats. But when the swarm of rats fled, it exposed itself, and Wang Yi immediately focused most of his attention on it. It was getting closer and closer, and he would soon catch up. The desperate gerbil turned flexibly when Wang Yi caught up with it, avoiding Wang Yi's attack and keeping a little distance. But it knew it was futile. Facing an enemy that ran faster than it, it probably couldn't escape today, and it ran madly thinking about somewhere. Wang Yi's attention was all on the gerbil elite, and he didn't notice the gradual change of the surrounding environment. The color of the sand under his feet became redder and redder. By the time he realized the problem, it was too late. Wang Yi stepped into the darkness, and the scenery in front of him changed dramatically. It was no longer endless yellow sand, but a group of stone buildings. You have entered the secret realm, the Lost Red Snake Temple. The system prompt appears in time to inform you of the environment you are in. The secret realm is a special space formed in the Sand Sea world for some reason. Only by completing the test of the secret realm or destroying the core of the secret realm can you leave the secret realm. At present, Wang Yi knew nothing about the situation of the Red Snake Temple, and he didn't even know what kind of creature the red snake was. He stood there and reflected on his mistakes. He was still anxious. He was afraid that he would not be able to cope with the upcoming changes in the Sand Sea. He always wanted to prepare more and become stronger. After discovering that he could reach level 3 after killing the gerbil elite, he only saw the figure of the gerbil elite, so that he didn't even know that he was led into a trap. The gerbil elite chose to turn back and come here halfway. He must know more about this place than he did. With the home and away shift, he is now at a natural disadvantage. Wang Yi approached the building complex and explored it carefully. There was nothing in the house near the outermost periphery. After checking several houses in a row, Wang Yi finally found some clues. It was a notebook of unknown material held in the hand of a mummy leaning against the wall. Some information was recorded on it with some strange symbols. Wang Yi couldn't understand it at all, but this didn't bother the almighty system, which translated it for him very considerately. In May of the Holy Yuan calendar 11754, I finally completed my cultivation and became a priest of my Lord. Praise my Lord. The following passages were mostly about the priest named Meng Yuan praising the God he believed in, and some important things that happened during that period. In those years, they lived a rich and colorful life under the protection of the gods. Through his records, Wang Yi had a certain understanding of the red snake. The red snake was really a snake, but it was very, very huge, and the red snake was not a good god. His priesthood was related to his talent. According to legend, when the red snake appeared, the land would be red for thousands of miles. The priesthood of this outstanding god was drought, and he was always extracting all the water within his control. As his priest, he was also given relevant abilities. Divine art. Extraction was a miracle that destroyed the enemy's water source. When launching a war, the priest group used this skill as a starting point, and often won without fighting. Divine art, red earth. Stripping, this is a powerful divine art that only high-ranking clergy can use. As far as Meng Yuan knows, only the high priest in their Red Heart City can use it. The effect is to imitate the talent of the red snake and create a red land. In the red land, there is a powerful stripping aura that strips the water from the enemy's body at the atomic level. Just like the black bread experiment commonly seen in high school classes, using the strong dehydration of concentrated sulfuric acid, the hydrogen and oxygen atoms in sucrose are stripped, leaving only the fluffy black bread formed by carbon atoms. In the red land, the water in the body is stripped away all the time, and finally a charcoal-like corpse is left. This is the ultimate means of war. Red Heart City has only launched it twice in history, and both times it was invincible and reversed the world. But there are some useless people who need the high priest to launch it at the cost of his life, and they will not use it until the moment of life and death. Meng Yuan and other residents of Red Heart City have been fighting fanatically for their beliefs, bringing drought to all living things until one day, everything changed. In the year 12300 of the Holy Yuan calendar, in the battle against the Luoyu tribe, we retreated step by step, and the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The root of all this is on us. The entire sacrificial group suddenly couldn't contact my god. Without the help of my god's magic, they couldn't fight the crazy, numerous Luoyu tribe. Defeated, badly defeated, the warriors of Red Heart City are getting fewer and fewer, and can only retreat to the city. Tonight, the high priest summoned our chief priests to discuss countermeasures, hoping to find a way to contact my god. But after trying all kinds of methods, we are like abandoned in the corner of the world. Has my god really forgotten us? I returned to my residence in despair. My heart was dead. The next morning, the army of the Luoyu tribe attacked the city. The warriors were killed or wounded. The high priest burned his life in despair. I seemed to feel the breath of my god. Is he coming? But the high priest's life fire was slowly extinguished. No, my god will come eventually. I burned my soul and turned into firewood, but it was still not enough. The priests burned themselves to help the high priest. The power of God descended, turning the Red Heart City into a piece of red land, and the ant-like Luoyu warriors turned into charcoal and fly away under the power of God. But why is my heart empty? My God, do you really hear our humble call? From Meng Yuan's words, Wang Yi analyzed that the Red Snake priest did not contact the Red Snake god in the end, but the high priest used some taboo means to perform divine art. Red land, deprivation, and died together with the enemy. Then the original body of this secret realm should be part of the Red Heart City, and this should be the original sacrificial area. Then the key to breaking the deadlock is in the temple, and is it related to the sacrifice? In his heart, he thanked the chief priest of Meng Yuan, who had turned into ashes again. His good habits allowed him to understand a lot of information. Without continuing to search in the empty sacrificial area, Wang Yi ran directly to the tallest building in the secret realm, the Red Snake Temple. Secret Realm Trial, the Unfinished Sacrifice, has begun. Unfinished Sacrifice. The unwilling dead souls cry day and night in the secret realm. Who can help them complete this sacrifice? Sure enough, the Gerbil elite knows something about this place. He found the key to start the Secret Realm trial mission so quickly. Can this mission really be completed? It's not known what era it is now. Can the Red Snake God still be contacted? Maybe he has died long ago. The field effect has been activated. You are now in the range of the divine art? Red Earth? Stripping weakened. The water in your body is being deprived. Wang Yi's face changed drastically in an instant. He had learned about the effect of this divine art from the Mongolian Yuan priest. He didn't expect that it would still be effective after who knows how long. Countless fine water droplets oozed out of Wang Yi's skin and then quickly dissipated in the air. Wang Yi felt that all the cells in his body were thirsty. He quickly drank a bottle of water to relieve it a little. He didn't have much time left. If he didn't want to turn into charcoal, he had to crack the secret realm before the water in his backpack was finished. Wang Yi ran quickly towards the Red Snake Temple, and on the way he met the Sand Rat elite who had entered earlier. Its strange changes aroused his vigilance. Black Crystal Ratman Leader Level 5. Skills, Talents. Description: the rat transformed by the Red Snake's divine power is in the process of transformation. You'd better not provoke it. Is this still the Sand Rat elite that I chased and chopped? It's really awesome. It evolved directly into a leader and it is still improving. Talents and skills are also being generated. Looking at the Ratman who was floating in the air with his eyes closed and turned into a black crystal, Wang Yi decided to believe the system's warning and not provoke it. Going around the Ratman who was transforming, Wang Yi came to the bottom of the Red Snake Temple. Do you want to accept the secret trial mission? Of course he didn't accept it. He didn't want to accept the transformation of the Red Snake's divine power and become a fanatical believer and a weird life form. You refused to accept the Secret Realm trial mission, and your behavior made the Temple Remnant Soul angry. The Temple Remnant Soul cursed you, and you will be subject to double the effect of the magic. The ground of the Secret Realm became even redder, and the water in Wang Yi's body disappeared at a terrifying speed, and even his skin began to carbonize slightly. Wang Yi roared, pushed open the long-sealed temple door, and rushed in. The Temple Remnant Soul twisted and circled around him, with hideous faces and crazy muttering, as if spitting and cursing him for blaspheming the gods. But there was no substantial damage. This group of sacrificial remnant souls that had been lost for an unknown period of time were just barely incarnated by relying on the special environment of the temple and had no attack ability at all. The so-called curse before was just the punishment for not following the rules of the secret realm. But he wanted to destroy the secret realm, so naturally he would not get away with it. Wang Yi rushed to the altar with the red snake circling in the center of the temple without hesitation. If he guessed correctly, this was the core of the secret realm. If he demolished it, everything would be over. You were counterattacked by the barrier and fell into the mirror maze. Wang Yi's attack did not land on the spot, but was teleported to a strange world with mirror walls. Sure enough, it was not that simple. Although the field effect of the divine art was indeed abnormal, it was not fatal in a short period of time. It would be strange if the secret realm was so easily destroyed. The best way to crack the maze is not to accept its rules. Wang Yi confidently swung his gun and hit the mirror wall. Embarrassing. This is not a simple maze like the one in the amusement park. If it could be destroyed at will, it would not be used as the last protective barrier. Wang Yi was really panicked this time. The maze was not difficult at all. As long as you master the skills and have a clear mind, you can always find a way out. The mirror maze is just an alternative maze with more visual interference. Wang Yi was confident that he had the ability to get out of the maze. But the time required would depend entirely on luck, and it happened that he did not have much time. The superposition of the field effect and the mirror maze was the secret realm's rule that could kill the destroyer. No wonder the secret realm didn't stop transforming the black crystal Ratman even when Wang Yi came to the door and let the dog bite him, because there was no need. Wang Yi was groping for the way forward while looking for support. There were 10 bottles of mineral water in his backpack. Under the influence of the field, He had to drink 2 bottles of water every minute to maintain his physical condition. It was already a matter of life and death. Wang Yi didn't care about his face. After posting a post in the forum to buy drinking water at a high price, he chatted with Wang Wanli privately. Life forces you to bow your head. You have been blocked by the trialist, and the other party cannot receive your message. Wang Yi's face was livid, and he slapped the mirror wall angrily. More than 2 minutes passed, and Wang Yi still didn't find a way out. There were only 5 bottles of water left in his backpack, and the carbonization of his skin was getting worse. There were few responses in the post. There were too many posts like this in the forum these 2 days. It's not about selling water, so there is naturally little attention. Most trialists have entered a state of water shortage. Of course, there are also people who pay close attention to this kind of post, such as a black-hearted businessman who holds a lot of water. Wang Wanli, Wang Yi, you have come to this day. If you want water, call me daddy first. Wang Yi ignored him directly. He could bow his head, but he would never kneel down. Wang Wanli looked like he had been wanting to step on him for a long time. Even if he accepted the humiliation, he would not get water. His character was rotten. A few minutes passed. Wang Yi was in a desperate situation, but his mind was unusually clear. He quickly eliminated dead ends and was getting closer and closer to escaping the maze. But time was running out. Wang Yi, who was extremely focused, took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, but took out nothing. The water had been used up. You received an email from Su Xiaomo and received 10 bottles of mineral water. A system prompt sounded like the sound of nature, giving hope to Wang Yi, who was completely desperate. I just got up and saw the message. All the water is given to you. I will go find someone to buy it for you. Come on, brother. Don't give up. Wang Yi seemed to hear the Earth's magic voice. Your recharge has arrived in his mind, and he was immediately full of energy. Although the young lady helped him to renew his water for 5 minutes, Wang Yi was not lucky. He had ruled out many paths, but the mirror maze was like a big one with no boundaries, and he could not find a way out. You received mineral water from Su Xiaomo 3? Little brother, you must hold on. Su Xiaomo almost cried when she sent this message. Wang Wanli, that bitch, became more and more aggressive against Wang Yi, not only refusing anyone who wanted to buy water from him at this time. He also said, whoever sells water to Wang Yi at this time is against him, and he and his related groups will not get a drop of water from him in the future. Although everyone despises Wang Wanli and does not take it to heart, the picture he released makes people silent. At this stage, having water is the boss, especially the buckets filled with clean water in the room like the picture, which makes everyone admit that he does have the capital to be arrogant. In the absence of a stable water source, no one can guarantee that they will not be in urgent need of water, like Wang Yi one day. It is unnecessary to offend a big water owner for someone who does not want to do it. Therefore, Su Xiaomo's water collection situation was not good. Only a few extremely confident and powerful independent players gave her 3 bottles of water after she bled heavily. Su Xiaomo, Brother Wang, are you okay? She was still struggling to find a possible trading partner. 5 minutes had passed, and she didn't know if Wang Yi could still hold on. Wang Yi, I'm fine. At this time, Wang Yi's eyes were dry, his face was dark, and he was leaning against a mirror wall. His heart was calm. Wang Yi, hold on a little longer. Someone has contacted me, and there will be water soon. Her almost shameless and tireless request finally moved a certain alliance leader who had traded with her several times and gave her some advice. Their alliance did have the ability to ignore Wang Wanli's threats, but why did they do this? Just give up a stable water source for a stranger? What she brought out was indeed good, and there were also high-level people in the alliance who liked it. But they couldn't damage the collective interests for their own interests, right? In order to maintain the stability and order of the alliance, they needed to give an explanation to the gang members, and Su Xiaomo had to come up with something that could stop the gossips. Although the words were said tactfully, the implication between the lines was that the price you gave was not enough. If you want water, you have to pay more, and it's a lot of money. Su Xiaomo was very angry at the mercenary face of the other party. but she could only bite her teeth and admit it. She didn't want this friend who she had only known for a short time to die like this. She showed the energy potion scroll to the other party. This time, the other party responded quickly, saying that it could be traded through the exchange immediately, no longer procrastinating as before. Wang Xiaomo, don't ask for water anymore. In fact, I haven't reached the point of being at the end of my rope. I didn't expect that the things I usually ignore would become a life-saving straw. At this time, Wang Yi's mouth was full of dried blood, and he swallowed hard the smelly and sticky sand wolf blood in his skin bag. Wang Yi's words made Su Xiaomo pause when she clicked the confirmation button on the exchange and directly canceled it and put the energy potion formula back into her backpack. That's right, it doesn't have to be water that can replenish water. Blood can also replenish water to a certain extent. Su Xiaomo mailed all the monster blood in her backpack to Wang Yi. Looking at the more than 10 liters of monster blood in the backpack, Wang Yi became more confident and decided to put on a good show for the secret realm. Wang Yi has found the exit of the mirror maze, but he can't just go there. He made a mistake at the beginning. This is not a maze like the one on Earth that is designed and unchanging. With the help of the secret realm with a certain consciousness, this maze can become an infinitely extended maze. He can't find the exit by conventional methods, but everything has a beginning and an end. The exit of the maze is actually its entrance, right where he entered at the beginning. After drinking all the blood in the skin bag made of sandwolf skin was also destroyed and carbonized under the influence of the secret realm field. Wang Yi let out a roar and threw the skin bag on the ground. Like a dying beast, he ran madly in the maze with chaotic and repetitive directions, but always slowly approaching a certain point. Wang Yi didn't know whether the consciousness of the secret realm was still paying attention to him. He completely brought the role into the performance. The consciousness of the secret realm was indeed no longer paying attention to him. It had no sense of appreciation for his struggle. All its attention was on the black crystal ratman who was undergoing transformation. As the pan-consciousness formed by the remnant souls of the priests, it inherited the will of the priests and let the divine glory of the red snake shine on this land again. The black crystal ratman who was undergoing transformation was the key link. In fact, countless creatures had been transformed before it, but none of them were spared, and all turned into dust. This was also the reason why the Sand Rat elite was afraid to approach here at the beginning. As an aboriginal here, it knew that this was a dangerous place that was constantly devouring lives. Originally, it just broke in with the idea of dying together, but it didn't expect that this was an adventure. It unexpectedly matched the transformation of the Red Snake's divine power. Now, Wang Yi, who was running around in the maze crazily, suddenly stepped hard when he passed a certain point, jumped up, and passed through a thin film-like transparent barrier. Sure enough, this was the exit. Wang Yi broke through the maze and suddenly broke out, causing the entire secret realm to tremble. The strange power entangled with the Black Crystal Ratman was suddenly peeled off. The Black Crystal Ratman, who was sprinting towards a higher level, failed due to the stripping of the Red Snake's divine power and let out a thunderous roar. Then it was told the reason by the secret realm. It learned that the little bug that followed it in not only did not die, but also destroyed its own evolution and also destroyed the plan of my god's arrival. The Black Crystal Ratman immediately ran into the temple with a step, vowing to kill the disgusting bug. The change in power also changed the mentality of the Black Crystal Ratman. It was no longer a mouse that was chased and fled everywhere. It was now a powerful Black Crystal Ratman, the guardian of the great Red Snake God. Wang Yi was now like an ant in its eyes. No! But it was such an ant that, while rushing into the temple, swung its gun and smashed the Red Snake altar that carried the core of the secret realm. It grabbed Wang Yi with its eyes wide open, but the distance between them was as far as the end of the world, and it was swept into an unknown place by the space turbulence caused by the shattering of the secret realm. Wang Yi stood proudly in the space turbulence, watching the secret realm collapse and dissipate, and accepting the news transmitted by the system. After the core of the secret realm is destroyed, The space of the secret realm will collapse, and the creatures inside, except for the Realm Breaker, will be swept away by the space turbulence. After the Realm Breaker smashes the core of the secret realm, a strange realm-breaking force will be generated to form a special space to protect the Realm Breaker. The Realm Breaker can actively draw these creatures to his side to receive the protection of the realm-breaking force. The scene of the destruction of the secret realm is very spectacular, but Wang Yi is not in the mood to appreciate it at this time. He is concerned about his physical condition. The surface of his body is severely carbonized, which is more terrifying than burns. If he doesn't treat it properly, his life will be endangered soon. Moreover, the system also gave him a bad news when popularizing knowledge. You destroyed the Red Snake Altar and suffered the backlash of the Red Snake Altar. You get the Red Snake mark. When there are people who believe in the Red Snake around, you will 100% gain the hatred of the other party, and the other party will pursue you to the death. Wang Yi's face was grim. He didn't know if the Red Snake God was still alive. He didn't know about other people who believed in the Red Snake, but there was one person he must know, and he hated him to the core. That was the Black Crystal Ratman who was swept away by the space turbulence. Wang Yi also knew some information about the Black Crystal Ratman before it disappeared. Black Crystal Ratman, Grand Commander Level 20, Occupation Guardian of God, Preacher. Skills, Talents, Description, a rat transformed by the power of the Red Snake, carrying the mission of the sacrificial group to revive the divine light. A 20-level Grand Commander level monster is not something he can match at all, not to mention that it is also a preacher. Wang Yi can already imagine the scene of countless fanatics flocking to it in the future. The crisis is over. Thank you, Sister Xiaomo, for your great help. I have no way to repay you, so I can only pledge my life to you. Why think so much? The Black Crystal Ratman who fell into the space turbulence may have died. If he is not dead, I don't know where he has been swept away. I don't know if I can see him again in this life. Having escaped from the desperate situation, Wang Yi's tense mood relaxed and he reported to Su Xiaomo that he was safe. Su Xiaomo's great help made Wang Yi feel as if he needed something, and he couldn't help teasing and testing her. That's wishful thinking. I'm as beautiful as a flower. I want to find someone equally handsome. Are you worthy of me? I am worthy of you. We can't say that I'm a handsome man picked from a million, but at least I'm the most eye-catching chicken among a flock of chickens. If you miss a high-quality potential stock like me, you'll never find it again. You're so funny. Wangpo, stop bragging. Tell me what good things you got. Because of you, this girl is bleeding heavily. Ah, I made you bleed. I'll be responsible. Ah, can we still have a pleasant chat? Isn't the treasure chest out yet? I'll pre-stage and liven up the atmosphere. Sister Su, I'll remember your kindness and promise to satisfy you. Half an hour later, everything settled down. The spatial turbulence subsided, the secret realm disappeared, and Wang Yi appeared again on the red sand at the beginning. You destroyed the secret realm and obtained the secret realm treasure chest destroyed. Secret realm treasure chest destroyed. A treasure chest obtained by passing the secret realm by destroying the secret realm core. System. Is this Sand Sea created by the Red Snake guy? It looks very much like his style. Wang Yi naturally had no respect for the Red Snake God who almost took his life. It was just a casual complaint, but he didn't expect the system to actually respond. It was detected that the trialer had access to relevant information, and some system information restrictions were unlocked. The Sand Sea has existed since ancient times, and the Red Snake is just a passerby in it. The current year is 1101 in the Qiwan calendar. Shengyuan is the era before Qiwan, and each era is 24,000 years. I don't know if the system has the ability to read minds, but it actually directly said the answer to the question he wanted to ask. The Red Snake God is really an ancient guy, an old monster from the last era. Now that 10,000 years have passed, he should be dead. System, please explore on your own. Just now the system has added a calendar function which can easily check the date and time. Is it related to you? It should be related. I just asked the system out of boredom. but I didn't expect it to really reply to me. The secret treasure chest is ready. Go back quickly and share the opening of the box with me. Not only Su Xiaomo was looking forward to it, but Wang Yi also wanted to open the treasure chest as soon as possible. But after taking a few quick steps, he fell headfirst on the sand. He felt a sharp pain all over his body and saw the layers of carbon powder on the surface of his skin disintegrate and fall off, revealing the bloody muscles inside, and instantly turned into a bloody man. Wang Yi was like being skinned, howling in pain, and quickly took out the healing potion poor quality that Su Xiaomo gave him this morning and drank it. It is indeed a life-saving magic medicine. After Wang Yi drank it, his whole body was numb, and the damaged epidermis all over his body healed quickly, giving birth to a layer of white and tender skin. Xiaomo, you are really my lucky star. You saved my life again. Without the healing potion you gave me, I would not be able to return alive even if I survived. I won't say much. Maybe I drank too much blood and a bunch of waste residue is making a fuss in my stomach. It may take a while for me to go back to open the treasure chest. I'll call you when I'm ready. Okay. After a moment of comfort, Wang Yi instantly felt much more relaxed. He packed up and ran home. The first thing he did when he got home was to make a fire, take out all the elite sandwolf meat and delicious seasonings and roast them. He was so hungry that he could eat a cow. After eating a whole portion of meat, Wang Yi finally recovered and sent Su Xiaomo a portion of hot barbecue, inviting her to watch the unboxing together. After some operation on the panel, Wang Yi opened a shared channel and invited Su Xiaomo to join so that she could share her perspective. Okay, Wang Yi, why don't you take out this good stuff earlier and enjoy it together? Su Xiaomo received the delicious barbecue and found that it was actually a good thing that could improve physical fitness, so she immediately spoke up and questioned. It's not that the wolf meat was too unpalatable before, and I thought you couldn't eat it, so I didn't send it. Now that I have delicious seasonings, I grilled the meat and sent it to you immediately. You are smart, boss. Give me another portion. Wang Yi had to mail another portion to him and took the last portion to enjoy it slowly. He was too hungry and ate too quickly just now, so he didn't taste it. Su Xiaomo, this is the secret treasure chest. It's really gorgeous. Seeing Wang Yi take out the secret treasure chest from his backpack, Su Xiaomo immediately made an evaluation. Indeed, the secret treasure chest looks very high-end, not like the square wooden and iron treasure chests they usually open, but like the supreme treasure chests that are prominent in the Neged Earth online games. You open the secret treasure chest. The system prompt came with Wang Yi's action, and then there was no follow-up. It turns out that the secret treasure chest is not a temporary treasure chest like an ordinary treasure chest. After opening, it has no storage function, and the items inside will be automatically transferred to the backpack. The secret treasure chest is a space treasure chest like a backpack, with the same storage capacity. The specific number of grids will be known after Wang Yi completes this opening. Hurry up! Hurry up! You took out 200 soil. Wang Yi casually took out a lot of soil and transferred it to his backpack. You didn't wash your hands. You took out 100 iron. That's it? You took out 50 copper. You took out 2,000 glass. Can you do it? You want to try? The real show is coming. You took out 30 vitality fruits, 20 sleeping mushrooms, and 10 awakening. Look, it's here. You don't recognize it now. Not bad. Not bad. I just need it. Du Xiaomo directly threw the screenshot of the energy potion formula scroll in his face. You are so lucky. I want to get some from that. I got it from the iron box. It seems that I am not that lucky yet. I will count on you for energy potions in the future. Wang Yi mailed all the energy potion materials he had just taken out to Su Xiaomo. It's a pity that there are only 10 materials. Once they are used up, they will be gone. It would be great if seeds could be produced. You took out 5 vitality fruit seeds, 5 sleeping mushroom seeds, and 5 awakening grass seeds. You must have been blessed. Whatever you say will come true. Ha! It's hard for both of us not to make money now. Do you want to plant or do I? It depends on the situation. Our sand world is not suitable for planting now. Whoever meets the conditions first will plant. Okay, you took out 15 fire crystals. What is this? Haha, now the goddess of luck is on my side. I'm giving you a good thing. I got it from Wang Wanli. Wang Yi immediately made the fire thunder seed, exactly 5 pieces, and mailed 2 to Su Xiaomo. Fire thunder seed, a hidden weapon with amazing power which can cause fatal damage to most creatures below the 2nd level after hitting. That's amazing. Next time, if you see someone you don't like, just throw one at them. There will be nothing left. No wonder Wang Wanli hates you so much. You have emptied his family fortune. The blueprint is still gathering dust in his hands. It was a matter of mutual consent. I will remember his revenge this time. Go on. Go on. Don't mention that annoying guy. You took out the blueprint of the Red Heart Heavy Crossbow. City Defense Red Heart Heavy Crossbow. City Defense. A city defense heavy crossbow designed by the craftsmen of Red Heart City. It is only available to the blacksmith profession. The power is determined by the strength, materials, and forging skills of the forger. You have come into contact with the knowledge related to the profession. Some of the professional knowledge is now open to you. After reaching the apex of level 10 of the Zero Order, the trialer needs to complete the job transfer through the job transfer guide to continue to improve. Su Xiaomo, what a good thing. If I build one and put it on the roof of my house, I will sleep more peacefully. There is no way to build it. This thing is a bit ahead of its time for us. You took out the blueprint of the Red Heart New Soldier Sword. 6 to 10. Red Heart New Soldier Sword 610. Materials: 5 refined iron, 3 red copper, 1 special material optional. Description: a sword for the training of new recruits in Red Heart City. Another item that cannot be used for the time being. I think the secret realm you challenged is too advanced and should not be accessible to us now. It was all luck. The opponent didn't take me seriously. I managed to steal the chicken after a narrow escape from death. You took out the Red Heart Newcomer Belt 6 to 10. Red Heart Newcomer Belt 6 to 10. Materials: 2 refined iron, 2 red copper, 3 magic pattern cloth, 1 special material optional. Description: one of the standard armors for Red Heart City newcomers. Same as the above. If you find the materials to make a low-level one, it can still be used. Others make equipment and ask for the highest level ones, but we hope for low-level ones. You took out the Sacrifice Set 30 blueprint. Sacrifice Set 30 materials. Equipment restrictions. Red Snake Sacrifice description. The basic set of Red Heart City Sacrifice. This? Useless stuff. I've kept it in the bottom of my box. You took out the General Skill Book. Sandbinding Wang Yi. Finally, I got something I can use. Congratulations, congratulations. Wang Yi chose to use it directly, and an extra skill appeared in the blank skill bar. Sandbinding 1 summons 1 sand chain to bind the enemy, rendering it unable to move. The upper limit of sandbinding is level 10, and the current level is level 1. As the skill level increases, the number of sand chains will also increase, and it can attack different targets at the same time. You took out the skill book. Divine Art? Extraction. Divine Art? Extraction can quickly drain nearby water sources. Occupational restriction. Red Snake Priest Wang Yi. Another useless one. You took out the skill book. Divine Art? Holy Healing. Divine Art? Holy Healing. Release holy light to heal the wounded. Occupational restrictions. Priest Xiaomo. I waited in vain. I can't use anything I got. You took out the skill book. Divine Art? Red Earth 1,000 miles. Divine Art? Red Earth 1,000 miles. Communicate with the Red Snake God to summon meteors from outer space to form a large-scale meteor shower to attack the enemy. Occupational restrictions. Red Snake Priest. Next is the basic skill book, all of which are very powerful, but the requirements for learning the profession are all required to be in the Red Snake Priest system. Wang Yi naturally can't use it. Considering that there are no other existences in that secret realm except Red Snake Priest, it is expected that these types of skill books will appear. You took out the Career Guide? Red Snake Priest, Career Guide? After reaching level 10, the trial taker can change to Red Snake Priest through this Career Guide. That's great! If you change your job, you can use all the skills and equipment you mentioned above. But I can't change it. Do you want me to fight myself? I can't release these. They will only help the enemy. They are all junk to be thrown at the bottom of the box. Wang Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. He showed Su Xiaomo the red snake mark on himself. With this mark, Wang Yi believed that he could not change to Red Snake Priest 100%. It was even more impossible to trade the career guide. That would be stupid. It would be creating enemies for himself and fattening them up to kill him. My condolences. You took out the career guide? Guardian of God? You took out the career guide? Is it necessary to target me like this? I guess the spirit of this secret realm in heaven must also ask you if it is necessary to target it like this. I am training believers here, and you have ruined my business. The truth is revealed. I guess the secret realm is likely related to our future job transfer. This Sand Snake, Temple's secret realm, should provide career guidance for the Red Snake God. But you have already destroyed everything. I can't do anything about it. Who made its transformation not meet my aesthetic standards? If it doesn't agree, I will die. What else can I do but crush it? That's not right. Does the job transfer also come with an initiation? The upgrade of that gerbil is a bit scary. Could it be that I went too early? It hasn't started business yet, and is selecting a mentor who can cover the business? I give full marks to this explanation. You took out the Labyrinth Gem. Labyrinth Gem, the core of the space labyrinth. The corresponding materials can be integrated into the gem to form a space labyrinth. The size of the labyrinth depends on the amount of materials integrated. It can be integrated with the Sand World. The victim finally picked up the butcher knife. Please welcome the next. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to expose this thing. This wave is not a loss. It won't be long before Wang Yi's maze will open. The beautiful ladies have the opportunity to come and visit. Being locked in by you? I won't go. This is worth the price. It's worth my journey on the road of life and death. Look at what you can do. Keep going. Don't stop. You took out the secret gem. You obtained the Spacebox Medium. Secret gem. The gem formed after the secret realm is destroyed. It can be integrated into the Sand World to expand the height of the Sand World, 1 meter upward or downward. Spacebox Medium. A space storage box containing 20 grids. You have access to information on the expansion of the height and depth of the Sand World. Some knowledge is open to you. The expansion of the height-depth of the Sand World requires space gems. You can obtain space gems by destroying secret realms, sand worlds, and other small spaces. The deeper the Sand World, the more perfect its functions. Sand World Height. As the height of the Sand World increases, the internal circulation of the Sand World becomes more perfect. The World Master will gain a certain space transformation ability and can transform the unlocked terrain on the surface of the Sand World. The specific situation is determined by the current height of the Sand World. Sand World Depth. Increasing the depth of the Sand World will have a chance to generate mineral veins. The deeper the depth of the Sand World, the higher the probability and frequency of mineral vein generation, and the better the quality. Are you going to let us humans fight as soon as we meet? In order to build our own world, we must plunder space gems, and the same kind of Sand World is the easiest to start with. After Su Xiaomo saw the information about the expansion of the Sand World, her first reaction was the problem of human infighting in the future. So you should be more careful. Don't be sold out and help count money. The future of mankind is not something we can control. Just do your best. There are many sand realms and secret realms occupied by other creatures in the Sand Sea. I know, Uncle Long-Winded, I'm smart. The secret realm treasure chests have been opened. If you see a share, you can choose what you want. Brother is so generous? Isn't my more than 100 pounds worth the price? Forget it. There are quite a few things, but not many can be used. I will share some more. You will have worked in vain this time. Wang Yi glanced at the backpack and was indeed a little embarrassed. The materials and other things should either be shared at the beginning or kept as a shared reserve. The rest are all good goods, but no matter how good the goods are, they cannot be used. The Red Heart heavy crossbow requires the profession of a blacksmith. Each person has a copy of the Red Heart New Soldier Sword and New Soldier Belt blueprints. There is currently no corresponding material to forge. Although the sacrificial set is high-end, the equipment that restricts the wearer is not very valuable, even if it is a full set of level 30. There are quite a few skill books, but apart from the sand binding that he learned, the remaining 5 books, except for one holy treatment for clergy, are prepared for the Red Snake sacrificial system profession. 3 career guides were released at once, but these things are 1. Not needed now. 2. Wang Yi can't use them at all, and dare not use them. Labyrinth gems and secret gems are very rare and precious things, but neither of them can see benefits in the short term. After counting them, Wang Yi's gains this time are really limited. A few herbs for energy potions, a surprise fire thunder seed, and then learned a skill, and an extra space box that can be used as a warehouse. Not to mention that the space box is really useful. It also has a very fashionable sharing function, which will generate a mirror treasure box on the other side. He deposits things in the treasure box here, and Su Xiaomo can take them out through the mirror treasure box on the other side. After Wang Yi shared it with Su Xiaomo, the space box became their shared warehouse, and they could store and retrieve things in it at will. Their extra stones, wood, and vines that occupied the backpack grid have been stored in it. There are now 2 groups of stones, 1,000 units per group, the maximum stacking unit of the space column, 5 groups of wood, and 10 groups of vines in the space box, all of which are their big sales of toilet paper and subsequent continuous income. Then there are the 2 groups of glass he just opened. Wang Yi tried to put the equipment in, but the system prompted that he could not operate it. How about you choose one between the maze gem and the secret gem? Then you might as well give me all the things related to the Red Snake God. Girl, are you going to kill your husband to prove your truth? Don't think it's a pity. I tell you that you will be very ugly after being transformed by the Red Snake. Kill your head. Don't think I'm ignorant. Your job change comes with divine power transformation. The career guide says that as long as you keep believing in the Red Snake God, it's fine. Are you kidding? Really? How about giving me? Then you might as well give me the things above. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to take a nap. Go and have fun by yourself. Bye. After disconnecting the connection with Su Xiaomo, Wang Yi began to sort out his harvest. All the items related to the Red Snake were put into an exquisite iron box and locked it. Not feeling safe enough, he sealed it with a thick layer of stone on the outside. So, a stone platform was added to the basement. The secret gems must be used. Mineral veins and the like cannot be generated by expanding his sand world by 1 meter. Wang Yi chose to expand the height of the sand world to see how the regional transformation ability works. After choosing to integrate the secret gems into the sand world, there was no big movement. The sand world space quietly grew 1 meter. The expanded sand world immediately added the regional transformation function. After Wang Yi entered, he looked down at the sand world from a god's perspective. The 24 square meter sand land and a small stone house were ordinary. There was a transformable terrain column on the regional transformation function page. Wang Yi looked at it and found that only the bottom terrain was unlocked. That is, the quicksand land. At present, he can transform a 10 square meter quicksand land in his sand world. Looking at the sand world with little space, Wang Yi temporarily gave up the transformation and took out the sand cores he had previously stored to expand the area of the sand world. After using the 45 zero-order sand cores he had stored, the sand world suddenly became much larger, with a length and width of more than 8 meters. The newly expanded space is still sandy. Wang Yi casually transformed a piece of sand in the southwest corner into quicksand. Whether this thing can trap the enemy depends on luck. Wang Yi's mind is no longer on it. Compared with an uncontrollable quicksand pit, a stable maze is more favored by him. The maze in the secret realm of the Red Snake Temple is a mirror maze, so Wang Yi opened a lot of glass in the secret treasure chest. But the first thing he thought of was not to use glass to build a maze like in the secret realm. but the inexhaustible sand in the desert. If it works, he dares to slowly put the entire Sand Sea World into his maze and turn the maze into another Sand Sea World. As soon as he said it, Wang Yi directly integrated the maze gem into the Sand World. The Sand World has a special terrain of maze, but it is only the size of a dot. Wang Yi tried to fill the maze with sand, but it turned out that he was just thinking about it. The maze cannot be integrated into the sand construction. Wang Yi tried to put in glass again. This time the prompt is feasible. By putting in 1,000 units of glass, he can harvest a mirror maze of 100 square meters and 3 meters high. Wang Yi thought about it and gave up this plan. Without the blessing of the divine power in the secret realm of the Red Snake Temple, his mirror maze would probably break at the slightest touch, and the invaders could play with it however they wanted. Wang Yi tried all the materials in his backpack one by one, and found that except for glass, only soil and stone were materials recognized by the maze gem. There was no need to hesitate now. Of course he would choose stone. Wang Yi directly took a group of stones from the space box and integrated them into the space gem. The space maze he wanted did not form immediately, but instead reminded himself that it was incubating. Please enter again after 24 hours. That's it? Wang Yi casually threw the incubating maze into the Sand World. Just as he was considering whether to take a nap, several weak consciousnesses entered his mind. The sand snake eggs hatched. After leaving the house, he saw that the place where the sand snake eggs were buried outside the house had been pushed open, and several small snakes about 1 meter long were swimming on the sand. Sand Snake Level 1. Skills. Talents? None. Description. The sand snakes hatched by Wang Yi's blood are just like their namesakes. If they are thrown into the sea of sand, they will never be found again. Because they were hatched by his blood, which is equivalent to signing a blood contract, these sand snakes are naturally close to him and can easily follow his instructions. Sensing Wang Yi's breath, the sand snakes quickly swam towards him, sending out hungry signals. Wang Yi immediately took out a portion of sand wolf meat from his backpack and cut it into several portions to feed. 1, 2, 3. From now on I will call you Chang 1, Chang Er, Chang San. There shouldn't be 4. Where is the other one? Since you are late, I can only call you Chang Si. Wei, just Chang Wei. Just when Wang Yi was about to give the 4th late sand snake a name at the back of the list, a sand snake that was more than 3 meters long, as thick as his arm, and with a prominent head and horns suddenly jumped out of the sand and swallowed up most of the meat left in his hand. Seeing Wang Yi stunned, it hissed, indicating that it was still hungry and asked to hurry up. I was shocked. Wang Yi took out 2 more portions of sand wolf meat, threw one to Chang Wei, and the other to its 3 skinny brothers, and checked Chang Wei's information. Mutated Sand Snake Elite Level 1. Skills. Incubating Talent. Incubating Description. The poor rely on mutation. As an ordinary sand snake, it also has a mutated heart. It is still evolving. Please treat it well. This is a good embryo, and it must not be wasted. Wang Yi stared at Chang Wei, who was eating, and it was furious to see it holding the food and drilling into the sand. Let me find something that can assist in its evolution. Chang Wei's future height is closely related to Wang Yi's investment in its transformation and evolution period. If you do nothing, you may end up being a blank elite sand snake. It is limited in strength, but it can become a divine pet if you raise it well. But after searching the stock exchange, he didn't find anything that he thought was useful. He searched his own assets again and found something that he could use. That was the Crazy Bite skill book that made him remember it deeply, but he didn't dare to learn it himself, so he could only put it in the box to gather dust. His neck couldn't withstand such violent movements, but Chang Wei was different. It was a snake, and its body was very willful, so it could naturally withstand it. Wang Yi called Chang Wei, and this guy with a bit of temper swam over happily, circled Wang Yi's body and quickly climbed onto his shoulder, and the snake's tongue licked Wang Yi's side face. Hey, you are a snake, not a dog! Wang Yi directly used the Crazy Bite skill book on Chang Wei and drove it off his shoulder. Chang Wei had some strange knowledge in his mind, and he was shaking his head on the sand with some discomfort. His brothers thought he wanted to play with them, so they came over. From Wang Yi's perspective, there was a message added to Chang Wei's skill bar. Crazy Bite Learning. Chang Wei's sudden 3 consecutive bites on the open space scared the brothers who came over, and they all moved away to avoid being eaten by the boss. Learning a skill through a skill book only means that you can use this skill. How to use it, and whether you can use it well, depends on your personal mastery. It just so happened that Wang Yi also learned a skill today. He was excited to see the prey and practiced with Chang Wei. Some things can only be seen after taking action. Wang Yi tried to activate the sand beside Chang Wei to bind it, but there was no response. The target of attack was outside the attack range. Wang Yi approached Chang Wei little by little, and finally felt that he could activate the sand around it at a distance of 3 meters, and immediately condensed a sand chain to bind it. Chang Wei, who was just getting used to his new ability, was startled by the sudden appearance of the sand chain. He subconsciously used the crazy bite he had just learned. The sand chain collapsed under the after images, and Chang Wei also found the culprit who attacked him. He raised his head and stared at him, asking his master what he was doing. Wang Yi told Chang Wei through mental connection that he was practicing with it. Chang Wei immediately swam excitedly and pushed straight towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi looked at Chang Wei, who was shot at by an arrow, and wanted to tie it up with the sand chain, but found that he couldn't activate it at all. Forcing it would give him a headache. He immediately understood that just like the skills in the Earth game have a cooldown, the skills of the Sand Sea cannot be released continuously after learning. There needs to be a buffer time between 2 skills to allow the body to adapt to the physical burden brought by releasing the skills. He just figured it out, and Chang Wei hit him in the chest with great momentum, hitting him on the buttocks. Chang Wei arched him like a spoiled child, as if to say, "Look, am I awesome? Praise me now." Chang Wei, that's not the case. I'm not asking you to attack me. I'm asking you to dodge or use your own skills to block my skills. Is that so? Chang Wei shook his head in confusion and distanced himself from Wang Yi. Wang Yi found that he could activate the sand binding skill again. He silently calculated that the interval between the 2 sand bindings was as long as 3 minutes. The second time he released the sand binding, Wang Yi was much more skilled. He suddenly appeared from Chang Wei's blind spot. The sand chain was faster and more condensed, but it was still dodged by the cunning Chang Wei. The third time he released it, Chang Wei couldn't dodge it. Seeing that the sand chain was about to fall on him, he turned around and destroyed Wang Yi's sand chain with a crazy bite. In this way, the master and pet practiced back and forth. By noon, Wang Yi had a good chance of tying up Chang Wei. But that was the end of today. It was impossible to activate a skill without consumption. Wang Yi and Chang Wei were very tired. After a round of sparring, Wang Yi gained a lot, had a good understanding of the skill system. For example, there is a cooldown when releasing skills, and there is consumption when releasing skills. Sand binding consumes mental energy, and crazy biting consumes physical strength. At the same time, he had a deep understanding of his own sand binding skills. Before, he was like he had just learned to swim by himself, and he could only doggy paddle while choking on water. Now, he can use many tricks, and the timing and angle are just right. The most direct manifestation of the improvement of proficiency is that the skill experience bar has moved a lot. If you continue to practice like this, it won't take long to upgrade to the 2nd level of sand binding. Wang Yi is fine, but he is a little tired. Chang Wei, who has consumed a lot of physical energy, has curled up in a ball to protest with grievance. If he doesn't give him something to eat, he will go on strike. Wang Yi smiled and threw a portion of sand wolf meat too. It was swallowed in one bite, and it looked up with a look like "I want more." He had to throw another portion to Chang Wei, and chopped up a portion of sand wolf meat to share with the younger brother, who was called by the eldest brother because of the smell of meat. Several sand snakes were eating happily, but Wang Yi was a little worried. He had eaten 6 portions of sand wolf meat in less than half a day. Seeing that there were still 12 portions of sand wolf meat left in his backpack, he was suddenly under great pressure. No matter what, he would eat first. Seeing the sand snakes eating happily, Wang Yi also felt hungry. Back in the hut, he added wood to make the fire in the fire pit burn vigorously. Wang Yi put on the grill and took out a portion of sand snake meat to grill. He opened the forum and found that Wang Wanli was still shouting and mocking in his post. Wang Yi was too lazy to get involved with him and replied, "Thanks for your care. I am alive and, well." Then he was banned from speaking. In the stone house on the other side, Wang Wanli cursed and left the forum and smashed the glass full of clear water in his hand with a dark face. "You are lucky that you didn't die this time. Don't let me catch another chance." Wang Wanli, who had a backpack and a full of clear water in the house, had already regarded himself as the son of destiny. Naturally, he would not let those who took advantage of him have an easy time. After a while, the snake meat on the grill turned golden and fragrant. After applying delicious seasoning, the fragrance was even higher. Wang Yi ignored the heat of the barbecue and tore off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. It was indeed delicious. Unlike the unpalatable sand wolf meat that needed delicious seasoning to neutralize it, the already delicious sand snake meat was even better with delicious seasoning. When Wang Yi was eating, Chang Wei, who was lying on the sand outside the stone house to digest his food, suddenly stretched his neck. His snake tongue frequently collected information in the air and recognized that the stone house had passed. Climbing up the stone house, he swam in through the wooden door on the roof that Wang Yi had not closed. Wang Yi, who was facing the exit, was eating with his mouth full of oil. Chang Wei's snake tongue explored back and forth in the air, and after taking it back into his mouth, his eyes lit up. "This is the taste." He stretched his body forward and took a piece of delicious snake meat from the grill away. When Wang Yi finished eating the meat in his hand and went to get it again, how come such a big piece of barbecued meat was gone? Turning around, Chang Wei was smacking his lips while entangled on the wooden ladder. Before Wang Yi could speak, he took the lead in questioning Wang Yi through mental contact, asking why he didn't take out such delicious food earlier and get more. He swallowed it too quickly just now and didn't taste it. Wang Yi hesitated to speak. "Young man, do you know what kind of meat you just ate? How dare you eat this?" Wang Yi was afraid that it would not be able to distinguish the roasted snake meat, so he took a fresh one for it to recognize. Chang Wei's reaction made Wang Yi speechless. "It's just snake meat, or sand snake meat. Roast it quickly." "Ah, master, you are afraid that I am used to eating it. Master, don't worry. I won't eat my little brother's secretly. If you want to eat it, you have to bring it to the master to roast it, and we can eat it together." This answer is very excellent and professional. At Chang Wei's urging, Wang Yi roasted the sand snake meat. It seems that the sand snake eggs in these boxes are not very related to the previous sand snakes. At least there will be no revenge for the mother in the future. Wang Yi let go of the grudge in his heart. Chang Wei did not swallow the delicious snake meat this time, but asked Wang Yi to cut it into small pieces for him to enjoy slowly. After all, he had eaten a lot of snake meat before, so he only asked for a little bit of snake meat this time to taste it. Looking at the pile of delicious snake meat on the grill, Wang Yi felt that he could not eat it. He contacted Su Xiaomo, who was a foodie, and sent 2 kilograms of snake meat and also added 2 apples as dessert. Su Xiaomo probably didn't have much water now for her own sake. Apples are not as good as water in quenching thirst, but they can also slow down. If he was not afraid that the girl would dislike it, Wang Yi would have sent his half can of beer. Received, very delicious. I noticed you have a lot of delicious food. Don't hide it like squeezing toothpaste. Have some. Really no more. The only food left in the backpack is wolf meat, snake meat, and bread. Do you want some? Wolf meat is too bad. I almost vomited the bread. I want to trade you for some snake meat. Okay, sell me all the meat you don't eat. The snake eggs I mentioned to you before have hatched, and I can't afford to keep them. Okay, the meat I beat here is worse than the other. If you still need meat, you can go to the exchange. At present, most people are not short of food. Those who are living well have even begun to be picky about food. There are a lot of those bad-tasting meats on the market. Got it? I'll go and have a look later. You received mineral water 3. When receiving the meat sent by Su Xiaomo, a different message popped up. Hey, You're not really going to sell the energy potion formula, are you? It's okay to be thirsty for a while. I'll go find some water when it's cool outside. Am I that stupid in your eyes? You should be thirsty to death. Those people have indeed been asking if the formula is for sale. They are willing to sell water. But now that you have survived the crisis and replied to the post, even Wang Wanli is no longer blocking the sale of water. Naturally, these guys won't ask for trouble. But everyone wants good things. They also know that it is impossible to get the formula without blackmail, and they are reluctant to give up the possible channels to obtain energy potions. They use this water to apologize and ease the relationship. Then you can accept it with peace of mind. The management of the opposite alliance is quite good at dealing with people. After knowing that things are impossible, they immediately started to remedy the situation. It's smart. They know that we are indeed short of water now, but it's not fatal. Sending water at this time can make us speechless and eliminate some grudges. When we talk again in the future, it will naturally ease a lot. Well, but even if the other side is a good person, don't expect me to show them favor. Even if the energy potion can be mass-produced in the future, the price should be the same. Wang Yi, it should be? Drinking water is still scarce. After waking up from a nap, he equipped himself and set off again. This time, he planned to go to the place where he met the gerbils to see if there was a treasure chest. When he decomposed the gerbils, he decomposed an exquisite wooden key. Sensing that Wang Yi had left the sand world, Chang Wei, who was nesting in the sand, immediately jumped up and followed, and several younger brothers followed immediately. So one person's action became one person leading a group of snakes, which was quite a bit like the wasteland life of one person and several dogs. When we arrived at the location, the skeleton that still had some flesh and blood in the morning completely turned into a forest of white bones, covered with teeth marks. Chang Wei immediately became excited after approaching, stretched out his tongue, and kept collecting information in the air, and then drilled into a sandy area, and the younger brothers rushed up and drilled into the sand. A few screams came, and it turned out that the gerbils that were dispersed by Wang Yi returned here again. It seems that this area is their old nest. The attacked gerbils came out of the sand and fought with the sand snakes. Among them, Chang Wei was the most ferocious and could not lose to 3 gerbils at the same time. Chang 1, Chang 2, and Chang 3 were not as good as them. In a one-on-one battle, facing gerbils over half a meter long, they did not dare to confront them head-on and could only wander around looking for opportunities to give the gerbils a hard blow. Wang Yi did not forget that he had some experience to upgrade, so he let go of the gerbils fighting with the sand snakes and went straight to the gerbils that were still coming out. As soon as the thought came, the sand moved immediately and the gerbil in front of Wang Yi was tied up and killed by Wang Yi with a shot. After killing 2 more gerbils, the remaining gerbils seemed to recognize Wang Yi, the big devil who slaughtered them in the morning, and they immediately scattered. Wang Yi only had time to tie up and kill the one closest to him with a sand chain, and the other gerbils had disappeared, running faster than in the morning. I glanced at the experience bar, and the experience just stopped at 195-200. I had to kill at least 1 level 1 monster to level up. I looked around, and I couldn't see any gerbils that were running away. The gerbils that were fighting with the 3 little snakes were all foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground. They were dying. Only Chang Wei, after biting 2 gerbils to death, saw that his master and his subordinates had finished their work and was about to use his ultimate move to end the battle. "Go easy on me!" Wang Yi's sudden shout scared Chang Wei, who was about to kill the last gerbil with a crazy bite, and he shivered. He was almost bitten by the gerbil. Although he didn't know why his master asked him not to kill this gerbil, Chang Wei still honestly stepped back and intimidated the gerbil that wanted to escape. Puff! Wang Yi nailed the gerbil to the ground with a gun and faced Chang Wei's puzzled eyes. He was promoted to level 3. Didn't I say I wouldn't kill it? Why did you stab it to death with your backhand? It's all because of those gerbils running too fast. If I wasn't close to leveling up, I wouldn't have stolen your prey. Besides, it's still unclear whether you can gain experience by killing monsters. Finally, as he wished, he reached level 3, which almost cost him his life. Wang Yi began to count the spoils. 10 gerbils were gathered together, 5 of which he killed, and 5 of which were killed by sand snakes. Wang Yi picked out a gerbil that was obviously killed by a sand snake and tried to decompose it. It worked. You decomposed a level 1 gerbil and obtained 3 gerbil meats and 1 0-level sand core. You decomposed a level 1 gerbil and obtained 3 gerbil meats and 1 0-level sand core. You decomposed a level 1 gerbil and obtained 3 gerbil meats, 1 old wooden key, and 1 0-level sand core. After decomposing 3 gerbils in a row, Wang Yi found that they all had gerbil meat that was not found in the morning. Wang Yi checked the gerbil meat information and immediately understood. It turns out that humans can't eat gerbil meat, so the system decomposes it completely as something useless to them. However, sand snakes can eat gerbil meat, so the gerbil meat that was previously considered useless can now be decomposed. As for why it didn't come out in the morning, Wang Yi thought it was probably because the sand snakes hadn't hatched yet, and the system didn't calculate it in advance. The remaining 7 gerbils were decomposed one by one. It was indeed the poorest monster he had ever encountered. In addition to the 0-order sand core that must be dropped, each gerbil contributed its few pounds of meat. 10 0-order sand cores can expand the sand world a little bit, and 30 portions of gerbil meat can keep the little leaders eating for a while. The most important thing is that a key just dropped, which means there must be a treasure chest in the gerbil nest. And the nest is right in front of them. The little leaders were not panicked at all about their prey being lost by their owner. They are all snakes with keepers, so they don't have to worry about food. Seeing the owner digging the sand hard, the sand snakes also swam over to join in the fun. After half an hour of hard work, Wang Yi, who had dug a big hole in the sand, finally found the treasure chest buried in the gerbil nest. You get an old locked wooden box 1. You get an exquisite locked wooden box 1. You get a rough locked iron box 1. There are 3 treasure chests in total, 2 of which have already exploded with keys, but the iron box has not. Wang Yi guessed that it might be from the former gerbil elite, and it is impossible to get it. He can only put the treasure chest away first and wait for it to be exchanged in the exchange or exploded by himself. The goal was achieved, and Wang Yi led his brothers back to the sand world. It was almost dusk at this time. The outside of the sand world was the stage for monsters, and the huge temperature difference between day and night was not so pleasant. Wang Yi didn't want to get sick at this time. Throwing out 2 portions of gerbil meat to send off Chang Wen, Chang and Chang San, Chang Wei became awkward and refused to accept the raw rat meat he fed him, insisting that he roast it in his room. Seeing that he had not put the seasoning he had used at noon, Chang Wei immediately nudged him with his head, so Wang Yi had to symbolically sprinkle some delicious seasoning on him. After the 2 portions of rat meat were grilled, Chang Wei immediately ran back to the nest outside while biting the meat. He didn't know if he would share it with his younger brothers. Wang Yi naturally didn't want to have to serve more uncles. Fortunately, Chang Wei and his men had weaker intelligence and consciousness, and it was difficult for them to communicate with him through spiritual connection. They should not be as picky as Chang Wei. He moved the grill for roasting rat meat for Chang Wei aside and replaced it with his own grill to prepare dinner for himself. The rough iron box was put in the basement and waited for a destined person to deliver the key. Wang Yi directly opened the 2 wooden boxes. You unlocked and opened the old wooden box. You obtained 10 wood and 5 mineral water. Nice! A good start. With these 5 bottles of water, Wang Yi's water shortage crisis can be slightly alleviated. You unlocked and opened the exquisite wooden box. You get 20 stones, 5 irons, 10 pears, 1 box of yogurt, 1 bag of tomato seeds, and 5 peach seeds. This is too good. System, you heard the foodie's prayer. I just told the foodie at noon that he didn't have much food here, and he immediately opened a bunch for me. He took out 5 big pears and half a box of yogurt, and Wang Yi mailed them to Su Xiaomo. Kiss! Brother is so nice. Thank the system, God is too partial to you. After dinner, Wang Yi browsed the forum and the exchange for a while and went to bed. Today was thrilling and consumed his mental will. Go to bed early and get up early for good health. Early the next morning, when Wang Yi got up to release water, the system prompt came. System, today is the day when the sand sea changes. Please do not stay too far away from your own sand world. From 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day, the sand sea world is in a drastic change. Please stay in the sand world to prevent getting lost in the sand sea. During the sand sea change, the sand world shield is enhanced. In addition to perfectly isolating the risks brought by the changes in the external environment, it also has a strong defense against enemy attacks. The ability of the Sand World Shield to isolate the environment is constant and will not disappear due to enemy attacks. Finally, this moment has come. I don't know where my Sand World will be taken by the Sand Sea change this time. I hope it will not be the nest of some high-level monster. The system prompts have caused the channel in the area that has been a little calm recently to explode. They have lost nearly 40% of the talents in this area and are slowly gaining a foothold. As soon as they obtained a relatively safe environment, the system couldn't wait to come out and make trouble, and wanted to throw them to an unknown and unfamiliar place. I don't know how many people will be sacrificed in exploration and land reclamation, but the noise of the trialists cannot affect the system. The system prompts only inform everyone of an established fact. Whether you accept it or not, you have to face it. Chang Wei and his 3 younger brothers swam towards Wang Yi to ask for food for this morning. After a night of growth, the well-fed sand snakes had changed a lot. Chang Wei had gained a lot of weight, and his body had grown to more than 4 meters long. The 3 little snakes had also improved significantly, growing to more than 2 meters long and were as thick as half of his wrist. Wang Yi took out 4 portions of gerbil meat to feed the 3 little guys, whose appetite had increased greatly. Chang Wei was not satisfied with his food at first. Seeing that Wang Yi was only eating bread and had no intention of grilling meat, he had to accept 3 portions of raw gerbil meat, which he now thought was unpalatable. After taking out the maze gem, he found that the new maze had not yet been constructed. Wang Yi locked the door and prepared to make the last large-scale exploration before the Sand Sea changed. With 4 followers, Wang Yi and his party chose a direction to set off. At this time, the night's cool air had not yet dissipated, and it was the peak period for monsters to be active. But today, for some reason, none of the monsters that were usually active at this time were seen. Wang Yi searched until more than 10 o'clock in the morning, but didn't find any. However, he collected a lot of scattered resources in the desert. With a few brothers who liked to drill in the sand, Wang Yi found treasure chests more easily. Look, in less than 2 hours, Chang Wei and his snakes dug out 2 treasure chests in the sand that Wang Yi had searched roughly before. One was the worst damaged wooden treasure chest, and the other was a relatively high-end exquisite wooden treasure chest. Chang Wei, who was praised by Wang Yi, became more excited and drilled in the sand for a long time to find treasure chests for Wang Yi. Moreover, today's weather was also the weather he had never seen in the Sand Sea. The scorching sun was on holiday today, and the sky was dyed dim and gray by the fine sand blown by the wind. Because there was no scorching sun, the temperature on the sand was not high. It should be a carnival moment for the creatures in the Sand Sea, but they were nowhere to be seen. Many people chose to explore the sand outside the sand boundary today like Wang Yi. They didn't know what the new environment would be like after the Sand Sea changed. At least they were familiar with the surrounding area. They wanted to grab the greatest benefits in this last carnival moment. Most of the people who came out to explore encountered the same thing as Wang Yi. Usually there were monsters wandering around, but today they disappeared completely. Some people boldly speculated that it might be related to the upcoming changes in the Sand Sea. The monsters were afraid, and they huddled in their nests deep to wait for the big changes to pass. Many people thought this speculation was reasonable, and after several trialists posted pictures to prove it, this speculation was generally recognized. Some pictures showed large-scale migration of beasts, and they looked panicked, as if they were encountering unspeakable disasters. Some pictures showed that some people dug out monster nests during exploration, and the monsters that should have rushed out to attack the trialists retreated, filled the gap, and shrunk deeper into the nest. But the monsters are not really without temper. Some people have no idea in their hearts. Relying on the courage given to them by someone unknown, they repeatedly provoke the nest animals, and finally end up dead. Of course, the monsters are not all passive and avoid fighting. Many monsters feel that compared to shrinking in the nest like quails, they have a better choice, that is, to attack the sand world of the trialists. The sand world is a small world that is semi-independent from the sand sea. It can perfectly resist natural disasters when the sand sea changes. After conquering it, you don't have to worry when the sand sea changes, and you can sleep peacefully. However, this phenomenon is rare. After all, their sand world has existed for a long time. If the monsters want to attack the city, they would have come to attack long ago. This phenomenon of monsters lying dormant surprised some trialers. They usually dare not leave the sand world too far. This time, they must take advantage of the safe period to search for their own supplies around. Since there is no sun today, Wang Yi has no intention of going back after exploring for a while at the beginning. He plans to stay outside until the afternoon when it is close to dusk before going back. Wang Yi and his party searched boringly in the sand for more than an hour. After Chang Wei's excitement passed, he also wilted. He no longer drilled holes everywhere and crawled honestly on the sand. Just when Wang Yi was about to stop to eat and rest, Chang Wei suddenly became agitated and swam quickly in a certain direction. Wang Yi hurried to catch up. Chang Wei sniffed the sand, following the smell he could smell, and finally Wang Yi found the crawling marks on the sand that were almost buried by the dust. A monster had passed by here. Wang Yi also became energetic. He crawled out of his comfortable bed early in the morning and crawled on the sand slope. Why did he get so dirty? It was to find monsters to kill and gain experience and treasures. With a goal, the next step was easy. Wang Yi followed the traces, walked more than 100 meters and climbed over several sand slopes again, and finally found a cave in the leeward part of the sand slope. The cave was quite high, more than 2 meters high. It seemed that a big guy lived in it. The sand and stones on the cave wall were squeezed and compacted and mixed with unknown mucus to solidify. Wang Yi poked it with a gun, and the cave wall was particularly strong. Wang Yi did not dare to be careless. A large body usually means that it is not easy to mess with. Along the cave, Wang Yi carefully explored inside, holding his breath and walking lightly, for fear of disturbing the unknown existence inside. After walking around for dozens of meters, Wang Yi finally saw the real owner sleeping in a ball at the deepest part. Giant horned slug level 4 skills. Mucus surge, meat bomb. Impact talent, none. Description: a guy that looks harmless. Mucus surge rapidly secretes a large amount of highly adhesive mucus on the body surface. Meat bomb impact: roll into a ball and rush to the enemy at an accelerated speed. Within the skill range, the farther the distance from the target, the higher the damage. A level 4 monster, or an elite monster with 2 skills, is a bit difficult, but it is not impossible to try. Wang Yi, who thinks he has a life-saving trump card, began to lay out. The giant horned slug is still sleeping soundly. It has no natural enemies in this area, so it is naturally not very alert and did not notice that Wang Yi was transforming its cave. At a corner, Wang Yi densely inserted a row of iron spears with their heads facing outwards, and then inserted them sporadically 5 meters away. The iron spears were shortened and buried deep, with only the spear tips more than 10 centimeters long. After setting up the trap, Wang Yi was ready to attack the monster. He touched the giant horned slug, thrust the spear forward, and thrust it into the part of its body near its head. The spear head had a clear sense of blockage, but it still penetrated deeply into the giant horned slug. Fortunately, his iron spear was of excellent quality at level 3, and it also had good armor-breaking ability. Otherwise, if he changed to a low-quality spear, he might not be able to break the defense against high-level defensive monsters. After Wang Yi completed the attack, he immediately put away his spear and flew back, avoiding the giant horned slug's body that bounced back in response to the attack, and ran out of the cave. After being attacked, the giant horned slug subconsciously launched a mucus surge, and for a time, countless sticky liquids were secreted from the epidermis and adhered to everything around it. As expected of a giant horned slug, the giant horned slug stretched out its body to be nearly 1.5 meters thick and more than 4 meters long. The pair of more than 1 meter long tentacles on its head were extremely eye-catching. The eyes on the giant horns immediately spotted Wang Yi, the guy who attacked it and fled. The giant horned slug's muscles tightened, shrank into a ball, and suddenly ejected, turning into a meat bomb and rushing towards Wang Yi. Everything that touched its mucus along the way adhered to its body, but this highly sticky mucus did not affect its movements. New mucus was constantly produced, and the old mucus adhered to the ground to form a layer of mucus. Seeing that Wang Yi was about to be caught up, a corner appeared in front, and Wang Yi immediately drilled through it. The giant horned slug was obviously an old driver. While continuing to accelerate, it still followed Wang Yi closely with a flexible drift. Wang Yi crossed the volley of guns buried in the ground and continued to run towards the gun array in front, and continued to move forward through the gap reserved by the gun array. The giant horned slug rolled over the gun array inserted in the same direction, took off slightly, and continued to rush forward. Puff! Snap! Puff! Snap! Puff! Snap! A series of giant horned slugs were pierced by the iron gun tip, and then the gun head and gun body broke. The giant horned slug was forced to stop. The gun tip pierced its body with holes, and the inertia of its collision formed huge wounds. The giant horned slug rolled on the ground, and a large amount of mucus flowed out of the wound, coagulating the wound and preventing a large amount of blood from losing. Wang Yi would not let it heal so comfortably. Then, under the cover of the gun array, he kept attacking the giant horned slug, making the old sores bigger and the new sores more. The giant horned slug tried to attack Wang Yi, but as soon as Wang Yi retreated behind the gun array, it hesitated. The little things on the ground had just caused it great damage, so it didn't dare to go up and fight head-on. Seeing that it could not harass Wang Yi, who was healing his wounds, the giant horned slug retreated. But the volley of guns behind it was not a vegetarian. It was easy to go along the front when it came, but it was not easy to crawl against it when it went back. If it was normal, it could still crawl over with its strong skin, but now its body was full of wounds and, forcing it to crawl, would only aggravate its injuries. In this way, the giant horned slug was blocked between the volley of guns and the gun array, and it was in a dilemma. It couldn't use meat bombs to attack. Its not-so-fast crawling speed made it difficult to cause damage to Wang Yi, and Wang Yi kept throwing wooden boards to avoid the mucus on the ground. After half an hour, the tenacious giant horned slug was finally worn down by Wang Yi. You killed a level 4 elite giant horned slug, and you gain 100 experience points. Wang Yi was very happy when he saw the experience bar increase by 1/3. It was so cool to kill monsters above the level. The double experience bonus, plus the high experience of the elite monsters themselves, made killing one monster better than killing a group of small monsters. Of course, such opportunities were not so easy to come by, so he would only bully monsters like giant horned slugs that lacked means and had weak attack capabilities. If it was a flexible level 4 elite like Sandwolf or Sand Snake, Wang Yi would naturally run as far as he could. If he was caught up, he would probably have to use his trump card to save his life. You decomposed the giant horned slug elite. You obtained 100 glue, 5 pieces of slug skin elite, 1 exquisite iron key, and 5 zero-order sand cores. The mucus on the ground disappeared along with the decomposition of the giant horned slug and was extracted into 100 units of glue by the system. The severely damaged slug skin was only decomposed into 5 small pieces, not a complete piece, but it was enough to make equipment. Wang Yi took out the exquisite iron key from his backpack and almost jumped up excitedly. He didn't even bother to collect the gun head on the ground and rushed into the cave deep. At the place where the giant horned slug had just slept, Wang Yi really found the treasure chest exposed on the surface. He immediately dug it out and put it in his backpack, and then returned to the battlefield to deal with the aftermath. Several sand snakes that were watching the battle from behind swam over. Chang Wei arched his legs in dissatisfaction, angry that Wang Yi didn't let him fight on the field just now. Wang Yi smiled and patted his head. The battle just now was not suitable for him. If he swam over on the battlefield full of mucus, he would be like throwing meat buns at dogs. He would never come back. He picked up the broken gun head on the ground. Wang Yi's battle was successful this time. Although it cost 20 units of iron to make the iron gun to set up the battlefield, it was definitely worth the money. Moreover, although the gun was damaged, the gun head was basically intact and not completely scrapped. It could be reused by adding some wood to repair it. After this battle, Wang Yi's backpack was full again. It was noon, so Wang Yi returned to the sand world with his followers. A fire pit was built on the sand again, and Wang Yi took out Chang Wei's exclusive grill to grill gerbil meat for him. Seeing that Chang Wen and the others were also staring at him eagerly, Wang Yi withdrew his hand that was about to feed him raw meat directly. Never mind, I was in a good mood today, so I would release 1 sheep or 2 sheep and put Chang Wen and the others' lunch on the grill to grill. During the barbecue, Wang Yi took out the treasure chest, and the appetizer was still in the front. Wang Yi took the lead in opening the broken wooden box. Chang Wei stretched his neck to watch, and he almost put his neck into the treasure chest to see what good treasure he had found for his master. You opened the broken wooden box and obtained Flint 1. What is this? Is it useful? Chang Wei immediately looked at Wang Yi expectantly. Here, you need this in the thing below the barbecue. It can barbecue. It seems pretty good. Chang Wei was enjoying himself. Wang Yi smiled and said nothing. Then he opened the exquisite wooden treasure chest. You opened the exquisite wooden chest? You got 20 wood, 20 vines, 10 stones, 10 bread, and 1 bag of cucumber seeds. As expected, there was a huge difference between this unlocked treasure chest and the locked treasure chest. Compared with the exquisite locked wooden chest opened yesterday, the quality was much worse. After the appetizers, the main course came. Wang Yi excitedly inserted the iron key into the lock of the treasure chest. With a click, the treasure chest opened. You unlocked and opened the exquisite iron chest. You got 50 glue, 10 refined iron, 5 red copper, 20 mineral water, 1 bag of wheat seeds, slug leather pants 1 to 5 blueprint, slug gloves 1 to 5 blueprint, healing potion poor quality recipe, meat bomb impact skill book. Sent. This was Wang Yi's first reaction. He immediately shared the screenshot of his harvest with Su Xiaomo. Slug leather pants 1-5, leather 10, iron 2, special material. Slug leather 2 optional slug gloves 1 to 5, leather 5, iron 1, special material. Slug leather 1 optional healing potion. Poor quality, muscle growing grass 5, purple flower 3. Description: a good medicine that can quickly heal wounds. Congratulations, I'm jealous and want to go and defeat the boss. Hey, wake up, my meat is gonna burn, don't smile like a fool. Chang Wei saw that his lunch had begun to emit a burnt smell, and Wang Yi was still grinning and bumping into him in dissatisfaction. Happiness came too suddenly. Wang Yi quickly helped Chang Wei and the others prepare food and thought about how to use these things. Although the healing potion is good and saved his life before, it currently has no materials and can only be put aside. Next is the issue of equipment drawings. If I had unlimited energy bars, I would definitely use them all myself, but obviously not. At present, my personal energy is limited, and without sufficient materials and pharmacist-related skills, the output and success rate of energy potions are worrying. Before, Wang Yi gave Su Xiaomo 10 energy potion materials, and only made 4 bottles of energy potions in the end, with a success rate of less than half. The energy value restored by 4 bottles of energy potions is only 20 points, which is barely enough to make 1 piece of equipment. In the past 2 days, Wang Yi's energy value has returned to 60 points, and Su Xiaomo, who only made 2 pieces of equipment the day before yesterday, has now returned to 80 points. In the case of limited personal energy, it is very important to find a trustworthy partner. Fortunately, I have met such a person. After mailing the slug leather pants drawings and 2 materials together, Wang Yi reminded her to pay attention to keeping the energy value above 40 points, and it is best to make the second slug leather pants after the energy value is restored today. After arranging Su Xiaomo, Wang Yi was entangled. Looking at his Tiangong column, there were too many things that could be forged. Which one should he choose? Looking at the special materials in the backpack, there were sharp beaks ordinary, animal tendons ordinary purchased in the past 2 days, and one piece of slug skin elite. With the refined iron and red copper from the treasure chest today, Wang Yi can forge a slug gloves, sand wolf leather boots, and a red-hearted recruit sword. Through this period of exploration and intelligence collection, Wang Yi has a certain understanding of the special materials needed to forge equipment. For melee sharp weapons such as guns and swords, the materials required are generally sharp materials such as teeth, claws, and beaks. Sand wolf leather boots require special fur. To be honest, Wang Yi suffered a big loss last time. His pair of sand wolf leather boots could not even take a whole elite sand wolf skin, and the extra was wasted. Slug equipment is a bit special, and only slug skin can be used as a special material. Wang Yi doesn't know what's going on for the time being. Long-range crossbow weapons such as the snake fetus bow generally require animal tendons as special materials. Using the elimination method, Wang Yi first eliminated the iron spear. He already had a level 3 excellent iron spear, and the special materials were just ordinary, so it was difficult to make a better spear. As for the level 1 inferior iron spear that Su Xiaomo had replaced before, it did not need to be replaced. She had the snake fetus bow as her main weapon. The snake fetus bow was eliminated next. It was not that the long-range weapon was not good, but that it was not necessarily possible to make a bow suitable for Wang Yi. The level was too low and the damage was just a tickle. It would be better for Wang Yi to rush up for close combat. If he really needed it, he could temporarily borrow it from Su Xiaomo. That was a level 5 bow. Then the sand wolf leather boots were also eliminated. He also wanted to give Su Xiaomo a pair of shoes that increased movement speed and flexibility, but using slug skin was too much of a loss. Wang Yi planned to receive other furs from the exchange later and make up for Su Xiaomo. In the end, there were only 2 options left, the Red Heart Soldier Sword and the slug gloves. Wang Yi, who had 4 bottles of energy potions, naturally chose to take them all. First, he drank a bottle of energy potion to raise his energy value to 65 points, so as to avoid dizziness later. Wang Yi added the materials needed for the Red Heart Soldier Sword one by one. It was the familiar furnace scene again. The Red Heart Soldier Sword would take 3 hours to forge. If he could forge an equipment above level 8 by then, he would be happy or laugh and cry. He drank the 2 more bottles of energy potion that he could still drink today, and Wang Yi's energy returned to 55 points. He only needed to wait for the daily 10 points of energy recovery after 12 o'clock to start fighting for the second equipment. Finally, there was the Meat Bomb Impact skill book. The system was really poisonous, always giving him such useless skills. Meat Bomb Impact was obviously suitable for large creatures with thick skin and flesh. How could his small body afford it? Long Wei was not suitable either. Forget about the crispy snake. Wang Yi roasted a piece of crispy snake meat to reward his almost starving stomach and took a nap in the rocking chair. While Wang Yi was resting, most of the trial participants were still struggling in the sea of sand. Such a good opportunity allowed many people to gain unprecedented gains. At this time, Wang Wanli was no longer lying in the rocking chair to enjoy himself. He was transforming into a hard-working ant and constantly moving water from the oasis pond, even though he had more water than he could use up. These were all his wealth, and he might not see them tomorrow. He had to empty them now while it was safe. Wang Wanli scooped away bucket after bucket of water, and the water level of the small pond dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, an uneven ground emerged from the water, and at the same time, a pair of bloody eyes on the ground were also revealed. How can there be crocodiles in the desert? This was probably Wang Wanli's last thought. Due to his greed, he finally woke up the sleeping giant crocodile in the pond after almost draining it dry, and swallowed it in one gulp. Because of Wang Wanli's constant grabbing, the oasis pool is no longer suitable for the giant crocodile to sleep. But it obviously feels that there is a better place to go, and it crawls towards Wang Wanli's sand world step by step with heavy steps. At this time, the ownerless sand world will usher in a new owner. The largest water merchant in the 66666th area died, quietly, at the moment he thought it was the safest. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Yi woke up from his nap and the Red Heart Soldier Sword had been made and was waiting for him to receive it. Red Heart Soldier Sword, ordinary level 7 attack, 100%. Additional 5% attack, 5% sharpness. Description: general equipment for the recruits of the ancient Red Heart City. There was no super high-level equipment that Wang Yi was entangled and had some expectations for. But with the total 185% attack of the Super Level 4, it was already much higher than the Level 3 Excellent Iron Spear with only 110% attack bonus in his hand. Not to mention the sharpness advantage of high-level weapons against low-level monsters. In the future, normal monsters of the same level will be as fragile as paper in front of him, and they will be cut open with one stroke. Su Xiaomo's slug leather pants have also been made and mailed directly to him. Wang Yi extracted them from the mail. Slug leather pants. Excellent level 4. Defense, 50% additional 10 force reduction, 5% defense. Description: inherited the excellent characteristics of the slug skin, but still contains secrets. Equipment made of good materials is good. The overall properties of this pair of slug leather pants are good, but why is it so fancy? Looking at the tight leather pants with strange patterns, Wang Yi had to choose to hang them in the equipment column. Even if there are no Earthlings around now, Wang Yi is embarrassed to wear them out. Originally, Wang Yi was going to continue panning for gold in the Sand Sea before dark, but he gave up the idea when he saw the dim sky. I don't know when a strong wind started in the Sand Sea, and the overwhelming sandstorm swept across the entire Sand Sea. Looking at this doomsday scene, Wang Yi now understood why the monsters in the Sand Sea would shrink in their nests deep like quails today. Looking at the tranquility in the Sand World, Wang Yi knew that the fight between them and the monsters had just begun, and everything was for survival. From the regional and world channels, Wang Yi knew that it was not only him who had a strong wind, but everyone encountered the same situation. The last carnival ended, and the trial participants stayed in their respective sand worlds, waiting for the arrival of new challenges. Of course, not everyone can do this. There are always people who cannot distinguish between the important and the urgent. They are dazzled by the unexpected gains. They still do not give up and continue to search outside after the wind blows. After the sandstorm, they can no longer find the way back, and then they are swept away by the yellow sand and die. These people are destined to be eliminated in such a world. No one mourns for them. The living have to move on. For the living, today is a good day. As long as they go out, everyone has a lot of gains. The upcoming second trial makes them willing to take out good things to trade for things that can help them survive the trial. However, the building materials that were popular during the first big transaction were not in demand this time. The reason is a message just released by the system. System: this trial will be held in the dual field. The trial time is 12 noon on the 8th. Before the end of the trial, the Sand World and the Sand Sea are isolated and will not be attacked. Please be prepared. Obviously, the system wants to see the true talents of the trial participants this time. The ultimate wretched routine of using the characteristics of the Sand World to deal with the trial in the forum will not work. Therefore, weapons, armor, props, and life-saving props that can improve combat effectiveness are sought after by trialists. However, due to the limitation of equipment blueprints and the production of equipment itself, equipment will inevitably only appear in high-end transactions. Compared with Wang Yi, who has a large number of equipment blueprints but is unable to forge them, some trialists who have obtained rare weapons in the forging column are making a fortune. The power cannot keep up with the equipment, but they can produce them in large quantities. Wang Yi saw a big seller of iron bows, and the price was affordable for most trialists. Trialists like Su Xiaomo, who can make iron arrows, also made a small fortune. Unlike last time, everyone just arrived, did not have many resources, and urgently needed a stable house to resist the enemy. So there was a situation of exchanging equipment blueprints for building materials. Now everyone has a solid house and has replenished a large amount of basic materials in today's feast, so naturally there will be no top quality things such as equipment blueprints. The high-end market is mainly the exchange of equipment of the same level, such as your knife for his gun, shoes for leggings, and those who can forge equipment want to get as much equipment as possible, so they will naturally not easily exchange other resources. Of course, in addition to exchanging equipment, there are also people who make equipment for you. If you pay double the materials, I will make an equipment for you. But thanks to Wang Wanli, the trust between the trialists in the 6666666 area is extremely poor. No one wants to be the next victim. Who knows if these people who claim to be honest will take the materials and run away? Of course, it's not that no one can do it. Some people use the good reputation of their large group to successfully receive orders for making equipment for others. Some are just like Wang Yi's previous work on making water purifiers. First, take out a finished product and directly put it on the exchange to exchange for double the materials. After making the equipment, put it on the exchange and exchange it again. Wang Yi saw a lot of equipment he lacked in the exchange, but he could only envy it. He didn't even have all the equipment he had, so how could he exchange other equipment? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the changes in the sand sea that had been brewing for several hours finally began. The wind was howling, lightning and thunder were flashing, and the sand sea was like a real ocean, with rough waves in the wind. The environment of the sand sea changed rapidly. Wang Yi's sand world was like a small boat on the sea, which was rolled up and thrown away by the sand waves and carried to an unknown place. No matter how doomsday the scene was outside, the inside of the sand world was calm. However, several sand snakes were frightened by the changes outside and went into the sand and trembled. Wang Yi smiled and dragged Qiang Wei out of the sand by his tail. The other party trembled all over. Under Wang Yi's mischief, he looked like he had no desire to live. It seemed that the fear of the changes in the sand sea was deeply engraved in the bodies of these sand sea creatures. Even in a safe environment, they could not help but feel fear when they saw the changes in the sand sea. The labyrinth gem was still not bred. Looking at the pile of seeds stored in the house, Wang Yi wanted to plant something. But after merging a field, he regretted it. Without sufficient defense capabilities, the monsters that broke in would only destroy it. Besides, he didn't have extra water for irrigation. Wang Yi had to deny the plan to build an indoor farmland that had just risen. He wanted to plant the field and wait until he found a water source. Wang Yi, who failed to achieve his wish, had to throw the combined field into the space box. Isn't this farmland good? It can also speed up the growth rate. Why don't you store it in the warehouse? Don't want it? Give it to me? Sister, there is no water. Yes, farming also requires water. Excuse me. At this time, there was a yellow sand outside the sand world, and no one knew where it was carried away. However, since the reminder that the sand world would not be attacked before the trial began, there was no need for him to stay up late and wait for his energy to recover to make equipment. It would be better to go to bed early to recuperate and meet tomorrow's challenge. On the morning of the 8th, Wang Yi woke up naturally and hung up the slug gloves. It would be completed in an hour. At this time, there was still flowing yellow sand outside the sand world. It seemed that the changes in the sand sea had not ended. At 8 o'clock in the morning, with the system prompt sound, the changes in the sand world finally ended, but Wang Yi's sand world suddenly became dark. This should be the isolation state mentioned by the system. Wang Yi thought that the sand world was invisible on the sand sea and the monsters outside could not see him. Unexpectedly, he was locked in a small dark room. After breakfast, the slug gloves were also made. Slug gloves, excellent, level 3, defense 50%, additions 10% attack, 5% attack speed. Description: enjoy the silky smoothness and secret gloves. The quality is still excellent. After all, the quality of the special material is good enough. The level is just okay, just enough for him now. In addition, Wang Yi paid some attention to the information in the description. Whether it was yesterday's slug leather pants or today's slug gloves, they all mentioned that they contain secrets, indicating that there are hidden things in this equipment that are worth exploring. The slug gloves are in the style of women's long gloves, plus the purple and gorgeous pattern on them, like the slug leather pants, which is not suitable for a big man like him, so he still puts them in the equipment column. As soon as the slug gloves entered the equipment column, a strange phenomenon occurred. A purple silk thread spread out from the slug leather pants and connected to the slug gloves. The two sides resonated, and some strange power was generated, but it seemed that this resonance was not strong enough and did not produce any strange effects. But the state of the two pieces of equipment still being linked, and the description of the equipment all prompted Wang Yi to look for more similar equipment. Will it be a suit? Wang Yi, who has some gaming experience, guessed. Su Xiaomo, brother, the slug leather pants made this time are very, very good. Do you want to change? No, I agreed to take the first one. No matter how good it is, it's your luck. At most, it is level 5. Wang Yi is already quite satisfied with his level 4 slug leather pants. Really? It just happens that I'm a little reluctant to give it up. It's too beautiful. Then do you want to put it on and show it to me? There is no picture and no truth. Wang Yi thinks that the tight slug leather pants full of gorgeous patterns must be very tempting to wear on a pair of beautiful legs. Okay, if you can stand in front of me, I will wear it for you to see. I'm waiting. We are so destined. We will definitely meet one day. Before that, we must live well. Yeah, after chatting, Su Xiaomo sent Wang Yi a picture, which was certainly not the kind of picture Wang Yi expected. I'm jealous. How can this equipment be so good? Slug leather pants, excellent level. 5 defense, 100%, addition 15% more force, 10% more defense, 5% more movement speed. Special effect. Aura Cloak, 50% chance to be immune to the first attack received during combat once a day. Description. At this moment, I feel that it is worth dying from the slug soul's self-talk. Still contains secrets. This, Wang Yi originally thought that level 5 excellent was the best, but the reality was far beyond his imagination, since a level 5 excellent equipment was produced. He didn't know if this was the first fine equipment among the human trialists on Earth, but he was sure that it must be the first in their area. It was equivalent to the full defense of a level 5 creature, with up to 3 high-value additions, and the most powerful was the special effects of the fine quality. 50% chance of immunity to the first attack greatly increased Su Xiaomo's ability to save his life, and at least half of the chance of not being killed by a sudden attack. The most dangerous thing in the world is never the enemy in the open, but the enemy that has been hiding in the dark. Little brother didn't want it himself. I keep my word, but it hurts a little. I allow little brother to regret it once. Don't tempt me. My character may not be that firm. Hey, good luck in the trial today. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the system sent a series of reminders again. This trial will start in 2 hours. And the trial monster is a level 2 stone-toothed boar. Stone-toothed boar level 2 skills. Charge talent, no description. I want to knock you over. In this trial, you cannot gain experience by killing trial monsters, but monsters can still be decomposed. When decomposing a stone tusk boar, you will definitely get boar meat, boar skin, boar tusks, 0-level sand cores, a small chance of special materials, and a small chance of skill books. After killing a level 2 stone tusk boar, the trialist can choose to complete the challenge and leave the arena, or stay in the arena and continue the challenge with a maximum of 10 rounds. The challenge will become more and more difficult, and you will encounter multiple stone tusk boars, stone tusk boar elites, and stone tusk boar leaders. The stone tusk boar elite has a high probability of dropping special materials and a small chance of dropping a charged skill book. The stone tusk boar leader will definitely drop special materials, a high probability of dropping a charged skill book, and a small chance of dropping other skill books. After the trial is completed, trial treasure chests will be distributed according to the number of challenge rounds, in the order of damaged, rough, old, exquisite, and perfect trial wooden boxes and trial iron boxes. The information suddenly released by the system shocked the trial participants. It was not only the difficulty of the trial, but also the strength of the rewards. At present, most people in their area have entered the threshold of level 2, unless they are extremely lucky and have no monsters attacking their homes, or have built a solid shelter and let the monsters wander outside without fighting. As long as there are 1 or 2 rounds of monster attacks, whether they rush through or use the advantage of controlling the sand world to create a geographical environment to kill the enemy, they are basically almost upgraded or on the verge of upgrading. Go out and find 1 or 2 monsters, whether they kill them by force or lure them back to the sand world to kill them, they are basically at level 2. Therefore, everyone was not so worried about the trial before, but the monster attacks after the trial are more dangerous. But the continuous system prompts made everyone a little overwhelmed. First, the trial venue was restricted to an open terrain without obstacles such as an arena. It was already a test of everyone's combat ability, and then a monster opponent with a charge skill was arranged, which made the already uncomfortable trial participants even worse. Most of the trialists had previously dealt with blank monsters of the same level and had no idea what the power of the Sand Sea skills was. What were the signs and limitations of releasing skills? How to deal with skills? There were many lucky and outstanding people among the trialists. They had opened skill books from treasure chests or had experience fighting monsters with skills. Large groups that had gathered many strong people had a say in this regard. Just when Wang Yi was about to share his understanding of skills on the forum and do his best for his fellow Earthlings, large groups sent people to the forum to speak out. Seeing that they spoke in detail and analyzed thoroughly, Wang Yi did not end up asking for trouble. Now was the time for these large alliance groups to flex their muscles and enhance their credibility. As a lone ranger, Wang Yi naturally had no need to be a troublemaker. While the weak were still worrying about how to pass the trial, the strong were already thinking about how to get the most benefit from this trial. Charge skills are excellent general skills. You don't have to hit monsters. This kind of fast displacement skill is very useful, whether you are dodging damage, escaping, or chasing. Iron treasure chests are currently the largest producers of equipment, blueprints. Once you get the corresponding treasure chest, you may be able to buy 1 or 2 pieces of equipment for yourself. In addition, there are other drops during the trial. The more rounds you play, the more you will gain. Brother, be careful in the trial later. Don't be arrogant just because you have good weapons. Know when to stop. If you are too greedy, you won't live long in the sea of sand. You too, don't be reckless just because you have good armor. Leaving the trial alive is the best reward. This trial begins. Please come on stage, trial participants. At 12 o'clock noon, the system prompt sounded on time. Wang Yi appeared in a crowded arena in a flash. At this time, he was in a dual cage on one side. Wang Yi looked at the entire arena curiously. The entire arena was a circular area with a diameter of 100 meters. There was a high wall at the edge of the area, separating the arena from the audience stand. At this time, there were shadows on the audience stand, as if countless people were shouting. But Wang Yi didn't know if it was the light and shadow effect provided by the system to increase the atmosphere, because at this distance he couldn't see who was in the audience stand. What were they shouting? In the opposite cage was his opponent for this trial, a level 2 stone-tusked wild boar with red eyes in a rage. As the bells of the arena rang, the atmosphere of the arena reached a climax, and Wang Yi knew that the battle was about to begin. The cage railings slowly rose. Wang Yi didn't wait for the animal pen to rise completely, but waited until it rose enough for him to pass through, and then he slid out. He ran directly to the center of the arena and took advantage of the stone-tusked wild boar before it came out of the cage to seize the advantageous position over him. There was more room to dodge here, and it was not easy to be forced into a dead end. As the animal pen rose to a point where the stone-tusked wild boar could pass through, it also rushed out impatiently, not caring about being scratched by the sharp stakes at the bottom of the pen and having its fur taken away. In its eyes, Wang Yi was like the enemy who killed his father, and the battle became fierce from the beginning. Wang Yi was not afraid of the stone-tusked wild boar charging directly at him. He calmly avoided the stone-tusked wild boar's collision and used the Red Heart New Soldier Sword to pull the stone-tusked wild boar's flank. The Red Heart New Soldier Sword was like a hot knife cutting into cheese. easily cutting through the thick pigskin of the stone-tusk wild boar and opening the stone-tusk wild boar from the side. The stone-tusk wild boar let out a painful wail, spilling a bloody path mixed with blood and internal organs as it rushed forward. The moment the charge stopped was also the moment its life ended. The stone-tusk wild boar on Wang Yi's side pushed the golden mountain and overturned the jade pillar and died with its head down. The battle for most people had just begun. Su Xiaomo was as relaxed as Wang Yi. Like Wang Yi, she also got out of the cage first, ran directly to the vicinity of the cage on the opposite side, took out a bow and arrow, and aimed at the stone-toothed boar in the pen. The moment the stone-toothed boar rushed out of the pen, Su Xiaomo's armor-piercing arrow was already in front of it, and it was shot into the head from the eyes. It died before it could get out of the pen. It was probably one of the most tragic stone-toothed boars. Wang Yi, Su Xiaomo, and other people who were the best in terms of level and equipment were killing people indiscriminately, while a large number of middle-level trialists were fighting hard. They had to be on their toes at all times to avoid the charge of the stone-toothed boar. If they were not careful and were hit by it, they would most likely die. They could only output well during the pause period after the stone-toothed boar collided. But the pig's skin was too thick, and their knives were not sharp enough, so they could only slowly grind the stone-toothed boar to death. Most of the lower-level trialists were already dead at this time. Some of them were killed in the cages because they were afraid to move forward, and some of them were chased and killed because they ran around in fear. The trial was a cruel cleansing, eliminating those trialists who were not suitable for the rules of the Sanxi. Of course, some people did not fight head-on, but used powerful props to kill the stone-toothed wild boars, but their existence was reasonable, and the system did not deny their success. The first round of trials has ended. 5,036 people have passed the trial in this area. The trialists will have 5 minutes to rest, deal with the spoils, and choose whether to continue the trial. Those who do not continue the trial will be teleported back to the Sand Realm and receive a damaged trial wooden box reward. They will wait for all trials to end and connect to the Sanxi world together. After killing the stone-toothed wild boar, Wang Yi was teleported back to the animal pen where he was at the beginning, unable to leave. After waiting for about half an hour, he heard the system prompt sound again. The stone-toothed wild boar killed by himself was packed and sent over, and Wang Yi could decompose it directly. You decomposed the stone-tusk boar, and you obtained 50 portions of wild boar meat, 1 wild boar hide, 1 pair of wild boar tusks, and 1 zero-level sand core, a very normal output, proving his pure bloodline. Wang Yi directly chose to continue the trial, while most people had already received their rewards and returned to their own sand world. With their return, the regional channel became available again and became lively again. Many people showed off their gains. Some people even decomposed special materials from the stone-toothed wild boar. Some people even got lucky and got the charge skill book with a small probability. Luck is also a part of strength. 5 minutes later, everything was locked. Regardless of whether it was confirmed or not, as long as they remained in the arena, they would enter the next round of trials by default. Wang Yi also saw his opponents in this round of trials. 2 level 2 stone-toothed wild boars suddenly increased the difficulty. This was not a math problem where 1 + 1 = 2. The threat of 2 stone-toothed wild boars acting together was far greater than sending 1 by 1. With the cheers from the audience, the bell of the arena rang again, and the animal pen was instantly opened. Su Xiaomo's shameless style of play would not work. Wang Yi still chose to leave the animal cage quickly. The stone-toothed wild boar on the opposite side had already started to charge over. If he stayed here any longer, he would only become minced meat. Even though Wang Yi was 1 level higher than the charging stone-tusk boars, he did not dare to confront them. He dodged and avoided the cross-collision of the 2 stone-tusk boars. The iron spear hit one of the stone-tusk boars on the back with great force, causing it to stagger. It continued to charge forward with its belly touching the ground, leaving another bloody path on the cleaned-up arena floor. This stone-tusk boar was already useless, pausing at the collision point and wailing, while the other one still rushed towards Wang Yi fearlessly. Wang Yi could have easily dealt with it like in the first round, but he did not choose to do so. Instead, he let it pass and activated the skill Sand Binding. The second round was not the end of Wang Yi. If he wanted to go further, he needed to be familiar with all his abilities. Would the stone floor of the arena have an impact on the Sand Binding skill? How much of an impact? These were all issues that Wang Yi needed to consider. The sand chain successfully bound the charging Stone Tusk Wild Boar, and then it was torn apart and scattered. In just such a short moment, Wang Yi had an understanding of the performance of sand binding in the arena. The sand binding skill is indeed not as convenient in the arena as in the sand sea. Whether it is the speed of forming sand chains or the optional attack angles, it is far inferior. Binding the charging Stone Tusk Wild Boar will cause a hysteresis state of less than a few seconds, and then the sand chain will be torn apart and disintegrated. The purpose of this Stone Tusk Wild Boar has been achieved, so Wang Yi did not waste his energy to deal with it, letting it follow the footsteps of the first Stone Tusk Wild Boar. After getting rid of the Stone Tusk Wild Boar that was still wailing in pain, Wang Yi completed the second round of trials and was teleported back to the original animal pen again. Congratulations to the trialist for successfully passing the second round of trials. You will have 5 minutes to rest and deal with the spoils. You can choose whether to continue the challenge. After the countdown ends, the challenge will continue by default. Rewards for this round of trials: Rough Trial Wooden Box. Rewards for the next round of trials: Old Trial Wooden Box. There was no regional notification like the first time. It seemed that everyone would fight on their own from the second round onwards. There was no extra rest time. Wang Yi needed to save his energy as much as possible in the next challenge. You decomposed 2 Stone Tusk Wild Boars. You obtained 100 portions of wild boar meat, 1 wild boar skin, 2 pairs of wild boar tusks, 1 wild boar skin normal, and 2 0-level sand cores. This time, I was lucky enough to get a special material. At this moment, Su Xiaomo also lowered her bow and was teleported back to the animal pen. 2 Stone Tusk Wild Boars that were shot into hedgehogs were packaged and sent to her. You decomposed 2 Stone Tusk Wild Boars. You obtained 100 portions of wild boar meat, 2 wild boar skins, 1 pair of wild boar tusks, 1 pair of wild boar tusks normal, 20 armor-piercing arrows, a charge skill book, and 2 0-level sand cores. Oh, I can get off work so soon. I wonder how the little brother is doing, but he always has a bad face, so he must not have played. I will reluctantly help him play his share. In other arenas, some people have completed the trial like Wang Yi and the others, some are still fighting, some are sure to win, some are in danger, and some have become the spoils of the stone-toothed wild boar. The break time is over, and the third round of challenges is about to begin. The reward for this round? The Old Trial Wooden Box. As the break time ended, Wang Yi also saw his opponent. As he expected, it was 3 level 2 stone-toothed wild boars. The sound of the bell rang, and Wang Yi rushed out in an instant. He dodged and slashed the stone-toothed wild boars one by one under his sword amid the cheers of the arena. Congratulations to the trialist for successfully passing the third round of trials. You will have 5 minutes to rest and deal with the spoils. You can choose whether to continue the challenge. After the countdown ends, the challenge will continue by default. Rewards for this round: Old Trial Wooden Box. Rewards for the next round of trials: Exquisite Trial Wooden Box. You decomposed 3 Stone Tusk Wild Boars and you obtained 150 portions of wild boar meat, 3 wild boar skins, 3 pairs of wild boar tusks, 1 Vitality Heart Ordinary, and 3 0-level sand cores. Vitality Heart Ordinary, after taking it, it can slightly improve physical fitness. Wang Yi quickly processed the spoils and rested. This time, there was still no skill book, but an interesting special item. The Vitality Heart was taken. This is a red heart condensed into the size of a strawberry. Taking it directly can slightly improve physical fitness, but Wang Yi did not use it at this time. He planned to eat it later when his physical strength was seriously depleted, and it can restore physical strength when improving physical fitness. It's a piece of cake. It can't be difficult for me. These stupid pigs can't even touch the corner of my clothes. After shooting the last stone-tusk wild boar that paused after charging with an arrow, Su Xiaomo was teleported back to the animal pen again. You decomposed 3 stone-tusk boars. You obtained 150 portions of wild boar meat, 3 wild boar skins, 3 pairs of wild boar tusks, 2 stone-tusk boar eggs, 30 armor-piercing arrows, and 3 zero-level sand cores. Stone-tusk boar eggs. Dripping blood can hatch stone-tusk boars that obey your orders. Pigs lay eggs? 66, please forgive my shallow knowledge. The break is over, and the 4th round of trials is about to begin. The reward for this round, exquisite trial wooden box. The number of stone-tusk boars in the opposite cage has decreased this time, with only 2 left, but the quality has improved. They are 2 level 3 stone-tusk boars. For other level 2 trialists, this time is extremely difficult, and there is not much output to begin with. But for Wang Yi, a level 3 trialist, this time is actually less difficult than the previous round. Therefore, Wang Yi ended the battle faster than last time, saving a lot of physical strength. Congratulations to the trialer for successfully passing the 4th round of trials. You will have 5 minutes to rest and deal with the spoils. The 5th round is a challenge level. Strong enemies will appear. You can choose whether to continue the challenge. After the countdown ends, the challenge will continue by default. Rewards for this round: exquisite trial wooden box. Rewards for the next round of trials: perfect trial wooden box. You decomposed 2 stone-tusked wild boars. You obtained 100 portions of wild boar meat, 2 wild boar skins ordinary, 2 pairs of wild boar tusks, and 2 zero-level sand cores. 2 weak. Su Xiaomo, who had a level 5 snake fetus bow, shot 2 level 3 stone-tusked wild boars to death with a few arrows. You decomposed 2 stone-tusked wild boars. You obtained 100 portions of wild boar meat ordinary, 2 wild boar skins, 2 pairs of wild boar tusks, 10 armor-piercing arrows, and 2 zero-level sand cores. Wild boar meat ordinary. Eating a large amount can increase strength in small amounts. Haha, now there's something to eat. I'll treat Wang Yi to a full meal later. He was so stingy when he gave me sand snake meat last time. Let him know what generosity means. Why hasn't the collision skill book been released yet? I want to get off work. Su Xiaomo also knew that she wouldn't be strong for long. Because of the weapon restrictions, as long as there were monsters above level 5, she would really be scratched. Let Wang Yi give me a powerful melee weapon later. The ranged weapons are too restrictive. At this time, there were very few trialists in the arena, barely over 2 digits. Others either failed the challenge and died, or wisely withdrew because they felt they couldn't pass the next level. Let's continue. The skill book still hasn't been released. At most, elites will appear in the next round, which is still manageable. Wang Yi chose to continue the next round of challenges. The break is over, and the 5th round of trials is about to begin. The monster guarding this round, Stone-Tooth Wild Boar Elite. Reward for this round: perfect trial wooden box. Perfect treasure box is the best among treasure boxes. Each one is very rare and contains very precious items. As expected, it is an elite. Wang Yi checked the information of the monster on the opposite side before the cage was opened. Stone-Tusk Boar Elite Level 4. Skills: Charge, Earthquake. Talent: none description. Let me crush you. Now, please welcome our 2 gladiators, Wang Yi and Scarface. The sudden voice of the host made Wang Yi stunned. Looking again, the whole arena was much more vivid, as if the audience were all real people. This time it was not an open cage battle. Instead, after the illusory host spoke, Wang Yi appeared directly in the arena, and the Stone-Tusk Boar Elite stood calmly on the opposite side. Whether it will be the newcomer Wang Yi who wins this time, or our Scarface who has achieved the 100-man kill will continue his legend, let us wait and see. As soon as the illusory host finished speaking, the force restricting the action was eliminated, and the experienced Scarface on the opposite side had already launched a skill to collide with him. Wang Yi dodged narrowly. This Stone-Tusk Wild Boar Elite was obviously more experienced in combat than the other Stone-Tusk Wild Boars. It activated the Earth Shock skill while being dodged, forcibly transforming the power of the collision into an Earth Shock attack. Wang Yi, who was about to attack it, almost suffered a great loss. Fortunately, he jumped up in time to avoid the knockback and dizziness caused by the Earth Shock. Oh, what a wonderful battle! Our Scarface used the collision and earthshock combo that can kill 99% of the opponents in seconds, but it was cleverly resolved and avoided by our newcomer Wang Yi. This will be an exciting battle. Let's cheer for them. Cheers rang out again in the audience. Wang Yi's forehead was covered with sweat. Unlike the prepared crushing battle of the giant horned slug before, this stone-tusk wild boar with perfect skills gave him a lot of pressure. Scarface would shake the ground at any time after colliding with Wang Yi, making it impossible for Wang Yi to get close to it to attack, and he had to constantly dodge its knockback. Once, he didn't completely avoid the ground shock and was knocked flying. Amid the exclamations at the scene, Wang Yi narrowly used the sand binding to tie up Scarface, so that it couldn't kill him in time. After that, he was more careful, fearing that he would be knocked flying again. Scarface rushed over again, brushing past the corner of Wang Yi's clothes and then stopped to shake the ground. Wang Yi, who had already calculated the position, jumped up. Oh my God, the newcomer Wang Yi has a stroke of genius. He intentionally approached Scarface and jumped on his back to avoid the ground shock. Is Mr. Scarface going to stop here? The moment he jumped on Scarface's back, Wang Yi activated the sand binding. Scarface, who was in a stagnant state, was tied up. In just a few seconds, Wang Yi had already reached its head and stabbed it with a sword. The level 7 Red Heart New Soldier sword was not something that the level 4 Stone-Tooth Wild Boar could defend against. The sharp sword went straight into the brain. Scarface broke free from the sand binding in pain, threw Wang Yi away, and rushed towards Wang Yi with red eyes. But his eyes lost their luster halfway through the trial, and he slid in front of Wang Yi and stopped. Oh, let's cheer! Our newcomer Wang Yi defeated the powerful Scarface. Congratulations to the trialist for successfully passing the 5th round of trials. You will have 5 minutes to rest and deal with the spoils. You can choose whether to continue the challenge. After the countdown ends, the challenge will continue by default. Rewards for this round: Perfect Trial Wooden Box. Rewards for the next round of trials: Damaged Trial Iron Box. This time, Wang Yi was not teleported back to the animal pen, but rested directly in the arena. The system considerately prepared a seat and drinks for him, and packed Scarface's body and sent it to him. You decomposed the Stone-Tooth Boar Elite, obtained the Charge Skill Book, and Scarface's Summoning Order. There is no material output like before, and the Scarface who is a gatekeeper also drops very special. Scarface's Summoning Order. Summon Scarface to your side and fight for you for 10 minutes. Description: Trialist, your strength has been recognized by me, and I am willing to serve you. It seems that this Scarface is just a projection. No wonder there is no flesh, fur, or anything like that. The real Scarface was not killed by him. Oh, poor Scarface. He didn't even touch the corner of the lady's clothes, and he turned into a hedgehog. What a miserable death. In another arena, the illusory commentator finished his speech. Su Xiaomo sat on the ground without any temperament, sweating like rain. This battle exhausted her. If this doesn't come out, you can't blame me. Su Xiaomo took a sip of cold drink and couldn't help but swear. This battle was not as easy as the commentator said. At the beginning, she was tricked by Scarface and almost killed in seconds. Fortunately, the special effect of the slug leather pants, the aura cloak, was activated, making her immune to the earth-shaking attack. After that, she never dared to let Scarface get within 5 meters of her, and used the advantage of her long arms to grind him to death bit by bit. You decomposed Scarface, obtained the Charge Skill Book, the Earth-Shaking Skill Book, 10 armor-piercing arrows, and Scarface's summons. Finally graduated, but I feel like I can still make it through a few more rounds. The next level isn't a challenge level, so it's definitely not that perverted. Wang Yi held the same mentality and chose to participate in the next round of trials. Like Su Xiaomo, he had a big killer weapon that he didn't use, so even if the next round was bad, he could still deal with it. The break is over. The 6th round of trials is about to begin. This round's reward: a damaged trial iron box. It looks like our newcomers have rested well. Let's start the next battle. Our newcomers' next round opponents are, how can they be ordinary stone-toothed boars? Are you kidding me? This is disrespectful to the warriors. The noisy commentary stopped abruptly, and there was a booing from the audience. The familiar clanging bells rang, and the 6th round of trials began. Sure enough, the challenge level of the previous round was equivalent to the boss level, and this round was much more normal. The opponents were 2 level 4 stone-toothed boars, and Wang Yi could handle it completely. After a few minutes of maneuvering, Wang Yi used the sharp blade of the Red Heart Soldier Sword to disembowel his opponents one by one. Congratulations to the trialist for successfully passing the 6th round of trials. You will have 5 minutes to rest and deal with the spoils. You can choose whether to continue the challenge. After the countdown ends, the challenge will be continued by default. Rewards for this round. Broken Trial Box rewards for the next round of trials. Rough Trial Iron Box. You decomposed 2 stone-tusked wild boars and obtained 100 portions of wild boar meat, 2 wild boar skins, 2 pairs of wild boar tusks, and 2 0-level sand cores. 5 minutes later, Wang Yi faced a new round of opponents, 3 level 4 stone-tusked wild boars, and still easily passed the level. The audience seats were much quieter without the commentary. The break is over, and the 8th round of trials is about to begin. Rewards for this round. Old Trial Iron Box. 5 minutes later, Wang Yi faced 2 level 5 stone-tusked wild boars in the 8th round. The stone-tusked wild boars were already a big threat to Wang Yi. Wang Yi used the short control of the sand binding to pass the level smoothly. The rest time is over, and the 9th round of trials is about to begin. The reward for this round, Exquisite Trial Iron Box. Another 5 minutes, Wang Yi chose to continue after taking the Vitality Heart to restore his physical strength. This time, the opponent was 3 level 5 stone-tusked wild boars. Wang Yi fought hard for more than half an hour before barely winning. At this time, he was no longer in good condition, and the fangs opened a long cut on his left arm. Congratulations to the trialist for successfully passing the 9th round of trials. You will have half an hour to rest and deal with the spoils. The 10th round is a challenge level, and powerful enemies will appear. You can choose whether to continue the challenge. After the countdown ends, the challenge will continue by default. Rewards for this round. Exquisite Trial Iron Box. Rewards for the next round of trials. Perfect Trial Iron Box. Oh, I'm back again. Our newcomer Wang Yi is still standing in the duel arena. Does he still have a trump card? Next, let's look forward to Mr. Wang Yi's performance in the reserved program. Mr. Wang Yi, please tell me your choice loudly. Fight! I choose to give up and end the trial. Wang Yi silently dealt with the spoils and replied to the commentator calmly. Our newcomer Wang Yi actually chose to give up. This is really a bad choice. Well, let's thank the newcomer Wang Yi for his performance and send this cautious newcomer back. The commentator, who was originally quite enthusiastic, immediately changed his face after Wang Yi refused to continue the challenge and kicked Wang Yi out of the arena. After returning to the Sand Realm, Wang Yi immediately contacted Su Xiaomo, but there was no response, and he was worried. At this time, Su Xiaomo was fighting hard in the arena. She shouldn't continue to be greedy. She dealt with 2 level 5 stone-toothed wild boars very easily, but 3 level 5 stone-toothed wild boars cooperated in attacking, making it difficult for her to even find a chance to draw her bow. Su Xiaomo had never felt so tired before. She shot the last stone-tusk boar while enduring a charge from the stone-tusk boar. Even with the good defense and force dissipation provided by the slug leather pants, she was still seriously injured. She immediately took out the healing potion and drank it. Before the commentator could even speak, Su Xiaomo said, "I give up, the trial is over." He shut his mouth and kicked her out directly to look for the next challenger. There were still 3 people fighting in the arena. 2 of them were in the 9th round, and 1 was in the 8th round. One of them in the 9th round performed particularly well and went head-to-head with the stone-tusk boar, and his level was already level 5. "Little brother, I almost couldn't come back. Didn't I tell you not to fight so hard? You didn't listen. I didn't expect that quantitative change would lead to qualitative change. By the way, little brother, how many rounds have you played? Did you get a skill book? If not, I can give it to you." "Give you to me? I'm so sorry. I won't be polite." Yes. If you have the ability to take me home today, I will definitely not resist." Maybe I will get a prop from the treasure chest that can transfer you over. Thank you so much. I have gained a hard-working ox and horse. Oxen have to plow the fields. It's so hard to chat with you. Why haven't you given out the treasure chest yet? Someone hasn't finished the challenge yet. Didn't you see that we are still in the small dark room now? Who is so powerful? I didn't dare to continue the challenge after I passed the 9th round with difficulty. Who knows? There are many capable people in this world. I only won the 9th round with minor injuries. I don't want to provoke the 10th round. Brother is so steady. He doesn't even try the big killer. The commentator said that there are treasures in the perfect treasure chest. Maybe there are props to help brother realize his dream just now. Wang Yi, don't try to shake my will. I will be satisfied if I can make it to the 9th round. The trump card, like Fire Thunder, is used to save my life at the critical moment. I will not be stupid to bet on an illusory thing. I don't know what can come out of the perfect iron box, but I know that it will definitely not be so easy after returning to the Sand Sea after this trial. In which round did brother get the skill book? The 5th round. Haha, I got it in the 2nd round. Brother, let's show off our harvest together. I can't compare with your lucky star. Let me go first. 900 pieces of wild boar meat, 13 pieces of wild boar skin, 15 pairs of wild boar tusks, 5 pieces of wild boar skin normal, 3 pairs of wild boar tusks normal, 1 vitality heart, charge skill book, Scarface summoning order, 18 zero order sand cores. Little brother, you can't do it. Let me show you what it means to be an emperor of Europe. 700 pieces of wild boar meat, 16 pieces of wild boar skin, 15 pairs of wild boar tusks, 200 pieces of wild boar meat normal, 2 pieces of wild boar skin normal, 3 pairs of wild boar tusks normal, 3 wild boar tendons normal, 2 vitality hearts, 1 vitality kidney, 5 stone tooth wild boar eggs, 3 charge skill books, 1 earthquake skill book, Scarface summoning order, 18 zero order sand cores. Wang, are you sure we are fighting the same kind of monster? White skin and beautiful appearance mean that you can do whatever you want. You received 100 pieces of wild boar meat ordinary and 1 vitality kidney. Vitality kidney. It can effectively increase the upper limit of energy for a period of time, and it is not easy to get tired. Excessive energy may cause a hot head. Little brother, I will give you a good supplement, haha. Ignoring Su Xiaomo's bad taste, Wang Yi accepted the gift. At this time, the arena challenge was still not over, and Wang Yi was curious about who was so good at fighting, so he browsed the forum. Has leader Wolf Warrior come back? Our leader hasn't come back yet, and is still sprinting towards higher rounds. Where's Chen Long from your Chinese zodiac? Of course, brother Chen Long is also challenging inside. Our brother reached level 5 before the trial. What? Brother Chen Long reached level 5 before the trial, so he could have won this trial. I heard that leader Wolf Warrior of the Iron Blood Alliance is only level 4, so he probably can't compete with brother Chen Long this time. That's not necessarily true. Our leader has a powerful trump card. It sounds like our brother has no trump card, the kind that can definitely kill everyone in seconds if he uses it. Our leader is back. Wolf Warrior, is the trial not over yet? It seems like we lost to that guy, Chen Long, this time. What round did leader Wolf Warrior reach? Wolf Warrior. After the 9th round, he was not in good shape, so he didn't go to the 10th round to fight for his life. Big Boss 666, I spent most of my life to pass the 5th floor, and I don't dare to try anymore. If you still have some energy left, you'll lose a lot. The difficulty of the next few floors is not as good as the 5th floor. Oh my God, it can be like this. Forget it. I don't have that life. I'm satisfied. At this time, in the only arena that was still running, Chen Long rested and stood up. Dear audience, our trip was worthwhile. Our newcomer Chen Long chose to challenge the last gatekeeper. Now, please welcome our rookie killer, Stone Tooth Boar King. We must win. We must win. How can it be so strong? Chen Long looked at the monster that looked like a small ravine on the opposite side and sweated profusely. Stone Tooth Boar King Leader level 10. Skills, talents, description. Sakov is a butcher wandering in the arena. What are you looking at? Rookie. It's not that there is no chance. Qianlong locked his mind on an item in his backpack. This was the confidence that made him dare to challenge the last level. The reserved program we have been looking forward to has officially begun. Hoo-hoo! Before the commentator finished speaking, Qianlong, who felt that he could move, directly took out the trump card in his backpack. Our newcomer very quickly took out a big killer, the #1 bomb, which can blow up all first-level creatures. Our dear Sakov can't bear it. The newcomer was stunned. Sakov took action. It was the same familiar combo, shock plus collision, ground shock and plunder. The newcomer Qianlong was beheaded before he could activate the bomb in time. What a pity. This is already the 1083rd challenger. Sakov still maintains his undefeated golden body. This trial is over. Please collect your respective trial rewards for participating in the subsequent challenges. The next round of trials will start after the changes in the 7 days Sand Sea. The trial level is level 3. Please prepare for the trial. The Sand Realm will be connected to the Sand Sea in 1 hour. At that time, the trialists may encounter various dangers. Please strengthen yourself as soon as possible to meet the challenge. The Points Mall is open. Trialists can enter through the bounty column on the panel. Bounty points can be obtained by killing bounty monsters or completing bounty tasks issued by the system. Bounty points can be used to exchange items in the Points Mall. The higher the accumulated bounty points, the higher the level of the personal Points Mall, and the more types of goods that can be exchanged. Bounty points cannot be traded or transferred. The trial bounty points are now being distributed. Trialists who pass the first round of trials will receive 1 bounty point, and 1 bounty point will be added for each additional round passed. You have received 9 bounty points. Your personal Points Mall has been opened. The current mall level is 1, and the next level is 9 100s. Bounty tasks will be randomly distributed after connecting to the Sand Sea. The current mall tradable items are Simple Map, Equipment Upgrade Stone, Equipment Recast Stone Excellent. Simple Map, Bounty Point 1, Exchangeable Quantity 1. Description: a simple map. Use it in the Sand Realm to obtain a map of the terrain within 10 kilometers of the Sand Realm. Equipment Upgrade. Stone 10 bounty points, unlimited number of exchanges. Description: can upgrade equipment, the upper limit of which is the upper limit of the equipment blueprint level. Equipment Recast Stone Excellent, 20 bounty points, unlimited number of trades. Description: can recast ordinary quality equipment with a certain chance of upgrading it to excellent quality. And the recast equipment will not be damaged. This time the system message still caused an uproar in the regional channel and even the world channel. The simple map is equivalent to giving it away for free, and as long as you pass the trial, you will not lose that point. Although the simple map does not have the radar form of marking monsters like the Earth game, with this map, at least you will not get lost when exploring within 10 kilometers of your own sand world. The activity area of the trialists will be greatly increased, and the harvest will also increase accordingly. The use of equipment upgrade stones and equipment recast stones is needless to say, and it won't take long for the equipment to be gradually popularized. The problem of equipment level has always been a headache for trialists with equipment. It is not easy to get the blueprint and gather the materials. Once they build it, oh no, it's over, and the equipment is lower than their level. It seems embarrassing whether they use it or not. Equipment upgrade stones can make up for the shortcomings of the random equipment level of the blueprint. As long as the points are sufficient, there is no need to worry about the equipment not keeping up with your growth in the short term. As for the equipment recast stone, it is a prop for those who pursue higher levels. While pursuing equipment levels, higher quality equipment can provide higher bonuses. Is there any big brother who has enough points to exchange for equipment upgrade stones to try the effect? I guess not. Brother Qianlong may have passed the trial 10 rounds. Brother Qianlong has lost contact. A moment of silence for Brother Qianlong. Our area has lost a big brother. Don't say those depressing words. When one Qianlong falls, there are thousands of Qianlongs standing up. I will go to the forum to live broadcast the unboxing. Let everyone have fun and see if I can open the treasure. Is there anyone coming with me? Count me in. Let's go together. The forum is broadcasting the unboxing. Do you want to watch? Look, let's see what everyone has gained. Wang Yi did not rush to open the 9 trial treasure chests he had just received and went to watch the fun with Su Xiaomo. I am Wen Shixiang. I have passed 3 rounds of the trial this time. I am here to show you how to open the box. I hope more partners will participate and let everyone see the quality of the treasure box of this trial. Let's go. You opened the damaged trial wooden box and obtained a bottle of energy potion poor quality. The host has identified a foreigner. Oh my god. The host, are you selling it? I'll pay a high price. Haha, no, the first box is not bad. I opened a potion that can restore energy. Keep up the good work. You opened a rough trial wooden box and obtained 1 bounty point. You opened an old trial wooden box and obtained an equipment upgrade stone. Oh my god, it really came out. Congratulations to the host for reducing his lifespan by 10. Host, how is the effect of the equipment upgrade stone? It's really useful. I just upgraded my level 2 big sword to level 3. The picture speaks volumes. I'm jealous. Please welcome the next dream chaser. Maybe Wen Shixiang's unboxing effect is too good and immediately attracted many people to come and open the box. You opened the damaged trial wooden box and obtained 3 iron blocks. You opened the rough trial wooden box and obtained 2 copper blocks. You opened the old trial wooden box and obtained 6 leather. I am a non-African chief. The appraisal is completed. I am not moved at all, and I even want to laugh a little. Ha ha ha! There are successes in chasing dreams, and there are failures. Not everyone in this world is a European emperor. You opened the old trial wooden box and obtained 10 bounty points. You opened the damaged trial wooden box and obtained a green safety helmet. You opened the exquisite trial wooden box and obtained the blueprint of cool running shoes 1 to 5. You opened the old trial wooden box and obtained 1 equipment recast stone. You opened the old trial wooden box and obtained 1 mill blueprint. You opened the old trial wooden box and obtained 2 boxes of chocolate. You opened the exquisite trial wooden box and obtained the blueprint of a miniature castle. The things opened in the trial treasure chest are good and bad. The worst are useless sundries. The better ones are equipment materials. The lucky ones get bounty points, equipment upgrade stones, equipment recast stones, building blueprints, equipment blueprints, and other blueprints. Even the famous warrior wolf in the area was invited to open a few trial treasure chests, but the highest level opened in the live broadcast is the exquisite trial wooden box. No one is willing to open it in front of everyone if it is higher. Everyone can hide their weaknesses and keep their cards. Who knows if they will become enemies one day? Nothing special, I didn't see any real treasure. That's because no one is willing to take out the treasure. Come on, Wang Yi, let's share the live unboxing and see who's lucky. You want to hit me again? Then as you wish. Who goes first? I'll go first. You opened the damaged trial wooden box and got a box of cream cake. You opened the damaged trial wooden box and got 1 bounty point. It seems that I won this time. Come on, the cake is delicious. Do you want some? Cut me a small piece. You opened the rough trial wooden box and got 1 refined iron and 3 magic pattern cloth. You opened the rough trial wooden box and got 1 refined iron and 3 red copper. They are all high-level materials, evenly matched. Come again, I still don't believe it. You opened the old trial wooden box and obtained 5 bounty points. I won this time. You opened the old trial wooden box and obtained 1 equipment upgrade stone. Sorry, I'm crushed. Ah, you must have sucked my luck away. You opened the exquisite trial wooden box and obtained the blueprint of the Pious Necklace 1 to 5. Pious Necklace 1-5, Mithril 3, Sapphire 1. You opened the exquisite trial wooden box and obtained the fish pond design. Fish pond design. You can add the fish pond terrain in the Sand World transformation. I finally won this time. Congratulations! Now it's time to witness a miracle. Let me see what treasures are in the perfect treasure chest. You opened the perfect trial wooden chest and obtained 5 healing potions poor quality, 5 energy potions poor quality, 1 equipment upgrade stone, 1 equipment recast stone, 1 equipment breakthrough stone, 1 spring, and 1,000 zero-level sand cores. Equipment breakthrough stone can break through the upper limit of the blueprint to upgrade equipment, and the highest level does not exceed the original upper limit of level 5. Spring, precious items, integrated into the sand world can form a spring in the sand world that continuously produces clean water. Su Xiaomo, it is indeed a perfect treasure chest. The quantity and quality are so great. I regret not trying the last perfect iron chest. The reward must be better. You have to be alive to get it. I heard that the level 5 boss who holds the trump card has failed. I'm just saying, open it quickly and see how good you are. You open the perfect trial wooden chest and obtain 10 energy potions, 1 ranger career guide, 1 known beast egg, 2 space gems, city wall design drawings, and 1,000 zero-level sand cores. Ranger career guide. Level 10 trialists can transfer to the ranger profession with this guide. Unknown beast egg. A lost unknown beast egg, you may get any creature. City wall design drawings. You can add city wall terrain in the sand world transformation. Xiaomo, it's hard to judge this round. The value of many things is unknown, but they are all good things. You received the fish pond design, the city wall design, 1 space gem, the ranger career guide, and the zero-level sand core 1000. What are you doing? The sudden email made Su Xiaomo stunned. Wang Yi mailed almost all the things he offered. I've given it all to you. Take advantage of this safe period and start building it. Why are you so nice to me? You saved my life. You didn't ask for anything in return, but I can't pretend it never happened. I'll always feel a hurdle in my heart if I don't do something for you. Besides, I'm investing in you. Without a water source, many things on my side can't be used. It's better to concentrate resources on building your side and then feed back to me. Aren't you afraid that I will take everything and run away if you do this? Don't be afraid. Even if something like this really happens, I won't blame you. Just think of it as money to buy my life. This is what you deserve after saving me. I think my life, Wang Yi, is still worth that much money. Some worldly things are gone, so I can earn more. You are not romantic at all. You are a complete fool, but I forgive you. If we can meet, I will give you a chance. It depends on whether you can seize it then. Su Xiaomo's lips curled up slightly, and she took out the space gem and merged it into the sand world. The sky of the sand world expanded by 1 meter, and the sand world transformation function was activated. Then she turned on the God mode, and 2018 zero-order sand cores disappeared. The entire sand world expanded rapidly, becoming 2,068 square meters, with a length and width of more than 45 meters. Then she merged the city wall design into the sand world transformation function and added a city wall as a terrain. The city wall was 5 meters above the ground, and there was a thick foundation underground, more than 1 meter thick. The consumables for each meter of the city wall were 20 stones, 10 wood, 10 vines, and some sand. She didn't need to worry about the sand, as the sand world automatically provided it, but she had to take out the other 3 materials. After consuming 3,600 units of stone, 1,800 units of wood and vines, the square city wall with a length and width of 45 meters was finally built. This almost emptied the stone assets accumulated by the 2 people, and each of them had only a few hundred stones left to spare. Su Xiaomo demolished the previous residence in the center of the sand world and replaced it with a more solid and beautiful 100 square meter small fortress. The spring was placed in one of the houses. The spring water overflowed from the stone platform and slowly flowed along the water diversion groove to the outside of the fortress. At the end of the groove, Su Xiaomo spent a certain amount of stone and soil resources to transform a small pond of 100 square meters. With the stone wall and the barrier of soil, the water will not easily flow into the sand, but it will take a long time to fill the small pond with this spring alone. On both sides of the small pond are the fields made by Wang Yi, and 20 fields are neatly placed on both sides of the pond. Su Xiaomo has sown seeds separately, including medicinal seeds such as vitality fruit, awakening grass, and sleeping mushrooms, as well as vegetable seeds such as tomatoes, cucumbers, cabbage, melons, etc., and even many wheat and 5 peach trees. Take out the spring water to water the seeds, and all kinds of seeds germinate and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the function of the field, to accelerate growth. Among them, ordinary vegetables such as tomatoes and cucumbers can grow a crop in just 5 days. Wheat takes 7 days, medicinal seeds take half a month, and peaches take a month to grow. But after that, it only takes 5 days to get a batch of fruits. Then put the quicksand trap that was originally unlocked in place. Su Xiaomo exited the transformation mode, took out the eggs of the stone-toothed wild boar and dripped them with blood. She couldn't afford to raise these pigs before, but now she has water and fields, so she can afford it. How long will it take to build the city wall? It will be completed in just half an hour. It's just within the safe period. The construction on your side has come to an end. You must protect our granary. Don't worry, I guarantee that not a single rat can get in. The logistics are guaranteed. The next step is to strengthen yourself to the maximum extent. I see that you don't have a melee weapon, and you will be very passive when encountering monsters over level 5. I helped you make a Red Heart New Soldier sword, but it will take 3 hours to arrive. I'm not in a hurry, Brother Wang Yi. Don't be so stupid. It will be very uncomfortable when your energy value drops to 40 points. The situation is still unknown later. It's okay. I ate the vitality kidney you gave me. It has the effect of increasing energy. Now I'm in good shape. I really don't know what to say to you, Brother Wang Yi. Mail the remaining refined iron and red copper over, and I will help you make the Red Heart New Soldier belt. And here are 3 bottles of healing potions. Use them when you are injured. Don't save them. I'll also give you the Earthquake skill book. I love you for what you have done. Forget about the Earthquake skill book. Keep it for training your pet. My small body can't use it effectively. Let's open the box and see if there are any more treasures. I'll open it first. Su Xiaomo shouted excitedly. The perfect trial wooden box gave her such a big surprise. You opened the damaged trial iron box and obtained 100 basalt. Basalt, an extremely strong stone, an excellent material for building castles and city walls. You opened the damaged trial iron box and obtained 100 basalt. It's the same. I seem to be impatient. I should have waited until I opened the treasure box before building the city wall. It's not enough anyway. Save it for later. You opened the rough trial iron box and obtained the blueprint of the red tassel helmet 1-5. You opened the rough trial iron box and obtained the blueprint of the dimensional quiver 1-5. Red tassel helmet 1-5, 3 iron, 2 copper, 1 silk thread optional, special material optional. Dimensional quiver 1-5, 5 leather, 2 iron, 1 copper, 1 special material empty stone. Effect: a quiver that automatically generates arrows, with a small chance of generating arrows with special effects. Xiaomo, 1 helmet blueprint and 1 quiver blueprint, both of which we are short of. Where is the empty stone? I want it so badly. I'm afraid it's not that easy. This kind of equipment is a bit rare. You open the old trial iron box and obtain the blueprint of the general armor 6-10. You open the old trial iron box and obtain 20 refined iron, 10 red copper, 10 magic pattern cloth, 3 equipment upgrade stones, and 2 equipment recast stones. General armor 6-10, 10 refined iron, 5 red copper, 3 special materials. Description: a majestic half-body armor. Su Xiaomo, you have so many materials. Why don't you have the only one? I'll open it myself. You open the exquisite trial iron box and obtain the empty stone 2, the Thunderbolt, Catapult City Defense Blueprint, and the Automatic Arrow Tower City Defense Blueprint. Haha, as expected, this girl has always been full of luck. Thunderbolt Catapult City Defense Blueprint. After learning the Forger, you can build a catapult. Automatic Arrow Tower City Defense Blueprint. After learning the Forger, you can build an automatic arrow tower. 2 more items that require a forger to use. This kind of city defense weapon can only be seen but not used. It's uncomfortable. At worst, we can look for more career guidance from the Forger in the future. You open the exquisite trial iron box and obtain the moat design, the refined iron ore mother, and the miniature castle design. Moat design. You can integrate the Sand World transformation function to unlock the moat terrain. Miniature castle design. You can integrate the Sand World transformation function to unlock the miniature castle building. Fine iron, ore mother. Integrating into the underground of the Sand World can slowly generate fine iron ore veins. Do you want these two drawings? No. Use them yourself. I just demolished my house and rebuilt it. Now there is not even a small puddle. How can I use a moat? Besides, can a moat be used in the desert? Then I'll keep it. The fine iron ore mother is for you. You have a lot of space there. Brother Wang Yi, don't always think about stuffing good things into my hands. You are not a girl in love. Okay. I'm a little confused by what you said before. Is this what it feels like to be in love? No, you are overdosed on the vitality kidneys. I suggest you take a cold bath to calm down. The dimensional quiver drawings were given to Su Xiaomo, and Wang Yi took the red tassel helmet and general armor drawings. After integrating the design drawings of the miniature castle into his own Sand World, Wang Yi found that his own Sand World was too small to build it, and the minimum area required was 1,000 square meters. Then the refined iron ore mother can't be used either. Wang Yi needs to expand the Sand World downwards. Fortunately, he still has a space gem in his hand. After using it, the refined iron ore mother is placed deep in the sand, and it merges with the Sand World and can no longer move. Then it is the overall equipment strengthening transformation. At present, Wang Yi has 3 pieces of Iron Spear Excellent, 2 pieces of Sand Wolf Leather Boots Excellent, 3 pieces of Spotted Bird Feather Clothes Excellent, 4 pieces of Slug Leather Pants Excellent, 7 pieces of Red Heart Recruit Sword Ordinary, and 3 pieces of Slug Gloves Excellent, and 4 pieces of Equipment Upgrade Stones, 2 pieces of Equipment Recast Stones Excellent. One of the Equipment Upgrade Stones was given to the Red Heart Recruit Sword, which just upgraded to the current level 8 with the largest bonus. He can't use it higher. Use an Equipment Recast Stone to recast the Red Heart Recruit Sword, which is still of ordinary quality. Invest another one and finally recast it with excellent quality. Red Heart Soldier Sword. Excellent level 8, attack 110%. Additional, plus 10% attack, plus 5% sharpness. Description: general equipment for the new recruits of the ancient Red Heart City. Among the remaining equipment, Wang Yi chose to upgrade the Slug Leather Pants and Slug Gloves, which contain secrets. They were upgraded to level 5, and Wang Yi's defense was greatly improved, and he already had the defense of a normal level 5 creature. Su Xiaomo recast the level 5 Snake Embryo Bow to excellent quality, but did not continue to break through. Instead, he broke through the level 5 excellent quality Slug Leather Pants to level 6, which has stronger defense capabilities. The remaining inferior level 1 Iron Spears will be eliminated by the Red Heart Soldier Sword that is being forged, and the level 3 excellent quality Spotted Bird Feather Clothes will also be replaced by the higher level General Armor. Like Wang Yi, she did not choose to upgrade. Wang Yi built a circle of low walls with stones at the edge of the Sand World, dripped blood to hatch unknown beast eggs, and stood on the roof of the small building waiting for the connection between the Sand World and the Sand Sea. All trialists, the Sand World will be connected to the Sand Sea in 5 minutes. The simple map is ready for use. Please be prepared. Hearing the system prompt, Wang Yi, like all trialists, chose to use the simple map exchange from the Points Mall. An additional map item immediately appeared on the panel, allowing users to view a 10-kilometer map. Wang Yi discovered that there were 2 oases within 10 kilometers of his Sand World. One was 5 kilometers northwest, with a smaller area, and all were on the map. The other was 9 kilometers southeast, with an unknown area, and only appeared in that part of the map. Ah, I'm so lucky this time. There's an oasis around the Sand World. I can finally say goodbye to the days of water shortage, never have to look at the face of that bitch Wang Wanli again. What a coincidence. There's also an oasis near me. Did we meet upstairs? I have one here too, and more than one. Me too. Why isn't there one near me? You're crying. Haha. Friends who don't have an oasis around are welcome to come and buy water. The price is definitely fairer than that of Wang Wanli. I'll reserve one. Speaking of Wang Wanli's grandson, why haven't I heard him clamoring in the past 2 days? He's probably squatting in the corner crying. Let him hoard a lot of water and make it stink at home. I think he was taken away by the sky. That man doesn't look good at first glance. Maybe he didn't pass the trial at all. The above guess is possible. Our alliance contacted Wang Wanli to buy water today, and the system prompted that the trial participant in the private chat does not exist. He should be gone. By the way, does anyone have a water purifier? It seems that water in the wild needs to be purified before it can be drunk. I don't have any. Has anyone found the blueprint for a water purifier in this treasure chest? Let me know. No? Where did Wang Wanli's grandson get the water purifier? There was a buddy in our area who could make a water purifier, but he was targeted by Wang Wanli's grandson a few days ago. I don't know how he is now. Brother, are you still alive? Let me know. Probably not. No, I just tried to privately chat with that buddy, but there was no prompt that the trial participant did not exist. It was just that I was blocked. Wang Yi, he's still alive. Everyone should worry more about the dangers you may encounter later. Brother Jingshui is right. The people above only see the huge wealth brought by the oasis, but ignore the crisis behind this wealth. We are in the desert. What does an oasis represent? It is a ship of life. It must have attracted countless creatures to settle there. They may not be very good to us, so an oasis means a large number of enemies. Everyone really needs to think about how to prevent the monsters in the oasis from breaking through their own sand world. I suddenly feel that the lack of oases around is not so unacceptable. The person above is heartbroken. The Sand Realm will be connected to the Sand Sea in 1 minute, and the regional bounty mission will be released. Bounty. Recently, a large number of undead creatures from other worlds have invaded the Sand Sea to cause damage. Please go and eliminate these invaders. 1 bounty point will be awarded for every 5 ordinary undead creatures eliminated. 5 bounty points will be awarded for every elite undead creature eliminated, and 100 bounty points and a glory treasure chest will be awarded for every undead leader eliminated. No undead creatures above the commander level have been found in this area. Please go and eliminate them as soon as possible. The strength of undead creatures will be greatly improved with killing. I will crush their bones, brothers. Go, go! How is your side? I have 2 oases here. I only have 1 here. It should be fine. Little brother, be careful. The Sand Realm has been integrated into the Sand Sea. Wang Yi, the darkness outside the Sand Realm was like being erased by an eraser. The scorching sun appeared in the sky again, and the endless yellow sand had no boundaries. The sudden appearance of the sand world immediately attracted the attention of certain beings, and the skeletons wandering on the surrounding sand immediately surrounded the sand world. Skeleton level 2 skills, none. Talent, none. Description, undead creatures from the dead plane, cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Skeleton warrior level 3, skills, none. Description, undead creatures from the dead plane, cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Skeleton archer level 3. Skills, auto-reload, none. Description, undead creatures from the dead plane, cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Auto-reload. When using shooting weapons such as bows and crossbows, ordinary ammunition is automatically loaded, and special ammunition loading can be preset. Description, I have unlimited bullets, so I ask if you are afraid. Wang Yi stood on the roof of the small building, and took advantage of the height to find that there were a total of 7 skeletons surrounding him from all sides, including 3 skeletons, 2 skeleton warriors holding bone knives, and 2 skeleton archers, one of which had the skill, auto-reload. The dense white bones reflected a strange light under the scorching sun. Wang Yi found that these skeletons did not cooperate with each other and rushed to the sand world on their own. In a moment, they arrived near the sand world. The white skeletons stretched out their bone claws to scratch the sand world shield. The skeleton warriors chopped with knives. One of the 2 skeleton archers took out a bone arrow from the quiver behind his back, while the skilled one just drew the bow and shot. The moment it released the bowstring, a bone arrow appeared on the string and was shot out. The sand world shield was still useless. After a quick alarm, it was broken by several skeletons in a few seconds. The 2 skeleton archers immediately shot arrows at Wang Yi on the roof, but he jumped down to avoid them. If they attacked Wang Yi together, it would be difficult to deal with them, but they were scattered, giving him the opportunity to break them one by one. The more agile skeletons and skeleton warriors had already begun to climb the 2-meter wall that Wang Yi had built at the border of the sand boundary. Wang Yi ignored them and quickly approached the skilled skeleton archer under the cover of the wall. He rushed out of the wall and rushed towards it. The skeleton archer immediately drew his bow and aimed at Wang Yi, but was caught by the sand chain that suddenly sprang out from the sand. Although the bone arrow was shot out, there was no subsequent adjustment, and it was only shot at the position where Wang Yi had already run. The skeleton archer was obviously not a brute force monster, and could not break free from the shackles of the sand chain in an instant. Wang Yi, who rushed over, cut off his head with a sword, and the bone arrow shot by another skeleton archer forced Wang Yi back and turned back into the wall. At this time, most of the skeletons had already climbed over the wall and rushed towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi cut off the bone claws of the skeleton closest to him and rushed over first. Then he let it pass and cut it into 2 sections from behind. The skeleton with only the upper body and one arm was still alive. It struggled on the sand and crawled towards Wang Yi. It was completely quieted down after Wang Yi cut off its head. The other 4 skeletons surrounded Wang Yi, but Wang Yi's sand snakes were still nowhere to be seen. The sand snakes that won by poison were also at a loss when they met the skeletons without flesh and blood. When a skeleton passed a sandy area, the sand surface suddenly exploded, and 4 sand snakes, including Chang Wei and Chang Wen, jumped out together. 3 sand snakes with arms as thick as 3 meters acted as ropes to tie the skeleton tightly, and Chang Wei, who was nearly 4 meters long and almost as thick as his calf, pounced and bit the skeleton's neck madly. The skeleton's neck was broken by the crazy bite, and the skull flew out, but the teeth that opened and closed still showed that it was still alive, but it had lost its fighting power. After successfully ambushing a skeleton, Chang Wei and the others let 2 skeletons with knives that were a great threat to them pass and rushed to another skeleton. The skeleton was blocked, and 2 skeleton warriors rushed to Wang Yi from the left and right, while the remaining skeleton archers were still blocked outside the wall and stared at the wall in a daze. Wang Yi used a sand tie to tie up the skeleton warrior with a knife on the left and dodged when the skeleton warrior on the right chopped. The skeleton warrior on the right couldn't put away his knife in time, and a powerful force hit the skeleton warrior on the left, breaking 3 ribs in a row. While the skeleton warrior on the right was using old moves and the bone knife was stuck in the ribs of the skeleton warrior on the left, Wang Yi just dodged and fought back, cutting off its neck with a sword, and its head flew out. Although the skeleton on the left was attacked by the same kind of black hands, the sand chain was accidentally cut off and the sand tie was released. He chopped at Wang Yi with a knife, but was easily blocked by Wang Yi. Wang Yi was delighted when he saw it. The ribs of the skeleton warrior were cut off on the side holding the knife, and the shoulder bone was also split in half. Wang Yi blocked it and the cracks were all over the gap. After another fierce fight without Wang Yi's move, the skeleton warrior's knife arm broke and fell to the ground. Wang Yi killed the somewhat dazed skeleton warrior by breaking his head and looked at another battlefield. The white skeleton was lured to the quicksand by the sand snakes. The snakes swam over easily, but the white skeleton that caught up was captured by the quicksand pit. Now only the upper half was exposed on the sand, waving its bone claws frantically and then sinking deeper and deeper. Chang Wei's several skin snakes saw that Wang Yi had also cleared the field, and they swam over to take credit. Chang Wei's tail rolled up the skull that he had bitten off and showed it to Wang Yi. Suddenly, Chang Wei seemed to find something that interested him. He threw away the skull and rushed to the skull of a split skeleton warrior, took out a grain of rice-sized crystal from it and swallowed it. Chang Wei felt that this rice crystal was very beneficial to his growth. His eyes lit up, and he immediately circled the skull that had been discarded on the ground and waved it in front of Wang Yi, then pointed the tip of his tail at the broken skull. Wang Yi roughly understood his intention and helped Chang Wei to chop the skull apart. Chang Wei immediately found what he needed in the two halves of the skull. Wang Yi glanced at it and saw that it was something called soul crystal fragments, which was useless to him. You killed a level 3 skeleton warrior and gained experience 10 undead creatures, normal 1 fit. You killed a level 2 bone skeleton and gained experience 5 undead creatures, normal 2/5. The system prompt sound came late. While gaining experience, the bounty task was also accumulating progress. You killed a level 3 skeleton warrior and gained experience 10 undead creatures, normal 3/5. You killed a level 2 bone skeleton and gained experience 5 undead creatures, normal 4/5. You killed a level 2 skeleton and gained 5 experience points, undead normal 5/5. You completed a bounty mission, kill undead normal, and gained 1 bounty point. The current bounty point is 10, and the cumulative bounty point is 11. Wang Yi completed a round of bounty missions and gained 1 bounty point by continuously destroying the skulls brought by the sand snakes. The only ones left alive are the 2 skeleton archers outside the wall. One of them is only ahead and poses no threat, but the other is easy to deal with. Wang Yi did not attack directly, but climbed onto the roof of his small building. Seeing the target appear again, the skeleton archer shot at him without hesitation. Wang Yi ducked and hid behind the low wall on the roof. The bone arrow flew over the roof and shot onto the sand behind the house. Wang Yi stood up, and the upright skeleton archer raised his bow and shot again and again and again. Again, the skeleton archer reached for the quiver behind him with his bone hand, but found nothing. The bone arrows had been shot out without him noticing. The scene in the game where the ribs were broken and then shot did not appear. The skeleton archer was still confused and was killed by Wang Yi, who rushed over. You killed a level 3 skeleton archer, gained experience 10, and undead creatures normal 1/5. You killed a level 3 skeleton archer, gained experience 10, and undead creatures normal 2/5. You decomposed the remains of the skeleton archer and obtained the skill book Automatic Reload. Originally, there was nothing when decomposing the skeleton remains in the sand world, not even the sand cores that were fixed to drop. Wang Yi was already very disappointed with these undead creatures. This time, he just decomposed them out of habit and scattered them to dust to avoid polluting the environment. Unexpectedly, a skill book was actually produced. It seems that these undead creatures are not all penniless. How's the situation over there? I'm shooting at moving targets. These skeletons are endless. It's so boring. Let me show you something good. You want it? Where did it come from? For you, it was dropped by a skilled skeleton archer after decomposing it. Oh, I'm full of motivation again. My little skeleton cuties, wait for your sister's care. Also, remember not to rush to decompose the skeleton remains. Take out the rice-sized crystals in their skulls first. It's good for the growth of pets. Once decomposed, they'll be gone. Wang Yi still enjoyed Chang Wei's death gaze, even though he directly decomposed a skeleton during the experiment, and Chang Wei's favorite soul crystal fragments were gone. Logically speaking, the system should have decomposed such things that were useful to Wang Yi. I don't know why it was ignored. However, this has gradually become the norm. Many trial participants think that the system will not deliberately retain things that are useful. Maybe the system has its own decomposition rules. Their previous guesses may not be accurate. After receiving the automatic reload skill given by Wang Yi, Su Xiaomo was like a fish in water. Standing on the city wall, she kept drawing the bow and releasing the string. One iron arrow after another was generated on the snake fetus bow, and then ejected, accurately hitting the skull, dimming the soul fire burning in its eye sockets. You killed a level 2 skeleton, gained 5 experience points. Bounty, undead creatures, normal 1/5. You killed a level 3 skeleton, warrior, gained 10 experience points. Bounty, undead creatures, normal 2/5. You killed a level 3 skeleton warrior, gained 5 experience points. Bounty, undead creatures, normal 3/5. You completed the bounty, undead creatures normal, and gained 1 bounty point. Currently 16 points, cumulatively 17 points. The kill prompt and bounty completion prompt kept refreshing the screen. After the remote skeleton soldiers were targeted at the beginning, The melee skeletons that could not cross the city wall were completely Su Xiaomo's targets and were cleared away bit by bit. Compared with the original creatures encountered in the Sand Sea before, this group of skeletons was simply stupid and bubbling. They would not play tricks. There was no Voldemort, no organization, and no discipline. When they encountered creatures, they would swarm up, and they would not turn back when they hit the south wall, and they would not stop until they broke the south wall. Su Xiaomo's arms were sore from pulling. The skeletons that surrounded the city finally all fell to the ground. Only the skeletons that didn't move were good skeletons. She jumped off the wall and used the sword she borrowed from Wang Yi to cut the skulls one by one, took out the soul crystal fragments that Wang Yi specifically asked her to pay attention to, and then threw them into the dust. You decomposed the skeleton warrior and obtained 1 crystal leg bone normal. You decomposed the skeleton archer and obtained the bone arrow blueprint. Bone arrow type, special arrow consumables, special bone material effect. Enemies shot by bone arrows will have an additional severe pain effect. Description, extract bones to make arrows, and those who are hit are like removing bones and scraping marrow. You decomposed the skeleton warrior and obtained the crystal sternum normal. Su Xiaomo reluctantly returned the Red Heart Soldier sword to Wang Yi. The feeling of cutting skulls like cutting vegetables was quite good, and she would soon have one. There was no time to read the system prompts one by one, so Su Xiaomo directly asked the system to summarize the information. In this battle, you killed 35 level 2 skeletons and 10 level 3 skeletons, and gained 275 experience points. The current experience is 275 300s. You completed 9 bounty missions and gained 9 bounty points. The current points are 22 points, and the total is 23 points. You decomposed all the skeleton remains, and you obtained 5 crystal bones ordinary of various types in the blueprint of the bone arrow. In addition to the system statistics, Su Xiaomo also collected 45 soul crystal fragments the size of rice grains and a small pile of bone claws that can be used to make armor-piercing arrows. The output of skeletons is indeed pitiful, but as long as something is produced, it is a sure win. Whether it is special materials, blueprints, or skill books, they are all scarce things. Although there are no treasure chests, beast meat, sand cores, and the like, the system has obviously arranged everything. Most people have oases around them. As long as they dare to fight, they will not lack water. Food was distributed to them in the trial. The things that can be opened in the treasure chest can be decomposed now. The skeletons are stupid and easy to kill. There are also points mall supplies. This will be a feast for killers. Su Xiaomo studied the bone arrow blueprint. In addition to the armor-piercing arrow, there is another special arrow in the forging column. 1 special bone material can be synthesized into 2 bone arrows. Su Xiaomo used the special bones harvested this time to obtain 10 white bone arrows with a chilling cold air. She preset the 10 bone arrows into the automatic reload skill, which is convenient and can save backpacks. Now her automatic reload skill is automatic reload no level effect. When using weapons such as bows and crossbows, ammunition is automatically reloaded, which can be preset. Current weapon, Snake Fetus Bow. Currently automatically loaded, Iron Arrow preset arrows can be switched. Preset 1, armor-piercing arrows 100. Preset 2, bone arrows 10. Very powerful auxiliary skills. When the dimensional quiver is made, there will be more preset arrow types. Su Xiaomo can switch arrow types at any time according to the needs of the battle. The entire Sand Sea seems to be invaded by skeletons. Whether it is their area or the entire Earthling trial area, there are many skeleton soldiers wandering around in the Sand Sea. Faced with the sudden appearance of the Sand World, the skeletons who smelled the breath of living people rushed over frantically. Most of the trialists who had been prepared fought back and forth, and they could hide in the house to defend if they were defeated. But there are always unlucky people in this world. The Sand World descended directly into the sea of skeletons, and no matter how they struggled, they were flattened. Not only did Wang Yi and the others gain from fighting skeletons, but others gradually discovered that poor skeletons could also drop top-quality items, and their enthusiasm suddenly soared. The trialists who had been tortured by various Voldemorts and had some neurasthenia can finally bully the stupid skeletons. Skill books, blueprints, materials, special props, people are constantly dropping, and the trialists are rapidly becoming stronger. Of course, the number of people in each area is also quietly decreasing. After Wang Yi defeated a wave of skeletons, he waited for a long time, but the second wave did not come. It was almost dusk, and the Red Heart Soldier Sword for Su Xiaomo was finally produced. This time, the Red Heart Soldier Sword of ordinary quality of level 7 was still forged. In terms of luck, Wang Yi was really controlled. He has already made a lot of equipment. Except for the level 5 Snake Fetus Bow that he got by chance, the other equipment is not above the middle level. Unlike Su Xiaomo, he always has level 4, level 5, a lot of excellent quality, and even excellent quality. The Red Heart Soldier Sword was mailed to Su Xiaomo, and she also mailed a piece of equipment. "I'm sorry, I'm unlucky. You can't use this equipment." Wang Yi has become numb to her luck and threw the new equipment into his backpack expressionlessly. Red Heart New Soldier Belt, excellent level 10. Defense, 50%. Additions 10% physical strength, 5% endurance. Description: one of the Red Heart New Soldier equipment. As long as you don't die from training, you can train to death. You can handle it. This is really excellent. It's obviously the best equipment. Why do I feel like crying? Wang Yi is crying because it's too good to use, while Su Xiaomo is a little distressed about the poor enhancement. She just got the points and spent 10 points to buy an equipment upgrade stone to upgrade the Red Heart New Soldier Sword to level 8. If she wants to recast the quality, she doesn't have enough points. It's getting dark, and there are no skeletons coming to deliver the express. Wang Yi prepares dinner comfortably. He roasts the ordinary quality stone-tooth wild boar meat supported by Su Xiaomo. The smell of cooked meat makes people drool. Chang Wei, who was eating roasted rat meat, felt that the roasted meat in front of him was no longer fragrant. He patted Wang Yi with his tail, pointed at the roasted meat in front of him, and then pointed at the roasted meat on the grill, asking why they were different. He was treated differently and felt wronged. Seeing Chang Wei acting like a drama queen again, Wang Yi laughed out loud. With this snake, it was indeed full of fun. He took out a few portions of ordinary quality stone-toothed wild boar meat and invited Chang Wei to dine with him. Chang Wei succeeded in defending his rights and immediately used his tail to happily sweep the roasted meat for his younger brothers to eat. He jumped to the chair opposite Wang Yi, staring at the sizzling roasted pork with his neck stretched out, and his saliva was about to flow out. It was a delicious dinner, and both the master and pet were very happy. The excited Chang Wei wanted to climb onto Wang Yi's shoulder again, but was pushed away with disgust. He was now nearly 4 meters long, with thick calves, and his 1.8-meter physique was not enough for him to climb. Being despised by his master, Chang Wei rolled on the ground several times in anger and went to the sand to find peace. His energy value was still only 40 points, not enough to build equipment. After the effect of the vitality kidney faded, Wang Yi felt a little dizzy again. He had already drunk the upper limit of the energy potion today, so Wang Yi went to bed early. While Wang Yi was sleeping like a dead pig, the sand outside the house was particularly restless. The sand kept rising and falling, and then falling again, winding forward like a long dragon. Suddenly, a smooth snakehead jumped out of the sand, with white cracked old skin on its neck. The snakehead swam forward, and the old skin was pulled by the sand, and the tender snake body kept drilling out. It turned out that in the dead of night, Chang Wei was shedding his skin. After a few minutes, Chang Wei finally drilled out of the old skin, and the new cortical scales quickly hardened. Chang Wei, who was less than 4 meters long, suddenly grew to more than 7 meters after shedding his skin, and his body was as thick as the top of a telephone pole. Chang Wei stood up and was taller than Wang Yi's small building. He hissed at the wooden door a few times, but Wang Yi didn't respond. He wandered around in the sand in boredom. Several younger brothers also finished molting, but they couldn't compare with Chang Wei's growth at all, and they were not as big as Chang Wei before. Chang Wei hissed at the 3 younger brothers, and then took the lead to climb over the wall and slip out of the sand world. Several younger brothers hesitated, but they were still intimidated by the majesty of the boss and followed him out. After leaving the sand world, Chang Wei excitedly swam on the sand. The sand world of only 100 square meters was too small for him. He could jump from one end to the other with a little effort. It was boring. Several snakes swam farther and farther under the leadership of the boss, not noticing the movement in the sand at all. The skeletons buried themselves in the sand to avoid the strong wind and cold currents, felt the breath of life passing by, and woke up from their slumber one after another, struggling to climb out of the sand and chased after the creatures. By the time Chang Wei found them, more than a dozen skeletons had fallen behind them, either far or near. But Wei was not afraid at all. He had grown up and was no longer that little snake. He led his 3 younger brothers to rush towards the nearest skeleton. Without the help of his younger brothers, this 2-level skeleton was whipped away by his tail. The sound of bone cracking indicated that another skeleton was crippled. Chang Wei caught up with the skeleton whose bones were broken by him and directly wrapped around it. With force on his abdomen, the skull was twisted off. 2 more skeletons approached. This time they were 2 skeleton warriors. The younger brothers, who were worried about the boss, immediately stepped forward to help. Chang Wei sprayed at the skeleton warrior on the left, and countless small droplets flew towards the skeleton warrior, landing on the bones and evaporating into bursts of white smoke. The skeleton warrior collapsed like a building block after running a few steps. The other skeleton warrior had been tied up by the 3 younger brothers with their bodies. Chang Wei bit its head and tore it off. Then, the snake skin moved quickly to approach a skeleton archer who was shooting arrows continuously, and bit it madly and turned it into broken bones. On the morning of the 9th, Wang Yi woke up, full of energy, and the dizziness caused by low energy value subsided. After taking 3 bottles of energy potion, Wang Yi's energy value rose to 65 points, enough to create another piece of equipment. Now Wang Yi has equipped 5 of the 7 sword armors: clothes, pants, shoes, waist, and hands. He only lacks shoulders, arms, and helmets. At present, he and Su Xiaomo do not have equipment drawings such as shoulder guards and arm armors. Wang Yi took a look at his Tiangong column. There are 3 most suitable items to create: red tassel helmet, general armor, and sand wolf leather boots. The red tassel helmet is the head equipment he currently lacks, which can effectively reduce the enemy's attack on the head. As everyone's research on the Sand Sea equipment deepens, it is found that although the equipment provides full-body defense, the defense of the equipment part is the worst, and the defense of other parts is much worse. There is also a difference between wearing equipment and putting it in the equipment bar. The former has a stronger defense. After all, the equipment itself is also a layer of defense. So now, even if it is not very elegant in battle, Wang Yi tries to wear the equipment on his body. Of course, wearing equipment directly also has a small disadvantage. When the enemy attacks the equipment, it will cause the equipment to wear out. The equipment with serious wear will be directly damaged. The general armor can replace the spotted bird feather clothes to provide a higher level of defense for yourself. In fact, the 3rd-level excellent spotted bird feather clothes are very good and are enough for now. Most trialers do not have such excellent armor, but men have to stack the thickest armor and endure. Wang Yi will not want to change equipment because the spotted bird feather clothes are not suitable for him. Of course, the general armor has a disadvantage that is not a disadvantage. At present, it may be possible to create a general armor that exceeds his equipment level, but he is not Su Xiaomo. He believes in his luck and is very unlucky. The last sand wolf leather boots are for Su Xiaomo. A pair of shoes that increase movement speed is still a big bonus for her, and she can deal with monsters more flexibly. Wang Yi hesitated for a moment, but still put the materials of the general armor into the furnace, and the gift he promised to Su Xiaomo was postponed again. Su Xiaomo was not as entangled as he was. She woke up in the middle of the night and finished the only 2 bottles of energy potion and hung up the dimensional quiver to forge. Now when she woke up, the dimensional quiver had been forged. She took out a very 2-dimensional quiver and equipped it on her back. Dimensional quiver. Excellent level 4. Physical strength, 20% to 10%, attack speed 5%. Effect, generate an arrow every half an hour, with a certain probability of generating a special arrow. Description, guess if my next arrow can shoot you. Suxiaomo's luck is the same as always. This time, the Dimensional Quiver forged is not bad in terms of level and quality. The newly forged Dimensional Quiver is full, with a full 30 arrows. Black Iron Arrow. The standard arrow generated by the Dimensional Quiver is made of all black iron with guaranteed power and stability, and the quantity is 25. Explosive Arrow. An arrow that explodes after hitting an enemy with amazing power. A special arrow generated by the Dimensional Quiver, quantity 2. Strong Acid Arrow. An arrow with strong acid infused in the arrow body with powerful corrosive destructive power. A special arrow generated by the Dimensional Quiver, quantity 3. The 30 arrows are divided into 3 types of arrows: the dark and plain black iron arrows, the explosive arrows with flowing fiery red lines, and the strong acid arrows with liquid inside. There are several more arrows, and Suxiaomo excitedly changes the preset for the auto-reload skill. Auto-reload novel current equipment, snake fetal bow. Current arrows, ordinary iron arrows. Preset 1, black iron arrow, 25. Preset 2, armor breaking arrow, 100. Preset 3, bone arrow. Preset 4, strong acid arrow, 3. Preset 5, explosive arrow 2. Looking at the increasingly long preset bar, Suxiaomo was inexplicably happy. She felt that the Dimensional Quiver could continue to surprise her and give her more attack options. Pushing open the wooden door on the roof, the turbid air in the room became fresh. Wang Yi climbed up the wooden ladder to the roof, but was shocked by what he saw. He saw a pile of skulls neatly stacked next to the wooden door. The empty eye sockets and the jaws opening and closing made people shrink their bladders, not to mention that there was a snake head as big as a lantern standing in the air. Chang Wei hissed at Wang Yi excitedly, as if to say, "Do you think I'm awesome? Come on, praise me." Although Chang Wei had changed a lot, the spiritual connection allowed Wang Yi to recognize him quickly and gradually understand what was going on. Chang Wei grew up while he was sleeping, and then slipped out of the sand world to kill a bunch of skulls as a gift for him. Looking at the scarred snakes, Wang Yi wanted to laugh but was also a little angry, helpless, and a little relieved. In short, there was a feeling of an old father whose child had finally grown up but was a little disobedient. Chang Wei, Chang Wan, and the others checked their injuries and found that they were not seriously injured. Chang Wei, who was the most seriously injured, had almost recovered due to his powerful healing ability. However, he was covered with scars and looked like a lazy snake. While checking the injuries, Wang Yi also checked the status of several snakes. Chang 1, Chang 2, Chang 3, Sand Snake Level 2, Skills, none. Talents, none. Description: the most common sand snake in the Sand Sea. Chang Wei Mutated Sand Snake Elite Level 3 Skills: Crazy Bite, Death Coil, Strong Acid Spray, Growing Talents. Growing Description: a mutant sand snake that is about to grow into a leader. You feed it well, young man. It still has potential to be tapped. Work hard, young man. Death Coil: wrap the enemy and strangle the enemy with its powerful abdomen. Strong Acid Spray: the mutant sand snake spits strong acid from its belly to attack the enemy, which is extremely corrosive. After shedding their skin last night, the 4 sand snakes have grown qualitatively. They are nearly 3 meters long and as thick as wrists. They are close to the sand snake that Wang Yi encountered at the beginning, and their level has caught up. And Chang Wei is even more abnormal. He grew to more than 7 meters in a flash. His body as thick as a pole gives people a lot of pressure. Wang Yi suddenly feels that his own sand world seems to be a little smaller, and it is almost not enough to live in. Moreover, Chang Wei grew directly from level 1 to level 3 overnight, and even gained 2 more skills. No wonder he could hunt so many skeletons outside the sand world. Seeing that Wang Yi was in a daze again, Chang Wei urged him to deal with the skeleton remains quickly. In order to wait for Wang Yi to get up, his saliva almost ran out. Wang Yi smiled and took a skull with its jaws still opening and closing, split it in half with a sword, took out the soul crystal fragments inside and handed them to Chang Wei, who swallowed them in one gulp. You killed a level 3 skeleton warrior and gained 10 experience points. Bounty, Undead Common 3 fits. This is considered a power leveling. What a pleasant surprise. Wang Yi enjoyed helping Chang Wei drive the melon seed shell and gained a lot of experience points and task progress. He found that not all skulls were counted as killed. Some skulls were seriously damaged, and some were pitted and seriously corroded. They should be the masterpieces of Chang Wei's skills. These skulls had long been dead. Only the intact skulls allowed Wang Yi to harvest a lot of experience points and points. A total of 17 skulls. This is what Chang Wei and a few snakes harvested last night. Wang Yi got the experience points of 8 of them and gained a total of 55 experience points. Now he has 210 experience points, which is one step closer to level 4. In addition to yesterday's task progress, he completed 2 more bounty tasks today, and the current bounty points reached 18 points, accumulating 19 points. Chang Wei did not enjoy the 17 soul crystal fragments alone. He gave 2 to each of Chang, 1 and the others, and then swallowed them in one gulp. Wang Yi looked at the snakes eating the soul crystal fragments excitedly, and he was even more excited. Chang Wei's change was caused by eating the soul crystal fragments yesterday. Will he become stronger if he continues to eat? Will the other snakes have any effect? Walking down the small building, Wang Yi saw a pile of messy bone racks piled on the sand. It seems that the sand snakes deeply understand their thrifty nature and will not let go of any oil and water. Throwing the split skull into the pile of bones, Wang Yi directly decomposed the pile of bones and found 3 crystal bones of ordinary quality. It's better than nothing. Wang Yi directly mailed it to Su Xiaomo, who needed special bones. Wang Yi, who was in a good mood, began to prepare lunch for the snakes, but it was difficult to eat when he saw Chang Wei's skyrocketing size. It's okay to grow 1 or a few, and the size has also increased. But as long as the amount of raw meat fed is increased, Chang Wei doesn't like to eat raw meat. Recently, Wang Yi roasted the food for him. Looking at his amazing size, Wang Yi didn't know how much meat he had to roast to feed him. Probably sensing Wang Yi's difficulty, Chang Wei hissed, shook his head and wagged his tail, and spoke a level 10 snake language. What's more, through the spiritual connection and his excellent body language, Wang Yi actually understood some of it. The general idea was, don't worry, light the fire for me. I have learned to take care of myself. Barbecue is a piece of cake, and don't forget to give me a few pieces of the meat from yesterday. Wang Yi skeptically lit the outdoor fire pit, set up the grill, and then spread the steak for him. He stretched out his right hand and signaled Chang Wei, "Please start your performance." Chang Wei's snake tail flexibly rolled up the grill handle and turned it skillfully. After turning it for a while, he found that his body was too large and inconvenient, so he immediately hissed at a few well-fed little sand snakes. Chang Wen took over the position of the sand snake boss and turned the grill to heat the steak evenly. Chang Er and Chang San rolled up the seasoning bottle, waiting for an opportunity to spread the seasoning on the barbecue. Wang Yi was stunned to see the skillful cooperation of several snakes. Not only Chang Wei learned to grill meat by himself, but also the company Commander Wen and his men. Seeing the shocked look of his master, Chang Wei showed an anthropomorphic smile, with his head slightly tilted and a proud look of, "I am great. The children have really grown up." Seeing the snakes doing well, Wang Yi was relieved to prepare breakfast for himself. It was impossible to chew bread. "Today I want to eat a sandwich with a lot of meat. Brothers, do you have medicine?" The kind that relieves pain. Early in the morning, the regional channel was as lively as ever. "No, if you lack something, just go fight monsters. Maybe you will explode." "Do you think I don't want to? I, Gao Xiangyang, can break into the group of skeletons as if it were no man's land. Skeleton are not humans, so—" "Don't interrupt. Hey, that no man's land. The skeletons we killed were defeated. Hey, I'm so angry at that shameless thief. He shot me with an arrow from the back." "Did it hit the bullseye?" "I was angry because I pulled out the arrow from my hip and was about to go forward to cut it off, but I was so angry that the shameless thief tampered with the arrow. I frowned in pain and walked home in 2 or 3 steps." "Oh, I see. The person upstairs was a brave man on the battlefield until he was shot in the hip." "The person upstairs sang really well, brothers. Pay attention. Don't get shot by the skeleton archer. The arrow of that guy is really vicious. Once it hits you, it's like scraping bones and knocking marrow, making people suffer from unbearable pain and completely lose the desire to fight. I feel the same way. I'm still biting a piece of cloth in my mouth, and I don't know how long I have to endure it. In the regional channel, there were many survivors who had been hit by bone arrows. They were able to survive under such unfavorable circumstances. It seemed that after 2 trials, the trial participants had grown up very quickly. However, there were casualties. Since the Sand Realm was reintegrated into the Sand Sea, the number of people in their channel had been slowly decreasing. Now there were 4,936 people, less than half of the beginning. Brothers, is there anyone selling weapons and equipment? I'll buy them at a high price. The iron knife that comes with this system is too weak. It's like cutting iron when you chop a skeleton and sparks fly everywhere. No way. No way. It's been this year, and there are still people who don't know how to kill monsters. What do you know? The guy above is really a hardcore guy. You have to see if you are tough enough when you clash with others. Don't take on porcelain work if you don't have the diamond drill. There are many ways to kill monsters, especially for skeletons, which have obvious shortcomings. Come on, please ask the teacher above to tell me how to kill skeletons effectively. Then I will tell you my methods. Skeletons don't feel pain and don't get tired, but they don't have brains, which is their biggest shortcoming. As long as you are bold and careful, you don't need very good equipment. Just the iron gun and wooden bow that come with the system will do. Don't try to dismantle the skeleton. Without good equipment, you can just play with iron. The weakness of the skeleton is the soul fire in the skull, and the eye socket is their weakness. Find the right opportunity to shoot an arrow into the eye socket, or poke a spear into the eye socket, and the skeleton will be useless. Moreover, you don't have to kill the skeletons yourself. You can lure these fools into traps and kill them. I have killed many skeletons with my homemade rockfall traps during this period, and there are still fools coming to die. Oh, I set the traps, and it's all because of those cunning monsters before. I forgot the purpose of the traps. I learned it. I'll go and explode a few skeletons. Hiss! It hurts me to death. Not to mention, there are still many talents in their area. There are several detailed layout diagrams of exquisite traps in the forum. It may not be effective against the cunning local monsters in the Sand Sea before, but it is more feasible to deal with these skeletons who only have the idea of destroying living things in their minds. Wang Yi copied these exquisite drawings, but he had no idea of using them now. If he had just arrived in the Sand Sea, he would definitely choose this safe way to kill monsters. But now he has passed the primitive accumulation stage, and his equipment is in the forefront of the region. Naturally, there is no need to grow in a wretched way. Moreover, the opponent cannot always be a stupid skeleton. It is more important to cultivate the heart of a strong man who dares to fight. Wang Yi stood on the roof of the small building, like a huge light bulb, attracting the skeletons around the sand world with the breath of flesh and blood. Maybe Chang Wei and his men killed too many last night. Wang Yi stood for a long time without waiting for a skeleton. He had to send Chang Wei to move around outside the sand world. Chang Wei swam quickly on the sand slopes. The vigorous breath of life made the skeletons chase him desperately like flies smelling blood. When Chang Wei came back after swimming around, the sand outside the sand world was rolling. It seemed that many skeletons were led back by Chang Wei. Wang Yi did not wait for the skeletons to come to the door in the sand world, but rushed directly in one direction, with several skin snakes following him like a shadow. The skeleton running in the front found the vigorous breath of life gathered in front of him, and his pace became faster. Wang Yi's spear shot out like a dragon, piercing directly through the eye socket of a skeleton warrior. The system killed prompt followed, but Wang Yi had no time to pay attention. He pulled out the Red Heart New Soldier sword and fought with the approaching skeleton soldiers. The sharp Red Heart New Soldier sword cut through the hard bones of the skeletons. The skeletons that were as hard as iron and stone to some people were like tofu in front of him. Chang Wei and his snakes also joined the battle. Many skeletons were attracted by their breath of life. Chang Wei savagely swept away the skeletons that wanted to get close to him. When facing a threatening enemy, he sprayed a mouthful of strong acid, and it didn't take a moment for them to collapse into a pile of broken bones. More and more skeletons came to besiege, but Wang Yi's enthusiasm for fighting was boiling. He had a lot of injuries on his body, but with the powerful defense of his equipment, the wounds were not serious. Wang Yi carefully avoided a cold arrow shot from a corner. He didn't want to try the effect of the bone arrow, so he rushed over to get rid of it, but was blocked by several skeletons holding knives. The other side became Chang Wei's personal show. Chang Wei had already left the battlefield and drilled into the sand to play hide-and-seek with the skeletons. As if sensing Wang Yi's thoughts, several sand snakes lurked in the sand under the skeleton archer's feet. When the skeleton archer reacted, they had already shot out of the sand and entangled it tightly. They did not have a powerful attack method to quickly kill the skeleton archer, but Wang Yi did. Seeing that the skeleton archer was controlled, he immediately forced the skeleton in front of him to retreat, pulled out the iron spear and threw it at the skeleton archer. The iron spear shot into the skeleton archer's eye socket, pinning the skeleton archer to death on the sand. Several sand snakes quickly let go of the skeleton archer and drilled into the sand, leaving the other skeletons who rushed over helpless. Chang Wei's side had already begun to decline. After the strong acid spray could not be released, he had many wounds on his body. Wang Yi's side was also weakening. Just when Wang Yi was about to call Chang Wei to retreat, a system prompt sound came. Your experience value for this level is full. You have reached level 4. Congratulations, Trialer. You are stronger. Chang Wei, you retreat first. The sudden upgrade made Wang Yi's status fully full. The overall quality of the 4th level is much stronger than before. It seems that the equipment attack bonus has decreased, but his basic attack is no longer comparable to that of the 3rd level. It is directly several times stronger. The most direct result is that the skeleton warrior who could block his attack before was now split in half with his sword and arm bones. For a while, Wang Yi was invincible. You killed a level 2 skeleton and gained experience 1. You killed a level 3 skeleton warrior and gained experience 5. After the upgrade, these low-level skeleton soldiers provided him with even less experience. The level 2 skeleton only gave a pitiful little experience. It is estimated that there is no experience to kill a level 1 monster now. Under Wang Yi's heroic killing, the battlefield was soon settled, and all the skeletons attracted by Chang Wei were defeated. The reason why it was a defeat instead of a kill was that there were still many chopped-off skulls that were not completely dead, and Wang Yi needed to finish them off. Seeing their master's victory, the snakes that had burrowed into the sand to avoid the enemy crawled out one after another. Chang Wei led his brothers to collect melon seeds on the sand. Skulls were rolled up by several sand snakes, and Wang Yi helped to open the shells and distribute the melon seeds to the snakes. Chang Wen and the other 2 ate 2 soul crystal fragments and stopped eating. It seems that their tolerance is effective, unlike Chang Wei's bottomless pit, which is still cracking. After removing the usable parts of the skeletons, Wang Yi carried out regional decomposition of the skeletons on the battlefield. You decomposed 58 skeletons, and you obtained Crystal Bone Ordinary 15, Heavy Cleavage Skill Book, and Ordinary Skeleton Bone Knives 3-2. Heavy Chop. When the weapon chops from top to bottom, it will cause 120% attack. If a heavy weapon is used, it will cause 150% attack. Up to 200% heavy weapon charge chop. The output of the skeletons is as small as ever, but everything is exquisite. Special bone materials, skill books, and even equipment. The crystal bones are given to Su Xiaomo to make bone arrows, and the heavy chop skill book is learned by herself. The commonly used Red Heart Soldier Sword finally has a skill that is not considered a matching set, because the Red Heart Soldier Sword is not a heavy sword, so it naturally cannot exert the full power of heavy chop. The 2 ordinary level 3 skeleton bone knives made Wang Yi feel a lot. He used to spend a lot of effort to collect drawings, collect materials, and calculate the energy value to create equipment. Now it can be dropped directly, and the sense of accomplishment of finally getting the harvest after a long time of hard work has also been diluted. In fact, Wang Yi thought too much. If the equipment was so easy to explode, someone would have come out to show off in the regional channel forum, and it would not be that all kinds of posts seeking to buy equipment occupied half of the forum. The conditions for directly exploding equipment are very harsh. Wang Yi's equipment explosion this time was also a coincidence. After smashing the enemy's weapons, a large amount of materials condensed and repaired, and then the equipment appeared. That's right. The first condition for exploding equipment is to be able to destroy the enemy's equipment as an embryo for smelting your own equipment. Of course, the premise is that this equipment exists in the System Equipment Library. The Skullbone Knife is a kind of equipment in the System Equipment Library. It has been exploded by trialists, but it is not in their area. After destroying the enemy's equipment, if the equipment embryo aggregates a large amount of homogeneous materials during the decomposition process, there is a certain probability that it will be smelted into equipment suitable for trialists. During the decomposition process, all the bones that are useless to Wang Yi were integrated into the 2 skull-bone knives, which led to the explosion of 2 pieces of equipment. As for not decomposing the skeleton warrior bone knife, it is useless. What you get is just a harder bone knife. It can be used, but like an ordinary iron gun, it is not equipment. It should be that it has not been injected into the rules by the system and is not recognized. Battle Summary. Without checking the system prompts one by one, Wang Yi directly selected the Battle Summary function at the bottom. In this battle, you killed 10 level 2 skeletons and 4 level 3 skeletons, and were promoted to level 4 with honor. You killed 15 level 2 skeletons and 19 level 3 skeletons, and gained 110 experience points. The current experience level 4 is 110,400. In this battle, you killed a total of 48 ordinary skeletons, completed 9 rounds of bounty tasks, and gained 9 bounty points. The current bounty task progress is Undead Ordinary 3/5. The current points are 27 points, and the total points are 28 points. Only 48 of the 58 skeletons were killed by Wang Yi. The remaining 10 were not able to save their skulls under the attack of Chang Wei's skills, so Wang Yi had no chance to make up for them. At this time, the sun had risen high. Wang Yi and the snakes had no intention of continuing to fight, and they all returned home. I got 2 pieces of equipment from the skeletons today. Back in the Sand World, Wang Yi shared today's strange experience with Su Xiaomo. Can equipment really be dropped by killing monsters? I haven't heard anyone mention it in the regional or world channels. Wang Yi directly mailed a skull-bone knife to her, speaking with facts. It really can drop equipment. I've learned a lot. I thought it would only drop blueprints. The equipment all depends on us to make it ourselves. I want to go and get equipment too. Why are there no skeletons today? Why are there so many skeletons over there? I asked Pee-Pee Snake to lure them back from outside. I don't recommend you to go. Then I'd better not go. I'll let my piglets go after they hatch. You are quite self-aware. You know you have short legs. Who are you talking about with short legs? No way, the defense is broken. Could it be that... Wang Yi, you pissed me off. It's okay, it's okay. It's just that your legs are a little short. I don't dislike you, huh? I didn't go out because I just took a shower, so I didn't want to get covered in sand and dust. It's not that I have short legs, double. Ah, the evil capitalists actually use precious water to take a shower. Lululu, who made us have this condition? Do you want me to give you some bath water to drink? Too much. Here, give me a water purifier. Let me purify it. What do you want to do? Nothing. I just want to water the vegetables. What do you think? Ah, it's okay. The weather is really nice today. Ha. Wang Yi, you are so funny. You don't think I'm going to filter bathwater for you to drink. No way, haha. Even if you really want to drink it, you can't. You don't find it disgusting, but I am. Go away. Do you want a skull-bone knife? Want to cut meat? I have a better sword. Why do I need it? Then take them all to trade. What do you want to exchange? Look, it's not like others have what I want, and they may not give it to me even if they have it. It just so happens that I don't need my iron spear, so I'll take it out and exchange it. Wang Yi doesn't have to think about exchanging equipment for blueprints. Unless he is stupid, who would exchange the laying hen for eggs? The equipment market is still dominated by exchanges, and a small number of well-known ones accept orders, but due to the problem of energy value, the production speed is very slow. At present, most of the trialists in the area are at level 2 or 3, and the skeletons wandering in the sea of sand are also concentrated at this level, so Wang Yi is not worried about no one to exchange with. Just after posting the information on the forum, many people came to ask. As for ordinary weapons and armor, Wang Yi and Su Xiaomo are not short of them. They either already have them or can make them. So Wang Yi set his sights on the shoulder and arm armor and special purpose items that are currently missing. After shopping around, Wang Yi finally exchanged with 2 trialists who provided shoulder armor and arm guards. Because weapons and armor are not equivalent, Wang Yi's side is more valuable, and the other party made up the difference and then exchanged them on the exchange. Level 3 Skeleton Bone Knife. Ordinary for Level 3 Ghost Head Shoulder Armor. Ordinary. Sand Core 50. Ghost Head Shoulder Armor. Ordinary Level 3. Defense 20%. Addition, Defense 5%, Force Discharge 5%. Description, a shoulder armor with a strange shape, Level 3 Skeleton Bone Knife. Normal for Level 3 Explorer Arm Guard Normal, 10 Muscle-Growing Grass Seeds, 10 Purple Turtle Flower Seeds. Explorer Arm Guard Normal Level 3. Defense 20%, additions, 5% agility, 5% attack speed. Description, let's go on an adventure together. The first piece of equipment was exchanged for himself, and the transaction was standard, with both parties making a profit. The second piece of equipment was exchanged for Su Xiaomo. In this transaction, Wang Yi took advantage of the other party's information advantage that the 2 seeds were the raw materials for the healing potion and made a big profit. The equipment and seeds were mailed to Su Xiaomo, and she also completed the exchange. Wang Yi was not optimistic about her trading of the iron gun. Not only was it of the first level, it was also of inferior quality, and even recasting required the addition of special materials. But for this kind of garbage that can't be more garbage, there are really people who want it, and they offer a sky-high price. Level 1 Iron Gun Inferior Exchange for 5 Refined Iron, 5 Red Copper, 5 Magic Pattern Cloth, 5 Mithril, 3 Sapphires. Su Xiaomo knew from the beginning that the iron gun could not be sold at a high price in the equipment exchange market, so he aimed at the peripheral market. The good things leaked from the equipment market immediately attracted the attention of many people who were in urgent need, and they offered prices to compete. Some people even quoted a price that shocked Su Xiaomo and traded with him. But Wang Yi thought it was a stupid deal, but it was a helpless move for many people. Wang Yi was a full man who did not know the hunger of a hungry man. The equipment level is low. So what? Equipment upgrade stones and equipment recast stones are used at this time. Even a piece of scrap iron can be turned into a magic weapon. The most frightening thing is that you don't even have a person who can use these. What does it matter if refined iron and red copper are materials that you don't know the use of precious? If you can't use it, it's just a piece of scrap iron. If you upgrade the equipment, are you worried that you won't have a chance to get it again in the future? Wang Yi and his team may make a lot of money, but the traders will not lose money either. They all get what they want. It is a deal that both parties are satisfied with. He synthesized a few more fields to plant the 2 medicinal seeds he had just obtained. The raw materials for the energy potion and the healing potion are all complete. Just wait for them to mature and they can produce these 2 potions continuously. Near noon, the general armor that Wang Yi had made was finally ready. General Armor, Ordinary Level 9, Defense 20% additions. Defense 5%, Stamina 5 per description, a majestic armor that has good defense. Fortunately, I upgraded this morning, otherwise it would be another piece of equipment that would make people cry. After removing the Level 3 Spotted Bird Feather Coat from the equipment column, Wang Yi directly put on this majestic half-body armor, played with the gun for a few times, and then put the equipment into the equipment column with satisfaction. Wang Yi had no intention of selling the Spotted Bird Feather Coat. First, this was the first piece of equipment Su Xiaomo gave him, which was of great commemorative value. Second, this was the original protective gear that he had worn himself. Third, naturally, Wang Yi was not short of any equipment at the moment, so he arrogantly regarded this equipment as a collection. As long as his energy value recovered tomorrow and he added the red tassel helmet, Wang Yi's weapons and protective gear would be complete. After lunch, Chang Wei woke up Wang Yi, who was taking a nap in the rocking chair. Wang Yi looked at him with confused eyes, not knowing what happened. Chang Wei used his tail to roll up the empty mineral water bottle on the ground and pointed at his mouth with his tail. Wang Yi immediately understood that he was asking him for water. Wang Yi then realized that he seemed to have been negligent. He had not fed water since the hatching of several mantis snakes. Even the sand snakes could not stand it, especially those like Chang Wei, who were large and liked to eat barbecue. They could also absorb water from the blood of raw meat, and Chang Wei, who ate barbecue, would only be more thirsty. Wang Yi poured a bottle of mineral water for Chang Wei, but it was obviously not enough. Sand snakes would not be thirsty easily, and thirst meant that they needed to replenish a lot of water. Seeing that his water storage was getting less and less, Wang Yi had to call Su Xiaomo. After drinking 2 buckets of spring water, even Su Xiaomo's spring was almost dry. Chang Wei finally drank enough. Wang Yi fed Chang Wen and the other 3 some water. Finally, he served several little ancestors. After waking up from a nap, the sky had darkened. It seemed that he was still tired from today's battle. Chang Wei had been waiting at the door. When he saw Wang Yi wake up, he immediately asked for food. He was at a critical time of growing up and couldn't be hungry. Looking at the snakes with their tails shaking, Wang Yi wanted to laugh for some reason. The good wilderness survival style was turned into a funny style by the snakes. The sand cores traded today were integrated into the sand world. The area of the sand world expanded by half to 152 square meters, but the expansion in horizontal and vertical directions was limited, only from more than 10 meters to more than 12 meters. Chang Wei, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the sand, had stretched his body and was ready to move around when he saw the expansion of the sand world. But he stopped moving when he saw the expansion. He sat up again and focused on his barbecue. He couldn't let his brothers burn it, nor could he let them add seasoning randomly. After expanding the sand world, Wang Yi unexpectedly discovered that the maze gem that he had almost forgotten had already bred a maze. Grotto maze range 100 meters long and wide. Description: a maze formed by the maze gem combined with a large number of stones with a complex cave terrain inside. The maze gem is still powerful. 1,000 units of stone can actually create a maze of 10,000 square meters, which is dozens of times larger than his own sand world. Wang Yi controlled the maze gem to enter the grotto maze. There were various complex caves inside. It was obviously only 10 meters high, but through the twists and turns of the passage and visual deception, it made an infinitely deep cave terrain. Wang Yi tried to walk inside for a while, but it was still easy to get lost if he didn't concentrate. He also tested the hardness of the cave wall, and the result was not ideal. Although it is not a tofu dreg, it is still possible to destroy the wall with some effort, which is incomparable to the invincible wall encountered in the secret realm of the temple. After passing through an inconspicuous passage with a blocked path, Wang Yi came out of the maze. This is the exit of the maze, in the middle of an inconspicuous dead end. Wang Yi certainly wanted to make a maze that can only be entered but not exited, but this is impossible. A basic rule of the maze gem is that every maze must have an entrance and exit. The wall outside the sand world was increased to 4 meters, and a city gate was built in the middle of the east wall. The city gate was wide open, and the entrance to the cave maze was set at the city gate to prevent the gentleman monster from entering the main gate. Early in the morning of the 10th day, Wang Yi was awakened by a series of private messages. "Have you woken up yet? I'm short of energy to make equipment. Give me 2 bottles. Get up quickly. The sun is shining on your butt. Are you a pig?" Seeing that the private messages were getting more and more frequent, Wang Yi quickly sent 2 bottles of energy potions to save his brain. "Brother Wang Yi, you are the best, moi. What a spirited girl. She was already awake, and Wang Yi didn't plan to take another nap. He threw the materials of the red tassel helmet into the furnace and began to make his last piece of armor. On the other side, Su Xiaomo put the materials of the pious necklace into the furnace, and the jewelry she had been eyeing for a long time could finally be made. Walking out of the hut, the sky was slightly hazy at this time, and the cold wind wrapped in fine sand was howling outside the sand boundary. God knows how Su Xiaomo could get up so early. Several mantis snakes were still sleeping soundly, and Wang Yi didn't wake them up. He prepared breakfast for himself and the mantis snakes. When it was light, the breakfast bell woke Chang Wei up. He felt very uncomfortable with an empty stomach. His first thought was to pick up the food bowl to see if his master was awake. He dropped the food bowl as soon as he picked it up. His tongue could sense the aroma of the barbecue. Once he focused on it, he could not hold the food bowl. Chang Wei followed the smell and his eyes lit up. His master was sitting in a rocking chair in a daze, and next to him was a pile of delicious barbecue. The master was so good to me. He got up early to barbecue for me because he was afraid that I was hungry. I was so touched. Chang Wei rushed to Wang Yi, rubbed his head against Wang Yi affectionately, and licked Wang Yi's face with his tongue. Wang Yi, who was browsing the forum, was called back to his senses by Chang Wei's sudden enthusiasm. He thought it was just a normal play. He patted his head and smiled and asked him to go to breakfast. He didn't expect that he had been acting like crazy since he got up. Chang Wei ate the loving breakfast prepared by his master with moist eyes and even ignored a few snake brothers who came to say hello. Wang Yi saw that Chang Wei had no intention of sharing the barbecue with Chang Wan and the others, so he had to take out some raw meat to feed them. Maybe Chang Wei didn't eat enough. I prepared the food according to his size yesterday. Today he has grown a lot. Wang Yi analyzed himself. Fortunately, I got a lot of wild boar meat during the trial, otherwise I couldn't feed Chang Wei. Seeing that Chang Wei needed nearly 10 servings of wild boar meat for one meal, Wang Yi became worried about the food inventory. Today, Chang Wei was still sent out to lure the enemy. Chang Wan and the others stayed in the sand as backup, and Wang Yi ambushed in the cave maze in advance. About half an hour later, Chang Wei swam quickly from a distance to the sand world, followed by several tall skeletons riding bone horses, biting him tightly behind. One of the knights drove his horse and kept shooting Chang Wei, forcing him to move. Fortunately, his own sand world was not very far away. When Chang Wei was forced into a desperate situation, the city gate was in front of him, and he went straight in. The skeleton knights chasing behind them drove their horses into the city gate without hesitation, and then the scene in front of them changed to a winding cave passage. They were unable to stop their horses and crashed into the stone wall, splashing dust. The snake that attracted them in had disappeared. The knights who fell off their horses realized that it was difficult to ride in the winding passage, so they did not ride again. The skeleton soldiers who followed them poured into the cave in twos and threes, looking for the smell of living people in the cave maze. Wang Yi, who mastered the maze gem, had a certain control over the cave maze. Although he could not teleport at will, he also opened the panoramic map and could manipulate some movable walls. At first, Wang Yi was startled when he saw the knight who suddenly broke in, thinking that the scattered skeletons finally had a leader. But after observing for a while, I found that I thought too much. Although the skeletons, skeleton warriors, and skeleton archers would avoid the skeleton knights, they would not listen to their orders and would look for the direction of the human breath, they thought. The skeleton knights also disdained to be with these miscellaneous soldiers. They led the bone horses to explore in the passage. Unlike ordinary skeleton soldiers, this group of knights was organized and always kept each knight within sight. As the skeletons went deeper into the maze and gradually scattered in various corners, 2 of the 7 skeleton knights were cleverly separated from the large army by the moving walls. Chang Wei also returned to his side. It was time to act. Wang Yi and Chang Wei first besieged a lone skeleton knight. Skeleton Knight Level 5 Skills: Charge, Riding. Description: Elite among cannon fodder. Riding a mount driving technique. After mastering it, fighting on a mount will have a certain bonus. Finding the enemy at the end of the passage, the skeleton knight immediately turned over and rode on the bone horse, launching a charge and rushing towards Wang Yi like lightning. This relatively smooth passage was good for galloping horses. Just when the skeleton knight was about to trample Wang Yi off his horse, a moving wall passed in front of Wang Yi. Soul fire flashed in the skeleton knight's eyes, but it was too late to pull the reins to stop the horse. With a thud, the stone wall in front of Wang Yi shook a few times, and Lime fell down. The moving wall quickly passed through the passage and sank into the opposite wall. The skeleton knight fell miserably to the ground, with a shattered skull and multiple broken bones. The skeleton knight shook his head and struggled to get up. It seemed that the previous blow was not good for him. The faster he ran, the more miserable the collision was. Wang Yi swung his sword to chop off its still confused skull. I hope it will not have a car accident in the next life. The Red Heart Soldier Sword, which has been upgraded to level 9, is surprisingly useful. Even a level 5 skeleton can be cut like vegetables. You killed a level 5 skeleton knight, gained experience 20, and the current task progress is 4/5. You decomposed the remains of the skeleton knight and obtained Crystal Bone Normal 5. It was still as poor as ever, and there was no skill book or mount that Wang Yi had expected. After easily taking down a skeleton knight, Wang Yi immediately approached the direction of another skeleton knight. He and Chang Wei dealt with the miscellaneous soldiers. They met on the way. This skeleton knight was like a replica of the previous one, with the same skill level and so on, but its bone horse broke a leg at the beginning, and Wang Yi did not have a movable wall to use. The previous battle could not be replicated, so Wang Yi began to fight it openly, 2-on-1. The skeleton knight started to fight him with a lance, but it was stuck by the wall at several critical moments, which caused Wang Yi to break 2 of its ribs. He immediately abandoned the lance and drew the saber at his waist to fight. Without the threat of the lance, Chang Wei could finally get closer. During the brief stiffness of Wang Yi's hard fight with it, Chang Wei suddenly sprayed a mouthful of strong acid at the skeleton knight. The strong acid hit its head, and a lot of acid entered its skull through the eye sockets, causing the soul fire in its eyes to flicker. The acid poured on the bones sizzled and smoked, dissolving irregular small pits. Seized the opportunity and immediately stepped forward, taking advantage of the moment when the skeleton knight's soul fire was unstable and down, to chop its head. The skeleton knight woke up from the acid attack, but it was too late. The bone arm raised to block was cut in 2 by Wang Yi, and the skull was also chopped. Although the skeleton knight temporarily saved his life, he was killed by Wang Yi in a few rounds after losing his right arm that held the weapon. You killed a level 5 skeleton knight, gained 20 experience, current experience 200-400, quest progress 3/5, current points 21, cumulative points 32. You decomposed the skeleton knight and obtained 2 crystal bones ordinary and 1 skeleton horse bridle. Reigns of the skeleton horse summons a skeleton horse as a mount for 3 hours. Along the way, Wang Yi has killed 18 skeleton soldiers, plus 2 skeleton warriors, and his experience has increased by 90 points. He has also accumulated 13 crystal bones. This time, he finally got something different, but it was just a temporary mount, not the skill book he wanted most, such as a permanent mount. After successfully killing 2 lone knights, Wang Yi began to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers in the maze. As time went on, the skeletons who had been unable to find living creatures became irritable and began to violently dismantle the maze. After turning the corner, a white skeleton rushed over immediately. Chang Wei, who had no chance to show off, immediately met the loss, whipped it away with his tail, and then wrapped around it and strangled it into broken bones. It was originally a life of 1 knife, and Chang Wei had to kill the feeling of meeting a match, but seeing that Chang Wei was happy, he let him go. The next skeleton soldiers encountered were Chang Wei first, and Wang Yi harvested the experience at the end. Sometimes when encountering a group of skeletons, Wang Yi would use his knife more. With the help of the map, Wang Yi and Chang Wei avoided the positions of the skeleton knights, accurately found each skeleton, and killed them to dust. You killed 15 level 2 skeletons and 12 level 3 skeletons, gained 75 experience points, Current experience 275 400. Current task progress 5 fives. Gained 6 bounty points. Current points 27 points. Cumulative 38 points. You decomposed a large number of skeletons and obtained Crystal Bone Ordinary 5, Hidden Blade 1-5 blueprint. After more than half an hour of killing, all the skeleton soldiers in the cave maze were killed, and this time finally exploded a decent thing, a level 1-5 weapon blueprint. Hidden blades are 2 short swords and a long dagger hidden in the wrist guard. They are assassination weapons. However, in the current situation in the Sand Sea, it is not important whether the weapon is hidden or not. If you encounter a monster, it will kill you even if you are unarmed. It will not give you the opportunity to get close to it and then show the hidden blade to it. Next, it is time to bite the hard stubble. After the loss of 2 partners, the skeleton knights gathered together. Even if Wang Yi used a moving wall to separate them, the wall would be quickly destroyed and reunited. They are no longer looking for Wang Yi who is hiding. They are determined to dismantle the maze. The area where they are now has become a ruin. Wang Yi does not think that he and Chang Wei can win a single fight against the 5 skeleton knights in the open field, especially with long-range suppression. What to do if you can't beat them? Go to the west to ask. No, go to private chat to ask for foreign aid. Wang Yi called Su Xiaomo directly and asked for a long-range attack. After another day of accumulation, Su Xiaomo already had 5 strong acid arrows and 3 explosive arrows, all of which were supported by Wang Yi. Quietly approaching the place where the skeleton knights gathered, Wang Yi stood behind a movable wall and drew his bow and put an explosive arrow on it. With the help of the map vision, Wang Yi aimed at the archer skeleton knight in the middle. The stone wall slid away quickly, and Wang Yi's hand that was drawing the bow was also loosened at the same time. The arrow shot horizontally instantly passed through the space not far away, and then shot into the chest of the archer, and was blocked by the bones. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the archer was torn into pieces. The 2 skeleton knights near it were thrown out like broken sacks. None of the skeletons expected that such an explosive arrow would suddenly shoot out from the wall beside them. Wang Yi would not be dazed. After shooting the explosive arrow, he put away his bow and switched to long sword and rushed out. Chang Wei was also like a tiger out of a cage. Wang Yi identified the landing point of a thrown skeleton and dismembered its already damaged bones when it could not adjust its position in the air. Chang Wei rushed to another flying skeleton, sprayed strong acid at the skeleton in the air, and then used death coils and crazy bites to greet it. The fragile bones corroded by strong acid were shredded into pieces by him, leaving Wang Yi no chance to finish his head. In just a short moment, the situation on the battlefield was reversed. The original advantage of 5 big 2 was turned into a 2-on-2 balance by a burst of cold arrows. The remaining 2 skeleton knights came to their senses, immediately jumped on their horses, and roared silently as they charged towards the man and the snake. Chang Wei flexibly dodged the pursuit of the skeleton knight by relying on the maze ruins, while Wang Yi directly met another skeleton knight. When the skeleton knight was about to charge in front of him, the sand chain that had been prepared long ago was tied to the 2 front legs of the bone horse. The sand chain was broken in less than a second, but in this short moment, the skeleton horse that was charging at high speed stumbled. The skeleton horse fell and crashed into the ruins, and bone fragments splattered everywhere. It was obviously useless, and the skeleton knight was thrown out by the stagger of the skeleton horse. Now it was Wang Yi's turn to charge. When the skeleton knight crashed into the ruins from mid-air and could not move, Wang Yi launched a charge and chased after it, and directly chopped its head with a heavy sword. You killed a level 5 skeleton knight, gained 20 experience, and the current task progress was 1/5. After killing his opponent, Wang Yi quickly supported Chang Wei. At this time, the skeleton knight chasing Chang Wei was still being walked by the dog, and the occasional strong acid spray caused his bones to corrode. Under the control output of Wang Yi and Chang Wei, the last skeleton knight standing fell down in less than a minute. After the battle, Wang Yi began to harvest, experience, and search for spoils. You killed a level 5 skeleton knight 3, gained 60 experience points, current experience 355 400, and current task progress 4 fefs. You decomposed Skeleton Knight 5 and obtained 8 crystal bones normal, 2 riding skill books, 1 double shot skill book, and 10 bone-quenching grass seeds. Maybe it was because of Su Xiaomo's luck. There were a lot of things that exploded this time. Su Xiaomo? Is it over? Yeah, I won. You only used 1 explosive arrow. It seems that you won easily. How about it? Did you drop equipment again? No, I don't know why I dropped equipment last time. Logically, the quality of the skeletons killed this time is higher than last time. No equipment dropped. I don't know what the system's drop rules are. You are not unlucky and just dropped a pile of bones. How is that possible? I am a man who got 3 skill books at once. I am the luckiest among the lucky ones. Show me what skill books they are. Is there any that I can use? Let me see. 2 riding skill books, 1 for each of us, and you will be a happy pig riding girl from now on. I won't ride a pig anymore. I will find a beautiful mount. What about you, snake riding man? I'm not Shu Xian. Don't talk nonsense. Haha, what else? Another bow and arrow skill. I take back what I said before. I am not a European emperor. I am just a miserable wage earner. Double shot. Shoot twice instantly. Not bad. Not bad. Give it to me. Give it to me. This skill is invincible when paired with my multiple shooting. When my multiple shooting level is high, I can shoot a rain of arrows by myself. Give it to you. Give it to you. All of them are for you. 2 skill books, 26 crystal bones. I've been fighting for a long time and most of the benefits have been given to you. What a tragedy. No, I also want to practice my bow and arrow. I keep dropping things in this area recently. Thank you. I fully support your decision. How about sponsoring you a dimensional quiver as a friend? Thank you so much. You want me to work for you. Isn't it that one person can only be equipped with 1 dimensional quiver? You have also seen the power of special arrows. It would be a waste if you don't use an empty stone. Okay, do it when you have more energy. I'll be a ruthless tool man. Thank you, Brother Wang Yi. After the battle, part of the grotto maze was severely damaged. Wang Yi threw in stones to let the maze gems repair the maze. Coming out of the maze, there was a skeleton scattered on the ground. I don't know which skeleton was lucky enough to find the maze, but unfortunately was torn apart by 3 snakes. The soul fire in the skull of this skeleton has been extinguished, and it is no longer worth harvesting experience. Wang Yi directly took the melon seeds and scattered them into ashes. Skeletons are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Chang Wei attracted a group of knights this time. Who knows what he will attract next time? The cave maze is also being repaired. Wang Yi decided to rest in the sand world for most of the next half day. I was too focused on fighting with the skeleton knights just now, and I didn't notice that the red tassel helmet had been built. Red tassel helmet. Excellent level 3. Defense 20% addition. Defense 10%. Force unloading 5%. Description. Wearing it can effectively protect your head. The level is a bit low, but Wang Yi values the defense provided by the equipment itself. Wearing this helmet in battle, at least you don't have to worry about being suddenly shot in the head by a cold arrow. On the other side, Su Xiaomo also completed the production of the Pious Necklace, a very beautiful piece of jewelry with good properties. Pious Necklace. Excellent level 4. Spirit 20% additional 10% spirit recovery, 5% physical recovery. Unlike the previous weapons and armor whose main attributes are attack and defense, the main attribute of this jewelry is spirit, and the additional attributes are also very useful spirit and physical recovery. You should know that the power of many skills is increased by the strength of spirit, such as Wang Yi's sand binding skill. Wearing this necklace, Wang Yi's sand binding strength increases by at least 2 layers. Moreover, spirit and physical strength determine the number of times a skill is released. With this equipment, Su Xiaomo's endurance is greatly enhanced. Of course, no matter how good it is, it belongs to others. Wang Yi can only wait until he receives enough materials to let Su Xiaomo help him make one. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was sunset again. Su Xiaomo stood on the city wall, very bored. In this day, only a few skeletons wandered to his sand world and were shot by him. Looking at the experience bar that still needed 5 points of experience to reach level 4, Su Xiaomo felt very depressed. Wang Yi was about to reach level 5, but she was still struggling at the edge of level 4. Just as she was considering whether to go out for a walk tomorrow, the fluctuations in her spirit made her face full of joy. According to Wang Yi, who had experienced it, this was the process of establishing a spiritual connection between the pet and the owner when hatching. Su Xiaomo quickly ran down the city wall and ran to the house where the stone-toothed wild boar eggs were stored. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a humming sound from inside, and a snow-white pig walked out of the house. Snow Crystal Spider Elite Level 1. Skills. Growing talents. Growing description. This pig is not a spider, it is a spider mixed in with piglets. What? Although she didn't know how many twists and turns happened in this story, Su Xiaomo didn't care. Compared with the stupid and clumsy stone-toothed wild boar, she liked this crystal-clear little spider the size of a wash basin more. After picking up the cute little spider, the real owners who made humming sounds finally appeared and leaned out of the door. There were 4 pink and tender piglets in total. Who would have thought that they would be so ugly when they grew up? 3 of them were ordinary stone-toothed wild boar cubs, blank monsters with no skills and no talents, even worse than their parents. At least those stupid pigs learned the collision skill. The last piglet with black stripes on its body was a mutant wild boar. Black Demon Wild Boar Leader Level 1. Skills. Shock, Encourage, Rage Transformation. Talent, Leader. For monsters of the same kind, it has an innate dominance. Even enemies may directly rebel and join its army. Description: this is a natural wild boar ruler, but it is still very weak now. Shock, roar to shock the enemy, and enemies with weaker spirits than it will fall into stiffness. Encouragement, where the king is, he is invincible. The attack of wild boar creatures under his command increases by 20% and the defense decreases by 10%. Rage, activate the magic pattern on the body, become bloodthirsty and violent, double the attack power, fear no pain, but lose reason. Transformation, fully release the power of the magic pattern, transform into a pig demon to harvest lives, and do not distinguish between friend and foe. A very powerful wild boar. Unlike Chang Wei, Shui Shu and others need to cultivate and grow. The black magic wild boar is a fixed commander template from the beginning, and the skills are more powerful and more dangerous. Very good. You will be called Zhu Batian from now on. Su Xiaomo directly gave him a domineering name. As for the other 3 pigs, they don't deserve to have a name. Who made her lazy, and they have no characteristics. Su Xiaomo took out the leaves just picked from the vegetable field to feed Zhu Batian, but the latter was disdainful. But the glance at Shui Shu, who was eating meat, betrayed him. Very good. The mutant is different. It turns out to be a meat-eater. There is not much else, but plenty of meat. Su Xiaomo generously prepared a full pot of meat for him. Zhu Batian then began to eat with big mouthfuls, unlike the piglet next to him, who was grunting and chewing on the leaves. Wang Yi was almost immune to Su Xiaomo's good luck. He touched the head of Chang Wei, who was enjoying the delicious barbecue next to him. He didn't know when he would grow up to be a commander. Chang Wei enjoyed the caress of his master very much. He lowered his head and let Wang Yi caress him, and then rubbed back a few times. I thought that this day would pass like this, but the piercing alarm and roar that suddenly sounded in the middle of the night made Wang Yi jump up. The sleepiness dissipated at once. Wang Yi put on his equipment and rushed to the roof, and then was immediately forced to shrink into the corner. Outside the main gate of the Sand Realm wall, a large group of skeletons were neatly arranged outside. The outermost layer was the most common skeletons. There were hundreds of them, dismantling the wall with their bone claws. Behind the skeletons were rows of dozens of skeleton warriors standing solemnly, holding knives in their right hands, ready to rush up and kill the enemy at any time. Behind the skeleton warriors were skeleton shield guards that Wang Yi had never seen before. There were not many of these level 4 skeleton shield guards, but more than a dozen of them holding heavy bone shields were perfect defenders. Behind the skeleton shield guards were 2 rows of skeleton archers, 15 in a row, a full 30 skeleton archers pouring fire on the roof where Wang Yi had just emerged. Behind the skeleton, archers should be the main attacker who attacked him this time. But Wang Yi was currently sitting in the skeleton sedan chair and could not see the details inside. On both sides of the skeleton sedan chair were two bone trolleys. The roar that Wang Yi heard at the beginning was the sound of the stone bullets they emitted hitting the wall. But I don't know if it was because of the poor skills. The two bone trolleys seemed to be broken, and a group of big-headed skeletons were surrounding them and knocking and hitting them. Behind the white-boned sedan were the skeleton knights scattered on the sand. They should be playing the role of guards. Wang Yi took a breath of cold air. When did the skeletons learn the art of war? Who can resist this neat military formation? Are they still the stupid skeletons from before? Moreover, Wang Yi found that the more than 200 skeletons he saw were not all. The grotto maze, which had not been fully repaired, was bustling with activity. More than a dozen skeleton knights and hundreds of other skeletons were running around in the maze, causing destruction. Such a large lineup was used to entertain me. Could it be that God wanted to kill me? Even if God wanted me to die, I would fight against God. Wang Yi's stubbornness made him not sit still and wait for death. His thoughts were like lightning, looking for the key to breaking the deadlock. The first thing to solve was the key figure who unified the skeletons. Wang Yi found that the skeletons in the grotto maze were not as organized as those outside. They should have lost some control and restored their chaotic nature. And this key figure did not need Wang Yi to find and identify. There was such a big sedan standing there, and everyone knew that the boss was inside. But the key is how to approach this mysterious leader. Now, as soon as he shows his head, he will be focused by the skeleton archers. He doesn't think he has the ability to break through the layers of obstacles and kill the enemy commander. Sister, wake up! Wake up! You don't sleep at night, and I have to sleep. What's wrong? Help me! Oh my God, which God did you offend? What did you do to anger the heaven and the people? Even the skeletons are sending an army to punish you. This formation, this momentum, wow, I feel like you are going to die. Why don't you transfer the inheritance to me, and I will live on your share for you? It's time to make sarcastic remarks. It's fun. Wang Yi took out the snake fetus bow and special arrows that Su Xiaomo mailed, and even the fire thunder that he gave her to save her life before. Isn't this encouraging you? Fight well. Don't let my reputation down. This is the first time I've seen such a large lineup in the Sea of Sand. Don't forget to broadcast live. Su Xiaomo knew that Wang Yi was at a critical moment. After Wang Yi shared his perspective with her, she stopped talking and interrupted him. She tightly held Shuishu's hand, showing her inner worry. Seeing that his subordinates were so incompetent and had not been able to break through the Sand Realm in front for a long time, the mysterious commander finally came out in anger. The bone sedan fell to the ground, and first 4 skeletons in full armor walked out. Skeleton Guard Elite Level 6. Skills: Dry Bone Sword Art, Guardian Talent, Sacrifice Description. A powerful dead soldier, the elite among skeletons. Dry Bone Sword Art, a powerful sword art secret book, both offensive and defensive, recording several powerful moves. Guardian, convert attacks into defenses by multiples, guarding the target like a rock. Sacrifice, stimulate the full body's potential, double the strength, last for 1 minute, and then die. Then a tall skeleton wearing a general's armor and a sword on his waist appeared, with the scarlet soul fire in his eyes, captivating. Skeleton General Commander Level 7. Skills: Military Formation, Inspire, Talent, Command Description. A general who is strict in military discipline, your great enemy. Military Formation. Arrange the troops and command the overall situation. Fully utilize the advantages of the soldiers under your command. You can recognize this formation. Inspire. Wherever the sword goes, it will be invincible. The soldiers enter a frenzy state with an attack power increase of 20% and a defense increase of 10%. After the Skeleton General, there are 4 elite skeleton guards. At this point, all of Wang Yi's enemies have appeared, and the system has also considerately given him an enemy statistics. Enemies in the current area: 1 Skeleton General Commander, 8 Skeleton Guards Elite, 8 Skeleton Craftsmen, 30 Skeleton Knights, 45 Skeleton Archers, 80 Skeleton Warriors, 208 White Skeletons, a total of 380. System, are you from the Atmosphere Group? Thank you. As always, the system gave a "please explore on your own" format reply. The skeleton general had no intention of playing around. He drew out the sword at his waist, pointed at Wang Yi's sand world, and roared silently. The entire army was shocked, and a red light appeared on their bones, and they moved quickly. The skeletons no longer clung to the stone walls of the wall, but cooperated to form several siege bone ladders. Several dismounted skeleton knights led the skeleton warriors to climb the wall first. Wang Yi's face turned green, and he didn't care about Chang Wei's success. He picked up the snake fetus bow to fight back. 2 consecutive arrows were shot at the skeleton archer's hand, all loaded with explosive arrows. For this reason, Wang Yi ate several bone arrows from the skeleton archer. Fortunately, the level 9 general armor was powerful enough, and the bone arrows did not penetrate the armor. 2 bone arrows came one after another. One was blocked by the shield guards and exploded. The first few skeleton shield guards were blown away by their shields, and their bones were broken. The explosive arrows shot later went straight into the skeleton archer camp along the gap opened. The flames of the explosion swept through, and the skeleton archers suffered heavy casualties. You killed a level 4 skeleton shield guard and gained 10 experience points. You killed a level 3 skeleton archer 7 and gained 35 experience points. The current experience points are full. Congratulations on reaching level 5. You killed a level 3 skeleton archer 8 and gained 8 experience points. The 2 explosive arrows directly allowed Wang Yi to make up the remaining experience points and reach level 5. After the skeleton archers suffered heavy damage, Wang Yi rushed down the small building to meet the attacking skeleton soldiers without fire suppression. You killed a level 2 skeleton. The level of this creature is too low to provide experience points. You gained 0 experience points. When Wang Yi split a skeleton in half, he found that the level 2 skeleton could no longer provide him with experience. Without thinking too much, Wang Yi had already fought with 5 skeleton knights and many skeleton warriors, and countless skeleton warriors and skeletons were densely surrounded on the periphery. Outside the wall, the skeleton general stood on the sand, and 8 skeleton guards were fighting in front of him, ready to fight. The explosive arrows that Wang Yi used to destroy the skeleton archers just now made the skeleton general alert. It felt the threat of death, and the skeleton guards were dropped to the front to block the explosive arrows that might be shot. Wang Yi could only say that the skeleton general scared himself. Not to mention that Wang Yi now had no explosive arrows. Even if he was trapped in the group of skeletons, he would not have time to shoot. The action of the skeleton general unexpectedly gave Chang Wei, who was lurking in the sand, an opportunity. He was arranged by Wang Yi to shoulder the heavy responsibility of beheading. He finally managed to bypass the patrol of the skeleton knights, but the protection of the skeleton guards made him dare not get close. Now the skeleton general moved the skeleton guards forward because of the threat of the explosive arrows, leaving the back door wide open, and Chang Wei finally waited for the opportunity to attack. After Chang Wei approached the skeleton general to a certain distance, his breath was detected by the skeleton general, but the skeleton general did not act immediately. He held the sword in his hand and was ready to attack at any time. The guards were also mobilized to outflank him. As a general of an army, how could it be so timid and afraid of trouble? It deliberately left the empty gate, and even the position of the guards was very particular, so that it could quickly outflank the enemy from the rear. This battle was deliberately prepared for the little bugs in the dark, and it worked every time. Chang Wei didn't know that the skeleton general was inviting him into a trap, and he had no intention of fighting the skeleton general head-on. As an obedient snake, Chang Wei remembered Wang Yi's instructions. After approaching the skeleton general to a certain distance, he directly drilled out of the sand and threw the cloth bag that Wang Yi gave him to the skeleton general. The skeleton general was confident that he could deal with all enemies, but he was paying for his arrogance at the moment. The skeleton general sensed the frightening breath of death while the cloth bag was still in the air. He directly drew out his precious sword and released a sword-drawing slash at the cloth bag, preventing the cloth bag from approaching. The condensed sword energy shattered the cloth bag, revealing the fire thunder seeds inside, and the attacked fire thunder seeds exploded in advance. With a bang, a small mushroom cloud rose directly on the sand, and the sand was melted into a crystalline state, even if there were skeleton guards who activated their talents and sacrificed themselves to guard in front of it. The skeleton general near the center of the explosion was also crushed into broken bones by the huge impact force and burned into ashes by the flames that rushed over. It is not possible for a zero-level skeleton general to kill most first-level creatures, even if it is a commander, even if it has a group of guards who can sacrifice their lives to protect it. Because Wang Yi was afraid that the firepower was not enough, he put 2 fire thunder seeds in the cloth bag in a desperate manner, so it caused excessive power and the skeleton general was left with no ashes. Chang Wei was buried in the sand and trembling. The master did not tell him that the things he gave him were so powerful. Fortunately, he drilled quickly, otherwise he would have become a roasted snake. You killed a level 7 skeleton general and gained 500 experience points. Your experience points are overflowing. Congratulations on reaching level 6. Your current experience points are 100-600. You killed a level 6 skeleton guard 5 and gained 500 experience points. Your current experience points are full. Congratulations on reaching level 7. Wang Yi, who was struggling in the group of skeletons, was shocked and cut the attacking skeleton knight in half. The sudden continuous upgrades not only made Wang Yi's state full, but also directly suppressed the level of the skeleton soldiers. Now he is really one knife to kill a small skeleton. Although I don't know why this kill counts on him, it doesn't hinder his pleasure in slaughtering skeletons. After being frustrated for a long time, it's finally his turn to enjoy it. Congratulations to Wang Yi, the trialist in this area, for completing the first kill of the undead commander. Because this trialist is the first to kill in the area, the reward is doubled, and he gets 200 bounty points and 2 glory treasure chests. Please take this as an example for the trialists. Congratulations to Wang Yi, the trialist in this area, for completing the first kill of the undead commander. The system directly broadcasted Wang Yi's feat of killing the skeleton general on the regional channel 3 times in a row, causing an uproar among the trialists in the area. Congratulations, big brother. Brother Jingshui is so awesome that he even killed the commander. Brother Wang Yi, are you a pendant? Do you think I look like one? But at this time, Wang Yi had no time to pay attention. The grotto maze finally collapsed after persisting for so long. More skeletons came, making him kill them without mercy. The unknown hero Chang Wei, who completed this feat, was not having a good time either. He was first injured by the aftermath of the explosion of the fire thunder. And then a skeleton guard, who was far away and well-preserved, was chasing him frantically. Not to mention that there was a big level difference between him and the skeleton guard. Now the skeleton guard was in a state of self-sacrifice. Chang Wei fled frantically, but he paid the price of breaking his tail before diving deep into the sand, waiting for it to sacrifice itself and end the battle. Congratulations to Wang Yi, the trialist in the 6666th area, for his first kill of the undead commander, and for obtaining the title of Trial Pioneer and Pioneer Treasure Box 1. Congratulations. Following the regional channel broadcast, the system broadcasted again on the world channel, making Wang Yi completely famous among human trialists. Trialists in the world channel used up their precious speaking time to ask who Wang Yi, who completed the first kill, was. Not to mention how many people's sweet dreams were awakened by this series of system broadcasts, and how many night owls were blown up. Wang Yi's private messages were about to explode, so the system had to temporarily block the private message function. On the other side, Su Xiaomo, who had been paying attention to the battlefield dynamics, finally loosened her hands tightly holding Shui Shu, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Su Xiaomo fell asleep, and Shui Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know what was wrong with her master tonight, and she almost tore her slender spider legs off. It was dawn, and Wang Yi slept soundly against the wall of the hut. After several hours of fighting, he finally killed the invading enemies one by one. Chang Wei had also returned, coiling around Wang Yi in grievance, looking at his broken tail from time to time and making a painful whimper. Chang won. The little fellow, who had not helped in the battle, did not disturb his master and the boss to rest, and quietly cleaned up the battlefield. Near noon, Wang Yi finally woke up. In front of him were skulls stacked like a jingguan, and several snakes were still piling up. Woo! Chang Wei saw his master wake up and immediately showed his broken tail to Wang Yi. "Thank you for your hard work this time. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead this time." Wang Yi gently took Chang Wei's head and held it in his arms. Enjoying the caress of his master, Chang Wei felt that the broken tail was not so painful anymore. After comforting Chang Wei for a while, Wang Yi began to deal with the mess. The cave maze was completely damaged, and he needed to invest resources in nurturing it again. The wall was riddled with holes by the crazy skeletons. If the skeletons had not lost their leadership after the death of the skeleton general, they would have been exhausted to death even if they had reached level 7 in order to attack him as soon as possible. Before cleaning the battlefield, you still have to peel melon seeds. Wang Yi picked up a skull with a moving jaw and pried it open to take out the soul crystal fragments inside. Chang Wei enjoyed himself and got into Wang Yi's arms, looking up and waiting for Wang Yi to feed him. Wang Yi smiled and fed him the soul crystal fragments. Chang Wei's stomach was like a bottomless pit. He would eat as many soul crystal fragments as he could. He waited until the melon seeds were finished before finding a piece of sand to sleep. Wang Yi took some more usable materials and decomposed the battlefield into regions. This time, the decomposition was particularly long, and the skeleton remains on the sand dissipated bit by bit. Wang Yi skipped a long list of system information and went straight to the battle summary. In this battle, you killed 350 undead creatures of all levels. Because some skeletons were too low to gain experience, and because of the fluctuation of experience caused by the level change, you gained 1,003 experience points in total. Your current level is 7, and your experience is 58,700. Although you seem to have killed a lot of skeletons, most of them were inexperienced. The rich experience of the skeleton general and the 5 skeleton guards directly pushed you to level 7. The skeleton archers, skeleton warriors, and skeleton shield guards you killed later could not provide you with experience. Even the powerful enemy skeleton knight only provided you with 1 experience point. If it weren't for the fact that you opened the melon seeds of 2 skeleton guards to provide you with 50 experience points, you would have gained a pitiful 8 experience points in the second half of the killing after you reached level 7. In this battle, you killed 342 ordinary undead creatures in total. Combined with the previous task progress, you have completed 69 bounties, undead creatures ordinary, and gained 69 bounty points. Your current ordinary task progress is 2/5. You killed 7 elite undead creatures and received 35 bounty points. You killed 1 undead leader. Because you enjoy double bonus, you get 200 bounty points. You get a total of 304 bounty points in this battle, and the current bounty points are 331 points, totaling 342 points. Because your accumulated bounty points exceed 100 points, you unlock the second level points mall and unlock the following products: Inferior Energy Potion, 10 points bottle, Equipment Breakthrough Stone, 30 points piece. Because your accumulated bounty points exceed 300 points, you unlock the third level points mall and unlock the following products: Inferior Healing Potion, 50 points bottle, Excellent Equipment Recast Stone, 100 points piece. Equipment Recast Stone Excellent. Add special materials to recast excellent equipment with a high probability of obtaining excellent equipment, a small probability of obtaining excellent equipment, and a small probability of obtaining inferior equipment. The probability will fluctuate with the quality of the special materials invested. Equipment Breakthrough Stones are used to upgrade equipment to break through the upper limit of the blueprint. Su Xiaomo opened one before and broke through the fine slug leather pants to level 6. Then she found that after the breakthrough, she still had to use the breakthrough stone to upgrade instead of the upgrade stone used in the blueprint. It was a bit of a pitfall and only suitable for high-quality equipment. Equipment recast stone fine is another rogue product. The probability of life is not equal. Energy potion is something that allows you to save time and become stronger. Healing potion is a good companion to save your life. Everything is good, but it is too expensive. The cheapest energy potion is equivalent to killing 50 ordinary skeletons. Wang Yi has not claimed the 3 treasure chests flashing on the panel yet. He claimed the title of Trial Pioneer first. Trial Pioneer, the honor of the trialist who plays a pioneer role in the trial process. After wearing it, you can get 1 honor value day. The honor value can be used after the honor mall is opened. The honor mall will be opened after 10 honor pioneers are born among the trialists. The current one is 1/10. Wang Yi was a little happy to have accidentally won the world's first place. He didn't know how much the honor value was, and he didn't know whether the reward was a drop in the bucket. Wang Yi directly reset the private chat module. Except for Su Xiaomo, who was specially marked as being able to chat privately, all other private chats were cleared, and the 999+ message bar that was still constantly stacking became clear. The trialer has set it up, and you can't send a private message to this trialer. After Wang Yi changed the private chat settings, countless trialers who were still diligently sending private messages to Wang Yi received unfriendly prompts. Although they would not meet each other every day, everyone was in the same area, and Wang Yi didn't want to offend the public. Otherwise, everyone would boycott him, and it would be inconvenient for him. Therefore, he specially posted a post on the forum to explain the situation. Because there were too many private messages, I won't check the replies one by one. I was able to kill the undead commander with a powerful disposable prop. I believe many people have this prop. I was able to get the first kill, which can only be said that I was lucky to meet the undead commander first, which doesn't mean anything. Many people left comments below to discuss Wang Yi's response. Once the secret is revealed, it is no longer so mysterious. Now many people's perception of Wang Yi has changed from that mysterious and powerful guy to that lucky guy. As Wang Yi said, many people have big killer weapons in their hands, especially those in large alliances and large groups. There are always a few things as trump cards. They don't think they are worse than Wang Yi. They just lack an opportunity to meet the enemy. After Wang Yi explained this, the popularity of his first kill of the undead commander immediately dropped, and Wang Yi naturally ignored the unreasonable demands of a few people who asked him to disclose the items in the treasure chest. Tsk, tsk. Lord Vanguard, you are finally willing to accept my communication. I just woke up. Besides, didn't you watch the whole battle? You are so happy to gain experience. What level are you? Just a little over level 7. Logically speaking, this group of skeletons is enough for me to reach level 8. It's a pity that the skeleton general died too early, and the skeletons killed later have basically no experience. Tsk. Listen to what people say. Fortunately, Chang Wei stole the skeleton general at the far critical moment without fear of death. Otherwise, someone would have been eaten on the spot. The skeleton general died too early. Why didn't you let the skeletons line up in front of him and let you kill them one by one? Haha, isn't it painful to see a large amount of experience lost? You know how much I wanted to pull you to my side to upgrade together. You are sensible. Poor little girl, your face is dim, and you can't even attract a few skeleton soldiers. When can I upgrade? Wang Yi, it's not good to level up too fast. I don't even know where to find monsters to level up. Do you think I should kill low-level skeletons when I meet them? You're just talking without any pain in your waist. That's too much. Notice, due to the trialist Wang Yi's killing of the undead commander and the interception of key intelligence, the third round of trial tasks will be announced in advance. Due to the great obstruction of the trialists, the progress of the Undead Legion in destroying the Sand Sea has been greatly slowed down. The undead commanders are preparing to send out elite teams to cut off the trialist Sand World. Level 3 trial task. Resist the raid of the undead elite team. The trial will be completed if the elite team is successfully eliminated or the Sand Sea changes are opened again. The elite team will be led by at least one undead elite, and the size is uncertain. The trialist who successfully kills the elite team will receive the Sharp Knife Trial Treasure Box, and the trialist who successfully defends against the elite team will receive the Rock Trial Treasure Box. Warning: due to the death of the undead commander, the elite team has assembled and set off in advance. From this moment on, the trial participants may encounter a surprise attack by the elite team at any time. Please take precautions. Wang Yi, who had just depreciated himself and turned invisible, was once again tricked by the system. A series of system prompts put him on the cusp of the storm again. Sure enough, the title of pioneer is not so easy to get. It is worthy of being a role model. This has changed the system progress in disguise. It is worthy of being a pioneer. Lord Vanguard, the enemy is heading towards us. What should we do? Wang Yi, advance in a roundabout way. Encircle them from both sides. Kill the enemy outside their doorstep and accomplish our goal in one battle. Don't you know that I was tricked by the system? I blasted the skeleton general into ashes, and I haven't even cleaned up the battlefield, so how could I have intercepted any intelligence? I know it's useless. Many people in the forum are waiting for you to give an explanation. Forget it. I can't clear myself, so I won't waste my breath on it. That's right. A few people will look forward to the arrival of the elite team, and more people will complain and hate you for depriving them of time for development. You disassembled the Skeleton General's carriage and obtained military intelligence on the Undead Legion Reed and the Skeleton General's trophy chest. Wang Yi, I said the system was messing with me. What do you see? Get on the bus first and buy the ticket later? The two words "read" fully reflect the system's inhumanity and make it clear that I was the one whose intelligence was intercepted. The skeleton remains were still decomposing, and a system prompt suddenly popped up on Wang Yi's panel. 666. The system has this unknown side, which is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. See what's written in the intelligence? Opening the Undead Legion intelligence, it was all scribbles, but fortunately the system considerately gave a translation. Commanders, please organize your elite teams to sweep the Trialist Sand Realm upon receipt of this order. To ensure the smooth implementation of the Fulcrum Plan, please complete the sweep within 5 days. United Front Department of the Undead Legion. This is simply too much. The system is completely distorting the facts. What is written? I can't understand it if the system doesn't translate it for me. I am forced to bear the blame. The system is so good to me. Wang Yi sent the system translation to Su Xiaomo. I sympathize with you for a second. I just said that the Skeleton General is a bit unworthy of his reputation. He has only a few people under his command. The original main force was organized into an elite team to go out for a sweep. Wang Yi, I am a dumb person eating Coptis. I can't say my pain. What virtue and ability do I, Wang Yi, deserve to be targeted by the system? But did the system really target him? What is the situation? Probably only the system itself knows. You have decomposed a large number of skeleton remains. You have obtained Crystal Bones Normal 65, Crystal Bones Elite 8, Skeleton Bone Knife Normal 5, Withered Bone Knife Secret Book 1, Guarding Skill Book 2, Destruction Shooting Skill Book 1, General's Command Knife Excellent 1, Career Guide, General, Career Guide, Bone Mage. Destruction Shooting, charge for 5 seconds. Shoot an arrow with 300% attack to attack the enemy. General's Command Knife Excellent Level 7. Attack, 130% additions. Attack 15%, Sharpness 10%, Morale 5%. Special Effect, Fanaticism. Wherever the knife points, the army attacks. A layer of Fanaticism is added to the soldiers under your command every hour. Each layer of Fanaticism increases 5% attack and 5% defense, up to 5 layers. Description, an excellent command knife, a must-have for every general. Career Guide, General, after reaching level 10, you can change to General with this Career Guide. Career Guide, Bone Mage. After reaching level 10, you can change to Bone Mage with this Career Guide. There weren't many things decomposed, but there were many fine items. Not to mention the most common crystal bones. 5 skeleton bone knives that dropped in unknown ways dropped this time. Wang Yi guessed that it might be related to the large-scale decomposition of skeletons. There were 3 battles with the skeleton group in total. Except for the second time in the cave maze, the skeleton remains that were decomposed one by one did not produce equipment. The 2 times that equipment dropped were concentrated after the battle. Although he and Su Xiaomo couldn't use it, equipment, such hard currency, would not be a burden at all. There was no worry that no one would want it. The excellent level general's command knife was a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that the sword in the hand of the skeleton general would explode even when it turned to ash. 4 skill books were directly released, and even 2 professional guides were released. Counting the 3 Red Snake professional guides from the secret treasure chest and the Ranger professional guide from the trial treasure chest, Wang Yi has already handled 6 professional guides. It's a pity that the level has not reached the requirement, so I can't explore the mystery of the professional. Anyone who sees it can take a share. Just pick whatever you like. Wang Yi was as generous as ever to Su Xiaomo. Brother Wang Yi is so nice. I want to destroy the shooting skill book, and I can also get a defensive skill book. Why don't you pick more? No, my bone arrows have reached the preset maximum limit of 100, and I don't need special bone materials for the time being. Other things are either not used, or Brother Wang Yi is jealous, so I won't take them away. My Xiaomo is so sensible. Heh! Wang Yi directly took the general's command knife and put it on, and gave the replaced level 9 excellent recruit sword to Su Xiaomo as a spare weapon. When she reaches level 4, she can replace the level 8 ordinary Red Heart recruit sword in her hand. Although the general's command knife can't play a special effect in his hands now, the general's command knife itself is a powerful weapon. By using the defensive skill book directly to learn, Wang Yi has initially mastered the ability to convert attack into defense, and he can master it freely after practicing a few more times. But the secret manual of the Withered Bone Sword technique is not that simple. After learning it, he was just crammed with a lot of sword techniques knowledge. He needed to spend time to understand and master it. Several powerful sword techniques in the sword technique were not available. He did not master the Withered Bone Sword technique enough. In the future, Wang Yi will have to practice swords every day, but Wang Yi is not annoyed, but happy. Knowing the reason is not the only way to know the truth. Only by mastering the basics can you truly master it. Then Wang Yi took out the trophy box of the skeleton general that came with the information of the undead army. According to the system, the undead army has been wreaking havoc in the Sea of Sand recently. They should have found some good things. Wang Yi looked forward to it. You open the skeleton general's loot chest. You obtain 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 500 iron, 300 copper, 500 leather, 50 refined iron, 30 red copper, 40 magic cloth, 5 star iron, 5 blue steel, 20 sand leopard eggs, 50 sand palm seeds, 50 sand date seeds, 50 zero-level sand cores, 2 oasis seeds, 2 space gems, and 1 space treasure chest large. Star iron, a rare material, its use is unknown. Blue steel, a rare material. Sand palm, a common fruit tree in the Sand Sea Oasis. Its fruit is edible and rich in water. Sand date, a common fruit tree in the Sand Sea Oasis. Its fruit is edible and rich in nutrients, and it feeds most herbivorous creatures. Sand leopard, a common herbivorous creature in the oasis. It grows and reproduces quickly and is the mobile rations of most carnivorous creatures. Oasis seed, the destruction seed obtained after completely destroying the Sand Sea Oasis. Under certain conditions, it can be reborn and sprout into a new oasis. Space treasure box large, a huge space storage box containing 50 space grids. Listening to the system's prompts, Wang Yi was stunned. How many Sand Sea creatures did this skeleton general have to plunder so many resources? And now these resources seem to belong to him. Wang Yi can't wait to share his joy with Su Xiaomo. Silly son of a landlord, I'm so jealous. Why doesn't this skeleton general come to my house? I want to meet one too. Congratulations on getting the Ascension gift pack. The progress of the construction of the Sand Realm has soared, surpassing 99.99% of the trialists. Haha, some things can't be envied, But there should be many undead commanders in this sea of sand. Let's find a chance to do another one together. I also think this matter will not end so easily with my super accurate sixth sense. Having received a large amount of unexpected wealth, Wang Yi naturally would not feel bad, and he made drastic changes to his own sand realm. 5,000 zero-level sand cores? They were used directly, and the sand realm suddenly expanded to 552 square meters. The changes in the sand realm awakened the sleeping Chang Wei. Looking at his home, which suddenly became much larger, Chang Wei swam happily in the sand realm. 2 space gems merged into the sand realm, and the sky of the sand realm was raised by 2 meters to 8 meters. There was another type of terrain in the sand realm transformation function: sand dunes. At the same time, the number of quicksand pits built has also increased significantly. Wang Yi can now build 5 quicksand pits in the sand. The long-unlocked miniature castle can finally be built. Wang Yi chose 1,000 square meters of sand in the center of the sand world to build the castle. With 2,000 units of stone and 3,000 units of wood invested, construction began immediately, and it will be completed and ready for occupancy in just 2 hours. Wang Yi planted 2 oasis seeds on both sides of the castle. They will absorb the power of the sand world to grow and form 2 new oases. From a god's perspective, Wang Yi watched the growth of the oasis seeds, breaking the shell and sprouting, then pushing out of the sand and forming a fruit with a miniature oasis inside on the top. After only 3 days, the fruit will fall off the ground and form a small oasis, which will then slowly grow and expand to form an oasis that can carry more life. With the construction of the miniature castle, the entire sand world has changed dramatically. The former sand world is now completely covered in the miniature castle. The temporary outer walls were turned into materials to participate in the construction of the castle. The quicksand was scrapped and returned to the transformation interface. The refined iron ore mother was automatically transferred outside the radiation range of the castle. Only Wang Yi's previous hut still existed on the sand, but it was slowly covered by the castle that was rising from the ground. Chang Wei and the snakes ran to the newly expanded sand to play early. Wang Yi found some corners to place the 5 quicksands. There was no need to build a sand slope for the time being. Taking out the maze gems that were severely damaged in the internal maze, Wang Yi invested 1,000 units of stone again to repair and breed a new maze. Exiting the sand world transformation mode, Wang Yi fell on the sand, and Chang Wei immediately rubbed over excitedly. He was very satisfied with this new home. He explained the location of the quicksand to the snakes and let them play. Wang Yi ignored the busy castle construction site and went to check the growth of the oasis fruit. As Wang Yi's hand touched the oasis fruit, he immediately understood that the oasis would be officially formed in 3 days, with an area of 100 square meters. Wang Yi can now put some things into the oasis fruit to grow together. Wang Yi tried the things he had on hand. For soil and water, the oasis fruit accepted everything and absorbed as much as it came. He was not very interested in stones and wood. Wang Yi tried to put in the newly obtained sand coconut and sand date tree seeds. After putting in 10 of each, it prompted that the capacity limit had been reached and no more trees could be accommodated. Wang Yi tried to integrate vegetable seeds, but the result prompted that the initial environment of the oasis was relatively harsh, and these plants could not survive. Then he tried to integrate sand caltrop eggs, which worked again, but only 2 sand caltrop eggs prompted that the maximum capacity limit had been reached. Later, Wang Yi tried a lot of things, but the oasis fruit refused to accept them. With experience, Wang Yi injected the same soil, water, sand coconut tree seeds, sand date tree seeds, and sand caltrop eggs into the oasis fruit on the other side, and only waited for 3 days for the oasis fruit to ripen. The loot chest of the skeleton general gave him such a big surprise, and Wang Yi was even more looking forward to the 3 treasure chests rewarded by the system. As the saying goes, the system's products must be top-notch, and I hope he won't be disappointed. Wang Yi directly took out a glory treasure chest and opened it. You opened the glory treasure chest and obtained 10 glory points, the blueprint of the glory boots 6 to 10, the blueprint of the Glory Shoulder Armor 6 to 10, 50 Starlight Iron, 50 Starlight Copper, 50 Moonlight Silk, 10 Shining Crystals, and 1 Space Treasure, chest small. Starlight Iron, a forging material for Glory equipment. Starlight Copper, a forging material for Glory equipment. Moonlight Silk, a forging material for Glory equipment. Shining Crystal, a forging material for Glory equipment. Glory Boots 6 to 10, 10 Starlight Iron, 10 Starlight Copper, 10 Moonlight Silk, 2 Shining Crystals, 5 Glory Points. Description: equipment that can be directly crafted without energy points. The system rewards excellent trialists and contains secrets. Glory Shoulder Armor 6 to 10, 10 Starlight Iron, 10 Starlight Copper, 10 Moonlight Silk, 2 Shining Crystals, and 5 Glory Points. Description: equipment that can be crafted directly without energy. It is a reward given by the system to excellent trialists and contains secrets. Although the items in the Glory chest are not as amazing as the loot chest of the Skeleton General, they are all good things to improve strength. It just so happens that some of the equipment on him can no longer keep up with his level. Wang Yi immediately took out the materials to make a pair of Glory Boots. Without waiting, a pair of cool boots with dazzling colors appeared in Wang Yi's hands a few seconds later. Glory Boots, Excellent Level 8. Defense, 100%. Additions, 15% movement speed, 10% dodge, 5% deterrence. Special Effect 1. Dazzle, a symbol of glory, easy to gain the favor of friends, but also cause double hatred from enemies, can be turned off. Special Effect 2. Hunting, gain 100% movement speed bonus when chasing enemies. Description: you have no way to escape except the punishment. The symbol of the glory of the trialist still contains secrets. Wow, it's so beautiful. Please send it to me. This trialer has not yet opened the honor value system and cannot equip honor equipment and cannot trade. No. Too irritating. Stinky Wang Yi, are you afraid that I will covet your equipment? Although it is very beautiful, I am a little tempted. You have to believe in my self-control. No, I can give it to you. Really? Then I'm not polite, Wang Yi. You are so nice. Then you have to get some honor value first. Otherwise, the system won't let you. Wang Yi intercepted the system prompt and showed it to Su Xiaomo. Too irritating. I'm going to sue this system. This is naked discrimination. And Wang Yi, you big-head ghost, only speak half of the words, deliberately teasing me, boo. At this time, Wang Yi had already happily changed into the honor boots, which were very comfortable and fit. I'll give you my Sandwolf leather boots. Who wants your stinky shoes? Forget it, since you're so sincere. I'll accept it reluctantly. It can be used after washing and drying. Ha! While Wang Yi was joking with Su Xiaomo, the Glory Shoulder Armor was already completed, and it was still dazzling. Glory Shoulder Armor. Excellent Level 7, Defense 100% additions, Defense 15%, Attack 10%, Deterrence 5%. Special Effect 1, Dazzle, a symbol of glory. It is easy to gain the favor of friends, but also cause double hatred from enemies, which can be turned off. Special Effect 2, Carrying Weight. In addition to responsibility, it also carries strength. Even when facing a force far beyond oneself, it is not easy to be knocked away. Description: shouldering the mountain, forging ahead. The symbol of the trial's glory still contains secrets. It was still good quality equipment. Wang Yi estimated that this kind of equipment was at least good quality. Otherwise, he would definitely run into trouble with his luck, which could be seen from the levels of the two pieces of equipment. He also put on the Honor Shoulder Armor, and a connection similar to that of the Slug equipment immediately appeared in the equipment column, followed by a system prompt. You have worn 2 pieces of honor equipment, activating the Honor 2-piece special effect, Majesty. Majesty. For creatures with a lower level than yourself, they will feel awe. Your friends will be more convinced of your words. Neutrals may be convinced by you and submit to you, and enemies may flee without a fight. Actively activating the Majesty special effect will have a deterrent effect, causing 0 to 3 seconds of stiffness depending on the opponent's mental strength. As expected, as I guessed, the secret hidden in the equipment is the set attribute, and the description of the honor equipment still contains secret words, which means that the honor equipment has more set effects. Xiaomo, This set is too good. I'm drooling. I really want to go out and find an undead commander right now to chop him down. Wang Yi, there's a chance. You open the Glory treasure box and receive 10 glory points, the Glory Warframe 6-10 blueprint, the Glory Helmet 6-10 blueprint, 50 Starlight Iron, 50 Starlight Copper, 50 Moonlight Silk, 10 Shining Crystals, and 1 Space Treasure Box Small. Glory Warframe 6-10, 20 Starlight Iron, 20 Starlight Copper, 20 Moonlight Silk, 4 Shining Crystals, 5 Glory Points. Glory Helmet 6-10, 10 Starlight Iron, 10 Starlight Copper, 10 Moonlight Silk, 2 Shining Crystals, and 5 Glory Points. The second treasure box opened 2 more Glory Equipment blueprints. The consumables of the Glory Equipment are similar. There is no other difference except that the basic materials of the Warframe are doubled. Without thinking too much, Wang Yi directly learned how to make it. After a while, he got 2 pieces of dazzling equipment: Glory Armor, Excellent Level 8, Defense 100%, Additions, Defense 15%, Force Reduction 10%, Deterrence 5%. Special Effect 1 Dazzle. A symbol of glory, it is easy to gain the favor of friends, but also cause double hatred from enemies, which can be turned off. Special Effect 2 Thorn. Guardian additional 50% defense, reflect 30% of melee physical attacks. Description: hitting me is equivalent to hitting yourself. The symbol of the glory of the trial still contains secrets. After wearing the 3 pieces of glory equipment, no new set effects are produced. Glory Helmet. Excellent Level 9, Defense 100%. Additions, Defense 15%, Tense, Spirit 5%. Special Effect 1. Dazzle, a symbol of glory, easy to gain the favor of friends, but also cause double hatred from enemies, can be turned off. Special Effect 2. Iron Faith, Iron Will, 30% negative impact reduction. Description: a strong person should look like a strong person. The symbol of the trial's glory still contains secrets. With the equipment of the Glory Helmet, the entire equipment bar becomes brighter, and the 4 pieces of equipment resonate with each other, producing mysterious patterns. You have equipped 4 pieces of glory equipment, activating the Glory 4-piece special. Effect: Iron Guard. Iron Guard. At the beginning of the battle, summon 2 Glory Iron Guards of the same level as yourself to fight side by side with you. The Iron Guard special effect enters cooling, but the cooling time will be shortened as the number of enemies killed increases. When the Iron Guard special effect cools down, you can reactivate and summon 2 Glory Iron Guards. After the battle, all the Glory Iron Guards return. Glory is with you, and heroes are never alone. Another good special effect. Combined with the previous 2-piece special effects, the Glory equipment is simply a nightmare for cannon fodder and can be called a soldier mower. However, Wang Yi still had a little regret. No matter how many soldiers he killed, he would not gain any experience. It was a pity to eat them and throw them away. 4 pieces of honor equipment just used up the materials of a treasure chest, and the honor points gained from opening the treasure chest were also squandered. Wang Yi currently only had a pitiful amount of honor points left, which were added by the Pioneer title today. He took a look at the equipment on his body, which was unexpectedly luxurious. The weapon was a general's command knife of excellent quality. Among the 7 pieces of armor, there were 4 pieces of honor equipment of excellent quality, 2 pieces of slug equipment of excellent quality, and the remaining one was the level 10 excellent belt that Wang Yi had some resentment about at the beginning. He did not expect that fate would be unpredictable and he could equip it so soon. Looking at the various levels, he was quite unhappy, as if he was laughing at his own bad face. Wang Yi directly spent 110 points to buy 11 equipment upgrade stones and upgraded all 5 pieces of excellent equipment to level 10. Now all the equipment has reached the maximum level of the blueprint, which is much more pleasing to the eye. Equipment upgraded to the maximum level of the blueprint. Wang Yi was still a little greedy. He was now level 7, and he could equip up to level 12 equipment. He immediately spent 30 points to buy an equipment breakthrough stone to break through the level of the general's command knife. The current equipment is level 0 top equipment, and it cannot be broken through with equipment breakthrough stones. The system prompt slapped him directly. Equipment breakthrough stones are useless for level 10 equipment. According to the previous routine and the nature of the system, another stone that he has not unlocked in the mall should be needed to break through the equipment level. However, since the equipment breakthrough stone has been exchanged, it cannot be wasted in the backpack. The only 2 slug equipment that he can use the equipment breakthrough stone on are of excellent quality, and it is not worth spending so much. Wang Yi directly mailed it to Su Xiaomo, asking her to break through her excellent quality slug leather pants, and at the same time mailed a lot of equipment that Wang Yi had replaced. Today, Su Xiaomo not only finally received the shoes that Wang Yi wanted to give her at the beginning, although they were used in smelly shoes, but also a helmet. She had spare secondary weapons and armor, and she could change them as soon as she upgraded her level. She only lacked a belt and gloves among her 7 pieces of armor. The belt was easy to solve, as she could make it as long as her energy value was restored. But the gloves were a bit troublesome. The only slug gloves she and Wang Yi had could not be made because of the lack of special slug skin. She could either go to the exchange to exchange them or wait for new gloves to be made. Now the 2 of them had a lot of discarded equipment, and Su Xiaomo could definitely exchange them for one, but she browsed them all and found no suitable ones. Either the level was too low for her to like, or the seller called out a price far higher than the equipment, and it was just a level 4 ordinary glove. Su Xiaomo didn't want to be a sucker for this kind of equipment that would have limited improvement on her and would soon be eliminated. You opened the Vanguard treasure box and obtained Glory 20, Fearless Heart 610 Blueprint, Red Jade Crystal 10, Dragon Bloodstone 10, Gold Crystal 5, Space Stone 2, Career Guide, Imperial Spirit, Career Guide, Forger, Career Statue, Warrior, Spacebox Medium, Red Jade Crystal, Material for crafting fearless equipment, Dragon Bloodstone, a stubborn stone bathed in dragon blood, material for crafting fearless equipment, Gold Crystal, material for crafting fearless equipment, Fearless Heart 6 to 10, Red Jade Crystal 10, Dragon Bloodstone 10, Gold Crystal 5, Glory 10. Description: a necklace carved and polished with dragon bloodstone, symbolizing the fearlessness of the Dragon Slayer. Career Guide, Yuling. After reaching level 10, Trialist can switch to the Yuling profession with this guide. Career Guide, Forger. After reaching level 10, the Trialist can switch to the Forger profession with this guide. Career Statue, Warrior. By integrating into the Sand Realm, you can build a Warrior Job Transformation Hall in the Sand Realm. Level 10 creatures can be tested by warrior mentors in it, and can switch to the warrior profession after completing the test mission. Wang Yi finally took action on the last piece of loot. The production of the Pioneer treasure box is not at all worthy of its rarity. Fearless equipment is the same as honor equipment. You need to open the honor system to create equipment, and you don't need to consume energy. Fearless Heart Rare Level 9. Spirit 100% additions, Spirit 20%, Spirit Recovery 15%, Physical Recovery 10%, Deterrence 5%. Special Effect 1, Dazzling Special Effect 2, Quick Thinking Meditation Efficiency increased by 10%. Special Effect 3, Fearless Resistance to negative effects of fear increased by 50%. Special Effect 4, Unyielding, enters the dying state after being fatally injured and cannot be attacked within 3 seconds. Inscription 1, Healing. Release the healing spell, Healing, which effectively heals medium and low injuries once a day. Inscription 2, First Aid. Release all stored energy to perform first aid on the target, which can heal most fatal injuries once a month. Description: because of you, I am not afraid. Still contains secrets. This? Wang Yi's chin almost dropped to the ground. He originally thought that the Fearless equipment and the Glory equipment produced in the previous Glory treasure box were both excellent series sets, except that one was armor and the other was accessories. But reality slapped him in the face. The Fearless equipment turned out to be a rare quality set. Wang Yi felt that this piece of equipment alone was better than all the things in the previous 2 Glory treasure boxes. The high main attribute Spirit bonus and powerful additional attributes made Wang Yi at least twice as strong as before, especially the skill control, which had a qualitative change in power. There were as many as 4 special effects. In addition to the inherent glare like the Glory equipment, The use of quick thinking was not known for the time being, and fearlessness was a weak control-free special effect. The strongest one was still unyielding. This was a small invincibility that prevented Wang Yi from being killed instantly. If combined with the engraving skill First Aid, Wang Yi was equivalent to being resurrected with full blood on the spot, which could create infinite possibilities. Another engraving skill was also good, which was equivalent to Wang Yi having an additional healing spell that could be released once a day. Su Xiaomo, how can there be such a thing? Did you trade with the system? Trade your head? If I have to trade, it's with... After all, it's the reward for being on world TV for the first time. The system would be embarrassed to give it too shabby, right? Yeah, your first time really needs a good price. Xiaomo, I find that you have changed. Jealousy has made me split. What a pity I can't give you the fearless equipment. Otherwise, it would be nice to give it to you as a token of love. Humph, don't try to fish for law enforcement. I won't be fooled. Your saliva is about to flow out. Although I can't give you the Glory Fearless equipment, I can give you some other things, such as a space box. Do you want it? Yes, I want it. Xiaomo's eyes lit up. She had been coveting Wang Yi's space box for a long time. If Wang Yi hadn't set up a 20-grid medium-sized space box as a shared warehouse, her backpack would have been full long ago, and many things would have to be discarded. Wang Yi was not just talking nonsense. The 4 treasure chests he opened in succession today were all valuable space chests. Moreover, the Skeleton General's loot chest was a large space chest with 50 grids. Wang Yi simply could not use so many. He directly set the Skeleton General's loot chest as a new shared warehouse. Except for a small amount of spare materials, Wang Yi transferred most of the materials into the large space chest. Su Xiaomo also sorted out her reserves to increase the inventory. After the two of them sorted it out, the large space treasure chest they named the material warehouse contained 12 sets of wood, 2 sets of stone, 10 sets of vines, 2 sets of glass, 150 plastics, 80 soil, 150 glue, 600 iron, 400 copper, 600 leather, 65 refined iron, 40 red copper, 55 magic pattern cloth, 2 mithril, 2 sapphires, 5 star iron, 5 blue steel, 50 starlight iron, 50 starlight copper, 50 moonlight silk, 10 shining crystals, 4 animal tendons ordinary, 4 wild boar skins ordinary, 4 pairs of wild boar tusks ordinary, 65 crystal bones ordinary, 8 crystal bones elite. The large space treasure chests were basically full, mainly various large quantities of basic resources that took up a lot of backpacks and various equipment manufacturing materials, special materials. The medium-sized space treasure chest warehouse set up before was not removed, and it was used as warehouse number 2 and named the Life Support Warehouse. There are currently 1,000 portions of wild boar meat and some water stored in it. When the vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs in Su Xiaomo's fields mature in the future, they will also be stored in this warehouse so that they can take food at any time. Of the remaining 3 space boxes, the 20-grid medium-sized space treasure chest was given to Su Xiaomo, and Wang Yi kept 2 10-grid small space boxes to store some important, infrequently used items and personal items. As for those ordinary items that are durable, Wang Yi and Su Xiaomo now have large spaces in the sand world. Su Xiaomo has built a large villa, and he is building a castle, so naturally there are rooms for storage. After integrating the 2 space gems into the sand world, Wang Yi's sand world space was raised to 10 meters, and a new terrain was unlocked, a saltwater lake. Wang Yi immediately entered the transformation mode to transform the saltwater lake, but was greatly disappointed. What appeared in the sand world was just a small puddle of 1 meter square, which could be touched by hand. Although it was noted that this small puddle was only the prototype of the saltwater lake, it would slowly grow into a large lake over time. But it took a long time for it to produce a small bubble, which was immediately absorbed by the sand after overflowing the small puddle. It will take time for it to grow. Compared with the mistake of the saltwater lake, the restrictions of the quicksand land were greatly unlocked, which made it easier for people to move. Now Wang Yi can convert up to 30% of the area of the sand boundary into quicksand terrain, instead of the small-scale quicksand pits before. It just so happened that Wang Yi didn't need to build a wall defense outside the sand boundary. He directly changed the 5 meters of the outer ring of the sand boundary into quicksand terrain, forming an alternative moat. There was still a narrow path leading to the outside world in the quicksand for Wang Yi to travel. People who didn't know the situation couldn't easily find the traces of the path from the uniform sand. As for the snakes like Chang Wei, seeing that they were always moving fast on the quicksand land, there was no need to consider them more. Among the remaining items, Wang Yi didn't know what the 2 career guides of the Yuling profession were like, but he had heard about the profession of the forger so many times that his ears were almost calloused. He and Su Xiaomo had obtained many city defense weapons that required the profession of a forger before. They had originally wanted to have a chance to look for them in the future, but now the system had considerately delivered them to their doorstep. Of course, whether to change to a forger was another matter. The system kept the information about job changes very secret. At present, they had only a vague understanding of job changes, and most of their speculations were based on fragmentary information. They also didn't know how to change jobs in the future. Would they be able to successfully change jobs by tearing up the career guide? Or did they have to meet specific conditions to get a job? Could a person only have one career? Or could they have multiple jobs? All of this would be revealed after they reached level 10. He and Su Xiaomo both preferred the combat profession. If they could only have one profession, this precious forger career guide would have to be put aside. When Wang Yi had dealt with the harvest, his own castle was also completed. There were dozens of rooms with various functions, including courtyards, gardens, stables, and so on. The upper floor of Wang Yi's previous residence was converted into the current master bedroom, and the lower floor became a secret treasure room. Through the mechanism, you can enter the lower floor, which is filled with a row of space boxes. There is his own personal warehouse and a shared warehouse with Su Xiaomo. In addition to these space boxes, there are also many wooden shelves placed in them, displaying some items that cannot be put into or are not convenient to put into the space boxes, such as some of Wang Yi's discarded equipment. He changed an equipment upgrade stone to upgrade the Fearless Heart to the maximum level. Wang Yi's current equipment is extremely luxurious, and his self-confidence is inflated. Now he dares to run out and challenge a skeleton general. But he put on a posture of loneliness and seeking defeat, but he did not get any response. For 3 consecutive days, Wang Yi's sand world was deserted. Not even a fly flew in, and naturally there was no chance for him to pretend. In the dim night, Wang Yi was bored and did an outdoor barbecue on the sand. He lay on his back on a rocking chair like Uncle Chang Wei. After a few days, he had obviously gained weight. It's so annoying. This is the 4th wave of elite teams attacking the city. It's not like someone can sleep peacefully while walking the snake. Wang Yi, just keep showing off. Today is the night of the 13th. It's less than a day before the end of this round of trials, but Wang Yi has not seen any trace of the elite team yet. There are always people on the forum posting dynamics of fighting the elite team. Some people never respond again. Some people successfully kill and gain a lot, and some people are still relying on the fortress in the sand world to fight tenaciously. Wang Yi, the culprit, is notorious both in the regional and world channels. The dead naturally can't talk, but they have relatives and friends who go online to criticize and criticize whenever they have time. It's okay for these victims to attack Wang Yi. Many people who have nothing to do with him and even gain a lot also come to step on Wang Yi from time to time. The few dialectical perspectives are like drops of water in the sea, which quickly disappear without a trace. Wang Yi has gotten used to these radical words these days, and he doesn't feel upset when he sees them. But Su Xiaomo went to the forum to confront them for a while, and was so angry that she blocked the entire forum. Regardless of whether this trial was caused by her early outbreak, the system's purpose of the trial was achieved. After 3 days of elimination, there were basically no weaklings left. According to statistics from the gossipers, the average level of each area has reached level 4, far exceeding the current trial level requirements. In the confrontation with the Immortal Elite team, a large number of high-level trialists have emerged. Su Xiaomo is one of the big beneficiaries of this trial. On the afternoon of the 11th, when the system announced that the trial would start early, Su Xiaomo's Sand World welcomed the first team of Immortal Elite teams. Led by a Level 4 Elite Skeleton Knight, an elite team consisting of 5 Skeleton Knights, 10 Skeleton Swordsmen, and 10 Skeleton Archers attacked her Sand World. However, her wide and thick walls blocked the way forward. 10 Skeleton Archers were eliminated one by one in the shooting, and the elite team was basically suppressed. After fighting for several moments, the elite Skeleton Knights, who were not good at climbing the city, finally rushed to the top of the city under the cover of their knights in a rain of arrows. But what greeted it was a deadly strong acid arrow. Su Xiaomo, who was only a few points away from level 4, reached level 4 after shooting the first skeleton archer, and the experience provided by the remaining skeleton soldiers made her experience bar exceed half again. I don't know whether it is the undead army behind the scenes or the system is making trouble. In theory, the elite teams that come to clear can suppress the trialists. For example, Su Xiaomo encountered a team led by a level 4 elite skeleton at level 3, and most of the level 2 trialists encountered attacks from level 3 elites. Level 5 trialists like John Lang were all conquered by the skeleton guards. In short, the undead elite team is going to suppress the trialists. If you want to pass the trial, you can't just muddle through, you have to fight. In the following 12 days, Su Xiaomo encountered 2 raids by the undead elite team, one in the daytime and one in the middle of the night. No matter the captain of the elite team or the size of the team, each time was stronger than the last. The second time he encountered a team led by a level 5 elite skeleton knight with more than 50 soldiers under his command, he suppressed Su Xiaomo for a time. Unfortunately, there were still no skeletons good at climbing this time, and Su Xiaomo finally slowly pulled back. After this battle, Su Xiaomo was promoted to level 5. Before his physical strength was fully recovered, he was attacked. A skeleton guard led more than 100 skeletons to attack in the middle of the night. This time was different from the previous 2 times when the ability to ascend was weak. The skeleton guard had a full range of soldiers, including knights, shield guards, long range and close combat, and even a small team of skeleton craftsmen. Although these skeleton craftsmen were weak in combat, they had skills. After some tinkering, a series of bone ladders were made. When Su Xiaomo was awakened by the alarm of the Sand World shield, the skeleton soldiers had become ants, with the shield guard holding the shield on their heads, the skeleton warriors following, and the skeleton archers suppressing from behind. And soon they climbed and occupied Su Xiaomo's wall first. She could only retreat to the central fortress to deal with the skeleton soldiers. At the critical moment, Zhu Batian, who had been quietly developing and growing to level 3, suddenly went crazy. After Su Xiaomo was trapped in the lonely fortress, he rushed out of the central fortress and directly transformed into a pig demon. Because it ended too quickly, Su Xiaomo could not see the specific combat situation. I only know that after everything calmed down, the sand was full of bone residues. Zhu Batian collapsed on the ground with scars all over his body. He was in a weak state and was unable to fight for a long time. Zhu Batian's temporary outbreak allowed Su Xiaomo to upgrade some of her trump cards, but it also seriously exposed her shortcomings. Insufficient attack power. The snake fetus bow that once shot countless enemies has now begun to lose strength. Facing shield guards, skeleton knights, and other high-level skeletons with strong combat awareness, it is very difficult to kill through the eyes. The damage ability of hitting other parts was very poor. In the end, when she was fighting with the skeleton soldiers, she used the level 10 fine general command knife borrowed from Wang Yi to stabilize the situation slightly and avoid being flattened. The general command knife's ability to chop melons and vegetables showed the weakness of the snake fetus bow to the fullest. Just when she was confused about whether to give up long-range combat and take the close combat route like Wang Yi, an item made her firm in her belief. White Bone Sorrow 610. Special Bone Material 10. Special Animal Tendon 1. As if God couldn't bear to let her be confused, a longbow blueprint appeared in the decomposition items. Su Xiaomo directly invested in the elite quality crystal bones and the elite animal tendons exchanged at a great price to build this longbow that she had high hopes for overnight. Wang Yi was very happy that she could stick to the path she liked, and he took back his right hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He was just a little bit away from clicking the confirmation on the option of Equipment Breakthrough Stone 5, but fortunately he received the message in time and stopped his hand. This was his silent support for Su Xiaomo's efforts. The white bone sorrow that she spent a huge amount of money to build did not disappoint her expectations. White bone sorrow, excellent level 8. Attack 130%, additions, armor break 15%, attack 10%, attack speed 5%. Special Effect 1, Flying Lightning. The arrows shot by the white bone sorrow receive an additional 20% arrow speed bonus. Special Effect 2, Tearing. The wounds of enemies shot by the white bone sorrow will have a severe tearing effect. Description: it used to be the white bone sorrow, but now it is the white bone sorrow. Su Xiaomo couldn't let go of this treasure bow and directly exchanged 2 upgrade stones to upgrade it to the top level. Now she also has graduation equipment, not to let Wang Yi have all the glory. This evening was the 4th raid that Su Xiaomo encountered, and it was also the strongest one. Although the lineup was similar to last night, the leader was a level 6 elite bone monster. It's not that the elite bone monster is better than the skeleton guard, but because it has a very disgusting skill, Skeleton Resurrection. Skeleton Resurrection restores a severely injured skeleton to its original state. If the skeleton is dead, resurrects a skeleton of the next level. If the target is a flesh and blood corpse, resurrects a skeleton of the same level. This bone demon makes all the skeletons under his command work hard. If they cannot be killed instantly, they will be pulled up immediately. If they are killed instantly, before they have time to deal with the skeleton, a new skeleton will be pulled up. They are the elites that trialists hate to encounter the most. There is a screenshot posted by a 4th-level trialist in the forum. The one who attacked his sand world was led by a 5th-level elite bone demon. After he killed the skeleton knight, the bone demon immediately resurrected a skeleton shield guard. After killing it again, it continued to resurrect a skeleton warrior, then a white skeleton, and then a 1st-level skeleton that has never been seen before, the gray skeleton. The series of screenshots ended with the trialist standing in a pile of ashes and roaring with grief and anger. The bone monster is not only a scoundrel, but also extremely cheap. The skeletons it revives have no experience in killing, and the quality of the skeletons is constantly decreasing as they are revived until they become useless ashes. Naturally, the trialist cannot decompose anything at this time, and that's not all. The bone monster will explode when the situation is not good, leaving no ashes. So if you encounter a bone monster leading a team, unless you kill it by surprise, you will only have a little experience and a pile of ashes left in the end. Su Xiaomo, who already knew the disgusting nature of the bone monster, didn't give it a chance at all. He immediately poured all the remaining 3 explosive arrows on the bone monster. He didn't know whether it exploded or not, but it was blown into ashes anyway. After losing the elite bone monster, the skeleton group without a leader became chaotic. After using strong acid arrows to target several threatening skeletons, Su Xiaomo entered a happy shooting time. The death of bones became the death of skeletons, and one skeleton after another was torn to death by the powerful arrows. After completing this eradication, Xiaomo's experience reached level 6, 350, 600, only 1 level away from Wang Yi. In addition to the rich experience, Su Xiaomo also obtained a large number of bounty points. Now the bounty points are 72 points, accumulating 113 points, and successfully unlocking the 2nd-level points mall. In addition to these, there are also many spoils of decomposing the skeleton remains, excluding the loss of bone arrows and the consumption of her forging the white bone sorrow. The crystal bones ordinary in the material warehouse still increased by 15, reaching 80, and the crystal bones elite still had 3 left. In addition to materials, there are other gains, such as 2 writing skill books, 2 charge skill books, an eagle eye skill book that increases vision, and a universal melee skill parry. She learned Hawkeye herself and gave parry to Wang Yi, which was his only gain in the past few days. She took out a charged skill book to exchange for the materials for creating the K, White Bone Sorrow. Apart from the charge and earth shock that she taught Zhu Badian, she still had 2 charged skill books left, and she was not considering giving them to the other 3 underdeveloped ordinary stone tusk boars for the time being. In addition, there is the Skeleton Resurrection skill book that was dropped this time. It seems that the bone monster didn't have time to commit suicide. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't use this skill, and that it could only be learned by the bone mage profession, they would have wanted to learn it and create a team of skeletons for fun. In addition, there is a blueprint for bone boots 1 to 5, and a blueprint for skeleton bow 1 to 5. Although the materials for making them are mainly special bone materials such as crystal bones, Su Xiaomo and Wang Yi don't have much demand for these low-level equipment. Since they didn't even learn the blueprints, they naturally wouldn't waste precious energy to make these useless equipment. The above is Su Xiaomo's battle results in the past few days, and it is also a microcosm of the entire trial group. There are many other trialists in various regions who have been promoted to level 5, level 6, and even level 7 like Wang Yi. The appearance of a large number of equipment blueprints and materials has increased the number of equipment on the market. At present, most trialists have at least a few pieces of equipment. The blueprints of the Bone series of equipment have been dropped everywhere, and they can put together several sets in their area alone. Wang Yi secretly checked the bone equipment in the exchange, and there was no description of the secrets of the Slug, Glory, and Fearless equipment. It seems that the equipment named with the same prefix is not necessarily a set. It can also refer to the specific drops of a certain type of monster. However, the current equipment market is still dominated by low-level equipment of levels 1 to 5, and equipment of levels 6 to 10 is extremely rare. There are large groups, but they are basically digested internally. Therefore, although the equipment market has prospered, Wang Yi still has not found equipment suitable for him. It was another calm night. It was the morning of the 14th. Today was the last day of the 3rd level trial. Wang Yi still did not see the trace of the Undead Elite team. System, my trial? Seeing that other trialists were getting better and better day by day, making rapid progress, while he was not making any progress, Wang Yi was a little anxious and could not help but question the system. Unexpectedly, there was a response. Because the reputation of the trialist defeating the Skeleton General spread among the Undead Elite team, no elite team chose to clear your sand world because of your strength. The Undead Elite squad has all set out. No Undead Elite squad has been detected to attack the trialist's sand realm. The trial mission is completed. Do you want to settle the account in advance to claim the reward? Hey! System, are you mistaken? I killed the Skeleton General. The Undead Legion should not be so hostile to me. They should not send a large army to encircle and suppress me from all sides. They should not stop fighting until death. At the very least, they should send some skeletons to speak harshly to show their presence. And I am in a trial. Can I pass it like this? The trial is in full compliance with the rules. If you have any questions, please explore it yourself. Wang Yi was stood up in this trial. He won without a fight. He was full of resentment and let the system settle the account in advance. Congratulations to the trialist for completing the level 3 trial. The trialist was not detected to have defeated any elite squad. The trialist obtained the Rock Trial treasure box. Ha! Let me laugh for a while. This undead army, this system, they are simply actors hired by monkeys. Too funny. Congratulations to Vanguard Wang Yi for his reputation and making the enemy terrified. Next time I meet an enemy, I must report the name of the Vanguard first. Maybe the enemy will flee. Your family runs a salt field. Ha! I won't sprinkle salt on you. Show me the quality of this trial treasure chest. I just asked the system, and there was no prompt to complete the trial in advance. You opened the Rock Trial treasure chest and obtained 5 bounty points, 2 equipment upgrade stones, 1 equipment breakthrough stone, and 100 0-level sand cores. That's all? That's all. I'll give you the breakthrough stone. I didn't get anything from this trial. How can I feel so embarrassed? She said she was sorry, but she didn't feel sorry at all. Su Xiaomo directly received Wang Yi's email and broke through the slug leather pants to level 8. She was only 2 levels away from breaking through to level 10. If she hadn't considered that her trial treasure chest might also open equipment breakthrough stones later, Su Xiaomo would have been ready to go to the Points Mall to exchange for 2. Putting aside the troubles of this trial, Wang Yi turned his attention back to the construction of his own sand world. 100 sand cores were integrated, and the sand world expanded a little. The cave maze that was destroyed in the battle before has been reborn in the past few days. The outer wall of the sand world is now a quicksand land without a wall. Wang Yi placed the maze entrance at the gate of the miniature castle. After 3 days of growth, the 2 oasis fruits finally ripened and fell on the ground of the sand world at around 10 o'clock in the morning. 2 ultra-micro oases of 100 square meters appeared in the sand world, becoming the only 2 green embellishments in Wang Yi's sand world. In the center of the oasis was a small clear pool with white fine sand and some small pebbles at the bottom. There were sparsely scattered 10 5-meter-high sand palm trees and 10 3-meter-high saxaul trees around the pool. Both the sand palm trees and the saxaul trees were full of fruits at this moment. In the shade at the bottom of the tree, 2 adult sand leopards more than 1 meter long and half a meter high were leading 8 sand leopard cubs to forage and eat the ripe saxaul trees that fell from the saxaul trees. It seems that when the oasis fruits were conceived, these seeds and sand leopard eggs integrated into the fruits grew faster, and they all grew up when the oasis fruits matured. Wang Yi picked a few sand coconuts from the top of a sand coconut tree. After chiseling them open, they were full of slightly sweet liquid, which was cool and delicious, and very thirst-quenching. Wang Yi roughly estimated that a sand coconut contains at least 2 liters of water, and a sand coconut tree has at least 10 fruits. There are also countless small sand coconuts growing continuously, and the water storage capacity is not low. After tasting the sand coconut, Wang Yi picked some sand dates and washed them to eat. There is only one word to describe it: sweet. Sand dates should have a very high sugar content and are very sweet. Although a single fruit is only the size of a thumb, the yield is very amazing. Sand date trees bloom and bear fruit in stages, and several batches of sand dates grow at the same time. Some are already mature, some have just borne fruit, and some are still in bud. No wonder sand dates are known as the mobile granary in the oasis. The high-nutrition sand dates that are produced over and over again can indeed feed many organisms. The surprise brought by the oasis is not just a miniature single ecosystem. In addition to adding vitality to the sand world, it also has the ability to expand the land. Unlike quicksand, which directly transforms the inherent land of the sand world, and unlike saltwater lakes, which erode the original terrain of the sand world, the oasis actually adds new land to the sand world. The moment 2 oasis fruits fell to the ground and unfolded, Wang Yi's sand world area expanded by 200 square meters, and the area of the sand world continued to grow with the growth of the oasis. Although it was only a few decimal places, it was growing every moment, and it was very impressive over time. The sand core expanded the sand world quickly, but the output was small and unstable. After the invasion of the Undead Legion, there was only some output from the treasure chest. Wang Yi valued this stable growth more and hoped to obtain more oasis seeds or other terrain seeds that could expand the space of the sand world. Wang Yi naturally knew the killing behind each oasis seed, but people were selfish. In such a jungle world, it was good to take care of yourself, and there was no time to feel sad and pity for the experiences of other races. Notice, the Undead Elite Squad has all arrived. Trialists who have finished the battle have completed this trial. They can apply for settlement in advance or wait for the trial to end for a unified settlement. Trialists who are still fighting, please keep up the good work. At noon, a system notification was sent to all surviving trialists, marking the end of this trial. Those who are still fighting against the Undead Elite Squad either stepped up their battles or put up a stubborn resistance. Those who have completed the trial will naturally not wait for a unified settlement. The sooner they get the reward, the better. They all apply to the system for early settlement. Su Xiaomo can finally apply. Congratulations to the trialists for completing this trial. It is detected that the trialists eliminated 4 undead elite squads during the trial. The reward is 4 knife trial treasure boxes. The trialists successfully resisted the liquidation of the undead elite squad and were rewarded with 1 rock trial treasure box. The rewards have been issued. Please claim them yourself. Su Xiaomo, show someone my trial reward. As soon as she received the trial reward, Su Xiaomo couldn't wait to take a screenshot, and it hurt her heart. Seeing Su Xiaomo's boasting, Wang Yi picked up a string of delicious barbecue and instantly lost his taste. He fed it to Chang Wei, who was staring at the barbecue and drooling. Chang Wei happily rubbed Wang Yi and was very happy about his master's sudden love. Open the box, open the box. Be careful of excessive joy and sorrow. You opened the rock trial treasure box and obtained 5 bounty points, 2 equipment upgrade stones, 1 equipment breakthrough stone, and 100 zero-level sand cores. Is the reward for this treasure box fixed? It doesn't reflect my level at all. Just sit back and watch the bullshit burst. You open the sharp knife trial treasure box and obtain 10 bounty points, 3 equipment upgrade stones, 2 equipment recast stones excellent, and 1 equipment breakthrough stone. 100 zero-tier sand cores. Let me laugh for a while. The rewards of this treasure chest must be fixed as well. It's because the knife is blunt because the person is stupid. It has been confirmed in the Rock Trial Treasure Chest forum, but the output of the Sharp Knife Trial Treasure Chest is not fixed. I don't believe it. Let me see. I occasionally fail. It must have been a low probability event just now. I don't believe it. You opened the Sharp Knife Trial Treasure Chest and obtained 10 bounty points, 3 equipment upgrade stones, 2 equipment recast stones excellent, 1 equipment breakthrough stone, and 100 zero-tier sand cores. You opened the Sharp Knife Trial Treasure Box 2 and obtained 20 bounty points, 2 equipment recast stones excellent, 2 crystal boots 6 to 10 blueprints, noble hand 6 to 10 blueprints, 1 rapid shooting skill book, 1 space gem, 1 zero-level sand core 1000. Crystal boots 6 to 10, glass 100, special bone 5. Description: glass or crystal, in terms of material, there is essentially no difference. Noble hand 610, refined iron 2, red copper 1, magic pattern cloth 1, special bone 2, special fur 1. Description: you know rapid shooting. Increase shooting speed by 50%, lasting 1 minute. Huh, it's finally back to normal. You call this normal? Brother Wang Yi, how about a deal? I'll give you these 2 blueprints. Can you help me make them? I thought it was a big problem. That's it, no problem. Leave it to me. Since changing to the 4-piece set of honor, Wang Yi has not had many equipments to change. He has learned a lot of equipment blueprints, but they are all equipments that are not improved for himself, but for Su Xiaomo. So Wang Yi's energy value has slowly returned to 85 points in the past few days. This little favor can still be helped. As for Su Xiaomo, although she also has 65 energy points, she still has a lot of equipment to make. One is the protective belt she lacks, and the other is the second dimension quiver that she has been thinking about making. The power of special arrows has been obvious to all these days, helping the two solve a lot of problems. But the output of special arrows has always been a big problem. Among the 48 arrows produced by the dimensional quiver every day, there are 3 or 4 special arrows at most, and 1 or 2 special arrows at least. Su Xiaomo used a lot of inventory in this trial, and now there are only 3 strong acid arrows left, and the inventory needs to be replenished urgently. It just so happens that Wang Yi is also preparing to improve his long-range combat ability. In addition to practicing the withered bone sword technique today, he has been practicing archery with the retired snake fetus bow that he got back from Su Xiaomo. This meritorious longbow, which was like an artifact in the early stage, has been around for a long time and returned to his hands again. But Feng Tang is old and can only be used as a practice bow. When Su Xiaomo has enough energy, he will help him forge the white bone sorrow to replace it. Su Xiaomo has already started making the dimensional quiver, and Wang Yi has also learned the drawings of the noble hand to forge it. Dimensional Quiver, excellent level. 1 stamina, 20% additions. Stamina 10%, attack speed 5% description. A magical quiver that can continuously generate arrows. Because the blueprint level was low, Su Xiaomo's dimensional quiver was completed first. Did my good luck just run out? That's unscientific. Wang Yi, I feel like the world is full of malice towards me. Something goes wrong when it's my turn to get equipment. I'm sorry. Maybe I overdrawn my luck in advance. I just upgraded the Dimension Quiver and Pious Necklace to level 5, the Recruit Sword and the General Armor to level 10, and the Slug Leather Pants to level 10. I couldn't help but start using the Equipment Recast Stone in my hand. I used 1 Recast Stone Excellent, and the General Armor was directly recast to excellent quality. I saw that I had good luck. So I took out the Recast Stone Excellent and tried it. Guess what? It really worked. Dimension Quiver Excellent Level 6, Stamina 50% additions. Arrow speed 15%, attack speed 10%, stamina 5%. Special Effect 1 double when generating special arrows, there is a certain probability that the number will be doubled. Special Effect 2, many choices. Based on Strong Acid Arrow, Explosive Arrow, and Shock Arrow, 3 new special arrows are generated. Mother and Child Arrow, Splash Arrow, and Shadowless Arrow. Description: this is my infinite arsenal. Shock Arrow, an arrow that vibrates rapidly after hitting the target, with a strong armor-piercing and damaging effect. Mother and Child Arrow. A mother and child chain can be shot together when other arrows are shot, and then a sub-arrow with the same effect can be shot out. Splash Arrow. After hitting the target, the sub-arrows will split and attack enemy units around the target. Shadowless Arrow. Silent and invisible. An excellent assassination arrow. Isn't this scientific? I didn't expect it to work this way. I wanted to try to recast the Pious Necklace, but when I saw the new quiver that had just been made, I silently withdrew my hand. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? I'll sponsor you 2 equipment upgrade stones as a friendly donation to comfort your injured heart. He accepted it with tears in his eyes and upgraded the Dimensional Quiver to level 5 with his own equipment, upgrade stones. No matter how the game started, the ending was finally perfect. The level 5 Dimensional Quiver can generate 3 types of special arrows, unlike Su Xiaomo's previous level 4 quiver, which never produced shock arrows. After equipping the Dimensional Quiver, Wang Yi's physical strength suddenly increased a lot. In fact, except for the level difference, the additional attributes of this equipment are not bad. Wang Yi took out the initial 30 arrows of the Dimensional Quiver one by one. This lottery finally made Wang Yi feel a little more balanced. 3 strong acid arrows, 2 shock arrows, and 1 explosive arrow. The number of special arrows far exceeded the average level. After lunch break, the Noble Hand was also crafted, but under Su Xiaomo's urging, Wang Yi felt a little embarrassed. How could he have such a weird equipment? Noble Hand. Excellent level 7. Hand speed 50% additions. Hand speed 15%. Hand speed 10%. Special Effect 1 Kirin. Arm hand speed increases by 100%. Lasts for 3 seconds. Special 2 Sage Time. After using Kirin Arm, you will be immune to all negative states for 3 minutes. Description: dirty, dirty, dirty. Do you really understand? Hurry up. It doesn't matter if the equipment is bad. I don't blame you. At most, you can just recast and upgrade it. It's not a problem of level and quality. It's unfair to say that level 7 fine equipment is bad. It's just this equipment. Forget it. You should see for yourself. Wang Yi, what shameful things did you do when you helped me make the equipment W? What can I do? Just take a normal nap. I don't believe it. Who knows what you dream about? Then do you want it? Why not? Level 7 fine equipment, and I can also confiscate someone's crime props. In fact, excluding that weird description, this equipment is very amazing in terms of effect. The full hand speed bonus makes the attack speed directly amazing. The 2 special effects are also very powerful. One increases the instantaneous explosive power, and the other provides the control-free effect. So although Su Xiaomo said disdainfully, she immediately equipped the equipment after getting it, and even spent some points to buy an upgrade stone to upgrade it directly to the maximum level. After studying the crystal boots, blueprints again, and filling in the materials for the crafting, Wang Yi began to pay attention to the trial situation in this area. According to the system statistics, 3,517 people have completed the trial, and 476 people are still in the trial. Both data are constantly changing. From time to time, some people complete the trial, while others fail and die. There was another strong wind and lightning outside the Sand World. A new round of Sand World changes was brewing. At 8 p.m., the system prompt sounded on time. This trial has ended. The number of people who passed the trial is 3,845. Congratulations to all the trialists who succeeded in the trial. Now we will start to settle the trial rewards uniformly. Compared with the first time we came to the Sand Sea, the number of people in the 6666th area was only more than 30%. Many trialists were saddened by the death of the rabbit and the grief of the fox. Wang Yi was immune to these condemnations. He did not think he was really wrong. Even if this trial was really because he came early, he was just struggling to survive under the rules of the Sand Sea. Why is the skeleton squad still attacking me when the trial is over? But soon everyone's attention was attracted by other things. The trialists who completed the trial by defense found that the end of the trial did not affect the skeleton squad, and they still had to continue fighting. Is there something wrong today? It's clearly 8:30, and there is no sign of the Sand World moving, and the storm outside the Sand World seems to be getting smaller and smaller. Finally, a trialist with careful observation posted the abnormality he noticed to the regional channel. The trialists all focused their attention on the outside of the Sand World. Indeed, the situation of rolling sand waves and their Sand World swaying everywhere did not appear last time. The trial participants were talking about it, and they all had a bad premonition. There must be something wrong with the ordinary things. It must be a big deal that the basic rules of the Sand Sea have changed. Sure enough, the impatient trial participants didn't have to wait for long before the system prompt sounded again. Warning, due to the secret moves of the undead leaders, under the cover of the elite team, the Fulcrum Plan was successfully implemented, and the rules of the Sand Sea were partially damaged. This change in the Sand Sea has been terminated. Notice, the existence of the undead army has seriously hindered the normal operation of the Sand Sea. Please go and eliminate them to restore the Sand Sea to normal. Notice, the 4th level trial will be opened in advance. The goal is to eliminate the undead army in each area and restore the normal operation of the area. There is no time limit for this trial. The trial is divided into groups by area. The trial participants need to fight the undead army to the death until the undead army is completely eliminated and the area returns to normal. This trial opens a contribution list. Killing undead creatures will earn contribution points. Ordinary undead creatures have 1 contribution point. Elite undead creatures have 100 contribution points, and undead leaders have 10,000 contribution points. If the trial is completed, the top 100 trialists with the highest contribution points will receive generous rewards, and all participating trialists will also receive a gift package. In order to facilitate trialists to attack the undead army, the distribution map of the undead army will be announced at 8 o'clock every morning. The trialist Sand World is temporarily given a jump function, and trialists have 3 opportunities to choose a location to jump every day. A series of notifications from the system caused an uproar among trialists in various regions. They had just completed a trial, and the next trial was launched before they had time to rest. Moreover, it was no longer a single-player trial, but a regional cooperative experiment. Either the undead army in the area was cleared, or the whole army was annihilated. It was extremely cruel. Of course, everyone was also a little happy. The jump function provided by the system made this trial a good opportunity for offline gatherings, where relatives, friends, and alliances could reunite. Wang Yi was also looking forward to the opening of the jump function tomorrow. I didn't expect to meet Xiao Momo so soon. I don't know if what she said before counts. But just when Wang Yi was about to tease Su Xiaomo, a system prompt fell like a bolt from the blue. Because the trialist Wang Yi in this area killed the undead commander, the undead army was extremely angry with him, and sent a large number of soldiers to attack Area 6666. The undead commander was afraid of the method used by the trialist Wang Yi to kill the skeleton general, and united to cast a barrier spell on the sand world of the trialist Wang Yi. Death Sky Curtain. Death Sky Curtain, a powerful sealing spell in the undead world. The caster sacrifices a large number of undead souls to seal the target into the death space. Undead creatures will continue to be born in the death space to attack the target until the target dies or the caster dies, and the death space will not be closed. As the system prompt sounded, the sand sea outside Wang Yi's sand world, which had begun to calm down, suddenly disappeared. The endless, yellow sand was replaced by white bones. It was quiet, desolate, and lifeless. From time to time, green ghost fires rose in the forest of bones. The sky was entangled with death, day and night. This was a world of death. The rune lines condensed by death quickly traveled throughout the death space, forming a mysterious formation outside Wang Yi's sand world. The Netherworld Extradition Formation. Sacrifice a large number of sacrifices to the Netherworld, communicate with the Netherworld, call the residual souls to return to the world, and combine the bones in the burial ground to continuously revive the skeletons. This formation has been integrated with the space. Only by destroying this space can the operation of the formation be terminated. Description: Revenge may be late, but it will never be absent. I said. Dog system. I feel like you are mocking me. Do you dare to come out and fight? Please explore on your own. But at this moment, Wang Yi no longer had time to argue with the system. As the formation was fully constructed, the death light swept across the entire death space, and the entire ground of the originally peaceful burial ground was shaking. Chi chi chi. Bone hands reached out from the ground, pulling the broken bones out of the ground formed by bone powder. The soul fire in the hollow eye sockets of these newly crawled skeletons was dim, and the bones were rotten, but as the dead light in the dead space washed over them, the soul fire quickly became strong, and the scarlet soul fire overflowed from the eye sockets, staring at Wang Yi's sand world. As if waiting for a certain signal, these skeletons, whose bones were already crystal white, roared silently and rushed towards Wang Yi's sand world. Wang Yi is such a disaster. He caused us to start the trial ahead of schedule last time, and this time the difficulty of the trial in our area has been increased. Don't let me meet that kid Wang Yi in the future, otherwise he will be in trouble. That's right, how could our area get such a disaster? Wang Yi, don't you dare come out and give an explanation? He probably doesn't have a chance to come out and explain. Didn't he hear the previous system prompt? Now he has been thrown into the death space, and countless skeletons are entertaining him. Haha, I almost forgot that he was retaliated by the undead commanders. The death curtain can only be lifted after his death or the death of the caster. Doesn't it mean that the fate of Wang Yi is in our hands? Great. How does it feel to have your life and death controlled by others? Wang Yi is still alive. Come out and say a word. Tell me how you feel at the moment. Wang Yi had no time to pay attention to the slander of some trial takers. At this moment, he was standing on a high place in the castle, watching the pale waves of skeletons coming towards his sand world from all directions. The sand world's protective shield shattered as usual at the slightest touch. The skeletons swarmed into the sand world. The skeletons in the front row were swallowed by the quicksand belt, while the skeletons in the back row continued to move forward by stepping on the bones in the front row that had not yet completely sunk. Soon, they filled the 5-meter-wide quicksand belt and continued to rush towards Wang Yi's castle. Wolf Warrior. I don't think it's necessary for everyone to be so harsh on Wang Yi. Alliance leader Wolf Warrior, why bother defending such a person? Don't tarnish your good reputation. Wolf Warrior. I'm just being realistic. I know that many people have lost their loved ones and feel bad. I've experienced this feeling myself, but this is not a reason to vent your anger on others. Looking at Wang Yi's killing of the undead leader, he did nothing wrong. Don't you think everyone would resist when a knife is on their neck? The last trial was because he moved it up, and many people didn't pass the trial. But think about it. Even if it wasn't moved up, could these people really pass the trial? Throughout the entire trial, the elite squad that attacked us fluctuated in real time based on our current level. Even if we were given a few more days and we were promoted to a higher level, what we would face during the trial would only be a more advanced elite undead squad. If we can't win, we can't win. Some people may say that normal trials will not have such a long trial period, and many people can persist until the end of the trial. But the facts tell us that even if we survive until the end of the trial, we still cannot change the situation. Some people may use these dead trialists to get a great improvement in the next few days. I don't doubt this possibility. I can only say that they are unlucky. And it seems that our area has been reinforced, but in fact, the enemies in our area are the weakest. One of the 5 inherent undead commanders in each area has been eliminated by Wang Yi in advance. And I don't know how many skeleton soldiers sent to support were spent on the ceremony of sealing Wang Yi. This is the advantage that Wang Yi has created for us. We should seize this advantage and expand it at this moment, and end the trial as soon as possible, instead of putting aside the trial that concerns our life and death, and arguing here about some facts that have already happened and cannot be changed. Everyone can see the reward Wang Yi received for the first kill of the undead commander. If our area can complete the trial first, I believe the system will definitely give generous gifts. As if to respond to the speech of the Wolf Warrior, the system cooperated with the formula for the reward of this trial. Trial Rewards Announcement. The first place in this trial contribution ranking will receive 5 honor boxes, the second place will receive 3 honor boxes, the third place will receive 2 honor boxes, the 4th to 10th place will receive 1 honor box, and the top 10 will unlock the honor system. Please explore the specific functions by yourself. The 11th to 50th place in this trial will receive 1 flanker box. The 51st to 100th place will receive 1 side guard box, and each participant in the trial will receive 1 courage box after the trial. The honor box has a high probability of opening the blueprints of each part of the 6th to 10th level honor set, and the honor set is a good quality armor set. The side guard box has a high probability of opening the blueprints of each part of the 6th to 10th level side guard set, and the side guard set is an excellent quality armor set. The side guard box has a high probability of opening the blueprints of each part of the 6th to 10th level side guard set, and the side guard set is an ordinary quality armor set. The courage box has a low probability of opening the blueprints of each part of the 1 to 5th level courage set, and the courage set is an ordinary quality armor set. Notice, the first area to complete the trial will receive double rewards. The trialist who makes the most contribution in the area will be notified on the World Channel and receive a Pioneer Treasure Chest reward. The Pioneer Treasure Chest has a high probability of opening drawings of various parts of the 6 to 10 level Pioneer set. The Pioneer set is a rare quality jewelry set. Done. The leader of the Wolf Warrior is right. Let him go. I will prepare now. After the location of the Undead Legion is released tomorrow, I will jump over and attack. Count me in. How can I be left out? Did Wolf Warrior's words really change the trialists' hatred for Wang Yi? In fact, they did not. They were just dazzled by the rewards given by the system and went crazy for it. As for Wang Yi's life and death, how many people cared? Before they eliminated the Undead Legion, Wang Yi would always be under constant siege. If he could still survive like this, it would only be considered that he was not destined to die. Kill. After telling Su Xiaomo that he could hold on and that he must not make a fool of himself in the trial, Wang Yi ended this brief exchange and rushed to the skeleton soldiers who rushed to the castle gate with the general's command knife. Iron Guard. When Wang Yi swung the first knife at the skeleton soldiers, the special effect of the 4-piece set of glory was triggered, and 2 iron guards with black iron armor, who were level 7 like Wang Yi, appeared on both sides of him. Glory! As 2 mechanical, dull sounds rang out at the same time, most of the skeleton soldiers attacking Wang Yi attacked the 2 iron guards holding shields. Wang Yi found that the Glory Iron Guards also mastered the universal special effect of the Glory set, and now they were taunting the skeleton soldiers. With the protection of 2 meat shields, Wang Yi's output became more unscrupulous, and the skeleton soldiers were chopped and disintegrated into ashes. With more actual combat experience, Wang Yi's mastery of the bone knife technique became more and more profound. At this time, the contribution value list of the 6666th area has been opened. Most of the people on the list are still fighting with the last trial team. At a certain moment, Wang Yi's name suddenly appeared on it, and then quickly occupied the top of the list, and then rode away, leaving the second place far behind. The changes in the list silently showed Wang Yi's existence, but many trialists shook their heads. On the surface, Wang Yi was in the leading position, but the surge in this short period of time just happened to show the cruelty of Wang Yi's current situation. How long can he hold on? At this time, the sky in the Sand Sea was bright, and the trialists' panels all had a distribution map of the current location of the Undead Legion. But the map was not what they imagined, with terrain, markings, and coordinates. It was just a piece of white paper dotted with countless red dots. In the absence of a reference target, the trialists wanted to gather at a loss. They could only find a red dot and jump over it. Some encountered wandering low-level skeletons, some were directly transmitted to the enemy camp, and some saw the undead commander, but lost contact before they could send back specific information. "Oh my god, this is so exciting!" I just teleported to a skeleton camp, activated the lurk skill and sneaked in, set off a big firecracker inside, and then jumped away without looking back. Guess what? I went from level 5 to level 6, and my contribution value increased by nearly 1,000 points. I am currently second only to Wang Yi. 666 above. I'm asking where the lurk skill came from. Do you sell firecrackers? I want to set one off too. By the way, is Wang Yi made of iron? He's still killing people all night long. I admire him a little. The guy who can kill the undead commander is really not in vain. No matter what purpose people pay attention to the contribution value list, they are all surprised at Wang Yi's continued growth in contribution value. At this moment, Wang Yi is standing at the gate of the castle with his eyes half closed. Skeleton soldiers approached from time to time, but they were all killed by his sword or scared away by the majestic special effects. Even when killing the enemy, Wang Yi still didn't open his eyes, and it was obvious that he was in a special state at the moment. Wang Yi was surrounded by the snake Changwei who had been guarding him. Seeing that the skeleton soldiers could not hurt Wang Yi, he happily looked for scattered stones in the ashes to eat. These were the soul stone fragments left behind after the skeleton soldiers disintegrated into ashes. In the distance, a large number of skeletons were besieging a row of iron guards. These iron guards were no longer the same as the ones at the beginning. In fact, Wang Yi was not as difficult as the outside testers guessed. The glory suit was simply a cannon fodder mower. As the killings increased, Wang Yi recruited more and more iron guards. Although there were losses, they were always in positive growth. In the early morning, the scale had been formed. Even if Wang Yi did not take action and only kept summoning iron guards, he could maintain a dynamic balance. If he had not comprehended the withered bone sword technique at a critical moment, he would have prepared some melon seeds and fruits to sleep in the rocking chair. Boom, boom, boom. A series of heavy stomping sounds rang out, and a tall, thick-boned barbarian bull skeleton rushed towards the Iron Guard defense line. Even though the leading Iron Guard raised his shield in time, he was still knocked high and thrown out. A large number of skeleton soldiers followed the gap torn by the barbarian bull skeleton and surrounded and beat the Iron Guards who had defensive loopholes. By the time the chaotic Iron Guards reorganized their formation and defense, several Iron Guards had already turned into iron slag forever. This barbarian bull skeleton was the elite nurtured by the undead space, an elite skeleton of up to level 8. As the death aura infects it for a longer time, more and more elite skeletons are resurrected. Kill! Just at this moment, Wang Yi completed his realization and opened his eyes. Seeing the barbarian bull skeleton being violent, he immediately raised his knife and killed it. Before the sound of the sound fell, Wang Yi had already arrived in front of the barbarian bull skeleton. The general's command knife was inserted in the middle of the barbarian bull skeleton's head. The overflowing soul fire quickly subsided, and the barbarian bull skeleton turned into ashes and fell. Chang Wei was quick-eyed and fast-moving, and the soul crystal fragments were swallowed by him before they fell to the ground. You killed a level 8 elite skeleton and gained 100 experience. The current experience is 560,700. What Wang Yi used just now was the first sword move he learned from the dry bone sword art, Instant Slash. Instant Slash, instantly rush to the enemy and kill. Description: from static to dynamic, it is a move that tests the user's physical fitness. This move is very physically demanding. After Wang Yi's sword, his muscles began to ache, and the negative effect was very large. He also cooperated with the Iron Guards to kill a lot of skeleton soldiers. After pulling the number of Iron Guards to the safety line, Wang Yi really moved out the recliner and stood at the gate of the castle. Leisurely chewing fruits and making delicious barbecue, rolled-up vegetables produced in Su Xiaomo's sandfield, Wang Yi enjoyed this nutritionally balanced meal. However, Chang Wei, who was usually obsessed with barbecue, had no interest in barbecue at this time. He sneaked behind the Iron Guards and devoured the soulstone fragments that neither side cared about. In this battle, Chang Wei, who didn't fight much, may become the biggest winner, because although Wang Yi kills happily, there are few skeletons above level 5. Most of them are cannon fodder of level 2 or 3. No matter how many he kills, Wang Yi will not get any experience. Moreover, this is not the Sea of Sand. The system does not recognize these skeletons that have not invaded the Sea of Sand, so it is impossible to complete the bounty task and get points by killing these skeletons. And these skeletons are quick-made products produced by the formation. After being killed, the dead air in the body dissipates, and even the previously decayed bones cannot be maintained. Only the ashes fall, which Wang Yi naturally cannot decompose. The only stable output is probably the contribution value in the soul crystal fragments, formed by the fusion of the netherworld residual, soul. Chang Wei doesn't know how much he has eaten from last night to now. On the contribution value list, Wang Yi ranks first with a high contribution value of 6,248. The next one is the man who sets off firecrackers. It is currently 1589. It seems that he has found an opportunity to set off another firecracker at this time. After that, it is a bit shabby. Except for a few people whose contribution values have just exceeded 100, the others are in the dozens, and there are even single digits at the end of the list. Of course, this is related to the fact that many people have not yet made an effort. From time to time, some people are on the list and some are off the list. By tonight, the list should gradually stabilize. Are you under a lot of pressure? I see you've been fighting since last night. It's quite easy now. Most of the resurrected skeletons in the dead space are low-level cannon fodder skeletons without even a weapon. You know the special effects of the glory suit. It's very good at dealing with low-level monsters. Now I don't have to do anything. The Iron Guards are doing it for me. Time is on my side. As long as no one kills the undead commander in a short time, the first place in the contribution value of this area in this trial will be stable. I want it. If I had the Iron Guards as a meat shield, I would dare to directly attack the Undead Legion. I can compete for the first place in this trial. Indeed, your burst and group attack capabilities are stronger than mine, but your melee defense is a little weak. If you have the Iron Guard suit, you can summon a large number of Iron Guards to protect yourself in a short time, and you can output more unscrupulously. What a pity. I'm going to fight. I have to get into the top 10 this time. The glory equipment is waving to me. Be careful, play it safe, run away if you can't win, don't be reluctant to use props when you are in danger, be cautious when attacking, don't get ripped off by the skeletons. Vulgar, long-winded. The child has grown up and has his own ideas. It's hard to bring him up. By the way, Xiaomo, I haven't asked you how old you are. Don't ask, just ask 18. Okay. Forever 18-year-old girl, come on. The endless skeletons kept the Iron Guards in a state of combat and would not leave the battle. Seeing that the Iron Guards could still hold on for a long time, Wang Yi and Chang Wei explained that if there was any situation, they would call him, and then he went to the cave maze to rest. As for why he didn't go back to the castle, as the biggest target of hatred in this world, if he dared to go back to the castle, countless skeletons would follow him to destroy the house. It was not easy to develop to this scale, and Wang Yi didn't want to win the battle but lose his home. As soon as he entered the maze, there was a humming sound. The sand slugs in the two oases had been transferred by Wang Yi to the maze, because in order to ensure that the oases were not destroyed, Wang Yi had completely sealed the two oases with stones, and the sand slugs were naturally not suitable to live in them. After Wang Yi rested, even though the iron guards were much higher than the skeleton cannon fodder, they were slowly worn out. The iron guards without new blood were gradually declining. When Wang Yi took a break, it was the time for other trialists to shine. Many trialists who had made the jump had already completed their deployment. Some attacked the scattered skeleton soldiers in the Sand Sea, some ambushed small patrol teams, some lured a large number of skeletons back to the Sand World to kill them using the geographical advantage, and some found an opportunity to sneak into the undead camp to do something big. It was not just the trialist in the morning who had big guns. Many trialists who knew the dynamics of the undead camp would go over and make a ruthless move when they saw the opportunity. The undead army in the Sand Sea suffered a heavy blow. Trialists were everywhere, and thousands of skeleton soldiers were killed, becoming the contribution of the trialists. But the undead army was not just about taking a beating without fighting back. Many large-scale legions began to encircle and suppress the trialists running around in the Sand Sea. Although jumps are good, there is a limit on the number of jumps per day. Many trialists who have used up their jumps were surrounded in the Sand World and drowned in the vast number of skeleton soldiers. Some trialists still had the chance to jump, but they still couldn't escape the fate of destruction because a bone monster with the space lock skill appeared and blocked the trialists' ability to jump. In this way, the two sides chased each other in the endless sea of sand, constantly destroying each other's living forces. Su Xiaomo was quite depressed at the moment. She was sitting on Xueshu's back chasing the fleeing skeletons. She had bad luck today. She jumped twice in a row and landed on the scattered soldiers. She got little harvest, and now she didn't even make the ranking list. The third time, she finally met a decent team. Unexpectedly, the commander of the opposite side started to run away after killing a few skeleton soldiers. Have you ever seen a skeleton that can run away? Anyway, it was my first time, and it was the bone monster that was always the most stubborn and exploded at any time. It's true that strange things happen every year, but there were more today. After a period of feeding, Xueshu is now almost level 4. She is no longer the palm-sized crystal spider. Her millstone-sized body is carried away by 8 slender spider legs. The short legs of the bone monster naturally cannot outrun the long legs, and it was soon pulled to a certain distance. Su Xiaomo, sitting on Xueshu's back, activated the destruction shooting skill and began to charge. At the moment she finished charging, the bone monster running in front suddenly froze and was hit in the head by a strong acid arrow shot from behind, corroding half of its head. You killed a level 7 elite bone monster and gained 100 experience points. The current experience is 500-600. Wow, I finally killed this rat that can only run, Xueshu. You cooperated really well. There was a reason why the bone monster was instantly stiff when Su Xiaomo launched the destruction shooting. It was the effect of Xueshu's petrification gaze skill. As Xueshu grew up, she also began to comprehend some skills. In addition to the petrification gaze that could not petrify the target and at most made it stiff, Xueshu also mastered the seemingly useless water walking and the key skill of weaving a net. Web making is Xueshu's core skill at present. She can make a web to hunt, or she can directly spray it out to bind the opponent. However, Su Xiaomo, the unscrupulous master, has played a new trick. After Xueshu mastered the web making, Su Xiaomo happily showed her how to do it. The first thing she thought about was not how to use this spider silk with excellent toughness and elasticity to attack the enemy. Instead, she wondered whether this obviously high-quality raw silk could be used to make clothes. Then, under the deliberate guidance of the unscrupulous master, Xueshu mastered strange knowledge and played a new trick with the web-making skill. The new sets of silk clothes in Su Xiaomo's wardrobe are proof of the progress of the Weaver Shueishu. She really has grown crooked. You decompose the remains of the Bone Demon and obtain the Space Lock skill book. Space Lock. Launch the space chain to lock the space, making the teleportation ability in a certain area invalid. Special profession to learn. Description. You can never escape. You can't escape. Oh, I didn't expect to catch a big fish. No wonder it's so good at running. Su Xiaomo also learned a little about this special bone monster through the forum. It is definitely a rare species in the Undead Legion. Most of the casualties of the current trial participants are caused by them. Su Xiaomo also guessed that the culprit who locked Wang Yi in the Death Sky Curtain was this kind of bone monster, or a stronger evolution. And will the big fish be more valuable? Su Xiaomo took a look at her contribution and directly added 500 points instead of the ordinary elite's 100 points, which directly put her in the top of the ranking. Sure enough, the value of big fish is different. Su Xiaomo's eyes were bright, hoping to encounter more of this kind of big fish. After waking up, Wang Yi was in good spirits. He took a look at the system time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Seemed that the Iron Guards were really strong. They had lasted for 6 or 7 hours without being overwhelmed. Leaving the cave maze and returning to the battlefield, Peepee Snake Changwei was still full of energy, but the Iron Guards were not in good condition. The remaining 10 or so were compressed near the castle gate, with mottled scratches all over their armor. At this time, the fall of each Iron Guard would double the pressure on the other Iron Guards. Wang Yi estimated that it would not take long for the defense line to collapse. But now that he woke up, everything was different. He waved his hand to summon 2 new Iron Guards, and Wang Yi also rushed into the battlefield with his sword. The already chaotic battlefield became even more chaotic with the joining of Wang Yi. From time to time, skeleton soldiers who were frightened by the majestic special effects of Wang Yi's glory suit retreated from the front line, ran around in the opposite direction, and were pushed and crushed by the latecomers. On average, Wang Yi would raise his hand once every half a minute of killing to summon 2 new Iron Guards. The old Iron Guards were constantly falling, and the new Iron Guards began to take over the battlefield. The Iron Guard summoning limit has been reached. I don't know how long the battle lasted, and a system prompt woke Wang Yi from the killing state, but this time he raised his hand but did not summon a new Iron Guard. Seeing that there were 100 Iron Guards on the battlefield, pushing the front line to dozens of meters away, Wang Yi suddenly felt that it was normal to have an upper limit. Otherwise, it would be really against the will of heaven. Wang Yi, whose muscles were sore all over, retreated from the front line again, lying on a rocking chair, drinking juice, and watching the battle on the front line. Seeing that the battle was stable, the 3 little snakes, including Chang Wen, also came out to breathe, looking at Wang Yi eagerly. Wang Yi then remembered that he had not fed them for a long time. It was all because Chang Wei had been eating soul crystal fragments outside, not hungry at all, and not eating meat, which made Wang Yi mistakenly think that the sand snakes were full. Wang Yi fed them fresh meat apologetically, and in order to make up for his mistake, he gave them a large piece of ordinary quality wild boar meat. Chang Wen and the others ate dinner happily and ate it voraciously, but they were not happy for long. The 3 snakes who were savoring tonight's dinner were noticed by Chang Wei and then drafted. "Brother, is it easy for us?" They were so hungry that they finally came out to breathe and asked their owners to feed them. Chang Wei didn't care. Commander Wen and the others helped him lick the bag with tears. He also sat cross-legged and waited for the soul crystal to be delivered to his door. He only asked Wang Yi to prepare a recliner for him. So a funny scene appeared on the cruel battlefield. 3 small snakes, several meters long, dragged animal leather bags across the battlefield, picking up the slightly shining soul crystal fragments in the ashes from time to time and throwing them into the leather bags behind them. Then, like worker ants, they tirelessly transported the harvest back to the big snakes entrenched behind to enjoy. Chang Wei is really a big snake now. He was only more than 6 meters long and began to grow wildly after entering the death space. Now he is more than 10 meters tall, and his snake body is as thick as a bucket. Wang Yi naturally noticed the changes in Chang Wei, but it seemed that it was just that. He was still an elite, his level did not change, his skills were not increased, and he had no talent. He really didn't grow anything except for growth. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it had been more than a day since the start of the new round of trials. Most of the trial participants had taken action during the day. The contribution list stabilized in the evening. Wang Yi topped the list with a total contribution of more than 6,000, while Su Xiaomo ranked in the middle with a contribution of more than 500. There were many unknown trialists on the list, including the trialist Didala, who set off firecrackers in secret. His goal was to have a heartbeat, and his art was to have an explosion. His contribution value was already more than 3,000, ranking behind Wang Yi. In addition to Didala, there were many people at the top of the list who had contributed more than 1,000. They were previously unknown, but their lack of fame did not mean that they were weak. They just disdained to be treated like monkeys. However, attracted by the system's luxurious rewards, they all took action and no longer hid their glory. Once an expert made a move, he would know whether he had any. The incentive competition on the contribution list made the leaders of the well-known organizations hold their breath, ready to make a concerted effort to widen the gap with others. They could not lose their reputation in vain. Who else could be the first? What? Do you want to ask Wang Yi, who is now the first, if he agrees? There is no need. In the eyes of almost everyone, Wang Yi, who is now at the top of the list, is like a bubble rising into the sky. Sooner or later, it will burst, and he has been excluded from the scope of competitors. Sure enough, from the late night of the 15th to the morning of the 16th, Wang Yi's contribution value began to grow tired, and it was not until 10 o'clock in the morning that it barely broke 10,000. Everyone felt that Wang Yi was already exhausted, like a grasshopper in autumn, unable to jump. In fact, Wang Yi was really tired at this moment. The scene of 100 guards coming out together and being invincible changed in the second half of the night. He was resting in the maze and was awakened by Chang Wei. Wang Yi, who was sleepy, was quite puzzled. Obviously, 100 iron guards could hold on for 6 or 7 hours during the day, but why did 100 guards go out for 3 or 4 hours at night? And they were in danger. As soon as he walked out of the maze, explosions one after another. There were still many guards, but they were completely suppressed, and the defense line could be broken at any time. No wonder Chang Wei wanted to wake him up. Wang Yi observed from behind and gradually understood why the situation collapsed so quickly. In addition to the continuous precipitation and infection of death energy, more skeleton elites were born, and another new type of skeleton soldiers were the culprit. Self-destructing skeleton level 3 skills. Self-destructing. Talent, none. Description: skeleton bomb-like attack. Just ask if you are afraid. It is obviously only a level 3 ordinary skeleton, but it poses a threat to the level 7 armored heavy guards. Under the cover of a large number of skeleton soldiers, there are continuous self-destructing skeletons close to the iron guards and explode, making these heavy guards have to tremble. The disturbance of the self-destructing skeletons made it impossible for the iron guards to perfectly cooperate in defense. The leaky defense line made the average combat time of the iron guards drop sharply. Coupled with the targeted killing of those elite skeletons, the iron guards are dying at a terrible speed. A self-destructing skeleton rushed over and exploded in the distance. Wang Yi frowned but couldn't think of any good way to defeat the enemy. Summoning 2 new iron guards with a wave of his hand, Wang Yi joined the battlefield again to provide long-range support for the iron guards, specifically picking up the self-destructing skeletons to kill, and occasionally rushing up to kill the elite skeletons. Every death of a self-destructing skeleton can take away a lot of skeleton soldiers, and at the same time take away a lot of contribution points. So Wang Yi's contribution in the second half of the night increased very slowly. But this situation was reversed after dawn. After Wang Yi killed for a while, he found that in addition to the iron-armored heavy guards at the beginning, a new type of iron guards would occasionally appear, the arrow guards. With the addition of long-range strikes, It was difficult for the self-destructing skeletons to approach a certain range of the iron-armored heavy guards, and the defense lines slowly stabilized. When these arrow guards equipped with unlimited bows and arrows reached the overall third level of the iron guards, Wang Yi found that he could slack off again. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. The devil is 1 foot high, and the way is 10 feet higher. Seeing that Wang Yi's contribution value growth has stabilized again, Su Xiaomo, who was originally preparing to ask about the situation, also gave up the idea. Killing the undead commander and releasing Wang Yi as soon as possible is the greatest support for him. Today she finally received the crystal shoes made by Wang Yi for her. It was rare that Wang Yi could still remember them in the fierce battle. Crystal shoes, excellent level 10. Defense 50%, additions 10%, movement speed 5%, elegance. Description: a pair of exquisite dancing shoes. After putting on the beautiful new shoes, Su Xiaomo changed into the long skirt knitted by Shui Shu for her and turned around happily for a few circles. Then she reluctantly took off the folded long skirt and changed into military uniform to set off. Her luck was not bad today. She did not encounter the lost stragglers in the Sand Sea like yesterday. 2 of them were skeleton patrols, but they were led by only a few senior knights, and the harvest was average. Another time, she was teleported to a small-scale undead camp. Su Xiaomo fully demonstrated the guerrilla spirit of, when the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I attack, divide and annihilate, and wiped out the camp with hundreds of skeletons. But the contribution value of the harvest was almost the same as yesterday. It is true that it is still difficult to catch big fish. Fortunately, there were other harvests that slightly compensated her injured heart. In the next 3 days, the Trialists and the undead army continued to fight to the death, and the contribution value list became more and more stable. Except for the occasional burst of people on the list, sometimes the big guys on the list fell like a meteor, causing large-scale changes in the rankings. No one on the contribution value list had a contribution of less than 1,000, which is equivalent to 1,000 ordinary skeletons. It can be seen that the killing in recent days has been very heavy. But such a great achievement does not mean that the Trialists have not paid a price. In just a few days, there are only 3,376 people left in the 666th area, and hundreds of people have died. As the battle progresses, the possibility of encountering a large army of skeletons has greatly increased, and the number of casualties will continue to increase. Wang Yi has been relatively stable these days. With the combination of close and long range, attack and defense, his contribution value has quietly entered the ranks of 20,000, while the second place is less than 10,000, which has opened up a gap of an undead commander. The Trialists have become accustomed to Wang Yi's firmness. They no longer care about his life or death, and they have no time to care. They may face the encirclement and suppression of the undead army at any time, which is very stressful. Wang Yi's easy life was ended again on the 19th, because the dead space played tricks and gave birth to a new kind of undead creature. Ghost level 4 skills. Parasitic talent, none description. The higher the Tao, the higher the devil. This kind of ghost is naturally immune to physical attacks, so neither the Iron Guards nor Wang Yi can kill it. They originally have no attack power, but they have a tricky skill. The parasitic skill is useless to a creature with a strong soul like Wang Yi, or even a creature with a soul like Chang Wen, but the Iron Guards are all puppets and have no soul. If it weren't for the huge level difference, the Iron Guards have a certain strength of the control core, and the ghosts are really too rubbish. I'm afraid that one parasite will be accurate. But even if the success rate is not high, there are too many ghosts. In the absence of natural enemies, the ghosts gather around each Iron Guard, constantly parasitizing, and there is always a successful one. So Wang Yi's Iron Guards turned against him from time to time, and he had to punish these controlled Iron Guards personally. The large number of ghosts marked the end of Wang Yi's leisurely time. The days of playing for a while and slacking off for a long time are gone forever. The special effects of the honor suit are not as powerful as last time, giving birth to the Iron Guard, who can deal with the ghosts, But it is understandable. After all, the ghosts appear to target the puppet bodies of the Iron Guards. No matter how they change, they are still puppets unless they can summon living spirits. The occasional rebellion of the Iron Guards has seriously reduced Wang Yi's killing efficiency. Many trialists who pay attention to the contribution list have also discovered this change, but they are no longer surprised. Who knows if Wang Yi, this animal, is doing it on purpose? He looks bad now, and he looks like he's taken drugs later. Of course, today is not all bad things. After Xu Xiaomo completed the last piece of armor belt, she helped him forge a new bow. White Bone Sorrow level 9, attack 100%, addition attack 10%, attack speed 5%, description. A pretty good longbow. Although it is not as abnormal as Xu Xiaomo's, it is still good as a secondary weapon, just replacing the weak output of the Snake Fetus bow. I spent some points to exchange for upgrade stones to upgrade the Bone of Death to the maximum level, and it came in handy immediately, shooting a level 7 skeleton elite that rushed over. You killed a level 7 skeleton elite and gained 50 experience points. Your current experience value is full. Congratulations on reaching level 8. With this elite, Wang Yi finally collected enough experience points to reach level 8, and widened the gap with Xu Xiaomo, who had already reached level 7 in the past 2 days. The Iron Guards on the battlefield did not upgrade their levels because of their own level upgrades. They were still level 7, but the newly summoned Iron Guards were level 8. Wang Yi found that the level 8 Iron Guards had a much stronger resistance to ghost parasitism, which gave Wang Yi a chance to breathe. The equipment sent by Xu Xiaomo made Wang Yi realize that his energy value had not been used for a long time. It had been restored to 95 points and was almost overflowing. After looking at the blueprints in his Tiangong, Wang Yi found that he still had room for improvement. He could create the Noble Hand to replace the level 5 slug gloves on his hands. Although the slug equipment could also be a set, the lack of other parts to activate the set effect greatly reduced its value. Now it was time to eliminate this low-level, low-quality equipment. Noble Hand, excellent level 8. Hand speed, 50% additions. Hand speed 15%, hand speed 10%, hand speed 5%. Special effect 1. Kirin Arm hand speed increases by 100%, lasts for 3 seconds. Special 2. Sage Time. After using Kirin Arm, you will be immune to all negative states, lasting for 3 minutes. A cry from a single person. This equipment is very wrong. Except for the different levels, it is the same as the last time it was made. It is also of excellent quality, with the same additions and special effects. If the last time it was made excellent, it might be because the materials used were good, but this time Wang Yi used ordinary materials, but he still made an excellent Noble Hand. Is there any additional bonus for a bachelor to make this kind of equipment? Wang Yi looked at the equipment description thoughtfully, as if he had gotten some strange knowledge. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. As long as it is useful, Wang Yi will also max it out. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be broken is speed. Young man, can you see my sword swinging movements clearly? With the bonus of extremely high hand speed, Wang Yi almost achieved the special effect of holding a sword and killing the enemy in the past TV shows. You only saw me holding the hilt, but I had already completed a series of actions such as drawing the sword, slashing, and sheathing. The enemy looked intact at the moment, but it was torn into pieces as soon as it moved. In the next 3 days, Wang Yi still couldn't find a way to deal with the ghost, and Xu Xiaomo was powerless. Although the trialists were now many times stronger than when they first arrived at the Sand Sea, they still mainly used physical attacks, and they were really at a loss when they encountered monsters that were immune to physical attacks. The slow growth of Wang Yi's contribution value in the past few days was also taken seriously. Now the daily contribution growth rate is not as fast as many trialists. Many trialists were excited again. Could it be that Wang Yi was really not good this time? Wang Yi did not respond to this. He was indeed a little nervous because of the ghost, and he could not rest well. Every time he squinted for a while, he woke up to see how many more Iron Guards were parasitized and instigated. Quickly kill these black Iron Guards that normal Iron Guards could not recognize. Wang Yi replenished the new Iron Guards and squinted again. Wang Yi has made 2 more noble hands these days. It would be a waste if he didn't use his energy. As expected, they are both of excellent quality, one at level 6 and the other at level 7. Judging from the level alone, it is consistent with Wang Yi's usual luck. It seems that the noble hand is indeed a wonderful piece of equipment. There is an unknown bonus if you make it yourself. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is a good equipment blueprint like the Glory set. Su Xiaomo has also used the extra energy to improve herself these days. She has made 2 excellent quality Red Heart new soldier belts, exchanged 2 excellent quality helmets and arm guards of the same level, and then upgraded them all to the maximum level. In order to produce all kinds of arrows, she also spent a lot of money to break through the Dimension Quiver to level 10. For this, the remaining points and the points recently obtained were basically exhausted, leaving only single digits. The armor, main, and secondary weapons are all level 10, but she is still not satisfied. She tried to use the equipment Recast Stone Excellent to recast the excellent quality Pious Necklace to Excellent. As expected, she failed this time. If she can succeed again, it will be a miracle. Su Xiaomo, who was extremely well equipped, had a good harvest in the past few days. The most classic battle was to kill a level 9 elite in the undead camp with a shadowless arrow in the dark. Unfortunately, there were too many enemies, and Su Xiaomo could only escape after the assassination was successful, and there was no chance to collect the bodies. Such a camp with a large number of skeleton soldiers became a good place for her to brush her contribution. She never ran far every time she escaped, and always wandered around the camp and took a bite when she found an opportunity. This made her recent contribution soar, which has exceeded 5,000. She is currently ranked 16th, which is already very remarkable. Her contribution was obtained by shooting and killing, unlike many people in front who relied on the firecrackers in their hands to set off firecrackers everywhere. But this kind of cheerful squatting and killing monsters is not very useful today, because another large wave of skeleton soldiers joined the camp. Through the Eagle Eye skill, she found many skeleton guards among the newly arrived skeletons. And the appearance of the skeleton guards represents something self-evident. Only important undead creatures need this kind of skeleton soldiers, who are specially born for guarding to accompany them. At present, the only person in the Sand Sea who deserves a large number of guards to follow is the undead commander. Su Xiaomo gritted her teeth and had no intention of retreating. She was ready to make a big move. The situation on Wang Yi's side was getting less and less optimistic. She needed to do something. Su Xiaomo summoned the killer that she had specially prepared after killing the forbidden sky bone monster last time and began to arrange it. Then she attacked the undead camp again as usual. The commander of the camp was not bothered by this slippery little bug. She even replaced several commanders because of her assassination with shadowless arrows. The new undead commander was also a skeleton general. He was furious when he heard the report from the commander of the camp. Soul fire burst out of his eyes. How could this be? His men were bullied to this extent, so he immediately gathered his troops and went out to kill them. This time, Su Xiaomo did not shoot cold arrows like before, killing some skeleton soldiers and then fleeing far away, but turned on the special effect of the noble hand right away and opened fire at full power. The skeleton soldiers who rushed up fell down like wheat being cut, wave after wave. Several guards who came forward to supervise the battle were also specially taken care of by Su Xiaomo. Special arrows were fired at the same time, killing these guards on the front line. Su Xiaomo, who would have fallen into a long period of weakness after the outbreak, unexpectedly found that she had killed many high-level skeleton soldiers and elites during the outbreak, and she was directly upgraded. After reaching level 8, the status was directly restored to full, which surprised Su Xiaomo, who was originally ready to ride on Shueishu to escape. But this kind of accident couldn't be better. She confronted the skeleton general again, and suddenly lost a large number of soldiers. In particular, the death of several guards made the skeleton general cautious. He began to face the female bandit who disturbed the undead camp, but the undead army didn't have much else. But there were a lot of cannon fodder. You can kill them, right? then let you kill them enough." The skeleton general waved his knife, and immediately a large number of skeleton cannon fodders rushed towards Su Xiaomo furiously. Facing the crazy cannon fodder, Su Xiaomo didn't want to waste the output on them, so he rode on Shui Shu and ran away. But the escape route this time was not so smooth. The skeleton general was not the commander of a large camp with only a few weaklings under his command. He had many capable men under his command. At the signal of the skeleton general, several bone monsters immediately stepped forward and pointed at Su Xiaomo's main pet who was running away. Slow Curse. Reduce the target's movement speed by 50% for 1 minute. After a few curses, Shui Shu, who was moving her long legs, immediately crawled like a turtle and was caught up by the skeleton cannon fodder. Su Xiaomo had no choice but to turn on the burst mode again. For a while, the rain of arrows covered the cannon fodder army, and in a short time, the chasing skeletons were cleared. At this time, the second wave of negative skills of the bone monsters were barely released on Su Xiaomo. Weak Curse. Reduce the target's attack by 30% and the attack speed by 20%, which lasts for 5 seconds. But these curses were useless to Su Xiaomo. She was now in the special effect 2 of the Noble Hand, Sage Time, and was immune to these controls. Originally thinking that she was weak, several elites who were about to catch up to compete for the credit were shot and killed by Su Xiaomo, which made the skeleton general even more angry and cautious. He waved his sword again and ordered a large number of skeleton cannon fodder to move forward. At this moment, a bone demon was wandering in the opposite direction among the skeletons. When the ordinary skeleton soldiers saw that it was the noble Forbidden Sky bone demon in the Legion, they immediately avoided it and let it continue to move towards the core of the Legion. When passing by the Bone Demon team, a Bone Demon stopped the Forbidden Sky Bone Demon, and the soul fire fluctuated, conveying the consciousness of helping it. The Forbidden Sky Bone Demon spread his hands at the Cursed Bone Demon, pointed at Su Xiaomo, and then pointed at the sky and waved his hands. The general idea was that I am a Forbidden Sky Bone Demon. I can only do the work of Forbidden Sky, and the opponent has no intention of teleporting and escaping, so I can't help. Although I don't know why this Forbidden Sky Bone Demon didn't communicate with me with mental fluctuations, but the full-level universal sign language of the Forbidden Sky Bone Demon still made it roughly understand its meaning, and ignored it, calling on the Cursed Bone Demon companions to continue attacking Su Xiaomo. "Stop! What do you want to report?" Soul language. When the Forbidden Sky Bone Demon approached the alert range of the skeleton guards, it was immediately stopped by the skeleton guards for questioning. The Forbidden Sky Bone Demon did not answer, and just danced around like before, trying to get away with it. "What does the general want to ask you?" Respected Mr. Bone Demon. Soul language. Seeing that the skeleton guards and the Forbidden Sky Bone Demon were entangled here, the skeleton general sent a guard elite to inquire. The Forbidden Sky Bone Demon still did not answer, and danced around anxiously. "Please answer my question, Mr. Bone Demon, and what is the thing behind you?" Soul language. Seeing that the Forbidden Sky Bone Demon was acting abnormally, the guard elite held the hilt of the knife in his right hand and became alert, and waved his left hand to let the skeleton guards on the left and right go to check. Seeing that he could not get away with it, the Forbidden Sky Bone Demon did not pretend anymore, and rushed directly to the skeleton general. "Stop him, this bone monster is in trouble. Protect the general." Soul language. The guard elite roared, drew his sword and chased the Forbidden Sky Bone monster, and the guards beside the skeleton general moved closer to it. Not long after running, the Forbidden Sky Bone monster was chopped to the ground, but the crisis did not end directly, but just began. The backpack that was chopped by the guard elite flashed red light, and then exploded with a bang, and the hot flames and shock waves swept the whole place. The power of the 2 firebombs exploding at the same time turned the core of the undead army into a lava hell. The skeleton general, the guards, the bone monster team, and many other elite undead creatures were taken away in one wave. You killed the level 8 undead commander skeleton general and gained 250 experience points, 100 bounty points, 10,000 trial contributions, and 1 honor treasure chest. You killed the level 8 elite skeleton guard and gained 50 experience points, 5 bounty points, and 100 trial contributions. You killed a level 7 elite skeleton guard, gaining 25 experience points, 5 bounty points, and 100 trial contributions. You killed a level 8 elite bone monster, gaining 50 experience points, 5 bounty points, and 300 trial contributions. You killed a level 7 skeleton guard, gaining 5 experience points. As the fire thunder was detonated by the Forbidden Sky bone monster, she copied with the magic doll. The system message was directly displayed on the screen. Su Xiaomo, who had just reached level 8, had her experience bar directly reach 728,800 because of this wave of experience packages, and she almost directly reached another level. Warm congratulations to Su Xiaomo, the trialist in this area, for completing the killing of the Undead Commander. Since she was the first trialist to kill the Undead Commander in this trial, the reward for this kill was doubled. Please take this as an example for other trialists. Warm congratulations to Su Xiaomo, the trialist in this area. Su Xiaomo's achievement of killing the Undead Commander was announced 3 times by the system in this area, and the reward for killing the Undead Commander was doubled, plus the Elite Legion buried with the Skeleton General. With the large number of killed skeleton cannon fodder, her trial contribution suddenly exceeded 30,000, surpassing Wang Yi, the mountain that had been weighing on the heads of other trialists since the beginning of the trial, and sat on the throne of the first place in the contribution list. For a time, the trialists in the 66666th area were all trying to find out who Su Xiaomo was and how she killed the Undead Commander in the army alone. At the same time, Su Xiaomo's achievement of ascending to the first place on the list made the trialists who were ambitious to compete for the first place reaffirm their beliefs. As long as they could kill 1 or 2 undead commanders, there was still hope for the first place. The competition for ranking is the business of the big guys. They are planning, and the ordinary trialists are also beaming with joy. With this undead commander, 2 commanders have died in their 66666th area, which has boosted the morale of the trialists who have been struggling to survive in the past few days. At present, the trial progress of their area is in an absolute leading position. The trialists have decided to work harder and become the first area to complete the trial. Wouldn't it be great if the trial reward doubled by then? In order to get better rewards, some trialists who have been keeping a low profile are no longer hiding their shortcomings. They took out their best to compete for rankings, and the contribution list fluctuated violently again. They both killed the Undead Commander and the Skeleton General, but their colleagues had different fates. Wang Yi's killing earned him countless infamy even across the region, while Su Xiaomo was regarded as a hero by the trialists. Praises such as "women are as good as men" are everywhere in the regional forums, and some people even use the Daily World Speech opportunity to promote it on the World Channel. When Wang Yi heard the system prompt, he was shocked. Is Su Xiaomo strong? Very strong, and he is on par with him without the glory suit, but he is far inferior to the Skeleton General, who is accompanied by a large army and guarded by a group of guards. The reason why Wang Yi was able to complete the kill last time was not only due to coincidence and Chang Wei's performance at the critical moment, but also because he met a general who had already divided his troops last time. Facing a lone general, Wang Yi still had to use sneak attacks and the big killer weapons such as the Fire Thunder to plot secretly. It is hard to imagine how Su Xiaomo killed this undead leader. Although he had many questions in his heart, Wang Yi did not disturb Su Xiaomo at this moment. Killing the undead leader does not mean the end of the battle. Facing crazy ordinary skeletons, the danger is still not small. Su Xiaomo was indeed being chased by the skeleton soldiers like a dog at this moment. She was in the Sage Time after the second wave of outbreak. The Sage Time is indeed a magical special effect. It can not only avoid interference from the outside world, but also immunize the physical burden brought by the rapid outbreak. But the Sage's Time is really a lazy fish. Although she is in good condition, she just can't muster the desire to attack. It seems that the destruction of the world at this moment has nothing to do with her. She doesn't want to move at all. Fortunately, Sheishu, the loyal pet, has gotten rid of the curse of the cursed bone demon and took Xu Xiaomo for a walk. As for walking with skeletons, I know it. Shui Shu led the skeleton army that had lost its command to turn left and right, circling back and forth, waiting for the master to rekindle the fighting spirit. After 3 minutes, Xu Xiaomo turned into a Valkyrie again and launched a devastating attack on the skeleton army. After a few seconds, she entered the lazy state again. In this way, Xu Xiaomo repeatedly jumped between Buddha nature and killing. The number of skeleton soldiers chasing Shui Shu became fewer and fewer, and finally reached a critical point at a certain moment. Xu Xiaomo did not explode this time, but used the normal attack mode to name the skeleton soldiers rushing over one by one. Shui Shu breathed a sigh of relief and lay on the ground tired and didn't want to move. Finally, at dusk on the 22nd, the undead camp and the army brought by the skeleton general were destroyed by her and her spider. By the end of the battle, Xu Xiaomo's trial contribution had soared to more than 35,000, widening the gap with Wang Yi, who had just broken through 30,000. But the gains in the second half were really average. In addition to the fixed contribution and bounty points, no experience was gained. There was really no one who could fight. After Xu Xiaomo's battle, the system provided a battle report summary. In this battle, the trialists killed more than 10,000 undead creatures, including 1 undead commander, 30 undead elites, and several other undead creatures. Since the reward for killing the undead commander was doubled, a total of 31,537 trial contributions were obtained. 2,395 bounty points were obtained. The current bounty points are 2,402 points, a total of 2,653 points, and 2 honor treasure chests. It is detected that your accumulated bounty points exceed 300, and the level 3 points mall is opened. It is detected that your accumulated bounty points exceed 600 points. The 4th level points mall is opened. New items are added: Stamina Potion Poor Quality 50 points bottle. New items are added: Treasure Chest Stone Small 300 points piece. Stamina Potion Poor Quality quickly restores 10% of the user's stamina with a daily upper limit of 3 bottles. Frequent and large-scale use may cause sequelae of muscle failure. Treasure Chest Stone Small, a magical stone that can turn an ordinary box into a 10-grid space box. It is detected that your accumulated bounty points exceed 1,000 points. The 5th level points mall is opened. New items are added: Spirit Potion Poor Quality, 100 points bottle. New items are added: Equipment Heart First Order, 1,000 points piece. Spirit Potion Poor Quality instantly restores 10% of the stamina with a daily upper limit of 3 bottles. Frequent and large-scale use may cause side effects of mental exhaustion. Equipment Heart First Order, a key item that converts 0-level equipment into first-level professional equipment, which can only be used by professionals. It is detected that your accumulated bounty points exceed 1,500 points. The 6th level points mall is opened. A new product Perception Enhancement Potion Inferior is added, 200 points bottle. A new product Skill Stone Physical is added, 1,500 points piece month. Perception Enhancement Potion Inferior. After taking it, it will produce a perception enhancement effect that lasts for 7 days, enhancing your own physical perception. Skill Stone Physical. A random physical professional skill book is opened. It is detected that your accumulated bounty points exceed 2,100 points. The 7th level points mall is opened. A new product Mind Clearing Potion Inferior is added, 300 points piece. A new product Skill Stone Magic is added, 2,000 points piece month. Mind Clearing Potion Inferior. After taking it, it will produce a mind-clearing effect that lasts for 7 days, improving meditation efficiency. Skill Stone Magic. A random magic professional skill book is opened. Originally, Xu Xiaomo thought that she could buy, and spend a lot of money after obtaining a large number of bounty points in this wave, but the continuous unlocking of the mall and the new products made her realize that she was still a poor person. Potions that provide endurance, such as physical potions and mental potions, may come in handy at critical moments. Sometimes you just need that little bit. Treasure chest stones are also good. For most trialists, backpacks are not enough, so many items are wasted. Treasure chest stones can add a warehouse for them to solve urgent problems. But for Su Xiaomo, it is the lowest value among the goods unlocked this time. Who asked Wang Yi to generously give her an intermediate space box, and there is also a shared warehouse with a lot of space. The Heart of Equipment Level 1 is the upgrade stone that Wang Yi complained about before, but it is a little different. It can only be used by professionals, so the dream of using equipment across levels is shattered. Before changing jobs, they can only use level 10 equipment at most. Su Xiaomo estimated that the perception enhancement and clarity of mind potions were potions related to her future career. She didn't know their specific effects yet, but the prices marked in the points mall showed that they were not cheap. Both skill stones were good things. Who would dislike having more skills? They were just extremely expensive and limited. Looking at the products unlocked in the points mall, Su Xiaomo had only one thought. I was jealous. I wanted them, but I couldn't afford them. No matter how tempting the products in the points mall were, they were not hers yet, but there were still a lot of spoils waiting for her to pick up on the battlefield. Shui Shu, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, heard Su Xiaomo ask her if she wanted to clean up the battlefield, otherwise she would just decompose the area, and she immediately jumped up in high spirits. The 8 spider legs rushed to the nearest skeleton immediately, and the sharp toes tore the skull apart. When they picked up the soul crystal fragments and fed them into their mouths, the other spider legs were still prying the nuts. Soul crystal fragments are very attractive to pets like Shui Shu, who are in the growth and transformation period. Usually she eats whatever Su Xiaomo produces without any hesitation. Chang Wei is the same. He has not closed his eyes since he came to the death space. He is either eating soul crystal fragments or on the way to find soul crystal fragments. He has never been tired. Of course, no matter how good the soul crystal fragments are, they are not a panacea. They are of little help to ordinary pets. Chang Wen and his friends have been eating 2 soul crystal fragments every day for so long, but there has been no change. In addition to ordinary pets, commander-level pets like Zhu Batian are also not interested in soul crystal fragments. They are dispensable. They eat them if they have them, and don't think about them if they don't have them. Although they can eat more than ordinary pets, they are limited. After eating some, they can't eat anymore. They can't eat soul crystal fragments like a bottomless pit like Chang Wei and Shui Shu. Wang Yi, great Su Xiaomo! Congratulations! Seeing that Su Xiaomo's contribution value has not increased for a long time, Wang Yi estimated that the battle over her side was over, so he sent congratulations. Xiaomo, of course not. I challenged a whole army of undeads. After defeating the skeleton general, Su Xiaomo was in high spirits, but immediately fell down again. Brother Wang Yi, I'm sorry. Am I useless? I have used up all my trump cards by killing an undead commander. When can I release you from the cage? Xiaomo, don't be like this. You have done well enough. If I met a skeleton general with a full army, my first reaction would probably be to flee. I used 2 firebombs to kill a skeleton general with no soldiers. You are much better than me for using 3 firebombs to take down a legion. Who said I used 3 firebombs? I used 2. That's even more amazing. Thumbs up for you. How can it be that easy? I couldn't even get close to the skeleton general with just the firebombs. I had to waste other trump cards to get into the core of the skeleton camp and blow up the skeleton general unexpectedly. Su Xiaomo recounted the story of how she got the magic doll from Bankai, and then had a sudden idea after killing the forbidden sky bone monster. She put the magic doll, which had cooled down and turned back to its original state, into contact with the forbidden sky bone monster, copied a puppet under her control, and then took advantage of the chaos on the battlefield to let the bone monster puppet sneak into the core of the camp and blow up the skeleton general. Xiaomo, how can you hide such a good thing? I have a bold idea and many wonderful plans. No, you don't. It's a pity that such a good treasure is gone. I'm so stupid. I should have let you stay in the cage. I can still stay in the death space. Don't take risks. I don't want to come out and you are gone. Although Su Xiaomo didn't say it, he could roughly guess why there was a firebomb left, It was the glorious bullet she reserved just to fight for the possibility of failure of the plan. I know, bad guys like you are just unlucky and it's not easy to die. I don't care about you. I've also figured it out. The trial is everyone's business. I can't just rely on me. Comrade Su Xiaomo is very conscious. Even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. Those big alliance leaders and presidents are all gearing up to find trouble with the undead commanders. So don't try to steal their limelight. What if? There is no such thing. You have to believe in everyone's will to survive. No one wants to die. I'm not worried about whether everyone can solve the undead commanders, but can you really hold on until then? Sister, you underestimate me, don't you? A man can't say no. I'm much stronger than you think. Bah, a dog can't spit out ivory. You can't kill a cockroach. Your points haven't moved for a long time. Oh my God, how come they all rebelled? Okay, I won't say any more. I'm gonna spend my youth. Wang Yi's side rarely saw a large number of iron guards being turned against at the same time. Under the cover of the black heavy guards, they suppressed their own iron guards. Wang Yi fought for a long time before pulling the situation back, while Shui Shu on the other side had already called out the names of the skulls one by one. Finally, it was Su Xiaomo's turn to play and directly decompose the skeleton. Remains in the battle area in batches. After waiting for more than half an hour, Su Xiaomo, who was a little impatient, finally heard the friendly prompt sound of the system. You decomposed a large number of skeleton remains and obtained crystal bones. Ordinary 134, Elite Bones, Elite 23, Temporary Reins of Skeleton Horse 7, Cursed Staff Excellent, General Command Knife Excellent, Space Stone 3, Undead Legion's Loot Box, Career Guide, General, Career Guide, Cursed Mage, Cursed Staff, Excellent Level 8 Attack 130%, Additions 15% Magic Power, 10% Casting Speed, 5% Hit. Special Effect 1, Slow Curse 3 times Day, Special Effect 2, Weak Curse 1 time Day. Description: it has nothing to do with you except for its special effects and is even worse than a firewood stick in the stove. General's Command Knife Excellent Level 8, Attack 130%, Additions 15%, Attack 10% Sharpness, 5% Morale. Special Effect Fanaticism: wherever the knife points, the army Ate, layer of Fanaticism, is added to the soldiers under your command every hour. Each layer of Fanaticism increases 5% attack and 5% defense, up to 5 layers. Description: an excellent command knife, a must-have for every general. Undead Legion Trophy Chest, a treasure chest containing evidence of the Undead Legion's rampage in the Sea of Sand. Career Guide: General. After level 10, you can transfer to General with this Career Guide. Career Guide? Curse Mage. After reaching level 10, you can change your job to Curse Mage with this Career Guide. As expected by Su Xiaomo, the thing she was looking forward to the most appeared. The Job Change Guide, which is not useful for the time being, was put aside for now. The General's command knife was a replica of Wang Yi's, except for the different level. She had used it before, and it was no longer new. The Cursed Staff was quite interesting. It was the first orthodox magic weapon she had seen so far. It should be related to the death of a large number of cursed bone monsters, but it was an advanced equipment. At this stage, the trialists did not have the ability to guide magic. Some trialists had spell-like skills, but they were not orthodox magic. This good equipment was really as described, and it was useless except for the curse special effect. But these were just accessories. What Su Xiaomo really cared about was the loot box of the Undead Legion. Wang Yi's harvest from opening this kind of treasure box last time made Su Xiaomo envious for a long time. Now she also has her own loot box. Jumping onto Shui Shu's back, Su Xiaomo urged her to run faster, and couldn't wait to return to the Sand Realm to open the box. You opened the Glory Treasure Box and obtained 10 Glory Points. Glory Combat Boots 6 to 10 Blueprint, Glory Gauntlets 6 to 10 Blueprint, Starlight Iron 50, Starlight Copper 50, Moonlight Silk 50, Radiant Crystal 10, and Space Treasure Box Small 1. On the way back, Su Xiaomo couldn't wait to open a Glory Treasure Box to satisfy her craving. The materials required for the Glory Gauntlets and Glory Combat Boots are exactly the same. Both Starlight Iron 10, Starlight Copper 10, Moonlight Silk 10, Radiant Crystal 2, and Glory Points 5. Su Xiaomo made 2 pieces of equipment directly. Glory Combat Boots. Excellent level 9. Defense 100% additions. Movement speed 15%, dodge 10%, deterrence 5%. Special effect 1. Dazzle. A symbol of glory, it is easy to gain the favor of friends, but it will also cause the enemy to double the hatred, which can be turned off. Special effect 2. Hunting, gain 100% movement speed bonus when chasing the enemy. Description: you have no way to escape, except the punishment. The symbol of the glory of the trialists still contains secrets. Except for the different levels, the additional attributes are the same, and it is carved out of the same mold as Wang Yi's glory boots. Glory Gauntlets, excellent level 8. Defense 100%. Additions: attack speed 15%, agility 10%, deterrence 5%. Special effect 1. Dazzle, a symbol of glory. It is easy to gain the favor of friends, but it will also cause the enemy to double the hatred, which can be turned off. Special effect 2. Order, guide your own units to focus fire on the target. Description: archers, get ready, shoot. The symbol of the glory of the trialists still contains secrets. There was no hesitation in changing the combat boots. She put on the beautiful dancing shoes directly and threw the glory equipment into the equipment column. Although the crystal shoes could not add attributes, they were still beautiful and strong enough. But when changing the handguards, she was a little hesitant. Although the noble hand was not a serious equipment, its main attribute, additional attribute, and special effect were extremely powerful. This time, the battle with the undead army depended on this equipment for output. On one side was the violent output, and on the other side was the suit's special effect. Fish, I want it. Bear paw, I also want it. Both of them are naturally wanted. Su Xiaomo planned to wear one of the 2 equipments and put the other in the equipment column. According to the combat situation, she could adjust the effective equipment at any time by loading and unloading the equipment in the equipment column. Su Xiaomo tried it out. Except for distracting some attention, her idea was generally fine. Usually, the glory handguards were installed in the equipment column to provide the suit's special effect. When the outbreak was needed, the glory handguards were removed and the noble hand on the hand was effective. When the noble hand was not needed, the glory handguards were prepared to activate the suit's special effect again. After solving the equipment rotation problem, Su Xiaomo tried to send the glory gauntlet to Wang Yi to see if the 5 pieces of glory equipment had any special effects. Glory equipment needs to be sealed with a sealing stone before it can be sent as a gift. You did not seal it, so this email failed to send. The system is really good. It really sticks to the words. Last time, it said that she did not open glory and could not send it to her. Now that she has glory, it finds another reason not to let her send it to Wang Yi. In short, it has the final say. If it does not allow you to send it, it will not allow you to send it. You open the glory treasure box and obtain 10 glory points. Glory armor 6 to 10 blueprint, glory belt 6 to 10 blueprint, starlight iron 50, starlight copper 50, moonlight silk 50, radiant crystal 10, space treasure box small 1. Open the remaining glory treasure box. The output of the glory treasure box is very fixed, which is 2 blueprints and a batch of glory equipment materials. This time, in addition to the honor armor that overlaps with Wang Yi, she also opened a piece of honor equipment that Wang Yi does not have. It's a pity that the system does not allow mailing, otherwise we can see what effect the 6 pieces of honor equipment have when put together. It is still directly crafted, except for the level 8 honor armor and the level 9 honor belt. Honor belt, excellent level 9, defense 100%, additions 15% physical strength, 10% defense, 5% deterrence. Special effect 1, dazzle, a symbol of glory, easy to gain the favor of friends, but also cause double hatred from enemies, can be turned off. Special effect 2, perseverance after activation, defense increases by 50%, physical recovery increases by 200%, lasts for 3 minutes and cools down for 3 hours. Description: I am an insurmountable wall. The symbol of the glory of the trialer still contains secrets. Without hesitation, Su Xiaomo replaced the excellent level 10 equipment of the same part that she had just equipped not long ago, and also activated the special effect of the honor 4-piece set, Iron Guard. With the Iron Guard special effect, she is more confident. She believes that if she encounters a camp like the undead camp again, she doesn't need to fight in a roundabout way. She dares to block the door and fight hard. After spending 100 points to buy equipment upgrade stones, Su Xiaomo upgraded the 4-piece set of Glory, the General's Command Knife, and the Cursed Staff to level 10. Her equipment is unprecedentedly luxurious. The main weapons are the excellent level Whitebone Sorrow and the Dimensional Quiver. The secondary weapons are the excellent level General's Command Knife, and the auxiliary weapons are the excellent level Cursed Staff. The defense has an excellent level 4-piece set of Glory, excellent level Slug Leather Pants, and a spare excellent level Noble Hand. In terms of weapon defense equipment alone, Wang Yi only has 6 pieces of excellent level, which is not as good as Su Xiaomo's 10 pieces of luxurious equipment. After making 4 pieces of equipment, the honor value has become 0 again, but the honor system has been activated and will not be shut down, so she can still equip the honor set. There are a lot of redundant equipment materials. The materials in the second honor treasure chest have not been touched, and she has stored them in the material warehouse. Back in his own sand world, the weak Jubatian lay in a corner under the city wall, thinking about his pig life. The other active stone-toothed wild boars started to cause trouble again, digging holes of all sizes everywhere in the sand. Fortunately, after being beaten by Su Xiaomo and restrained by Jubatian, the 3 not-so-smart stone-toothed wild boars no longer dared to cause trouble in the fields. Of course, it was also related to the Saxol provided by Wang Yi. The hungry stone-toothed wild boars didn't care about so much. When they saw the green leaves in the fields, they rushed up to eat without thinking. Su Xiaomo's repeated control was ineffective, and they returned to their old ways soon. But since the Saxol was available, the problem has been solved. The nutritious and high-yield Saxol finally filled the stomachs of the 3 stone-toothed wild boars, and their skinny bodies began to have meat. Who would make trouble if they could eat enough? Now the 3 stone-toothed wild boars obey Su Xiaomo, their breadwinner, and this piece of rotten sand is the activity place arranged by Su Xiaomo for them. Ignoring the 3 pigs' enthusiastic greetings, Su Xiaomo opened the loot box of the Undead Legion directly after returning to the Sand Realm. You opened the loot box of the Undead Legion, and you obtained 30,000 wood, 30,000 stone, 1,000 iron, 500 copper, 800 leather, 120 refined iron, 90 red copper, 70 magic pattern cloth, 25 star iron, 15 blue steel, 80 sand caltrop eggs, 200 sand coconut seeds, 200 sand date seeds, 16,000 zero-level sand cores, 6 oasis seeds, 3 ore vein seeds, 7 space gems, and 1 space treasure box super. After hearing the system prompt, Su Xiaomo laughed without caring about her image. Jubatian, who was interrupted from thinking about pig life, looked at his master with disdain and found a secluded place to continue thinking. It was indeed a treasure chest that contained the spoils of an entire army. It was much more luxurious than the treasure chest of the skeleton general Wang Yi had obtained. Start building. Su Xiaomo, who had obtained a large amount of resources, entered the builder mode directly. All the zero-level sand cores were used, and her sand world expanded rapidly until it reached 19,068 square meters. It was nearly 140 meters wide, much larger than a standard 400-meter 8-track sports field. 10 space gems were evenly distributed by her, raising the height of the sand world to 12 meters and expanding it to 10 meters deep to allow the mineral vein seeds to grow better. The previous city wall was a bit shabby after the expansion of the sand world. Fortunately, this city wall was formed by integrating the terrain of the sand world's drawings, and it could be easily moved and modified, unlike the illegal buildings like the stone house she built, which could only be demolished. Since there were enough materials, it was natural to build as luxuriously as possible. After using up all the stones and wood from the undead army and putting up a lot of vines and sand, a majestic city wall with a length and width of 100 meters, a height of 10 meters, a foundation depth of 10 meters, and a wall thickness of more than 2 meters, centered on Su Xiaomo's current residence, stands in the sand world, protecting the fertile fields inside from being infringed. The open space outside the city wall was transformed by her into quicksand, which can engulf the enemies who are slow to attack the city, equivalent to an alternative moat. The rest are oasis seeds and mineral vein seeds, which are good things to enhance the potential of the sand world. An oasis without a scale is easily destroyed, so Wang Yi had to completely seal the oasis with stones after encountering the enemy. Fortunately, the oasis is also a terrain recognized by the sand world and can be transferred. In order to ensure the safe growth of the oasis, Su Xiaomo placed all 7 oasis seeds in the city wall for breeding and moved them out of the city when it was safe in the future. With Wang Yi's training experience, Su Xiaomo did not need to cross the river by feeling the stones and directly integrated the corresponding tree species and sand leopard eggs into the oasis fruit. 7 oases are bred at the same time, and they will mature in a few days, adding space to the sand world, adding green, vitality, and food reserves. The mineral vein seeds are something she has never encountered before. Try to integrate into the sand world, and the mineral vein seeds will immediately escape into the deep underground of the sand world to develop, and she doesn't have to worry about it at all. Of course, worrying about it also means uncontrollable. No one knows what mineral veins this mineral vein seed will generate, but even if it is a stone mine, it is not a loss. Su Xiaomo also integrates the remaining 2 mineral vein seeds into the sand world, allowing them to find a suitable place to develop. After consuming all the soil of the 2 people, the number of fields in Su Xiaomo's sand world has reached 30. The previous 20 fields have produced a lot of vegetables. The wheat planted before today is also mature, and then she is a little confused. She doesn't seem to know how to farm. It's okay to harvest wheat, but how to thresh and grind flour seems to be mentioned in the textbook. By the way, first use tools to thresh the wheat ears, which seems to be possible, and then grind them into flour with a stone mill. Hey, I grind it, but it seems that there is no, forget it. Let's do it this way for now. Su Xiaomo put the wheat harvested in the field aside, deciding whether to give it to Wang Yi to find a solution or sell it directly on the exchange. In short, Su Xiaomo excluded this kind of crop that was not friendly to handle from the planting list, and vegetables and fruits were more worry-free and did not require complicated processing. In the several fields where medicinal herbs are planted, the raw materials for healing potions and energy potions are growing vigorously and will mature in another week. But some of the herbs seem to have arrived a little late. By then, everyone will probably be fully equipped and have more energy than they can use up. Do they still need to buy energy potions? On the other hand, healing potions are easy to sell. As long as there are battles, there will be a market for healing medicine. Su Xiaomo planted some palm trees and date palms in the vacant fields to prepare for the oasis to grow in the future. The oasis after expansion does not have the accelerated effect of growth. It will be too late to plant seeds for daylilies after the oasis grows up. Su Xiaomo plans to cultivate mature trees in advance and transplant them directly when the oasis can accommodate more trees. The 22nd ended in the madness of the trial participants. Inspired by Su Xiaomo's killing of the undead commander, Area 6666 killed several times more skeleton soldiers than before that day. Many undead troops that cleared the trial participants retreated as a result. It was the first day since the battle that they had the upper hand. On the morning of the 23rd, Wang Yi woke up from his drowsiness. This was his normal state. He didn't dare to fall into a deep sleep. He had to wake up every once in a while to check on the iron guards. He opened his tired eyes and saw the snake tongue that had licked his cheek. Chang Wei came over to play with him again. Just as he was about to pat Chang Wei's head with a smile, he was shocked and fell off the rocking chair. "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? How come Chang Wei, who is so big, disappeared?" In front of Wang Yi was a long-horned black snake that he had never seen before. It was only as thick as a calf and more than 5 meters long. It didn't match any of the common sand snakes. And where did Chang Wei go? Wang Yi looked all over the battlefield and couldn't find the pipey snake that was active on the battlefield and secretly swallowed the soul crystal fragments. The iron guards were in good condition, and they pushed the skeleton soldiers out again. It didn't matter that Wang Yi looked carefully. he found that all the ghosts that were densely wrapped around the iron guards were gone. In order to make sure that he was not dreaming and seeing things wrong, Wang Yi pinched his thighs hard and rubbed his eyes. The dark ghosts really disappeared. God have mercy on you. Finally, I can have a good rest for a while. Wang Yi was moved and his eyes were wet. Master, I am Chang Wei. Don't you recognize me? So sad. Seeing that the master was strange, looking around, but ignoring himself on the side, Chang Wei sadly called Wang Yi with spiritual connection. Wang Yi naturally couldn't fully understand what he said, but he could roughly understand the emotions he wanted to express. Through spiritual connection, Wang Yi finally confirmed that the different long-horned snake in front of him was Chang Wei. Chang Wei, it's really you. What's wrong with you? You have shrunk so badly, and you even had a plastic surgery. Wang Yi looked at Chang Wei in front of him and was amazed. After a while, Chang Wei gave him a magic show. Chang Wei used his tail to gently whip Wang Yi, turned his head away and said that he was very angry now. Come and comfort me. Okay, don't be angry. I won't laugh anymore. Let me see how much you have grown, Chang Wei. Wang Yi retracted his teasing smile and hugged the arrogant and angry Chang Wei. Soul-devouring horned snake commander level 8 skills. Crazy bite, death coil, strong acid spray, soul-devouring, soul-destroying thunder, soul slavery. Talent. Command, mutant description. A species that mutated again by the mutant sand snake swallowing a large number of soul crystal fragments and the leader of the mutant world. Soul-devouring. Passively extract the free souls around and devour them. Active release will enhance the soul extraction ability. In addition to free souls, unstable and weak souls have a chance to be extracted and devoured. Soul-destroying thunder. The soul-devouring horned snake uses the horns on its head to launch lightning with a strong annihilation effect on the soul to attack the enemy and has low lethality to souls protected by the body. Soul slavery. If the soul devourer extracts the soul of a living being, the soul devourer horned snake can choose to contract the other party as a slave without devouring the other party's soul. It can be enslaved directly in the soul state, or the enslaved soul can be returned to the body to enslave the flesh. Mutants. Since the soul devourer horned snake has mutated many times, it has a special mutation magnetic field. The probability of biological mutation in this magnetic field increases. It only works on sand snakes and their mutants. Chang Wei, you can help a lot this time. You are really my lucky star. After reading Chang Wei's panel, Wang Yi immediately understood that the dark ghosts on the battlefield were gone. There was a soul-devourer horned snake that specialized in devouring souls. No matter how many ghosts came, they would be useless. Wang Yi also found that Chang Wei not only had a destructive effect on ghosts, but also had a great restraining effect on other skeletons. Under the passiveness of the soul devourer, not only the soul crystal fragments that fell on the ground were extracted and transformed into nutrients by Chang Wei, but also the soul fire in the skull of the skeleton soldiers was slowly extracted by the soul devourer and replaced by soul power threads overflowing from the eye sockets and then thrown into Chang Wei's body and absorbed. Then Wang Yi asked Chang Wei to release the soul devourer. Chang Wei opened his mouth wide at the skeletons, as if an invisible black hole was formed inside, and a huge soul suction force was released from Chang Wei's mouth. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the skeleton soldiers in front of Chang Wei was like beads with broken strings, constantly gathering in Chang Wei's mouth, and some even overflowed and were sucked into Chang Wei's mouth. The skill lasted for a full 3 minutes before it ended. A large number of skeletons were scattered into ashes due to the dissipation of soul fire. Chang Wei's skill directly cleared a large area of skeleton soldiers. After swallowing all the soul fire, Chang Wei burped and said that he couldn't eat more in a short time. When Wang Yi asked him if he could enslave these skeleton souls, Chang Wei shook his head. That skill only worked on living souls, and skeletons could not be enslaved. Wang Yi didn't let Chang Wei show the soul-destroying thunder. Thunder and lightning are extremely harmful to souls. This kind of lightning that specifically targets souls can be known without trying. Using this skill to fight ghosts feels like using a cannon to fight a mosquito. The talent of leadership is a common talent of leader-level creatures. All the leaders Wang Yi has come into contact with and heard of have this talent. The effect is that they have natural leadership over creatures of the same race. Weaker ones will submit to the leader and obey his orders. Chang Wei has now mutated into a soul-eating horned snake. It is unknown whether there are any of his kind, but he mutated step by step from a sand snake, and there are still some traces of sand snakes left, so this talent also works on sand snakes. The talent of mutant is completely a racial talent that belongs only to sand snakes. It has a sense of one person's success, and the whole family will rise to heaven. Chang Wei, a snake, has mutated and become stronger, and now he is back to help the sand snakes and let his people get rid of the reputation of being weak. This is a talent full of uncertainty and infinite possibilities. In the future, the sand snake group under his command may have multiple variants, or even variants that have mutated multiple times. Moreover, Chang Wei himself is also within the scope of the talent, which means that he may mutate again. Chang Wei was full and slept beside Wang Yi, but his influence on the battlefield did not decrease at all. Soul crystal fragments and skeleton soul fire were still being extracted to gather soul power to Chang Wei to nourish his body. Without the disturbance of ghosts, the Iron Guards stood up again. They had been fighting for more than half an hour without any casualties, and they firmly blocked the skeleton army outside the defense line. At first, there were still many ghosts floating towards the battlefield, but once they approached a certain range of Chang Wei, they would be sucked in immediately and then twisted to extract soul power to gather towards Chang Wei. Slowly, no ghosts appeared. Faced with the enemy's items targeting ghosts, the Death Space no longer spent the effort to breed ghosts. But this battle was far from over. No one knew what kind of undead targeting Wang Yi would be bred in the Death Space next time. Maybe there were, maybe not, but they would not appear all at once. Chang Wei's mutation gave Wang Yi precious time to repair. After sharing the good news that Chang Wei had mutated and could deal with ghosts with Su Xiaomo, Wang Yi fell asleep directly in the rocking chair. Chang Wei, who was standing by, noticed that his master had fallen asleep and opened his eyes again. His snake body was tall, standing guard for his master. At this time, Su Xiaomo was fighting with an undead army camp. This camp was far worse than the last camp, so Su Xiaomo rode Shui Shu directly to block the door. After attracting a large number of skeleton soldiers to attack, Su Xiaomo subconsciously prepared to put on the Hand of Nobles to burst out, but suddenly thought that the guards' special effects would be gone after the Hand of Nobles was replaced, and no guards could be summoned after bursting out, which was useless. She was depressed and killed many skeleton soldiers with split arrows. Slowly, more guards accumulated in front of her, so Su Xiaomo sent them to meet the enemy, and she slowly output from behind. The guards' special effects of the Honor Set and the Hand of Nobles cannot coexist, which greatly reduces her combat power. She now urgently needs another Honor Set to form a 4-piece set, but the gas system is targeting her. Even if she exchanges a piece of honor equipment with Wang Yi, it will not weaken Wang Yi, and her combat power can be doubled. In the middle and late stages of the battle, Su Xiaomo was finally able to let the Iron Guards fight the skeleton army on a large scale, while she set up the table and took out some snacks to slack off in the back. After receiving the good news from Wang Yi, Su Xiaomo immediately wrote back to congratulate him, and at the same time, her inner urgency was also relaxed a little. At least Wang Yi would not have any problems in the short term. Her reply was not replied by Wang Yi, but she could understand that after being tortured for a few days in a daze, Wang Yi probably wanted to have a good sleep at this moment, and he would probably have fallen asleep by now. Su Xiaomo did not disturb Wang Yi's rest and continued to read the email carefully. Addition to telling Su Xiaomo that she could deal with the ghost, it also contained the cause and effect of Chang Wei's mutation, as well as Wang Yi's speculation on Chang Wei's mutation, hoping to help Shui Shu, who was in a similar situation to Chang Wei, evolve and grow. Shui Shu, look, Chang Wei has evolved. When can you grow to be a commander? Shui Shu, who was enjoying the food on the side, looked at her master with a puzzled face, her eyes innocent. Who is Chang Wei? Why should I compete with him? I'm still a baby and need time to grow. Su Xiaomo ignored Shui Shu's protest and continued to talk. Shui Shu, you like to eat soul crystal fragments just like Chang Wei, and you have eaten a lot. Will you also have the same mutation and become a soul-eating spider in the future? Who is Chang Wei? Shui Shu's little head was buzzing. Why did the master always mention him today? When I go back, I will ask Brother Zhu Batian. Maybe he knows this guy named Chang Wei. What is a soul-eating spider? It sounds very powerful. I heard from the master that I seem to become a soul-eating spider in the future. Shui Shu looked at Su Xiaomo with longing. Ah, Shui Shu, do you think I'm right? Then let's guess what skills you might comprehend. You are a spider. You will definitely use soul spider silk in the future. What do you think of Dreamweaver? Weaving dreams of death for the enemy. You should be able to do this. It seems very powerful, but can I really comprehend it? Shui Shu looked at Su Xiaomo expectantly. Well, this skill may be a little complicated for your little head. How about soul hunting? Use soul spiderweb to hunt the enemy's soul. I feel I can comprehend this. Shui Shu jumped up. She thought she was very strong in hunting with a spray net. When she smashed those stone-toothed wild boars before, she used spiderweb to help her master capture those naughty ghosts. Very good, Shui Shu. I am optimistic about you. Trained you personally. You must not be weaker than Chang Wei. What do you think of the skill Soul Puppet? Capture the target and use Soul Spider Silk to control it like a puppet. This feels a little difficult, but I will try my best. Very good, Shu. I like your spirit of courage to try and not afraid of failure. But it feels a little bit short, and you can't bring out all your advantages. What do you think about comprehending a skill of weaving soul clothes? Then it will be called Soul Gauze Clothes. She never stopped talking about clothes. It turned out that she was destined to be a hardworking person who weaves clothes. Under Su Xiaomo's expectant eyes, Shui Shu could only swallow the bitter fruit in private. Shui Shu, you are the best, but you are still a little short. Since you can walk on water, can you upgrade it to Soul Walk? When you encounter danger, you can transform into a soul and cross the void to avoid it. Master, can these two skills be the same? Do you really think I am stupid? It's a pity that she can't speak, so she can only acquiesce to the master's expectations and bear the burden that she shouldn't have. That's all for now. My Shui Shu is so powerful. Maybe she can give me a surprise by then. A surprise is certain. I will be thankful if I can comprehend one of the skills you mentioned. It is very likely that I can't comprehend any of them. Then it will definitely be a surprise. While this pair of master pets imagine the future, the Iron Guards also completed the annihilation of the skeleton camp. The Iron Guards, without enemies, turned into nothingness and returned. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Go, Shishu. Eat as much as you can and turn into a soul-eating spider as soon as possible. No matter what the future holds, soul crystal fragments still need to be eaten. Shui Shu happily used her spider legs to pry the canned food. She could feel that these things were very good for her, but she had no idea whether she could mutate as her master expected. Another week had passed. Today was the 30th day. It had been a month since the Earthlings came to the Sand Sea. During this month, everyone was in the deep vortex. In order to survive and not be eliminated, they had to get used to killing. But many people still fell on the road to survival. Seeing that there were only 3,056 people left in the area, Wang Yi, who had just finished a round of fighting, was silent. This week, everyone was immersed in the crazy killing of undead creatures. On the contribution value list, everyone chased each other. Wang Yi and Su Xiaomo kept rotating the first and second place. Now he is temporarily ranked first with 5,367 points, and Su Xiaomo is ranked second with 5,136 points. Su Xiaomo, who also has the honor set, is better than Wang Yi in terms of killing efficiency, but Wang Yi's side is more persistent, with skeletons to kill at every moment. Su Xiaomo outside has only 3 opportunities to find the undead army every day. If she is unlucky and only finds a small team, the contribution value she gains on that day will be very small. If she hadn't encountered several undead armies that took the initiative to clear her out, which increased her contribution value, Wang Yi would have slowly pulled her away in terms of contribution value. The third place is still Didala, who currently ranks third with 23,658 contribution points. This trialist, who has a rare stealth skill and has mastered the continuous production capacity of a certain big firecracker, specializes in attacking larger camps. As the number of successes increases, his courage becomes stronger. He is no longer satisfied with throwing a firecracker and running away, but quietly arranges in the camp to blow up the entire camp. Therefore, his contribution value rises very irregularly. It may not change for several days, but once it changes, it will rise by thousands. It can be said that he does not open for 3 years, but he can make a living for 3 years after opening. The fourth one is a trialist named Yan Shisan. His name sounds chivalrous, but he is very low-key. No one has ever heard of him before, but he can make the list with 19,436 contribution points. No one dares to underestimate him. The fifth one is the famous Iron Blood Alliance leader John Lang in their area, but his contribution value is only 15,346, which disappointed many admirers. The 6th to 20th ones are basically the leaders, presidents, and backbones of various alliances and groups. They are all outstanding in their regions, and they have the supply of collective strength. They are all strong. The contribution value is above 8,000 points, and there are many who exceed 10,000. According to the information obtained by the gossipers, although the skills, equipment, and trump cards of these trialists are unknown, they are all big guys above level 8, at the same level as Wang Yi. Of course, it's not that Wang Yi and the others don't have the ability to reach level 9, but there are too few skeletons at level 16 and above among the skeleton soldiers. They killed a large number of skeletons, but only a few skeletons at level 16 and a few skeletons at level 7. An ordinary skeleton at level 6 can only provide them with a little experience, and a skeleton at level 7 can only provide them with a pitiful 5 points. After a large-scale battle, they can only gain a few dozen experience points, and such battles are not common. First, they don't encounter them, and second, they can't afford them. Wang Yi is even worse than them. No matter what, as long as the undead army outside reaches a certain scale, there must be some high-level skeletons, and if you are lucky, you can even meet high-level elites. But here, the death space completely relies on quantity to win, relying on a large number of cannon fodder to kill the enemy, so the skeleton soldiers Wang Yi encountered rarely exceeded level 4. Because of congenital defects, the elites that occasionally bred were not of high level. After finally producing a high-level one, Wang Yi sent them off like the new year. So even though Wang Yi reached level 8 very early, his current experience bar is only 235,800, which is not even as good as the progress of many rising stars, not to mention Su Xiaomo. She is probably the only level 9 trialist in their area. The destruction of the undead commander and his elite army has fattened Su Xiaomo, but now her experience value growth is almost stagnant, only 15,900. Now the 7 oasis seeds have already taken root and grown. In addition to the 700 square meters of space that expanded at the beginning, the growth of these oases can increase her sand world by more than 1 square meter of space every day, making her sand world area more than 20,000 square meters. The 3 mineral vein seeds are also gradually forming mineral mothers. This kind of mineral vein growth still does not occupy the inherent space of the sand world. Like the oasis, it helps the sand world expand new space. One of the 3 mineral vein seeds has generated an iron ore mother, which is slowly growing into an iron ore vein underground. This kind of scarce material in the early stage is no longer lacking for her and Wang Yi, but other trialists still lack it. Due to the invasion of the Undead Legion, the days when they used to go out to search for supplies every day are gone forever. Even though they have more basic supplies than can be used up in their small warehouse, the overall supplies of other trial participants are getting less and less. If it weren't for the big alliance that captured several oases and provided water to all the trialists for free, the trialists would probably be worried about water now and would have no time to unite to fight against the Undead Legion. Of course, Wang Yi was also invited to join in and provided a large number of water purifiers for free, which made his reputation in the area a little better. Iron is an indispensable material for making low-level equipment of rank 0, and there is still a big gap in the trading market. In order to better arm the trialists in this area, Wang Yi and Su Xiaomo discussed and sold a lot of basic equipment materials such as iron, copper, leather, refined iron, red copper, and magic pattern cloth at a fair price. He did not ask for the trialists who helped him to be grateful to him, because this was both helping others and saving himself. He also hoped that everyone could eliminate the undead commanders and release him from the death space. Although the death space has not caused any trouble since the ghosts during this period, it is inevitable to lose if you defend it for a long time. Wang Yi still hopes to get out of the death space isolated by the Death Sky curtain as soon as possible. In addition to the iron ore mother, there is also a vein seed that forms a basalt ore mother. This is a rock that is stronger than ordinary stone and is a good material for building walls and fortresses. They have opened it in the 2-level trial treasure chest before, but the quantity is too small to be used to build walls and castles, so Su Xiaomo took it to build her residence. Now with this ore mother, it means that basalt can be produced continuously in the future. Her walls and Wang Yi's castles can be replaced with this more solid material in the future. Moreover, unlike the slow growth of the iron ore mother, the basalt ore mother grows very fast and has formed a tiny hill underground, which has also benefited the growth of the Sand World area. The last ore seed is quite remarkable. It is not an ordinary ore, but an ore mother called crystal stone. This crystal stone is not crystal, but an energy stone like fire crystal stone. Although the use of crystal stone is unknown, it can be known from the fact that similar fire crystal stone is the key material for making powerful fire thunder children, that this energy stone is not simple. However, the growth rate of the crystal ore mother is extremely slow. After the ore mother is formed, it basically does not change. It is unknown when crystal stones can be produced. These oasis seeds and mineral vein seeds not only enhance the potential of the Sand World, but also change the ecology of the Sand World. In particular, the existence of the 7 small oases makes Su Xiaomo's Sand World full of vitality. The high yield of sand palm and sand date trees makes Su Xiaomo an important food exporter in the region. The fruits and vegetables she sells are sought after by many trialists. Sand slugs are also a good animal to raise. They are docile, grow fast, have strong reproductive capacity, and most importantly, their meat is very delicious. One day, Su Xiaomo couldn't help but kill one to taste it. From then on, she released the devil in her heart. Every day, she couldn't do without a dish made of sand slug meat. On that day, Wang Yi was also given half a head to taste, and he also fell in love with this kind of meat. However, looking at the 2 small groups of sand slugs in the cave maze who had no home to return to and were shivering, Wang Yi was reluctant to do it. It was still too little. Under the pretext of protecting the species diversity of the Sand Realm, he went to Su Xiaomo to get food and drink. Fortunately, Su Xiaomo's Sand Realm has a large oasis and a large amount of fertile land, which is enough to support more sand badgers. The reproduction of sand badgers and the hatching of a large number of original sand badgers' eggs make this group enough to cope with 2 gluttonous mouths. So many ferocious creatures in the Sand Sea have not been able to eat them up, but have become more and more prosperous. Can they be eaten to extinction by 2 humans? In addition to these, the medicinal herbs in the fields have also matured. Some of them have been made into healing potions as their medical reserves, and some of the healing potion materials and all the energy potion materials are stored in warehouse number 2 as strategic reserves. Because they do not have the pharmacist profession, the success rate of mixing these 2 potions is too low, and forced mixing is a waste of materials. The harvested medicinal seeds were all planted again, even the seeds of the energy potion and medicinal herbs that are now useless. It has to be said that the energy potion is in an extremely awkward position now. Wang Yi forged 3 more noble hands this week to prevent the energy value from overflowing. This consumable material is generally 100% excellent equipment and is currently the most cost-effective choice. In order not to waste other materials, Xiaomo also made 2 pairs of crystal shoes with glass and overflowing aggregates. She even changed the style through some means. Although it was not as gorgeous and excellent as she expected, it also enriched her shoe rack, second only to her wardrobe. Let's get back to the point. After the 20th place on the contribution list, there are 100 flowers blooming. There are both group members and lone rangers, but no one's contribution value is less than 5,000. Judging from the number of contributions, it is enough to see that the trialists have been killing undead creatures in recent times. It also reflects the large number of undead creatures. The continuous reduction of trialists shows that the trialists and undead creatures are still in a cruel consumption. System notification. Due to the death of all trialists in the 7-4-28th area, the trial in the 7-28th area has failed. When the trialists and the Undead Legion were fighting hard in various regions, a system notification poured cold water on all the trialists. Although they had long foreseen that this situation would happen sooner or later, when this moment really came, the trialists were all confused and lost. Can we defeat the Undead Legion? Many people asked themselves. Yes, we can. As long as we don't give up, everything is possible. The cruel notification of the system did not defeat the trialists. They stood up and fought, even if such bad news notifications sounded from time to time. From time to time, trialists fell in the middle of the battle, but the trialists fought bravely. At this moment, they had a belief in their hearts. We are not afraid of death, just for our compatriots to have a bright future. Since the system first notified that a trial area had fallen at the end of last month, the battle between the trialists and the Undead Legion in various regions has entered a white-hot stage. After the last fig leaf of life and death was torn off, the frequent notifications of regional extinctions not only did not make the trialists more desperate, but instead raised their fighting spirit. In the face of the crisis of genocide, humans have a strong will to fight. If there is no hope, let me create hope. In the past half-month, many heroic figures have emerged. They are either praised by others or die silently in unknown corners, but they play an indelible role in the cause of human victory over the Undead Legion. Some of them use themselves as bait to lure the encirclement and suppression of the Undead Legion into a trap, and died together with the Undead Legion in the generous singing. The Undead Legion in each region suffered casualties because of this group of fearless madmen, and many undead commanders were taken away before they could exert their strength. Some of them went deep into the enemy camp alone to assassinate the commander, either successfully or unsuccessfully. Some of them formed a front line to stubbornly resist the encirclement and suppression troops until the last person. The Undead Legion suffered heavy losses in the resistance in the past half-month. Almost no undead commander in any region was still intact, and they all suffered casualties due to the crazy attacks of the trialists. For this reason, the Undead Legion command had to change its combat strategy again and again, from the previous arrogant division of troops to clear the enemy to the combined troops to defend and advance slowly. Wang Yi also benefited from the awakening of the will of the masses in disguise. After the ghosts, the Death Space has not come up with any new tricks. The coalition formed by the trialists is putting great pressure on the undead leaders, leaving them no time to care about their locked-up enemies. Somewhere in the sand sea of Area 6666, on one side is a huge oasis with countless skeleton soldiers, and on the other side are the sand realms that surround the oasis. After the trialists' strangulation for days, the scattered skeletons on the sand sea were gradually wiped out. With fewer and fewer target choices, it is easier for the trialists to meet. Since the fall of Area 7428, the major groups in Area 6666 have jointly issued a statement. Put aside all interests and form a united front to fight against the undead army. Under the guidance of the Common Front, the trialists who met went together, rolling bigger and bigger, using their own sand realms as strategic depth and arranging terrain to annihilate the invading enemies. When the trialists gathered to a certain size, they no longer passively waited for the Undead Legion to come to them, but took the initiative to challenge the large-scale troops of the Undead Legion. They chose a common target and jumped to their positions at the same time, forming a pincer attack and defense, dividing and strangling the Undead Legion troops. The destruction of the out-of-town clearing troops made the remaining 3 undead commanders alert, and they summoned more troops to surround them. In the retreat and pursuit, there are only 2 red dots left on the enemy map of the 6666 area. One is the main battlefield, guarded by 2 skeleton generals, which is the oasis where countless skeletons gather. The major groups headed by the Iron Blood Alliance leader Warwolf are responsible for the crusade against the 2 skeleton generals. The other is a complex cave, where the mysterious undead commander who has never appeared gathers skeleton soldiers to guard the secondary battlefield. Led by Su Xiaomo, Daedala and other scattered people on the contribution list, other scattered trialists were gathered to clear. However, although this undead leader has few soldiers, they are all elite, and the cave has a complex terrain. These trialists with various means have been beaten out many times. This place was discovered and surrounded by the trialists first. Skeleton soldiers inside tried to break through when there were not many trialists, but were blocked by the tenacious vanguard troops. After more and more trialists arrived, the skeleton soldiers were compressed back into the cave. The trialists took advantage of the victory to pursue them, but were trapped by the traps and ghost soldiers inside. They had to withdraw and regroup after heavy casualties. In this way, they saw back and forth many times. The undead leader inside could not break through, and the trialists outside could not break through the cave to eliminate the undead leader. However, many undead troops who came to reinforce were surrounded and beaten by them. The undead leader inside should be the most critical one in their area. After knowing that it was besieged, the other 2 skeleton generals abandoned a large number of cannon fodder and joined forces to rescue it. However, they were surrounded by the Allied forces, who had been preparing for a long time in an oasis, and the bait cannon fodder thrown out was also eaten by the people sent to eat. Due to the complex terrain of the cave and the heavy casualties of the trial participants, the main attack on the secondary battlefield has been stopped. Su Xiaomo and his team only need to suppress them and prevent them from breaking through, and wait for the end of the battle in the main battlefield to come and clear them out together. At that time, they will directly demolish the cave and leave them nowhere to hide. At this critical moment of the decisive battle, both sides dare not be careless and cannot tolerate any carelessness. In the Warwolf Sand Realm, the leaders and backbones of various major groups gathered together to discuss the combat strategy against the Undead Legion. In the Oasis Command Post, 2 skeleton generals and their elites were surrounding a sand table for a silent soul communication. In the death space, Wang Yi, who could not participate in this battle, could only pray silently for the soldiers. Outside the cave, Su Xiaomo and a group of scattered people were also discussing how to give the greatest suppression to the enemy inside while reducing casualties. In an open space deep in the cave, the mysterious undead leader was sitting on the bone altar and chanting something. A large number of bone monsters of various colors were sitting around the altar. The battle could break out at any time. In addition to the 666th area entering the decisive battle moment, many areas with strong trial players have also reached this moment, and some areas have even started the final decisive battle. When the sun rose, the enemy map refreshed the position of the undead army again. After confirming that there were no other ambushes, the 2 battlefields launched an attack on the undead army at the same time. With Daedala's firecrackers leading the way, the scattered people led by Su Xiaomo cleared the ambush at the entrance of the cave, and under the iron guards summoned by Su Xiaomo, they entered the cave in a line to suppress the enemies inside. Daedala's firecrackers also led the way in the main battlefield. There were projection devices on all sides to throw the firecrackers made by Daedala with materials into the oasis. For a time, the oasis blossomed on all sides, with flames and explosions. When the situation is poor, we can use tactics to intersperse, divide, and annihilate. When the situation is good, we can use firepower to cover and gather and destroy. The trialists in Area 6666 have mastered the essence of culture. After they were armed, they directly covered the skeletons with artillery fire. The 2 skeleton generals in the command post were confused. What kind of tactics is this? Why haven't they seen that group of humans use it before? After the confusion, There was sadness. In order to deal with the first round of charge of human trialists, they sent most of their elites to the front line. At this moment, they were facing the baptism of endless artillery fire and turned into bone fragments. The loud noises and vibrations made their already empty chests full of chills. Defeated. This is the common judgment of the two skeleton generals at this moment. But what if they knew they were going to lose? The generals died on the battlefield. When they led their troops into the Sand Sea, they didn't want to go back alive. Their biggest mission is to do everything possible to eliminate the trialists. The two generals arranged each other's armor and waited for the end of the artillery fire. After all, the firepower was insufficient. After eliminating most of the skeleton soldiers outside the oasis, the trialist army ran out of ammunition. Kill! Warwolf pointed his sword at the undead army headquarters and rushed into the oasis. The members of each team, led by the consuls, backbones, and elites, launched a charge. At the moment when the artillery fire stopped, the skeleton generals also walked out of the command post, drew their command swords and pointed them at the oncoming enemies, and killed the main force of the trialists under the cover of the guards. The main battlefield fell into a fierce battle, but the secondary battlefield in the cave was unexpectedly smooth, and they broke through to the depths of the cave without much resistance. Something is wrong. None of the elite skeletons and bone monsters showed up this time, so the situation may have changed. Are they trying to ambush us? That's perfect. I'm tired of playing hide-and-seek with them. Let's have a hearty, decisive battle. That's what a man should do. What do you think, Miss Su? Xiaomo, we must find them, but we can't rush in. I'll let the Iron Guards take the lead. Because there were still some skeletons coming out to harass us, Su Xiaomo didn't disperse all the Iron Guards she summoned, so she sent them to investigate the situation. But when they came to the depths of the cave, they found that the place was deserted, and the broken skeleton altar on the ground reminded them that the disappearance of the undead commander was not simple. No, it slipped away. Send a message to the wolf warriors, saying that the undead commander disappeared and his whereabouts are unknown, and tell them to be careful. The trial participants felt bad, but they couldn't just ignore the cave. Who could guarantee that the undead commander was just making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, using a sleight of hand and still hiding in the cave? Asshole! What are you doing? You can't even keep an eye on a bird in a cage. While Su Xiaomo and his team stepped up their efforts to clear the enemy, Warwolf and his team had to use their energy to guard against the undead leader who might sneak over to their side while fighting the skeleton general. Because of a wrong decision, Undead Army, which once used its numbers to overwhelm others, was now under siege. One by one, the guards were forced to activate the self-sacrifice and then fell to death by the kite. The number of guards around the two skeleton generals was decreasing. The skeleton general's armor was also covered with scratches, and these achievements were achieved at the cost of the lives of some Alliance elites. We must not lose. This was the will of all the trialists at the moment. In order to reduce casualties, Warwolf used a prop that was kept at the bottom of the box. Faced with the powerful disposable prop, the few remaining skeleton guards could only activate the self-sacrifice to guard the two generals. Kill! At the moment the explosion sounded, Warwolf sounded the horn of attack again. Countless sharp arrows shot at the gathered skeleton guards and generals. The skeleton guards, whose defensive state was broken by the explosion, were nailed to the ground one after another. The elites, including Warwolf, launched the final charge against the two skeleton generals. There was a sound of swords clashing and armor breaking. After slashing several Alliance elites, the two skeleton generals were dismantled into pieces by the pack of wolves. Congratulations to the trialist Warwolf for killing the undead commander and receiving 10,000 contributions and 1 honor chest. There are still 2 undead commanders left in this area. Please keep up the good work. Congratulations to the trialist Yudabao for killing the undead commander and receiving 10,000 contributions and 1 honor chest. There is still 1 undead commander left in this area. Please keep up the good work. 2 regional announcements sounded one after another, and the trialists attacking the oasis cheered one after another. As for who grabbed the boss to kill at this moment, it didn't matter. What mattered was that they were about to complete the trial. But is it really over? The ground at the former headquarters of the Undead Legion cracked open, and a dark skeleton altar rose from the ground. The unknown undead commander finally appeared in front of the trialists. The undead commander sat alone in the center of the altar, and more than 20 different bone monsters sat cross-legged around him, their jaws opening and closing, silently chanting spells. "Stop it!" Someone on the battlefield shouted, and the trialists near the command post attacked the altar one after another, but were all blocked by a rising translucent gray shield. The shield rippled under the attack of the trialists, but there was no sign of being broken. The trialists tried to break the shield with the few remaining powerful items, but except for making the shield fluctuate more violently, not even a crack was blown up. Forbidden Bone Demon Commander Level 9. Skills: Skeleton Resurrection, Death Grip Soul Judgment, Space Sacrifice, Yellow Spring Sacrifice, Death. Sky Curtain. Talent: Command Priest. Description: a big fish that has escaped the net has entered a pool of shrimp. Death Grip generates a pair of giant dead skeleton hands to grab the enemy. Soul Judgment: judge the enemy's soul and directly hit the enemy's weakness deep in the soul. If the enemy's soul is shaken, the judgment is successful and the soul is controlled by it. Space Sacrifice: build an altar to perform space sacrifice. Space transfer can be easily achieved during the space sacrifice. Creating a special space, it requires an altar, a deacon, and long preparation to activate. Huangquan Sacrifice: call the dead within a certain period of time to return from Huangquan and obey its orders. Huan Sacrifice requires an altar and a deacon to prepare for a long time. If a large number of living and dead souls die during the preparation of the Huangquan ritual, a Huangquan barrier formed by the power of death will be formed. The instantaneous bearing capacity of the Huangquan barrier is equivalent to the sum of the bearing capacities of all the previous deaths. Priest: you can appoint acolytes to help you complete the ritual. How do we fight this? Are we going to lose? The culprit who locked Wang Yi in the Death Sky Curtain, the last roadblock to the trial in Area 6666, finally appeared, but it made the trial participants despair. Can they win? The Undead Legion, which had been cleared out with countless manpower, resources, and even lives, is about to return from Huangquan. And the comrades who once fought side by side are also returning. And they can only watch all this happen, unable to stop the enemy in front of them. The instantaneous bearing capacity of the Huangquan barrier is equivalent to the attack that can kill the entire Undead Legion in seconds, and they can't do it at this moment. Some people fell to the ground in despair, muttering to themselves, pointing to the sky and cursing the sky, earth, or their eyes were dull and silent. Some people screamed and wanted to escape from this battlefield, the farther the better. The appearance of the Forbidden Bone Demon and its invincible ability caused the trial participants to lose their faith, and they experienced great joy and sorrow and became insane during the ups and downs. But some people made a difficult decision at this moment. Warwolf, take good care of my sister. Haha, skeleton, remember that the person who killed you is called Tong Xiaorui. When the trial participants were in chaos, a trial participant shouted and rushed towards the Huangquan barrier, holding a powerful prop in his hand. Brother, don't! The trial participant was awakened by Tong Xiaorui's shout, but soon the hope that had ignited in his heart was extinguished again. It was useless. The Huangquan barrier could not be blown up at all. Gentleman's Duel. The moment he approached the Huangquan barrier, he activated a skill. Gentleman's Duel. Initiate a duel invitation that the enemy within a certain range cannot refuse. The two dueling parties enter the duel space until one party dies. The Forbidden Bone Demon who was presiding over the Huangquan sacrifice on the altar was instantly pulled into another space. He immediately understood what was going on and directly launched a death grip on Tong Xiaorui, who was rushing over. Tong Xiaorui had no intention of dodging. When the hand of death grabbed him, a loud bang sounded in the duel space, and the entire trial space was covered by the explosion. A certain part of the space exploded, and the forbidden sacrifice bone monster with black, broken, and shattered bones fell to the ground like a broken sack. The Yellow Spring sacrifice also ended due to its mental turmoil. The entire skeleton altar exploded, and the auxiliary sacrifice bone monsters on the altar were all turned into powder. The forbidden sacrifice bone monster as the main sacrifice was also affected and exploded, leaving only a broken skull rolling on the ground, and the soul fire was still not extinguished. Do you regret it? Trialist! At this time, the werewolf was facing a series of questions in his mind. Obviously, under this situation, the forbidden sacrifice bone monster was still making trouble and launched a soul trial against the trial leader Warwolf. I am Warwolf, no regrets. Warwolf ignored all questions and expelled the spiritual influence of the forbidden sacrifice bone monster. Very good, Warwolf, right? I believe we will meet again. The great Lord of Skeletons is not someone you can kill. Those who offend me will be punished. The skull rolling on the ground suddenly flew up, and after saying a word, it immediately exploded in the air. Congratulations to Area 6666 for completing the killing of all the undead commanders under the leadership of Trialist Warwolf. Trialist Warwolf has obtained the title of Trial, Pioneer, and Pioneer Treasure Box 1. Congratulations! 3 consecutive world announcements made the Trialists cheer together, and hope was finally created by them. Brother, one step late. Shortly after the world announcement sounded, Area 258 also broadcast the announcement that all the undead commanders in the area had been eliminated in this area, but it was a little late and missed the world announcement. Brothers, work harder. Don't let the lime go to the guys in Area 6666. The first trial area must be ours. Congratulations to Long Xiaoqian, the first trialist in Area 258, who completely eliminated the undead creatures and ranked first in the contribution value list for obtaining the title of Pioneer, Pioneer Treasure Box 1, and doubling the trial settlement of all trialists in Area 258. Congratulations! Not long after the previous world announcement ended, another world announcement was flooded on the World Channel again. The first area where human trialists defeated the undead creatures appeared. At this moment, the trialists in Area 6666 were in unprecedented panic. There was no joy after victory or anger at having the first trial area robbed. Notice, the Forbidden Sacrifice Bone Demon launched a chaotic sky at the cost of self-destruction. The trialists in Area 6666 will be randomly teleported to other areas that are still in the trial. Notice, the Forbidden Sacrifice Bone Demon launched a death mark on all trialists in Area 6666. After being marked with death, they will become the target of the highest excellence level of the undead creatures. 2 consecutive system notifications made the trialists look pale. At this moment, they finally understood what the last harsh words of the Forbidden Bone Demon meant, but it was too late. But there was a ray of hope. Just when the trialists' future was bleak and their lives were uncertain, and they were about to be teleported and punished, the system stepped in. Notice, it was detected that the chaotic air launched by the Forbidden Bone Demon seriously violated the trial rules. The Sand Sea will shelter the trialists in Area 66666. All trialists in Area 6666 will be teleported back to the Sand World. The trialists' Sand World will leave the current area and enter the shelter space. The undead creatures in Area 6666 will be teleported to the trialists' Sand World nearby. Please clear them out and complete the trial as soon as possible. Today, the mood of the trialists in Area 66666 was like a roller coaster. Now they have finally arrived at the station and can relax. The trialists were teleported back to their respective sand worlds and then entered a dark space. Everyone was familiar with this place. It was the shelter space during the second trial. There are not many undead creatures in the 66666th area. There are only some fish that escaped the net in the main battlefield, and those guys who were playing hide-and-seek in the cave. They are not elite and were teleported to various sand realms to be broken into pieces. Cleared! 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 Clear! Each sand realm with undead creatures sent out a message that the clearing was completed, but the trial was not completed yet. Who else hasn't been cleared? Tell me your name, and I'll support him with a firecracker. Although I really want it, I've really cleared it here. Ditto! Ditto! Who is stuck in the progress? Don't be shy. Squeak! Did we overlook someone? It seems so. The guy on the list has been playing alone this time. Ah, that guy has lost contact. The system won't miss him. It's very likely. The system is stuck with a bug. Come out and fix it. This system is running normally. It has to be said that Wang Yi's life was somewhat tragic. When the Forbidden Sacrifice Bone Demon launched the chaos, he happened to be in the death space formed by the Death Sky Curtain, avoiding the attack and the protection of the system. After all the trialists in this area were taken to the protection space, he returned to the Sand Sea from the death space that collapsed due to the death of the Forbidden Sacrifice Bone Demon. At this moment, their area was deserted, leaving only Wang Yi and his group and the big guys who followed him back to the Sand Sea. Unlike the indiscriminate punishment of other trialists, the Forbidden Sacrifice Bone Demon also ran to the death space before the chaos and made a harsh statement. The general idea was that Wang Yi, the guy who first angered it, must die. Then the undead creatures in the entire death space collapsed, and the dead bones gathered to form a giant monster. Skeleton Aggregate Leader Level 10 Skills: Dead Soul Summoning, Bone Cage, Soul Scream, Death Grip, Death Ray Cannon. Talent: Leader, Super Speed Regeneration. Description: the resentment from a Death Lord. Dead Soul Summoning: the Skeleton Aggregate summons a large number of skeleton soldiers to attack the enemy every minute. Bone Cage: the Skeleton Aggregate releases hard bones to form a bone prison to imprison the enemy. Soul Scream: the Skeleton Aggregate emits a soul scream to attack the enemy's soul, disturbing the enemy's soul. The soul of the weak soul will die directly. Death Ray Cannon: gather the death energy to form a cannonball and fire it through the cannon on the back. It is extremely powerful. Non-first level creatures will die immediately after being hit. Non-direct hits may also turn into undead due to the infection of death energy. Super Speed Regeneration: the Skeleton Aggregate has no weaknesses. As long as the death energy is not exhausted, the damaged body will recover quickly. Looking at the Skeleton Aggregate that is more than 10 meters tall and composed of countless struggling skeletons, Wang Yi wanted to curse. At the end, he gave himself a big one. Lord of Death, I'm eating your rice. The Skeleton Aggregate rushed towards Wang Yi. Along the way, skeletons kept falling from its body and standing up to follow it to charge. When it got close to Wang Yi, the Skeleton Aggregate opened its big mouth made of skeleton and roared at Wang Yi silently. Soul Scream: visible soul fluctuations attacked Wang Yi. It was the ghost mixed in the Soul Scream. Obviously, the Soul Scream of the Skeleton Aggregate was not just attacking the soul. The ghost servants released at the same time could parasitize when the enemy's soul was shaken. Chang Wei, who was entrenched beside Wang Yi, sucked the soul light wave directly. The ghost servants broke away from it and turned to Chang Wei's mouth. Even the fluctuations of the Soul Scream were affected and weakened a lot. In short, it was a matter of seconds from the Skeleton Aggregate launching the Soul Scream to attacking Wang Yi. In the blink of an eye, the screaming fluctuations rushed into Wang Yi's brain, causing him to have a sharp pain in his head. That was a sign that his soul was attacked. Immediately after the Soul Scream was the Death Grip. A pair of giant hands formed by dead bones grabbed Wang Yi, but he dodged it deftly. The Iron Will special effect of the Glory Helmet made him immune to the effects of some Soul Screams, and with the weakening of the Long Power Soul Devourer, Wang Yi only felt a stinging pain in his brain after being attacked by the Soul Scream, and did not experience the mental turmoil that the Skeleton Aggregate had expected, such as being unable to think and being stupid and motionless. Seeing that 2 consecutive skills had no effect, the Skeleton Aggregate stomped its feet in anger, and countless bone spurs drilled out of the sand and shot into the sky, forcing Wang Yi to dodge everywhere. These bone spurs gradually shrank towards the center, slowly forming a bone prison to trap Wang Yi. This was the Skeleton Aggregate skill, the Bone Prison. To be honest, this skill was different from what Wang Yi had imagined. He thought that the Bone Prison would form several walls of bones to seal him off, but he didn't expect it to be the effect of the Bone Forest. Those sharp bone spurs shot out from the ground could be completely regarded as another skill effect. As Wang Yi was gradually compressed by the bone spurs, the Skeleton Aggregate was not idle either. The giant monster, over 10 meters long, crouched, revealing a hideous gun barrel composed of countless skulls behind it. The dark death light continued to condense at the mouth of the gun barrel, and the gun barrel was facing Wang Yi, who was dodging. Seeing the death ray cannon gathering and ready to fire, Wang Yi did not dare to be careless at all. He instantly activated the special effects of the unicorn arm of the noble hand and cut off all the bone spurs around him. At the same time, the death ray cannon completed the energy storage, and a black death ray cannonball wrapped in layers of gray air shot towards Wang Yi rapidly. Wang Yi, who destroyed the bone cage, quickly dodged and avoided the frontal impact of the death ray cannonball, but was enveloped by the layers of gray air wrapped in the cannonball. The death ray cannonball exploded in the distance and stirred up yellow sand all over the sky. Wang Yi, who was enveloped by the gray air, also fell to the ground. The skeleton aggregate stood up and raised his arms and shouted, "Call!" And the summoned skeleton servants also raised their weapons made of ribs to cheer for their big brother. Obviously, in the eyes of the skeleton aggregate, Wang Yi, who was surrounded by death, was already dead, and it would not be long before he would become its subordinate and a part of its body. But is Wang Yi really dead? Of course not. He was in the Sage Time special effect that he would definitely enter after the Kirin Arm special effect, which made him immune to all kinds of negative states, and he had no desire to fight. So Wang Yi simply pretended to be dead, pretending that he had been infected by the death energy and was being transformed into a spirit by the death energy. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The skeleton aggregate had not sensed the birth of Wang Yi's spirit, and finally became impatient and sent out a large army of servants to check. Wang Yi, who had recovered from the Sage Time, saw that he could not pretend any longer. When the skeleton servants approached, he immediately summoned 2 iron guards, and then slaughtered the skeleton servants frantically to summon more iron guards. Seeing that Wang Yi jumped up intact, the skeleton aggregate knew that he had been fooled, and stretched out his bone arm to grab Wang Yi, but was blocked by an iron guard who jumped up on his own initiative. With a tooth-grinding sound of metal twisting, the iron guard was destroyed and the giant skeleton hand condensed by the death energy also ran out of energy and disintegrated into bone powder. Roar! The silent and invisible soul screams attacked Wang Yi again. This time, Chang Wei, who was not mixed with ghosts, could not catch the attack and was completely swallowed by Wang Yi. Wang Yi, who was still swinging his sword, paused instantly. Even with the weakening of the iron will of the glory helmet, it was still beyond Wang Yi's tolerance. His soul was shaken, and his nose was bleeding slowly. But the skeleton aggregate took advantage of Wang Yi's controlled combo to be completely swallowed by the iron guards. There are disadvantages and advantages to not having a soul. At least they are not affected by the soul attack now. Seeing that the iron guards continued to protect Wang Yi, slaughtered the skeleton servants, and blocked his skills without being affected by his soul screams, the skeleton aggregate immediately realized that they were puppets. With the swing of his arms, dark ghosts emerged from the skulls one by one, forming a dark cloud and sweeping towards the iron guards. Chang Wei, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately launched the soul devouring to absorb the ghost cloud. Seeing that his means were restrained, the skeleton aggregate was murderous and launched a soul scream directly at Chang Wei, but this time it was in vain, and his soul fire was countered. As a soul-eating horned snake, Chang Wei naturally has a restraining effect on souls. The part of the soul power that the skeleton aggregate used to launch the soul scream was like a meat bun hitting a dog, and it was all confiscated by Chang Wei. But Chang Wei was still not satisfied, and he hit the skeleton aggregate that dared to howl at him with a soul-destroying thunder. This subconscious attack had an unexpected effect. The soul-destroying thunder hitting the skeleton aggregate was like cold water entering hot oil, boiling instantly. The skeleton aggregate let out a painful soul wail, and countless black smoke spewed out of the skulls and dissipated, and fell to the sand, obviously seriously injured. This was a good opportunity to hit the drowning dog. Wang Yi, who woke up from the soul scream, saw the skeleton aggregate being knocked down by Chang Wei, and immediately took the time to pour out his firepower. Shock arrows, acid arrows, and explosive arrows were shot out in turn, causing the skeleton aggregate to shatter and scatter and burst into groups of red, green, or transparent attack effects. The Iron Guards also took the time to clear out the skeleton servants that the skeleton aggregate had summoned before. The Heavy Guards rushed forward to hinder the skeleton aggregate's actions, and the Arrow Guards attacked together with Wang Yi. It took Wang Yi and his men a full minute for the skeleton aggregate to recover, which shows how much damage the soul-destroying thunder caused to it. Unfortunately, the long-powered, soul-destroying thunder requires a very long cooling time, otherwise it could have singled out the skeleton aggregate. The skeleton aggregate, which had regained consciousness, stood up and swept away the Heavy Guards that surrounded it like ants. It was covered in gray air, and its broken bones healed rapidly under the death aura. Its innate super-speed regeneration took effect. This was destined to be a monster that could only be slowly worn down. Everything seemed to have returned to the moment of the initial confrontation, except that the death aura of the skeleton aggregate had dimmed a lot, and Wang Yi had a lot more Iron Guards to help him. Once again, countless skeletons fell from the mountain-like body of the skeleton aggregate to form a vassal army that rushed towards Wang Yi and his men. In front of the vassal army, bone spikes quickly protruded from the ground. The skeleton aggregate once again released the bone cage. A Heavy Guard was not in a hurry to dodge and was knocked away by the bone spikes. And then more bone spikes found the Heavy Guards who were knocked away, until he was torn into pieces. Seeing more and more bone spikes piercing him from all sides, Wang Yi knew that the critical moment was coming again. After this period of fighting, he had roughly figured out several skills of the skeleton aggregate. The Dead Soul summoning was always activated, and it would summon skeleton servants continuously when the time came. Death Grip was a regular skill with a very short cooldown time. From time to time, it would be activated once. Wang Yi either dodged or sacrificed a Heavy Guard to offset the skill. Soul Scream was a skill with a longer cooldown time than Death Grip, and every time it was activated, extremely uncomfortable. The Bone Cage and the Death Ray Cannon are two skills with a long cooldown time, and they are the combined skills of the skeleton aggregate. After releasing the Bone Cage to limit the activity space, the Death Ray Cannon is not far away. Sure enough, when Wang Yi's activity space is compressed to a certain range, the skeleton aggregate will start the back cannon mode, and the dead air will condense and compress into a Death Ray Cannon. This time, Wang Yi did not activate the Hand of the Nobles again. The skeleton aggregate that has been fooled once will obviously not be fooled again. At that time, Wang Yi, who has no will to resist, will be like a lamb to be slaughtered. At the moment the Death Ray Cannon was fired, Wang Yi immediately charged at a nearby skeleton servant that was deliberately left behind, and then released the first move of the Bone Sword technique he had learned to slash and kill another skeleton servant that was deliberately left behind. Two consecutive rapid displacements allowed Wang Yi to just avoid the attack rack range of the Death Ray Cannon and resolve the crisis without any danger. After the skeleton aggregate handed over two key skills at the same time, it was Wang Yi's turn to take the initiative. One by one, the Iron Guards rushed forward to restrain the skeleton aggregate and took its death grip. Chang Wei was entrenched beside Wang Yi, ready to help him block the Soul Scream at any time. Wang Yi took out the Bone Sorrow and shot special arrows. It was unwise to fight such a giant monster in close combat. Wang Yi didn't want to take its skills and get GG, so he chose a weaker ranged combat to slowly wear down the skeleton aggregate's death energy. After the last Soul Scream, the skeleton aggregate stopped using this skill. Fearing that a snake that appeared out of nowhere would eat this skill and bite it back, and then give it a soul-destroying thunder, the skeleton aggregate continued to consume the death chi while passively being beaten, and finally waited until the two key skills were cooled down. The White Bone Forest appeared on the sand again, reducing the number of Iron Guards. After learning from the last lesson, there was no living skeleton servant on the battlefield for Wang Yi to use during the skill release. But it itself was the target of Wang Yi's use, and it directly started hunting and rushed towards the skeleton aggregate facing the Death Ray Cannonball. Then the skeleton aggregate was embarrassed to find that because of the shooting angle, Wang Yi, who was rushing towards him, missed the death ray cannonball. The death ray cannonball shot over his head and exploded behind him. Of course, Wang Yi's dodge was not so perfect, and he was still affected by the death chi. He took several bottles of healing potions in a row to eliminate the infection of this extremely small amount of death chi. It was another round of output opportunity, and Wang Yi began to pour firepower on the skeleton aggregate. The skeleton aggregate continued to kill the iron guards while taking damage, and actively turned off the summoning of the dead. It had realized that the skeleton servants could not cause any harm to Wang Yi, but were instead used to supplement the troops. After there were no cannon fodder to kill, the iron guards on the battlefield quickly decreased. Some of them helped Wang Yi to block the death of skills, or were actively killed by the skeleton aggregate. Another round of skill cooldown came. Wang Yi had already given up output and retreated far away. The bone cage arrived as expected, but this time it did not target Wang Yi completely. Some bone spurs continued to force Wang Yi to move, while others focused on the iron guards who were not flexible enough. One by one, the iron guards were torn apart by the sky, cutting off Wang Yi's help. Finally, after the death ray shells blasted the last few intercepting iron guards into slag, everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. The skeleton aggregate challenged Wang Yi and Chang Wei alone. The battle entered the most difficult moment. One wrong step might lead to falling into the abyss and death. Wang Yi was walking on thin ice. He paid close attention to every move of the skeleton aggregate, avoiding the skills it might release next, and waiting for an opportunity to attack, never greedily for a second time. Of course, it was not impossible for Wang Yi to escape, but that was meaningless. Not to mention that he could outrun this tireless undead. His foundation in the Sand Sea, the Sand World, was here. He could escape, but the Sand World could not fly. Without the Sand World, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive in the Sand Sea. The skeleton aggregate, which had been unable to catch Wang Yi, the slippery loach, finally released the soul scream again to try to attack Wang Yi. In order to reduce the possible backlash, it took the initiative to reduce the power of the soul scream. The invisible mental attack came, causing Wang Yi's brain to hurt. The attacking movements were all distorted, and he narrowly avoided the next death grip. The skeleton aggregate found that it seemed to have been deceived again. The snake could not intercept its soul scream at all. The skull formed by the angry skeleton aggregate spewed out bursts of black smoke and rushed towards Wang Yi like an old-fashioned train with a whistle. Wang Yi dodged frantically and stayed away from the skeleton aggregate. If it were other large creatures, Wang Yi might have approached the enemy and attacked in the blind spot while dodging. But this kind of deformed body with countless undead gathered has no blind spots at all. Any direction is within its monitoring range, and it can attack without blind spots at 360 degrees. After the Iron Guards died, Wang Yi fought hard for a long time. The skills of the skeleton aggregate were all ready again. Can Wang Yi successfully dodge this time? Bone spurs sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, breaking out of the ground one after another, compressing Wang Yi to a certain range. After the death ray shells were condensed, the skeleton aggregate did not rush to fire, but still harassed him and forced him to dodge. Even the most sophisticated machine cannot guarantee that there will be no mistakes, let alone the flesh and blood body facing complex situations. When dodging the bone spurs, Wang Yi made a very small mistake and stayed in the air for a little longer. But this small mistake was seized by the skeleton aggregate, and more bone spikes attacked while the death ray shells were fired. Wang Yi's face changed drastically. He was in a dilemma. Either he would be pierced by the bone spikes, or he would be crushed into powder by the death ray shells. Wang Yi chose to avoid the attack of the bone spikes and threw something in the direction of the death ray shells. Scarface Summoning Order. As Scarface, who was as big as a hill, roared and rushed out of the summoning order, Wang Yi was surprised to find that the summoned Scarface was not the low-level elite in the trial, but a level 10 elite, and even had a few more skills. The system is really good. The strength of the object summoned by the summoning order will be updated synchronously. Scarface, who had just received a large wave of opportunities, has improved rapidly recently. It happened that an opponent who had defeated him was summoned, and Scarface excitedly went there. After 3 days of separation, you should look at each other with new eyes. Your Scarface uncle is no longer Wuxia Man. Boy, look forward to your Scarface uncle's performance. Scarface, with blood boiling, looked at the skeleton aggregate on the opposite side, which was several times stronger than him, and the death ray shells that were already close at hand. What the fuck? What did you do to that Death Lord to make him take care of you like this? Scarface had no time to complain. Facing the oncoming death ray shells, he directly released the newly mastered Iron Wall and Petrification skills. Even though he had stacked layer after layer of armor and suffered the most hits, Scarface was inevitably turned into gray under the powerful power of the death ray shells. Boy, your Uncle Scarface will remember you. Don't let me meet you in the future. I will never let you go. Scarface died together with the death ray shells in a roar of rage, and at the same time, the Scarface summoning order was also shattered. This trump card that had been kept finally came to an end. It was broken, and Wang Yi didn't feel bad. After all, it was a one-time summoning order. Wang Yi, who was almost finished, approached the skeleton aggregate again and attacked it crazily, breaking its bones. But the skeleton aggregate was not just taking a beating and not fighting back. It found the right time and launched a soul scream that condensed a large amount of soul power at Wang Yi. This was the strongest soul scream it had ever had since the battle. Obviously, the skeleton aggregate was impatient and was ready to use this skill to achieve its goal. But it happened that its impatience caused the soul scream to have a flaw. Although the extremely strong soul fluctuations were invisible, this kind of soul fluctuations that were strong to a certain extent could just be sensed by Chang Wei. But Chang Wei had no good way to interrupt this skill and directly launched a death coil on Wang Yi to wrap him tightly in his snake body. No! The skeleton aggregate let out a soul roar and could only watch the soul scream rushing towards the snake body that wrapped Wang Yi. When the soul scream hit Chang Wei's snake body, all the soul power inside was extracted by it. The skeleton aggregate, which suddenly lost a lot of soul power, was hit hard, and the skulls on its body slid off in pieces and collapsed into ashes, and the huge body fell on the sand. Chang Wei was overwhelmed by the huge amount of soul power absorbed all at once, and his snake body softened and slid off Wang Yi. At this moment, Wang Yi saw that Chang Wei was fine and had no time to pay more attention to him. He took the opportunity when the skeleton aggregate was attacked by the backlash and rushed up to attack frantically. This was the first time he had attacked the skeleton aggregate at close range since this battle. The skeleton aggregate that suffered the backlash was like dead, and the bones on its body continued to collapse. It ignored Wang Yi, who accelerated its collapse and frantically dismantled its bones. It took a full 3 minutes for the skeleton aggregate to wake up from the backlash. These 3 minutes of golden attack time allowed him to deal tons of damage. Wang Yi, who was always paying attention to the situation of the skeleton aggregate, dodged its insidious death grip, exited the melee mode and retreated to the back. The skeleton aggregate stood up with a roar, but it no longer had the previous power. The skeleton body that was more than 10 meters high and was like a small mountain could no longer recover after this round of heavy blows. Surrounded by the death energy, the shattered bones of the skeleton aggregate were repaired, but they became smaller. The less than 5-meter tall skeleton aggregate showed its weakness. Its death energy was running out, and Wang Yi saw the dawn of defeating the skeleton aggregate. Then came the boring and dangerous time of grinding blood. Wang Yi and the skeleton aggregate fought wits and courage, looking for opportunities to output in the intervals between attacks. It was not known whether the skeleton aggregate's soul was severely damaged or it was afraid of the backlash. After it stood up, it did not release a soul scream, which made Wang Yi's battle more comfortable. Looking at the skeleton aggregate that was only 4 meters tall, Wang Yi knew that the most critical moment of the battle had arrived. The balance of victory was tilting towards him. As long as he successfully avoided the death ray shells this time, victory would be within his grasp. Even though the skeleton aggregate seemed to be in trouble, the power of its skills was still as strong as before. The white bone forest quickly and urgently surrounded Wang Yi, compressing Wang Yi's living space. Wang Yi dodged calmly, not giving the skeleton a chance. Even if he made a mistake, he still had the last trump card: fearlessness. Seeing that the effect of the bone cage was about to disappear, the skeleton finally released the death ray shells, but the target was not Wang Yi. "Chang Wei, be careful!" Wang Yi shouted. The skeleton adjusted the direction of the muzzle at the last moment, which caught them off guard. Chang Wei, who was still digesting the huge soul power he had just absorbed, had no time to dodge and was hit by the death ray shells. "No!" Wang Yi roared. This peepee snake that had accompanied him the longest in the Sand Sea had been regarded as a relative and a good brother by him. But now it died in front of him, and he was powerless. The furious Wang Yi did not care about success or failure. He directly charged at the skeleton and cut off its head instantly. The bones attached to its body were chopped up by Wang Yi. The skeleton, which had tried to grab Wang Yi with the death grip several times but failed, finally released the soul scream again. The skeleton aggregate that released the soul scream began to disintegrate again. It was obvious that the previous backlash had really caused it extremely serious trauma. Now the forced release of the soul scream caused it to suffer great damage. But its attack, which hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt itself by 800, did not work. Its weak soul at the moment could not shake Wang Yi's firm desire for revenge. The special effect of the Qilin arm was turned on, and Wang Yi entered the final moment of life and death. Wang Yi, who was madly hacking at the skeleton aggregate, entered a strange state at this moment, turning into countless afterimages running around the skeleton aggregate, and the knife light was like a net, completely covering the skeleton aggregate. As the special effect of the Qilin arm ended, Wang Yi, who was swinging the knife rapidly, fell to the ground, with no sadness or joy on his face. The seemingly intact skeleton aggregate seemed to have pressed the start button at the moment Wang Yi fell, and it collapsed into a pile of broken bones. Congratulations on your comprehension of the second style of the Withered Bone Sword technique. 1,000 cuts. Thousands of cuts. Transform into a Revenge Asura. Use extremely fast slashes to form a knife net to cover the enemy, like a fishing net, and cut it into pieces. With the blessing of hatred and the special effects of the Qilin arm, Wang Yi comprehended the second style of the dry bone sword technique and instantly cut the skeleton aggregate into pieces. Wang Yi stared at the sky with a blank look. The broken bones on the ground were still trembling. The weak dead air was like a thread that entangled the broken bones, trying to reunite the skeleton aggregate, but every time it condensed to a certain scale, it collapsed. Finally, the dead air was exhausted in this continuous condensation. Congratulations on killing the 10th level Commander Skeleton Aggregate and gaining 500 experience. Your current experience value is full. Congratulations on reaching level 9, and your current experience value is 3,900. Gained 10,000 contribution points. Since the skeleton aggregate has invaded the Sand Sea, you get 100 bounty points and 1 glory treasure chest for killing the skeleton aggregate. The system's kill prompt came late, and Wang Yi, whose Sage Time special effect had already ended, still did not move. Regional notice: congratulations to the trialists in this region for completely destroying the invading undead army. This trial is completed, and the trial settlement begins. Notice: the sanctuary will be closed in half an hour. At that time, the trialists will be randomly teleported back to the Sea of Sand, and all the functions granted in this trial will be taken back. Just when the trialists in the 6666th area were still worried about what went wrong and couldn't find it, the system's heavenly prompt finally sounded. Most of the 2414 trialists who were protected by the system cheered. They finally survived this dangerous trial. Some people remained silent after the victory, still worried, remembering their relatives and friends who died in this battle, and praying and worrying for their relatives and friends who were in other areas. After being pulled into the shelter space by the system, Su Xiaomo quickly killed the skeleton soldiers assigned to her sand world, and then kept trying to contact Wang Yi, But the system kept prompting that the other party could not connect. How is Wang Yi at this moment? Su Xiaomo really wants to know. Just before the system prompt sounded, she suddenly found that Wang Yi's contribution value suddenly increased by 10,000, and then the trial ended. This change made her feel relieved. Since it was Wang Yi who eliminated the last undead creature in their area and the ranking on the contribution list did not change, it meant that Wang Yi was still alive. At this moment, Wang Yi, who was worried about her, was still lying on the sand with his eyes blank. This trial is over, and the trial is being settled. You have won the first place in contribution value in this trial, and you will be rewarded with 5 glory treasure boxes. Please claim it in time. The system